As the Poseidon tilted wildly in the typhoon, Lin Mo had just rolled off the bed and slammed his head hard against the cabinet door. Cell phones, water bottles, and suitcases were flying around inside the cabin, and the corridor was filled with the sound of shattering glass and people screaming their hearts out. Yesterday, the captain assured everyone that the ship would avoid the storm, and that the 120,000-ton luxury cruise ship, equipped with a state-of-the-art navigation system, would be safe. But now, the entire ship is as if it is being gripped by an invisible giant hand, and it could be torn to pieces by the waves at any moment. Lin Mo gripped the cabinet leg tightly, rushed barefoot out of the cabin, and saw that the people in the corridor had completely gone mad. Some people knelt on the ground trembling, holding their children. Others were desperately trying to escape in their pajamas, and the crew members were yelling for everyone to go back to their cabins and put on their life jackets. But no one listened, because every violent sway of the ship seemed to be a reminder that the ship might sink at any moment. Lin Mo didn't look for a life jacket. Instead, he rushed against the chaotic crowd toward the deck, wanting to see for himself what was happening outside. The stairwell was pitch black, with only the stark white of the emergency lights illuminating every terrified face, making them look like corpses. When he pushed open the deck door, the gale hit his face like a wall, and the torrential rain made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. The sky was black, the sea was black, there was no boundary between heaven and earth, and the Poseidon was like a leaf, tossed up to the crest of a wave and then crashed down hard. Tourists on the deck clung to the railings, vomiting and praying, while others held up cell phones with no signal, futilely calling for help into the Black Sea. Zhang Lei, Xiao Zhou, and Lao Jing, who were in the same cabin, spotted Lin Mo. The group huddled together tightly in a sheltered corner, waiting to die. I don't know how long it lasted, but suddenly the storm stopped. Not that it weakened, but in an instant, the wind, rain, and giant waves all vanished. The surroundings were as quiet as a tomb, with only the cries of survivors and the lingering buzzing in one's ears after the storm. Everyone pulled out their phones, only to find there was no signal. Then the ship's loudspeaker came on, the captain's voice hoarse and almost distorted. Navigation failed, radar failed, communications failed, the Poseidon lost its course and could not determine where it had been swept away. Panic erupted instantly. Some shouted, "Bermuda Triangle!" Some cursed the captain, and some cried, asking their families if they could return alive. Lin Mo looked down and saw that the soles of his feet were already cut, and blood mixed with seawater flowed all over the ground, and he didn't even have a life jacket. Just then, the ship stopped rocking and began to tilt to one side, and a terrifying roar of steel being twisted came from deep inside the cabin. "Water is coming in!" someone shouted, and everyone rushed towards life jackets and lifeboats, turning the deck into complete chaos. The first lifeboat was capsized by the tilting ship as soon as it was placed on the sea, and the people on board screamed as they plunged into the Black Sea. Just as Lin Mo squeezed to the side of the ship, a huge black shadow suddenly rose from below the Poseidon, and the entire deck fell silent instantly. That wasn't a wave, but a giant tentacle covered in suckers and rough scales, slowly emerging from the seabed. 1, 2, 3, 6 tentacles wrapped around the hull, the cabin, and the bridge, the steel in their hands deformed like paper. Some were swept into the sea by tentacles, while others were crushed on the edge of the deck before they could even scream. Lin Mo stood frozen in place, utterly unable to believe that a luxury cruise ship from the 21st century could be dragged to the bottom of the sea by such a monster. The next second, the tentacles tightened suddenly, and the Poseidon broke in half, like a broken chopstick, and thousands of people slid into the sea at the same time. Lin Mo gripped the deck desperately, his nails breaking and his fingers drawing blood, but he couldn't get a hold of anything on the slippery metal. The icy seawater rushed into his nostrils and mouth. As soon as he surfaced, he saw tentacles grab several struggling people and drag them into the deep sea. In the chaos, a loose life jacket floated to his side. Lin Mo grabbed it and quickly put it on, barely managing to stay afloat. In the distance, the wreckage of the Poseidon is sinking, and a huge whirlpool is swallowing the hull, planks, and people who couldn't escape in time. He swam desperately outwards until the enormous vessel disappeared completely, and the screams on the sea gradually subsided. Just when everyone was about to despair, a hoarse shout came from the depths of the sea fog. "Island! There's an island ahead!" Lin Mo looked up, and sure enough, a blurry piece of land appeared in the darkness, the only hope they could grasp. He gritted his teeth and swam toward the island, his arms aching so much he lost all feeling, his legs cramping so he used all his strength to kick the water, his chest feeling like it was about to explode. But every time they swam a certain distance, a few people would disappear from their side, and someone would suddenly scream and sink, as if being dragged away by something on the seabed. Tentacles occasionally burst forth from the sea in the distance, randomly sweeping away lone individuals. Lin Mo dared not turn back, much less stop. Finally, his feet touched the sand. Lin Mo staggered to his feet, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees on the cold beach. He looked up and saw dozens of people lying haphazardly on the beach, some still breathing, others who would never wake up again. Many more people, along with the Poseidon, disappeared into the dark sea behind them. The tentacles in the distance would still occasionally rise, but they no longer approached the shore, as if there was an invisible boundary beyond this beach. Lin Mo turned over and lay on his back on the beach. There was no moon or stars above him, only an impenetrable darkness. But on the distant horizon, a faint, dark red light shone, and no one knew where it came from. He closed his eyes, letting the waves gently lap at the beach. At least for now, he was still alive. The icy seawater repeatedly washed over Lin Mo's calves, as if dragging the last bit of warmth from his body back into the deep sea. He opened his eyes from his coma. There was no moon or stars above him, only an impenetrable darkness. My soaked t-shirt and shorts clung to my body, and the sea breeze felt like countless icy needles piercing my bones. He was barefoot, his soles were cut and bleeding from broken seashells and pebbles, but he could hardly feel the pain. What chilled him even more was that he wasn't the only living person lying on the beach. Scattered along the dark coastline were groups of people, some sat trembling, some knelt in a daze, and some never moved again. The waves continued to push cruise ship wreckage, suitcases, life jackets, and other things that no one wanted to see clearly onto the shore. The cruise ship sank, cell phones lost signal, compasses malfunctioned, and even the sky seemed to have been completely swallowed up by something. Lin Mo knew that rescue wouldn't come immediately, and the first enemy of this eerie coast was the night that could freeze people to death. Just then, someone in the distance shouted desperately, "Come on, a few people! Help light a fire! Otherwise, we'll all freeze to death!" Several men were dragging a broken section of the mast, with soaking wet canvas wrapped around it, like a tattered flag pulled from the seabed. Lin Mo dragged his weak legs uphill and saw more and more survivors picking up planks, tables, chairs, and drifting dead branches. Everyone worked in silence. No one dared to ask why the ship had sunk, and no one dared to mention the terrifying tentacle that stretched out from the seabed. As Lin Mo dragged a plank back, he caught a glimpse of a person lying on the beach. A wave crashed over, turning the man's face over. His pale eyes were wide open, his pupils already dilated. As the tide receded, a dark red stain was left beneath the body, which quickly seeped into the sand. Lin Mo looked away after only 2 seconds and continued walking. He had no right to be afraid, much less to be sad. To survive, he needed to warm himself up first. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut took out a windproof lighter, and with trembling hands struck it several times. Finally, a flame sprang up from the dry leaves. The flames devoured the dry branches, climbed the wooden planks, and illuminated the area within a dozen meters of the reef, as well as the faces numb with terror. The people in the darkness kept approaching, a dozen, then dozens, until finally there were 70 or 80 of them. Some people were covered in blood, some had their clothes torn to shreds, and some were left with only their underwear. Everyone greedily reached out their hands to warm themselves by the fire. A young girl hugged her knees, her voice trembling. "What should we do now?" No one answered. Only the middle-aged man who had started the fire added a piece of wood to the fire. "Let's wait until dawn and see where we are before we talk." "But there's no signal here, how can we call for help?" someone asked. "Maybe it's just a typhoon affecting things, it'll be back in a couple of days," Another person whispered reassuringly. But then, someone asked the question that everyone was most afraid to face. What if it's not? The area around the fire fell silent instantly. Lin Mo stared at the flickering flames, and the image of the tentacle rising from the deep sea resurfaced in his mind. If that wasn't an illusion, what took away those people who were dragged into the sea? The man with the buzz cut broke the silence. Let's find supplies first: food, fresh water, and clothes. We don't know when we'll be able to get out of here. The survivors immediately scattered, searching along the shore for wreckage washed ashore by the waves, as if fighting for a chance to survive in a garbage dump. Lin Mo walked several dozen meters and rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items to find a sealed plastic bag containing dry sweatpants and a windbreaker. He took off his soaking wet clothes and put them on, and the warmth finally returned to his skin. Then he found an unopened bottle of mineral water. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a body lying face down in the seawater not far away, with a hiking backpack on its back. Lin Mo walked over and unfastened the clasp. The corpse turned over, revealing a huge, ripped wound on its chest. The wound didn't look like a knife wound. It looked more like something had pierced through it and then ripped it open. He suppressed his nausea, opened his backpack, which contained ropes, carabiners, axe, compressed biscuits, chocolate, bottled water, and a first aid kit. This wasn't ordinary luggage. It was life itself, enough to extend his life by a few more days. Lin Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder, remained silent for a moment, gently placed the corpse's drooping arm back across his chest, and turned to walk towards the firelight. Around the campfire, some people had already dug out dry clothes, some were wolfing down food, and others had found a whole case of bottled water and were sharing it with those around them. The man with the buzz cut led a few people to set up a makeshift shed on the leeward side of the reef using waterproof tarpaulin. Lin Mo sat down against the rocky reef, broke open a chocolate bar, and ate it in small bites. More than 100 survivors had gathered around him. Someone finally couldn't hold back their tears and cried out. The sound of crying quickly spread, but it was drowned out by the buzz-cut man's deep voice. Stop crying, everyone. My name is Lao Jing. I used to be a soldier. After dawn, we'll take stock of the number of people and supplies, and then check the surrounding environment. No one objected. In such a desperate situation, even just one person standing up and saying a word is enough to give people a glimmer of hope. As the night deepened, the survivors huddled together around the fire, relying on each other's body heat to survive the cold. Some people were asleep, while others stared wide-eyed at the sea, fearing that the tentacle would rise from the darkness once more. Lin Mo leaned against the reef and closed his eyes, but his mind was filled with images of the broken cruise ship, the people who had fallen into the sea, and the tearing wound on the chest of the corpse. What exactly is hidden in that sea? He opened his eyes and looked out. The sea was so black that it seemed to stretch to the horizon, with only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. Exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, and in the lingering warmth of the campfire, Lin Mo's consciousness slowly sank. More than 100 survivors slept around the firelight, the flames illuminating their weary faces but unable to penetrate the boundless darkness beyond the reef. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the sea, as light as the wind blowing through damp sand. But the sound grew closer and closer, as if something was slowly crawling ashore from the seabed. Lin Mo, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a scream that was right next to his ear. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that the fire was still burning, but the crowd around the fire had completely fallen into chaos. A dozen giant sand crabs, each half a person's height, invaded the camp. Their pale blue carapaces gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and their slender legs crawled swiftly across the sand. Their giant pincers were like two fan-shaped guillotines. Before the survivors could even wake up, they were snapped in half at the waist, and blood instantly stained the beach red. Screams and cries erupted as everyone scattered and fled for their lives, rushing towards the reefs, forests, and the edge of the beach, but they couldn't shake off the monsters at all. As Lin Mo snapped out of his shock and grabbed his backpack, a sand crab brushed against his arm, leaving a bloody mark. He immediately abandoned his backpack and ran wildly inland, far from the beach, hearing people being tackled and dragged away, their screams abruptly cut off. The sound of crab legs behind him grew closer. Lin Mo knew he couldn't outrun them, but his gaze suddenly fell on the group of reefs ahead. At the base of a giant rock was a narrow crevice, barely wide enough for one person to crawl through. The giant sand crabs were too large for them to squeeze through. Lin Mo rushed to the crevice and immediately crawled in, his elbows and knees scraped by the rough rocks, but he dared not stop. After crawling 2 meters in, the crevice widened slightly, and he huddled deep inside, staring at the entrance. The screams outside continued, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Just then, a series of hurried human footsteps approached rapidly. Through the crack in the rocks, Lin Mo saw a woman of about 30 years old fleeing towards them. Her long hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears and covered in sand. She was utterly exhausted. When she saw the crack in the rocks, a glimmer of hope finally flashed in her eyes. Lin Mo wanted to remind her that the crevice was too narrow and suggested she change direction, but his throat felt like it was being choked, and he couldn't make a sound. Just as the woman approached the crevice, a giant sand crab pounced from behind her, its pincers clamping down on her waist and severing her instantly. Her upper body lay outside the crevice, her face turned towards Lin Mo, her eyes open, her lips slightly moving, as if she wanted to cry for help. Lin Mo froze, watching the light in her eyes slowly fade. Then, the sand crabs guarded the entrance and began to devour her corpse. It was less than 2 meters away from Lin Mo. A single glance down into the crevice would have been enough to spot Lin Mo hiding deep within. Lin Mo covered his mouth tightly, afraid to breathe or move, and could only huddle in the darkness, waiting for the sand crab to leave. After an unknown amount of time, the sand crab finally turned and crawled back onto the beach. Lin Mo let go, panting heavily, trembling all over, only able to dry heave. He still dared not go out. The screams outside rose and fell, then suddenly stopped, until finally, the entire beach was completely silent. The light outside the crevice changed from darkness to grayish-white, then to blinding white. Even after daybreak, Lin Mo remained motionless, lying prone in the same spot. During this time, a giant sand crab passed by the entrance, its pale blue carapace and massive claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight, but it did not stop. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky and the sound of crab legs crawling outside had ceased that Lin Mo dragged his stiff body, slowly making his way to the entrance of the crevice. There were no survivors or sand crabs on the beach, only torn and gnawed limbs, their blood staining the entire sandy area. Of the more than 100 people who gathered around the campfire last night, who knows how many are still alive? Lin Mo stood there, feeling as if he were in hell. He wanted to leave this blood-soaked beach, but as soon as he took a step, he stepped on a severed hand wearing a wedding ring, forcing him to look away. A young man lay beside the bushes. Lin Mo turned him over and found his face covered in blood, but his chest was still rising and falling faintly. Several figures were moving in the distance. He wasn't the only survivor. Lin Mo stared at the gray sky and the lifeless sea, his throat still unable to utter a sound. Lin Mo stared at the equally bewildered figures on the beach, but didn't approach. He turned back to the rocks to retrieve his backpack. Water, food, rope, and ape were his only means of survival. The backpack was still there, but beside it lay a pool of dark blood and a severed arm of unknown origin. Lin Mo suppressed his nausea, confirmed that all his supplies were intact, and quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder. A piercing cry came from overhead, and a dozen strange, grayish-brown birds circled low. Their wingtips were tinged with dark red, and their long, hooked beaks resembled those of eagles or carrion vultures. One bird swooped down and landed beside the wreckage, tearing off a piece of flesh with its hooked beak and swallowing it. More birds followed, landing and frantically scrambling for the remains on the beach. Without further hesitation, Lin Mo rushed towards the jungle 100 meters away. The soft sand slowed his pace, but the birdsong behind him grew increasingly noisy, like a frenzied competition for food. After reaching the edge of the jungle, he looked back and saw the strange birds covering the beach. They didn't seem to care about the living for the time being, but that completely extinguished any thought of returning to the beach. The jungle before him was eerie and sinister, with dark brown tree trunks topped with dark green branches and leaves, and giant flowers as red as blood and as yellow as pus. The damp air was filled with a sweet, putrid stench, and the fallen leaves beneath his feet were surprisingly thick. Lin Mo had no weapon, so he returned to the edge of the beach and pried a fire axe from the stiff hand of a severed arm. The axe blade was stained with black blood and felt heavy in his hand, but it gave him a sense of security. He had barely entered the jungle when he encountered 3 living people. 2 men and a woman were hiding behind a large tree. The men were holding a sharpened wooden stick and an iron pipe, respectively, while the woman was empty-handed, but her gaze was the coldest. Lin Mo raised his hand to indicate. "I'm alone and mean no harm. I ran here from the beach last night." The 3 did not answer, nor did they stop him from continuing deeper into the jungle. As they passed each other, the woman warned. "There might be danger inside. Someone went in and hasn't come out. Let's wait here and see if anyone else comes out." Lin Mo paused for a moment, then simply said, "We can't go back to the beach." He gripped his fire axe and followed the messy, fresh footprints among the fallen leaves into the darker woods. 10 minutes later, he discovered the body of a middle-aged man. The body was uninjured, but his face was purplish-black, and his right ankle was swollen, festering, and blackened, with 2 small holes in the wound. Lin Mo immediately thought of venomous snakes. He scanned his surroundings but couldn't find any trace of them. He could only pick up the still-charged hiking headlamp next to the body and put on the man's sneakers. He tucked his headlamp into his backpack, slowing his steps, his gaze constantly sweeping over the fallen leaves and tree trunks beneath his feet. A bite from a venomous snake would mean the same fate as that corpse. But after walking for a long time, there were no snakes, no wild animals, not even birdsong in the jungle. In the deathly silence, only his breathing and the soft rustling of fallen leaves underfoot could be heard. Lin Mo suddenly stopped. The faint sound seemed to come not only from his feet, but also from another set of footsteps, hidden not far behind him. He gripped the fire axe tightly, slowly turned around, but behind him he could only see the path he had come from, the tree trunk, and the dark green branches swaying gently in the still air. He could see nothing else. Lin Mo stared at the jungle for a moment, then turned back and continued on his way. The beach was a dead end, but even the most dangerous jungle might hold water, food, and a way to survive. He gripped his axe and walked step by step into the depths of the jungle. Behind him, there was the soft rustling of falling leaves, followed by another gentle sound. Lin Mo didn't turn around rashly. Instead, he shuffled his feet and pricked up his ears, trying to catch any subtle movements behind him that were masked by his footsteps. The forest was deathly still and windless, yet the faint rustling sound persisted, clearly indicating that something was watching him. He gripped the fire axe tightly and walked forward unhurriedly, his gaze fixed on a giant tree ahead that would require several people to encircle. The distance kept shrinking, 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. As Lin Mo passed the giant tree, he suddenly leaped to the side and hid behind the trunk. He held his breath and pressed himself against the tree trunk. The movement behind him stopped briefly, then approached again, accompanied by heavy breathing. Lin Mo peeked out and saw a golden figure emerge from behind the bushes, a giant toad, half a meter tall. Its entire body was golden, covered in fine bumps on its back, its bulging eyes constantly darting around, and a deep, flesh-exposing wound on its hind leg. Golden blood dripped continuously as it dangled its injured leg, searching around, clearly looking for Lin Mo, who had just disappeared. Lin Mo's palms were sweating. This thing was no benevolent creature, yet he was badly injured. If he waited for it to recover, he might never have another chance. With that thought, he charged forward, raising the fire axe high with both hands, and chopped down with all his might at the golden toad's head. The golden toad reacted extremely quickly, leaping to the side with its hind legs. The axe grazed its back, missing its target and embedding itself deeply into the soil, making Lin Mo's hands go numb from the impact. However, its injured leg was torn apart, and its body swayed as it landed. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to draw his axe and sweep it horizontally, the blade slicing open its other hind leg. Golden blood splattered onto Lin Mo's hands, warm and sweet-smelling. The golden toad turned its head and stared intently at him, its eyes reflecting the image of him holding an axe. Lin Mo had just taken a step back when the golden toad charged at him like a golden cannonball, forcing him to hold the fire axe horizontally in front of his chest to block. The immense force slammed into the axe, sending Lin Mo flying backward, axe and all. His back slammed into a tree before he crashed heavily to the ground, his whole body racked with pain but no bones were broken. He gritted his teeth and got up, but his ankle suddenly tightened as a long, scarlet tongue wrapped around his foot, its slimy, cold mucus clinging to it. The long tongue suddenly retracted, leaving Lin Mo hanging upside down in midair, then slammed wildly against the ground, tree trunks, and bushes, as if his internal organs were about to shift. He held the fire axe tightly, and in the instant it swung up again, he desperately slashed at the tongue, the axe blade cutting into flesh but failing to sever it. The golden toad, in pain, released its long tongue, causing Lin Mo to fall to the ground. Before he could get up, he was struck again, and the fire axe flew out of his hand and into the fallen leaves. The golden toad pressed down on his chest, opening its large mouth full of fine teeth, and a strong, putrid stench wafted out, clearly intending to swallow him whole. Lin Mo struggled desperately, his hands groping wildly as he touched his backpack. Inside the open backpack, the handle of a trekking axe was sticking out. The golden toad lunged at his head, but Lin Mo grabbed the axe and, with his last ounce of strength, swung it upwards, piercing its eye. Golden liquid splattered all over his body. The golden toad froze in front of his face, its eyes quickly becoming cloudy, before it collapsed completely onto Lin Mo. Lin Mo was almost suffocated by the weight on his body, but suddenly the weight on his body disappeared, and a blinding golden light exploded in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the golden toad had already transformed into a golden streak of light, violently crashing into his abdomen, and leaving a toad tattoo above his navel. A surge of information flooded his mind. Devouring the flesh and blood of living beings can strengthen oneself. The specific effects still need to be experienced firsthand. Lin Mo struggled to his feet after a long while, his body covered in scrapes and bruises, but thankfully his bones were not broken. Where the golden toad had disappeared, there was a pool of golden blood, with a fist-sized golden crystal core in the center, and a warm current flowed into his palm as soon as he touched it. He didn't understand the purpose of the crystal core, only knowing that it came from that golden toad, which was definitely not an earthly creature, so he stuffed it into his backpack. Lin Mo picked up the fire axe, dipped it in the still warm golden blood, and put it in his mouth. The sweet and pungent energy immediately spread throughout his body. The pain lessened slightly, and his strength returned a little. Looking at the golden blood seeping into the soil, Lin Mo couldn't help but regret not drinking more. He gripped his axe and continued deeper into the jungle. Looking down, he saw the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen, which seemed to be asleep, but his mind was filled with the sharp leg wound. He hadn't injured the golden toad. There were clearly others in the jungle, or something even more dangerous than the toad. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed from afar, more than one sound. Lin Mo gripped his fire axe tightly, peering warily into the depths of the jungle. The stench of the golden toad's blood had likely attracted more monsters, so he dared not linger and quickened his pace. Lin Mo leaned against a tree trunk, panting, and looked down at his abdomen. The golden toad tattoo remained open, quietly pressed against his skin, indistinguishable from any other tattoo. The experience of the golden toad transforming into golden light and crashing into his body, the information flooding his mind, was no illusion. He already knew that consuming the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts could strengthen him. He pulled down his clothes to cover his tattoos, picked up his backpack, and gripped his fire axe tightly. The commotion he had made earlier was too great. Lingering would likely attract even more ferocious beasts. Lin Mo took one last look at the golden bloodstains and followed the sparse trail in the jungle. It didn't seem like a path, but more like a passage left by some creature that had passed through repeatedly. He slowed his pace, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, his ears listening for any unusual signs. The canopy of trees blocked out the sun, and the jungle quickly fell into darkness. A growing hunger reminded him that a great deal of time had passed. He thought of the giant sand crab, the golden toad, and the crystal core, and a conclusion gradually formed in his mind. These creatures were definitely not from Earth. Last night's storm, the tentacles in the sea, the lost signal, these might mean they were no longer on Earth. Fear was pointless. Lin Mo's only priority was survival. He continued deeper into the jungle, preparing to find a safe place to spend the night. Ahead, a stream 2 or 3 meters wide appeared, with pebbles clearly visible at the bottom, while the plants along the banks had an eerie blue-green hue. Lin Mo didn't approach rashly, because the muddy bank of the stream was covered with footprints. There were animal claws, three-toed birds, and huge, barely discernible tracks. The largest footprints were as deep as washbasins, embedded in the mud, while smaller footprints appeared in groups. The water source meant that ferocious beasts would frequently appear, and this was definitely not a place to spend the night. He avoided the stream, continuing forward while maintaining a position where he could hear the water flowing. More than an hour later, the jungle was so dark he could barely see the path. Lin Mo looked up at the giant trees and chose an old tree covered in thick vines. After confirming the vines were sturdy enough, he carefully protected his backpack and slowly began to climb. Climbing several meters up, he found a wide, horizontal branch hidden by foliage. The branch was like a natural wooden bed, much safer than staying on the ground. After lying down, Lin Mo's chest and back still ached, and the tattoo on his abdomen felt slightly warm. It was completely dark, and he dared not turn on the light, so he could only curl up in the branch. A cold wind whistled through the leaves. He pulled out his damp sweatpants and covered himself with them, then took out a chocolate bar and ate it in small bites, trying to conserve the food. After finishing, he carefully put away the wrapper and hugged the tree trunk with both hands. He had no idea whether giant sand crabs could climb trees, or what other creatures lurked in the darkness. Exhaustion relentlessly assaulted his consciousness. Lin Mo repeatedly pinched his thigh to force himself awake, but he gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Strange, unfamiliar sounds drifted from afar. Then, a group of creatures passed by beneath the tree, but did not stop. Lin Mo finally decided to rest briefly, resting his head on his backpack, hugging the tree trunk tightly, and closing his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly awoke. The entire jungle was deathly silent. The chirping of insects and strange cries had all vanished, as if something had forced them into silence. He slowly approached the tree. Lin Mo gripped the fire axe tightly, held his breath, and stared motionlessly at the dark shadows below. The thing stopped under the tree, seemingly looking up at him. After a long while, the footsteps gradually faded away, eventually disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Lin Mo was covered in cold sweat, shivering in the night wind. He dared not close his eyes any longer, and could only curl up on the branch, waiting for dawn with his eyes open. When Lin Mo awoke, the light filtering through the leaves had turned from pitch black to grayish-white. He was still alive, lying on the branch, his limbs stiff and almost immobile. He slowly sat up, stretching his neck and shoulders, and looked down at the ground beneath the tree. There was no one around, and no trace of the monsters from the previous night. Lin Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder, gripped the fire axe tightly, and slowly descended the tree along the slippery vines. After slipping several times, he finally reached the ground, his legs weak as he clung to the tree trunk for support. A wave of hunger surged through his stomach. The chocolate from the previous night was long gone. He knew he still had water and chocolate bars in his backpack, but he didn't immediately use his reserves. Lin Mo determined the direction and headed towards the stream he had discovered the night before, first hiding by the edge of the woods to observe. The footprints were still there by the stream, but there were no new traces. He only approached the water after confirming it was safe. The cool stream water washed away his fatigue and made him more alert, but it couldn't suppress the hunger in his stomach. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly noticed a faint red tinge in the clear water in his palm. The bloodstains drifting upstream became increasingly distinct, and a faint, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lin Mo gripped his axe tightly, carefully making his way upstream, stepping on the rocks along the stream. After passing through the bushes, he saw half a corpse lying on the shallows, its hindquarters torn off by sharp teeth. The creature resembled a bull, but was covered in bluish-black scales, had short horns on its head, and bared fangs. The blood on the corpse had congealed, and the edges of the wounds were blackened, indicating that it had been dead for some time. Lin Mo cautiously scanned his surroundings, and only after confirming that there was no danger did he squat down to examine the remains. He tapped the scales with his axe and found them to be as hard as metal, and the claws were exceptionally sharp. But looking at the flesh and blood on the corpse, his throat tightened, and he ultimately suppressed his nausea. Without fire, and daring not to light one, he could only chop off a fist-sized piece of raw meat with his axe. Lin Mo closed his eyes and took a bite. The fishy smell mixed with the metallic taste filled his mouth and nose, almost making him vomit. He forced himself to swallow, but the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen suddenly lit up and quickly became hot. The unswallowed flesh and blood were sucked into his throat by a terrifying suction force, and the piece of meat in his hand vanished instantly. Lin Mo stared at his empty palm, then looked at the half-bull-shaped beast's corpse. As soon as he opened his mouth towards the corpse, an invisible devouring force erupted from deep within his throat. The half-corpse trembled violently, then shrank in midair, compressing from 2 or 3 meters long into a fist-sized mass of flesh. The mass of flesh disappeared into his mouth in an instant, leaving only bloodstains and scattered scales on the shallows. Lin Mo stood frozen in place, touching his flat stomach, but the golden tattoo felt like a burning flame. The heat spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones, quickly dispelling his fatigue and weakness. A moment later, as the heat subsided, when he gripped the fire axe again, the once heavy axe felt as light as a stick. Lin Mo stepped onto the cobblestones, and the stones were crushed directly into the soil. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Could it be that consuming half of this ferocious beast's flesh has increased my strength?" No one answered. Lin Mo stared intently at the brighter, more vibrant golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. He realized that devouring the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts might grant him even greater power. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he forcibly suppressed it. Any carelessness in the jungle could be fatal. He tucked the fire axe into his belt, preparing to search for safety and other survivors. Before leaving, Lin Mo turned back and saw a few bluish-black scales scattered among the bloodstains, so he bent down and picked them up. The scales were hard and thin, with sharp edges like knives. He wrapped them in his clothes and stuffed them into his backpack. Having done all this, Lin Mo turned and left the stream, continuing deeper into the jungle. He carefully collected the scales and continued upstream along the stream. With his increased strength, he stepped over rocks and dead trees, and wielding his axe no longer felt heavy. But he remained vigilant. Giant sand crabs and golden toads were deadly enough, and this jungle harbored even more unknown dangers. The stream narrowed, the dense forest grew darker, and the air was thick with the smell of damp, decaying leaves and earth. After walking for half an hour, he suddenly spotted 3 people lying in a clearing by the stream. Lin Mo hid behind the bushes for a long time, observing to make sure there was nothing unusual around him, before gripping his axe and approaching. He whispered, "Hey! Hey! Wake up!" The 3 didn't respond, but the air was filled with the smell of decay. As Lin Mo drew closer, he saw their faces. All 3 were dead. The corpse's skin was shriveled and clung to the bones, their eye sockets sunken, and their lips shrunken, like mummies drained of all moisture, sending a chill down Lin Mo's spine. There were no tears or bite marks on their bodies, only a few small holes remaining on their necks. Lin Mo immediately realized that something had drained their blood. He remembered the unknown creature that had passed under the tree the night before and dared not linger. He quickly searched the backpacks and supplies left behind by the 3 men. The clothes and daily necessities in the first backpack were already soaked and moldy. The second backpack contained 2 windproof lighters, a thin blanket, a can of fruit, and a fishing net. In the third backpack was a pair of size 42 hiking boots. Lin Mo immediately changed out of his worn-out sneakers and picked up the telescopic aluminum trekking poles from the ground. He packed up his supplies, took one last look at the 3 contorted mummies, turned and left the stream, heading deeper into the jungle. The water source was too dangerous. The thing that killed the 3 might still be lurking. Lin Mo avoided the animal trails and traversed the woods for over an hour. A dozen meters ahead, a giant brown snake, as thick as a thigh and 5 or 6 meters long, crept over the fallen leaves and slowly slithered toward a large tree. Lin Mo held his breath, frozen in place. The giant snake coiled up the tree trunk and disappeared into the dense foliage before he finally managed to avoid it. As darkness fell, he needed to find a safe place to spend the night. There were snakes in the trees, and blood-sucking monsters might also climb them. He couldn't risk it any longer. Half an hour later, he discovered an ancient tree that blotted out the sky. Its massive roots spread across the ground, creating semi-enclosed spaces about 2 meters square. The soil inside was dry, covered with fallen leaves, and the narrow crevices made it difficult for large creatures to squeeze in. After trying it, Lin Mo decided to spend the night there. He dragged over dead branches to block the entrance, and then moved stones to reinforce it. Working until dark, he crawled inside the tree roots to completely seal the last gap. Lin Mo cracked open a can of yellow peaches, ate a few bites, drank some water, wrapped himself in a thin blanket, and leaned against the tree roots, holding his fire axe. Outside, darkness enveloped everything, with strange noises echoing from near and far. Occasionally, heavy footsteps would pause nearby, then slowly recede into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo finally drifted into a deep sleep. His dreams were filled with blood-red streams, mummified corpses, giant snakes, and ferocious beasts as tall as 3 stories. Finally, he saw a pair of eyes emerge from the darkness, staring intently at him as he hid beneath the tree roots. Lin Mo was fast asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a scream. He opened his eyes abruptly. All he could do was grip the fire axe beside him tightly. "Help!" A young man's desperate cry echoed through the jungle, but quickly ceased. Lin Mo held his breath. The night wind rustled through the treetops, and the distant roars of beasts could be heard intermittently. His palms were drenched in cold sweat. Another survivor had died. From sand crabs and venomous snakes to vampire monsters, the jungle relentlessly devoured the living. He touched his abdomen. The golden toad tattoo glowed faintly in the darkness. He didn't know if there were other survivors with awakened abilities, so he suppressed his thoughts and curled up in the tree root cave, waiting for dawn. Heavy footsteps occasionally trod across the withered branches outside, but Lin Mo remained motionless. Only when a faint light pierced through the cave entrance did he move the branches and climb out. The sunlight was blinding, and the jungle remained damp and reeking of decay. Lin Mo resealed the cave entrance and moved stones to cover it, using it as his temporary shelter. He finished the canned fruit in his backpack, leaving only 3 chocolate bars and half a bottle of water. He needed to replenish his food, and more importantly, he needed to become stronger as quickly as possible. His strength had increased considerably after devouring the bull-like beast. But against the golden toad, the giant snake, and the vampire monster, brute force alone was far from enough. Lin Mo gripped the fire axe, dodging bushes and ravines, and reached the edge of an open woodland, where he spotted a giant bee, about half his height. The bee was perched on a giant purple flower, sucking nectar, its back covered in sharp black stingers. Lin Mo picked up a stone and stealthily approached. A stone struck the bee's head, causing it to tilt. Lin Mo immediately rushed out, swinging his axe into its chest, causing green sap to splatter. The bee flapped its wings and flew into the air, the fire axe still stuck in its body. Lin Mo gripped the axe handle tightly, and saw its abdomen bend over. The poisonous stinger was aimed directly at him, and Lin Mo decisively let go and fell. The stinger grazed his face and embedded itself in the tree trunk, then a second one shot towards him. He rolled away to dodge, and the bees continued to shoot poisonous stingers. Lin Mo retreated behind a tree, pulled out his climbing axe, only to find that his fire axe was still outside. He took off his backpack and threw it, and sure enough, the bees chased after it. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to rush out, picked up a fire axe, and turned to face the swooping bees. The axe blade swept across the bee's abdomen, and green sap splattered all over Lin Mo. The bee crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, its 6 legs kicking wildly, its wings trembling weakly. Lin Mo rushed forward and cleaved its head with an axe. The bee became completely still, and just as he was about to unleash its devouring attack, its corpse began to glow with a faint golden light. When the light faded, the giant bee vanished, leaving only a black and gold longbow on the ground, its bowstring gleaming faintly with gold. Lin Mo gripped the bow handle and found the longbow surprisingly light, its size perfectly suited to him. He drew back the bowstring, and a golden arrow of light materialized out of thin air. He aimed at a tree branch and released it. The arrow instantly pierced through the arm-thick branch, the edges of the hole appearing as if scorched by intense heat, its power far exceeding his expectations. As he drew the bow again, Lin Mo felt his power being drained. This bow didn't need physical arrows, but it consumed the power he gained from devouring ferocious beasts. He slung the longbow over his shoulder, retrieved his backpack, pulled the poison needles from the tree trunk in the mud, inserted them into the side pocket of his backpack, and continued forward, gripping his fire axe tightly. With this bow, Lin Mo finally felt more confident. He carried the bow on his back and gripped his axe as he traversed the jungle, his steps more steady than before, yet he dared not let his guard down. That arrow he had just fired was incredibly powerful. Only after he had stood firm, aimed, and drawn the bow with all his might. If the target had moved, or if the distance had been even slightly greater, he likely would have missed entirely. Lin Mo had never touched a bow before. The first time he managed to hit a tree trunk was only because the tree didn't move and the distance was close enough. He had to practice archery, but he couldn't risk his life to provoke large, ferocious beasts. He decided to walk downstream along the stream, where there might be small prey such as fish or frogs. Even if he encountered danger, it would be easier to escape than to venture deep into the jungle. Yesterday he discovered 3 mummified corpses upstream, so today he deliberately avoided that direction. After walking a distance, the woods gradually thinned out, revealing a bright and open area. A pool the size of a basketball court came into view. The water was emerald green and mirror-like, surrounded by smooth rocks and low shrubs. Sunlight fell on the water, creating shimmering ripples. Lin Mo immediately hid behind a tree to observe, and soon discovered fish swimming underwater. The longest of those fish was no more than half a meter, but their backs were covered with thick, bluish-black scales, like armor. They had large heads and small bodies, their mouths full of sharp teeth that gleamed coldly even through the water. Lin Mo thought he would be safe as long as he didn't go into the water. Suddenly, a strange fish surfaced, its mouth open, aimed at Lin Mo on the shore. His heart tightened, and he immediately ducked behind a tree. A white shadow flashed past where he had just been standing and embedded itself in the tree trunk behind him. Lin Mo looked back and saw that it was a semi-transparent bone spike, its tip completely embedded in the tree. A chill ran down his spine. These fish could not only spot people on the shore, but also launch bone spikes from a distance. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been the one pinned down. But as Lin Mo stared at the bone spurs, an idea popped into his head. The strange fish could attack, but they couldn't come ashore. If he stood high enough and far enough away, they would be the perfect targets for archery practice. He circled around to the highest rock on the edge of the pool. The rock was 3 meters high with a flat top, providing a perfect view of the entire pool while also keeping him out of the strange fish's attacks. Lin Mo climbed onto the rock, took down his longbow, and fixed his gaze on a strange fish approaching the water's surface. Golden energy condensed into an arrow on the string. He estimated the lead and released his finger. The golden arrow struck the pool, creating only a splash. The strange fish swam away instantly, and the arrow disappeared without a trace after sinking to the bottom. Undeterred, Lin Mo drew his bow again. This time, he waited until the strange fish surfaced for air before firing, but the arrow only grazed its tail, startling it into diving back into the depths. The repeated draws had made his arm ache. This bow clearly drained his stamina and couldn't be used indiscriminately. He lay down on a rock to rest, waiting for his strength to return. Once the pool calmed down again, the strange fish swam back to the shallows. Lin Mo didn't rush to release the arrow. He focused on one fish, observing its swimming and surfacing patterns. He silently counted the rhythm, and as the strange fish surfaced again, the golden arrow instantly left the bowstring, accurately piercing its back. The strange fish struggled violently, splashing water everywhere, but the arrow had already pierced its body. A few seconds later, it floated to the surface belly up, motionless. Lin Mo jumped off the rock and used a long branch to drag the fish ashore. The strange fish weighed over 10 kilograms, with thick, cold, hard scales, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and its tail was still twitching slightly. He looked at the strange fish and immediately activated his devouring ability. The golden tattoo on his abdomen heated up, and a suction force surged from deep within his throat, enveloping the strange fish in light and drawing it into his body. Warm energy then spread to his limbs. Although it was far less intense than when he devoured the bull-shaped beast, it alleviated his fatigue and subtly increased his strength. The sun was already setting. Lin Mo put away his longbow and backpack, taking one last look at the pool. Dark shadows still swam in the depths, but no strange fish dared to surface again. By the time he returned to his shelter under the tree roots, it was already dark. He moved aside the dead branches, crawled inside, sealed the entrance from the inside, and wrapped himself in a thin blanket against the tree roots. Outside, the roars and crawling sounds gradually rose. Lin Mo gripped his fire axe, recalling his gains from shooting the strange fish and absorbing its energy today, and slowly closed his eyes. He was a little stronger today than yesterday. As long as he lived, he would be even stronger tomorrow. That night, Lin Mo slept much more soundly than the previous 2 nights. After devouring the strange fish, a warm feeling filled his body, and the chill under the tree roots lessened somewhat. At dawn, he crawled out of the shelter, his aches and pains greatly relieved, and his strength largely restored. The golden toad tattoo on his abdomen was still there, but its color seemed even darker. Lin Mo had only 2 chocolate bars and a half-full bottle of water left in his backpack. His food was almost gone. He slung his bow over his shoulder, gripped his axe, and once again hurried along the stream towards the pool. Half an hour later, the emerald-green pool came into view. Several strange, sharp-toothed fish swam in the shallows, clearly having forgotten yesterday's lesson. Lin Mo hid behind a high rock and conjured a golden arrow, shooting it towards the water. The first arrow missed, and the strange fish, startled, dived into the deep water. He patiently waited for them to surface again. The second arrow finally pierced the fish's back. The fish struggled for a moment, then floated to the surface belly up. Lin Mo immediately used his climbing axe to drag it ashore. He activated his devouring ability, and warm energy surged into his body, quelling his hunger and restoring some of his strength. He then continued practicing archery on the rock. 2 hours later, after missing several shots and experiencing arm pain, Lin Mo finally hunted his second, larger monster fish, weighing nearly 20 pounds. He didn't devour it immediately. Instead, he used his axe to cut open the fish's belly, cleaned out the internal organs, and sliced off the white flesh. The fish had a strong fishy smell, but also a hint of sweetness. Lin Mo ate several slices, and his hunger completely disappeared. He wrapped the remaining fish flesh in leaves and stuffed it into his backpack, preparing to take it back to the shelter. He hadn't gone far when Lin Mo noticed a pile of fresh soil on the ground, next to which was a deep hole about 30 or 40 centimeters in diameter. He heard faint noises coming from inside, and immediately thought of a burrowing beast. If this thing dug into his shelter under the tree roots, he wouldn't even have room to escape. But deeper in the jungle lurked even more terrifying beasts, and on the beach lay giant sand crabs with enormous pincers. Lin Mo stood there, unable to find a safer place to go. Just then, a dark shadow darted out from the bushes. Lin Mo rolled to the side to dodge, and turning back, he saw a giant, jet-black spider. The spider's 8 legs, spread out to a width of 2 meters, were covered not with downy hair, but with hard, gleaming steel needles. Its 8 eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, its commissary opening and closing repeatedly. The next moment, the spider's abdomen contracted, spraying a swarm of white silk towards him. Lin Mo desperately lunged to the side, spider silk ensnaring the tree trunk behind him, instantly solidifying into a hard white shell that completely enveloped the thick trunk. He got up and ran, but quickly realized he had a bow. As long as he created distance, he could avoid the danger of the spider getting close. Lin Mo retreated while drawing his bow, and a golden arrow struck the spider's body, spurting out green fluid. The spider slowed slightly but still relentlessly pursued him. A second arrow severed one of the spider's legs, and Lin Mo continued to retreat, firing several more arrows in quick succession. He dared not let the steel needles, spider silk, and pincers get close to him. The spider, riddled with arrows and with 2 legs severed, continued its pursuit. Lin Mo retreated behind a rock, using it as cover, and shot an arrow through one of its eyes. The severely wounded spider went berserk, spewing silk in all directions. Trees, rocks, and the ground were covered in solidified white silk. Lin Mo hid behind the rocks and waited until the spider was exhausted and its 8 legs twitched limply. He leaned out and shot an arrow into its head. Only after confirming that the spider was completely dead did Lin Mo slowly approach. He used an axe to split open the spider's head carapace and found a black crystal core the size of a thumb inside. The crystal core was entirely black, gleaming with a dark luster. Lin Mo wiped it clean and put it in his pocket, then activated Devour, swallowing the giant spider's corpse. This time, the surging energy did not enhance his strength, but instead flowed to his skin, blood, and limbs, as if leaving an invisible barrier within his body. Lin Mo guessed that this might be related to the spider's venom. Perhaps the spider had developed some kind of toxicity resistance, but he couldn't verify it at the moment. He then examined the solidified spider silk and found it to be as hard as stone. If an ordinary person were to get entangled in it, they would probably have a hard time breaking free. As darkness fell, Lin Mo dared not approach the burrow entrance. Carrying the black crystal core and the remaining fish meat, he quickly returned to his shelter under the tree roots. He sealed the entrance, finished the fish meat, and leaned against the tree roots, playing with the black crystal core. The core was cool and smooth, with fine lines seemingly flowing slowly inside. Night fell completely, the distant roars of beasts echoed, and strange noises emanated from nearby. Lin Mo closed his eyes, his hands still tightly gripping the axe beside him. Lin Mo slept restlessly all night, haunted by the shadows of spiders and burrowing holes. He woke several times, clutching the axe and listening intently to the sounds outside. The tree root shelter remained undiscovered until dawn. He checked his bow, axe, fish, and poison needles, preparing to return to the pool to practice archery and find food. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Mo heard voices ahead and immediately hid behind a tree, drawing his bow to observe. A man and a woman stood behind the bushes, both holding makeshift weapons. Lin Mo confirmed there was no ambush, raised his hand and stepped out from behind the tree. "Don't be nervous, I'm a survivor too." The man raised his spear. "Stop, who are you?" "Lin Mo, a passenger on the Poseidon, who escaped from the beach." The short-haired woman stared at him for a moment. "I've seen you before, by the campfire, you were sitting on the rocks over there." Lin Mo asked. "You survived that night too?" Xia Han nodded. "We ran fast. The sand crabs ran into the jungle as soon as they came ashore." The man stared at the bow on Lin Mo's back and the axe at his waist. "Where did you get this bow?" After a brief silence, Lin Mo replied, "I got it from killing a ferocious beast." Xia Han met the man's gaze, her expression surprised. "You've killed ferocious beasts?" Lin Mo calmly replied. "I've killed a few, a golden toad, a bee, and a spider. The golden toad gave me my talent and a crystal core, the bee dropped this bow, and the spider gave me a crystal core." As he spoke, he lifted his shirt, revealing a golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. Xia Han rolled up her trouser leg, revealing a silver-gray wind pattern. "My name is Xia Han. This is my talent. I can run very fast for a short time, but it's very tiring afterward." The man put away his spear and extended his hand, saying, "Wang Jian, a veteran." Lin Mo shook hands with him and asked, "Have you two been together all this time?" Wang Jian said, "We ran into them as soon as we entered the jungle from the beach. We met a few other people after that, but none of them survived. Now it's just the two of us left." Xia Han added, "There are poisonous snakes, spiky plants, and insects bigger than a person in the jungle. We survived entirely thanks to Brother Wang's experience and my talent." Wang Jian looked at Lin Mo and said, "Since we've run into each other, why don't we act together? Many hands make light work, even the strongest person has their limits." Lin Mo thought about being on lookout duty, keeping watch, and getting food, and finally asked, "Do you trust me?" Wang Jian replied, "Whether you trust me or not, we'll only know after we get to know each other. But at least for now, you're human, not those things." Lin Mo nodded. "Okay, let's go together." Xia Han smiled, and the three began exchanging information. After hearing about the golden toad's transformation into light and its entry into his body, Wang Jian said in a deep voice, "I've seen people gain power tattoos after killing wild boars and ferocious beasts, and they can lift millstones with one hand. Unfortunately, he was later surrounded by a swarm of insects half his height and couldn't escape." Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then turned and asked, "What else have you encountered?" Xiaohan said. My talent comes from a ferocious beast that looks like a leopard. After it died, it turned into light and crashed into my leg. I thought that when I ran, my legs would become lighter, and I would be extremely fast. Lin Mo asked. What does it consume? Xiaohan replied. It's very tiring and I'm very hungry. I have to stop after running for a minute or two, otherwise my legs will cramp. Wang Jian took out the key point. Sometimes there are crystal cores in the heads of ferocious beasts. Xiaohan can hold the crystal core and activate her talent, and the energy will enter her body to restore her strength. Lin Mo took out the golden crystal core and closed his eyes to sense the tattoo on his abdomen. Warm energy flowed down his arm into his abdomen, which the toad tattoo greedily absorbed. A minute later, the crystal core turned to ash. His fatigue quickly lessened, and his body even experienced a slight strengthening. It works, it really works, Wang Jian said. Different crystal cores may have different effects, but they can all replenish the energy consumed by one's talent and enhance one's physique. Lin Mo asked about the true energy consumption of one's talent. Xiaohan shook her head. I don't know, but I'll be tired and hungry after running. Lin Mo understood that consuming flesh and blood could replenish physical strength, and the energy consumed by shooting arrows could also be restored by the crystal core. Xiaohan suddenly asked, Don't you guys feel like this place isn't Earth at all? The three recalled the crab, the strange snake, the tattoo, and the malfunctioning compass. Wang Jian slowly said, After the storm, there were no stars or moon, no cell phone signal, and the compass was spinning erratically. I've also thought that maybe we really aren't on Earth anymore. Lin Mo nodded. We've probably transmigrated to another world. After a brief silence, Xiaohan said, It's good enough that we're alive. We'll worry about the future later. Learning that there was a burrowing beast cave near Lin Mo's shelter, Wang Jian invited him to move into a tree hollow among the rocks. Lin Mo gathered the fish, poison needles, and other belongings, then left with the two. The tree hollow had a narrow entrance, but several people could lie down inside, and the entrance could be sealed with dry branches and stones. After looking at it, Lin Mo frankly said, It's better than mine. Xiaohan said, It was all done by Brother Wang. He used to learn wilderness survival in the army. Wang Jian waved his hand. Enough of that, let's go in. The three sealed the cave entrance, and Wang Jian lit a candle. From now on, we'll take turns keeping watch, 2 hours each. We'll be active during the day and rest at night. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Xiaohan offered some dried meat. Just eat this. We'll have to find something to eat tomorrow. Lin Mo also took out the remaining raw fish and shared it with the two of them. Night fell, and the roars and crawling sounds of beasts echoed outside the cave. Lin Mo leaned against the cave wall, clutching the black crystal core, a decision forming in his mind. Tomorrow, he would test the effects of the black crystal core, practice archery, find food, and continue to grow stronger. At least for now, he was no longer alone. Over the next few days, the three developed a tacit understanding. During the day, Lin Mo practiced archery at the pool, while Wang Jian and Xiaohan set traps and searched for small, ferocious beasts. In the evening, they returned to the tree hollow to exchange their catch and took turns keeping watch. Lin Mo's archery skills improved extremely quickly. On the first day, he hit 2 fish with a dozen or so arrows. On the second day, he hit 4 fish with 10 arrows. And on the fourth day, he could hit 3 fish with 5 arrows. His aiming and drawing of the bow became much faster. The fish in the pond became wary, rarely surfacing. Lin Mo had to wait patiently, seizing fleeting opportunities when they needed to breathe. Each day, he left 1 large fish to take back to his tree hollow, devouring the rest on the spot. As the faint energy continuously flowed into his body, his strength and stamina increased. He used to need to rest after shooting 5 arrows in a row, but now he can shoot 7 or 8 arrows continuously. At dusk, Lin Mo carried the large fish into the tree hollow and found Xiaohan and Wang Jian covered in blood, but looking excited. Xiaohan waved and said, You're back? Come and see, we've had a great haul today. Lin Mo put down the fish and looked at the half-meter-tall gray-furred rabbit carcass in the center of the tree hollow. The giant rabbit's forepaws were sharp and hooked, and its carcass was covered in deep wounds, from which blood was still seeping. Lin Mo stared at it and asked, "Is this the ferocious beast you hunted today?" "There's another one." Wang Jian lifted his shirt, revealing gray-brown tattoos on his chest, like bristles standing on end. "Here it is." Lin Mo's eyes lit up. "You actually killed a ferocious beast and gained a talent ability?" Wang Jian nodded. "I killed it. With my final blow, it turned into light and crashed into my arms." Lin Mo leaned closer and asked, "What effect?" Wang Jian closed his eyes, and the hair on his arm rapidly grew longer, thicker, and harder, turning into dense steel needles. Not only his arms, but the hair on his chest, back, and even his face grew wildly, making him look like a human hedgehog. Xiaohan laughed. "Brother Wang, what's wrong with your appearance now?" Wang Jian opened his eyes and laughed. "It's not very good looking, but this thing can really save my life." He clenched his fist and leaned against the cave wall, the steel needle-like bristles easily piercing the stone. Wang Jian said, "When I use my ability, my whole body feels like it's covered in steel needles. If a ferocious beast wants to bite me, it'll have to get pierced right through first. But there's a problem." Looking at his body covered in stiff hair, he said helplessly, "I can't control the direction of its growth, so I can't wear clothes. When I came back shirtless, my pants were torn in many places." Lin Mo looked at the shirt on his shoulder and said, "It's pretty useful. At least I'm not afraid of close combat anymore." Wang Jian withdrew his power, his bristles retracting, but he still looked like he was wearing a wool vest. Lin Mo looked at the giant rabbit's corpse. "What about the rabbit? That thing must be tough to deal with, right?" Xia Han looked serious and pointed to the wound, saying, "It really is tough to deal with. We first encountered a rat that was half a meter tall, with front teeth like shovels and fur as stiff as steel needles. I distracted it, and Brother Wang killed it, gaining the wild hair talent." Wang Jian continued. "The commotion attracted this rabbit, which ran incredibly fast. I used my talent to withstand the attack. It scratched me painfully, but didn't cut me, though I was pricked in the mouth by its bristles and bled profusely." Xiaohan went around to the back and poked its eyes with a stick. "It took us almost half an hour to kill it." Lin Mo saw 3 claw marks on the branch, which had almost snapped the branch in two. He said in a deep voice, "These claws," Xiaohan said, "are very sharp. Luckily, Brother Wang has a new talent, otherwise we might not have been able to take it down with our broken spears." Wang Jian took out a grayish-white crystal core and handed it to Lin Mo. "This is all that's missing, no talent or weapon. You have the devouring talent, you can use this." Lin Mo didn't take it immediately. "Aren't you going to use it?" Xiaohan said. "Brother Wang has already absorbed the golden crystal core from the rat. We've been eating the fish you caught these past few days, this one should be yours." Lin Mo accepted the crystal core. "Thank you." He activated his devouring talent, and a warm current flowed into his body, quickly dispelling the fatigue from days of archery practice, and his physique also improved somewhat. The crystal core turned to ashes and fell to the ground. Xiaohan asked, "How is it?" Lin Mo said, "It's useful. My stamina has recovered quite a bit, and my physique has improved slightly." Wang Jian nodded and said, "The crystal core mainly restores and improves physical constitution. If you want to become stronger, you still need to continue hunting, devouring flesh and blood, and absorbing the energy of the crystal core." Xiaohan said regretfully, "It's a pity we didn't get to eat the rat meat. It was such a big one, it would have been enough to eat for several days." Lin Mo said, "If you give it directly to a ferocious beast with talent, its corpse might even disappear." Wang Jian said, "That makes sense. We should make good use of this rabbit then." The 3 of them immediately began processing the giant rabbit. Xiaohan skinned and cut the meat, Wang Jian helped, and Lin Mo went outside the cave to start a fire. The fire was hidden in a hollow, with damp branches laid on top to cover the smoke. The 3 of them ate the roasted rabbit meat around the fire, feeling a rare sense of peace. Xiaohan asked, "What exactly is going on with our talents?" Wang Jian said, "I don't know, but since this world has such rules, we have to figure it out slowly." Lin Mo said, "The effects of each kind of ferocious beast may be different, so we have to keep trying." Xiaohan laughed. "If we keep killing, will we become superhumans?" Wang Jian said, It's hard to say about superhumans, but at least we can live longer. The three extinguished the fire, carefully covered up the traces, and crawled back into the tree hollow. Wang Jian took the first shift, while Lin Mo lay on the dry grass, listening to the chirping of insects outside, gradually feeling a little more at ease. The fish in the pond were becoming increasingly difficult to catch. Lin Mo had been guarding the pond for most of the morning, only managing to shoot one small fish. The shadowy figures all hid in the deep water, occasionally surfacing but disappearing in an instant, clearly forced to learn survival skills by the continuous hunting. When they returned to the tree hollow, Wang Jian and Xia Han had also just returned. None of the three had had a satisfactory haul. Xia Han held up a small animal, barely the size of her palm. We only caught a tiny thing, not even enough meat to fill a tooth gap. Wang Jian wiped his sweat and said, There are fewer and fewer prey around here. We've been too active and scared them. Lin Mo said, Let's go somewhere else. Let's go deeper into the jungle. There will definitely be more prey there. Wang Jian warned. It's even more dangerous deeper in. If we encounter those large, ferocious beasts now, we might not be able to escape. Xia Han added. But we can't just stay here and starve to death. There are no fish in the pool, and the small animals have all run away. What are we going to do if we don't go further in? Wang Jian pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, but be careful. We'll proceed slowly, scout ahead first, and not go too deep. The three of them took what they could carry, left the tree hollow where they had stayed for several days, and headed deeper into the darker jungle. The trees grew denser, their giant leaves like umbrellas, their vines as thick as arms, and vibrant fungi covering the forest floor. Wang Jian walked at the front, gripping a long spear with steel plates attached. The thick bristles made him look like he was wearing a woolen vest. Xia Han followed 3 or 4 meters behind him, holding the climbing axe Lin Mo had given her. Lin Mo brought up the rear, his bow already in his hand. Along the way, they avoided giant, steaming piles of dung, fallen bushes, and distant, low growls of beasts. An hour later, the three entered a clearing covered with fallen leaves. Wang Jian suddenly stopped. Something's not right, it's too quiet. Lin Mo also noticed the absence of insect chirping. Xia Han gripped her axe tightly. Could there be something here? The fallen leaves beneath Wang Jian's feet suddenly rustled, and a giant brown snake, the same color as the leaves, sprang up and coiled around his waist and legs. The snake was as thick as an adult's thigh, and the tightening grip made it difficult for Wang Jian to breathe. Xia Han cried out urgently, Brother Wang! Lin Mo drew his bow but dared not shoot. Wang Jian immediately activated his bristle talent, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end like steel needles. The sharp bristles pierced the snake's scales, and green snake blood gushed out. The giant snake, in pain, loosened its grip, and Wang Jian rolled away to escape its entanglement. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Mo fired a golden arrow, the arrowhead piercing the snake's body. The giant snake opened its mouth and spat out venom, which Lin Mo dodged by rolling to the side. The venom landed on the tree trunk, quickly corroding the bark and creating a large pit. Lin Mo shouted, Poisonous! Watch out! Xia Han circled around to the snake's side, driven her axe into its back, and immediately retreated. The giant snake couldn't catch her, and could only writhe wildly. Lin Mo fired another arrow, hitting near the snake's head. Wang Jian, gripping his spear, shouted, Shoot it in the eyes! Lin Mo waited for the snake's head to turn, then pierced the giant snake's lower jaw with a golden arrow. Xia Han seized the opportunity to leap up, gripping her pickaxe with both hands and hammering it into the center of the snake's head. The giant snake convulsed violently, its tail sweeping away fallen leaves, and after struggling for more than 10 seconds, it finally collapsed and remained motionless. Xia Han jumped off the snake's body, her face splattered with green blood. Dead? Lin Mo kicked the snake's head. Dead. The snake's corpse then emitted a pale blue light, which shrank and the corpse disappeared, leaving only a dark blue dagger on the ground. The dagger had a long, slightly curved blade with a cold, menacing edge, and a horn-like handle with anti-slip texture. Xia Han looked at it. This weapon? Lin Mo nodded. It should be. Like my bow, It was transformed directly from a ferocious beast after it died. Lin Mo handed over the dagger. It's yours. You were the one who delivered the final blow. Xiaohan was stunned. Just for me? Of course, whoever kills keeps it. Didn't we agree on that before? Wang Jian also said. That's right, the dagger is yours. Wang Jian looked at her and added. Besides, you're fast, so this kind of lightweight weapon is perfect for you. Xiaohan took the dagger, flashing it with a cold light, and said softly, Thank you. Wang Jian patted her shoulder. I'll need your help more in the future. Lin Mo laughed. Next time we encounter danger, you go first, and we'll cover you from behind. Xiaohan put away her dagger. Okay, but don't blame me for running too fast, and you guys not being able to keep up. The three continued deeper into the area, when Xiaohan suddenly pointed to the bushes to the right. There's movement over there. Lin Mo spotted a black-bristled wild boar, about half a person's height, with bony spurs on its back, gnawing on an animal carcass. He pulled back and mouthed. Wild boar, half a person's height, with thorns on its back. Wang Jian gestured for them to go around, and the three of them quietly retreated, avoiding the bushes, and continued deeper into the jungle. Before dusk, Lin Mo still hadn't found suitable prey, so he parted ways with Wang Jian and Xiaohan and headed alone to the pond to try his luck. The jungle quickly darkened, and he had to confirm as soon as possible whether there were any fish, otherwise he would have to return to the tree hollow in the dark. After walking for about 15 minutes, Lin Mo heard a faint gnawing sound coming from the bushes and immediately hid behind a tree to observe. A dozen meters away, a black-backed, red-bellied venomous spider was feeding on the animal carcass. Its abdomen was dark red like congealed blood. Lin Mo recognized it as a red-bellied venomous spider, took out his bow, conjured a golden arrow, and aimed at its soft red belly before shooting it. The spider dodged the vital spot, but the arrow severed one of its legs, causing green sap to splatter. It immediately pounced on Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned and charged toward an open area, maintaining distance while shooting as he ran, exploiting the spider's poor maneuverability to wear it down. Arrows continued to pierce the spider's body. It lost 2 legs and its speed decreased, yet it still desperately pursued. Lin Mo's energy was rapidly depleted, but he gritted his teeth and shot it in the head, followed by 2 more arrows, until the poisonous spider was completely dead. Suddenly, dark red smoke rose from the spider's corpse, instantly enveloping Lin Mo, and a chilling coldness pierced his skin. After the smoke dissipated, a poisonous mist tattoo appeared on the back of his left hand, granting him the ability to release potent poison and inflict it on his enemies. Just as Lin Mo activated the poison, the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen suddenly unleashed a suction force, swallowing the entire poisonous mist tattoo on his left hand. He lifted his clothes and saw dark red mist swirling around the golden toad. When he activated it again, poisonous mist still rose from his palm. The devouring talent could not only consume flesh and blood, but also seemed to be able to absorb other talents. The secrets of the golden toad were far more complex than he had imagined. As darkness fell completely, Lin Mo withdrew the poisonous fog and hurried back to the tree cave, only to see an unusually bright fire burning outside. He gripped his bow and approached, discovering that 3 strangers, 2 men and a woman, had appeared beside Wang Jian and Xiaohan, sitting around the fire. Xiaohan waved and said, Lin Mo, come quickly, we have guests. She introduced. This is Zhou Yuan, and these are Xiao Li and Sister Fang. Zhou Yuan reached out and smiled. We have 37 survivors and would like to invite you to come and take a look. The more people there are, the greater the chance of survival. Xiao Li asked. What talent did you acquire, brother? Lin Mo replied casually. Just a bit stronger. Xiaohan said. We're planning to go with them tomorrow at dawn. Why don't you come along? Lin Mo asked. Is it safe over there? Zhou Yuan replied. It's against the rock face, with the mountain behind it. You can only enter from the front, so it's easy to defend. Nothing major has happened recently. Wang Jian and Xiaohan both wanted to go, and Lin Mo nodded and said, Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Then we'll make do for the night and set off tomorrow morning. The group gathered around the fire to share the dried fish. Zhou Yuan mentioned that the camp had individuals with talents in fire, strength, and speed, and that food was obtained through hunting and gathering. Lin Mo remained vigilant. Anything could happen in this kind of place to survive, and he needed to verify the team's reliability with his own eyes. Late at night, Zhou Yuan volunteered to keep watch on the first shift. Xia Han asked in a low voice, "Do you think they're reliable?" Lin Mo said, "Let's go and see tomorrow." He closed his eyes, listening to the whispers outside the cave and the flickering firelight, and decided to enter the camp of 37 people tomorrow. As dawn broke, Lin Mo and his group packed their belongings and left the tree hollow where they had stayed for several days. The simple tree hollow had provided them with a peaceful night's rest, but now that they were leaving, they didn't know if they would ever be able to return. "Let's go." Wang Jian patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, and Lin Mo nodded, following the group forward. Zhou Yuan led the way, Xiaoli brought up the rear, and Sister Fang was in the middle. The three of them were extremely familiar with the surrounding terrain. They judged very accurately where to detour and where to slow down to observe. After walking for half an hour, Zhou Yuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to crouch down. Lin Mo immediately gripped his bow and arrow, and saw a giant beast drinking water a few dozen meters away. The creature resembled a wild ox, but was a size larger, with bluish-black scales covering its entire body. Two curved horns rose upwards, their tips gleaming coldly in the morning light. The giant beast finished drinking, glanced in their direction, and slowly walked into the depths of the jungle. Zhou Yuan then whispered, "Go around it. This thing has a bad temper. If it angers us, even a few of us won't be enough for it to trample." The group bypassed the giant beast's territory and continued their journey, carefully avoiding footprints, strange noises, and peculiar insects. What should have been a half-day's journey took them until the sun was setting before they reached their destination. "We're here." Zhou Yuan stopped and pointed ahead, causing Lin Mo and the others to pause in surprise. The area is flat land with a mountain in front and a rock wall tens of meters high behind. A sharp wooden fence stands in front, and the outside is piled with thorns. Behind the fence are simple huts and figures coming and going, clearly a survivor camp. "You built this?" Xia Han asked, somewhat surprised. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "It's the culmination of our hard work over this period. It started with just 7 or 8 people, and we gradually built it up. Let's go inside and take a look." Upon entering the camp, Lin Mo found there were more than 30 people there. Some were cooking, drying animal hides, and sharpening wooden sticks. 2 children were playing in the mud in a corner, and everyone was observing the 3 newcomers with curiosity and wariness. Zhou Yuan said loudly, "Don't be nervous. These are the new brothers who will be with us from now on." The crowd discussed for a moment, and then sparse applause rang out, but the welcome was genuine. The bald, scarred-faced brother Biao walked over with Xiao Qun and Xiao Song, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mo's bow and Xia Han's dagger. Zhou Yuan introduced, "This is Brother Biao, one of the backbone of our group." Brother Biao asked directly, "Do you guys have any special abilities?" Wang Jian nodded. "A little." Brother Biao probed, "Show us what you've got." Wang Jian immediately activated his ability. His body hair instantly grew longer, thicker, and harder, standing up like steel needles, leaving deep holes in the wooden stake with a light touch. Brother Biao's eyes lit up. "Great! This talent is useful." Xia Han then transformed into a blur, circling the center of the camp and returning, her speed dazzling. Brother Biao nodded repeatedly. "Impressive! We have fast runners here too, but none are as fast as you." Everyone looked at Lin Mo, who simply said, "I'm a bit stronger." He then lifted the millstone, which weighed 200 or 300 pounds. Brother Biao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good! We have another strong one, just as strong as you." Zhou Yuan pointed to the young man and said, "This is Xiao Qun. His talent is great strength. You two can exchange ideas later." Xiao Qun nodded with a simple smile. Zhou Yuan then introduced the short-haired woman, Xiao Song. "Her talent is fire. She can release fireballs. Although they're not big, they're enough to scare away ferocious beasts." Xiao Song conjured a fist-sized orange-red fireball in his palm, radiating intense heat, and then smiled at the group. Zhou Yuan continued. There's another one called Lin Mo. He went out to scout ahead today and hasn't returned yet. His talent is speed. Wang Jian asked. How many ability users do you have in total? Zhou Yuan now said. I'm with Lin Mo who's out, Brother Biao, Xiao Chen, Xiao Song, and Sister Su. Her talent is healing. She can help people stop bleeding and heal. That's her most precious asset. Xia Han's eyes lit up. People with healing abilities? Zhou Yuan nodded, recounting how Sister Su had healed the seriously injured. Brother Biao laughed. Now, with the three of you, we have 9 people with abilities. That night, Lin Mo and the other 2 drank meat soup. Zhou Yuan explained the camp rules. During the day, they would go out in groups, and at night they would take turns keeping watch. Wang Jian asked. How will the spoils be divided? Zhou Yuan replied. It will be distributed according to labor, ensuring that everyone has something to eat. Zhou Yuan said. If you guys are willing, come out with us tomorrow and give it a try. Brother Biao grinned and said. There's a big guy around here. We've been watching it for days but haven't dared to make a move. What big guy? Wang Jian asked. Brother Biao said. A wild boar, taller than a person, with a row of bony spurs on its back. Lin Mo thought of the wild boar behind the bushes and calmly said. Let's go take a look tomorrow. After dark, Zhou Yuan introduced Lin Mo and the other 2 to the campsite, and everyone dispersed to rest. Lin Mo and the others stayed in a shed covered with dry grass and tattered sheets, which was much better than the tree hole. Xia Han asked softly, What do you think of this place? Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then replied, It's all right. Wang Jian asked. So, shall we stay here for now? Lin Mo said. Let's stay here for now and see what level these ability users are at tomorrow. The shed fell silent, the distant roars of beasts carried away by the night wind. Lin Mo closed his eyes. 37 people, 9 of whom were ability users. This was the first real settlement they had encountered. As dawn broke, Zhou Yuan gathered with Brother Biao, Xiao Chen, Xiao Song, Lin Mo, Sister Su, and Lin Mo. Zhou Yuan instructed. Brother Biao and Xiao Chen will lead the charge, Wang Jian will flank, and Lin Mo and Xia Han will harass. Lin Mo will shoot arrows from the rear, Xiao Song will find opportunities to use fireballs, and Sister Su will be responsible for healing. If injured, retreat immediately. Brother Biao led the group through the jungle and stopped on the hillside. Pointing to a depression below, he said, It's right down there. In the center of the depression, a spiky wild boar, standing 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and over 3 meters long, was rolling around in the mud. Its black mane was covered in mud, and its back was covered with sharp bone spurs as long as an arm, like it was wearing a layer of armor. Zhou Yuan observed for a moment. We can't fight it head-on. We need to wear it down first and lure it to an open area. Old Mo gripped his wooden spear and went down the slope to lure the monster. A stone hit the wild boar in the back, and the boar immediately charged after him. Old Mo fled at full speed to the open area, but the wild boar pursued him relentlessly, its 4 hooves pounding the ground and sending mud flying. Attack! Zhou Yuan ordered. Biao Ge and Xiao Chen rushed out, but the wild boar sped past them. Xiao Chen struck the boar's hind leg with his stick, but it only made it stagger half a step, instead causing it to turn around and charge at him again. Xiao Chen raised his stick to block, but was still knocked away. The stick slipped from his hand, and the boar lowered its head and stabbed him with its bone spikes. Brother Biao slashed the wild boar's neck with his knife, and Xiao Song's fireball followed closely, scorching a large patch of its mane. Lin Mo drew his bow and shot an arrow, the golden arrow embedding itself near the boar's eye socket, while Xia Han stabbed it in the hind leg from the side. The wild boar went completely berserk, thrashing its body in place, its bone spurs sweeping across its back, forcing everyone to retreat. Zhou Yuan shouted, "Don't get close, wear them down from a distance!" Xiao Song fired fireballs in quick succession, and Lin Mo followed with 3 arrows. The wild boar had more than a dozen wounds on its body, blood flowing all over the ground, and its speed finally slowed down, but it still stared at the group. Just as Brother Biao shouted, "It's about to die!" the wild boar suddenly pounced on Xiao Chen, and a bone spike pierced through his arm. Xiao Chen was knocked to the ground. Brother Biao, his eyes bloodshot, rushed forward and slashed the wild boar's neck with all his might. The boar collapsed from blood loss, struggling for a moment before finally dying. Sister Su immediately treated Xiao Chen, the green light stopping the bleeding. Sister Su said, "The bones are fine, but he'll need a few days to recover." Wang Jian clutched his chest and said, "He can't breathe, but it shouldn't be broken." Zhou Yuan confirmed that Xiao Chen was seriously injured, Wang Jian was wounded, and the others were slightly injured. He was preparing to clean up the wild boar carcass when the carcass suddenly emitted an earthy yellow light. After the light contracted, the carcass disappeared, leaving only a bone spear in its place. Zhou Yuan gripped the bone spear and asked in a deep voice, "How should we divide this? I mean, this bone spear should go to Xiao Chen. He was the most seriously injured, took the most close-range damage, and his strength-type talent is well-suited to using a spear. He can be at the forefront in the future." Brother Biao said. "I have no objection," Wang Jian said. "That's only right." Xia Han also said, "He was the most seriously injured, no problem." Xiao Chen took the bone spear, his eyes red, and nodded vigorously. Lin Mo, however, remained silent, touching the last piece of jerky in his backpack. The 9 of them had fought desperately to kill the ferocious beast, but in the end, the weapon went to Xiao Chen. Lin Mo, however, received neither flesh nor crystal core. He possessed a devouring talent, needing the flesh of ferocious beasts to become stronger, and also needing crystal cores to replenish his energy. The team's harvest was clearly insufficient. Back at camp, Xia Han asked, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Mo replied, "I'm not going out with the team tomorrow." Xia Han was taken aback. "Why?" Lin Mo said, "It's too slow to get stronger with the team. I need to hunt and devour on my own. When I get stronger, I might leave the camp, but it's too dangerous to travel alone now." Xia Han remained silent for a long time before saying, "I understand. Don't hesitate to ask if you need my help," Lin Mo said. "It's safer for you to stay here." The next day, Lin Mo explained his plans to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan replied, "Hunting alone is dangerous. Just let me know if you encounter any trouble." Lin Mo slung his backpack over his shoulder, gripped his longbow, and walked out of the camp. Wang Jian and Xia Han escorted him to the gate. Wang Jian said, "Be careful." Xia Han handed him a water pouch. "Fill it up, drink sparingly." Lin Mo took the water pouch, glanced at the 2 of them, and turned to walk into the jungle alone. After leaving the camp, Lin Mo did not venture rashly into the depths of the jungle. Instead, he retraced his steps, but then veered off in a direction he had never taken before. Caution was paramount when traveling alone, and he avoided any areas marked with signs of large, ferocious beasts. When he encountered dense bushes that obstructed his view, he would rather walk a few extra steps and only pass along the edge. Half an hour passed, and Lin Mo had only walked less than 2 miles, but he was not in a hurry at all. People who were in a hurry to get somewhere here would not live long. As the trees ahead gradually thinned out, sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves. Lin Mo slowed down and quietly hid behind a clump of bushes to observe. Beyond the bushes lay an unfamiliar beach, narrower than the shoreline from which they had landed, its back piled high with jagged rocks. Waves lapped against the sand, sunlight shimmering on the water surface, but there was no sign of the giant sand crabs. Lin Mo remained vigilant, waiting for 15 minutes to ensure there was no disturbance before slowly emerging from the jungle. He walked along the edge of the beach, his eyes constantly scanning the reefs and the sea, wary of any ferocious beasts that might be lurking on the shore. Soon after, beside a huge reef, lay a terrifyingly large beast, basking in the sun with its eyes closed. The creature resembled a sea turtle, but its carapace was over 2 meters long, its bluish-gray shell glossy and hard, and its limbs looked more like the thick legs of a beast with sharp claws. 2 curved fangs, sharp enough to pierce flesh and bone, protruded from its mouth. Lin Mo mentally named it the sharp-toothed turtle. The sharp-toothed turtle seemed to be resting, completely unaware of his approach. Lin Mo quietly retreated, hiding behind a reef and retrieving his longbow. A golden arrow condensed on the bowstring. He focused on the short neck protruding from the edge of the turtle's shell. That seemed to be the only possible spot to strike. The arrow was fired, but it struck the hard shell of the tortoise, a flash of sparks disappearing without leaving a mark. The sharp-toothed tortoise slowly opened its eyes, turning to look at Lin Mo's hiding place with a cold gaze, as if looking at prey that had disturbed its rest. Lin Mo drew his bow again, this time aiming at its exposed left foreleg, but the tortoise slightly shifted its body to dodge the arrow. The third arrow followed closely, finally slicing through the sharp-toothed turtle's right hind leg, drawing a wisp of green blood, but the wound was negligible. The sharp-toothed turtle was utterly enraged, opening its mouth to spew out a massive ball of water, which crashed towards Lin Mo's location. Lin Mo immediately rolled away, the water ball exploding in the sand, creating a crater the size of a wash basin, splashing icy water all over his body. A second water sphere came crashing down, and he scrambled to hide behind a rock. The sphere shattered the rock, and flying fragments cut his face. Lin Mo leaned against the rock, catching his breath, and realized that although the sharp-toothed turtle moved slowly, its ranged attacks were terrifyingly powerful. Ordinary arrows couldn't even penetrate its shell. He looked down at the longbow, suddenly remembering his talent for poisons. Perhaps he could imbue arrows with toxins. Lin Mo closed his eyes and activated the tattoo on his abdomen. The icy poison surged along his body to his arm, then flowed into the bowstring through his palm. The golden arrow gradually turned dark purple, eventually transforming into a purple-gold arrow, its tip wreathed in a faint mist of poison. Lin Mo opened his eyes. The sharp-toothed turtle was approaching, its mouth constantly spewing water spurts, scattering pebbles and sand. He didn't rush to attack, but instead hid behind the reef, waiting until the distance closed and the turtle stretched its neck even further. Lin Mo suddenly flashed out, drew his bow, and aimed at the side of its neck. The purple-gold arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing the flesh with pinpoint accuracy. Green blood gushed from the wound, and the sharp-toothed turtle thrashed its neck wildly, the toxin spreading throughout its body via the bloodstream. Lin Mo quickly changed position, firing a second poisoned arrow into the original wound on its right hind leg, causing the toxin to penetrate further. The sharp-toothed turtle enraged, spraying water slugs that cratered the entire beach, while Lin Mo used large reefs to constantly dodge them. He quickly noticed that the sharp-toothed turtle was moving slower and slower, and the water ball's power was gradually weakening. The poison was finally taking effect. Lin Mo didn't approach, circling it for a full half-hour before the turtle collapsed weakly on the beach, its limbs twitching slightly. He cautiously approached, and only when he was 10 meters away and confirmed that it couldn't move did he draw his bow again and shoot the poisoned arrow into its head through its eye. The sharp-toothed turtle had completely lost its life, but its corpse didn't transform into a weapon or talent rune. Lin Mo could only use an axe to split open its head. He endured the nausea and searched for a while, finally pulling out a fist-sized bluish-gray crystal core from the flesh, its patterns resembling a turtle shell. Lin Mo washed the crystal core in seawater, put it in his backpack, and then devoured the sharp-toothed turtle's corpse. The enormous corpse transformed into energy that seeped into his body, a power far more abundant than any of the ferocious beasts he had previously devoured, surging concentratedly towards his skin. His skin gradually tightened and thickened, as if covered by an invisible membrane, and the energy slowly dissipated after a minute. Lin Mo pinched the back of his hand with his fingernails, but felt no pain or left a mark. He then ran a sharp seashell across his arm, leaving only a white line that quickly disappeared. Devouring the bull-shaped beast had increased his strength, the spider might have enhanced his venom and poison resistance, and the sharp-toothed turtle had improved his defense. He gazed into the distant jungle, anticipating the effects of the speed-type beast, then turned and left the beach, disappearing back into the forest. Lin Mo found a secluded spot to rest, drank some water, chewed on some jerky, and planned to save the sharp-toothed turtle crystal core in his backpack for later absorption back at camp. It was still early, so he gripped his longbow and continued deeper into the jungle, intending to find a fast-moving beast to enhance his hunting and escape abilities. He avoided the tracks of large beasts, searching only in areas frequented by medium and small-sized predators. After an hour, he suddenly stopped. A soft rustling sound came from behind the bushes ahead. Lin Mo approached quietly and peered through the gaps in the branches and leaves. He saw a giant, silver-gray rabbit, about half a meter tall. It had long, sharp ears and exceptionally thick hind legs. It was munching on wild fruit, clearly extremely adept at jumping and running. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the giant rabbit, his eyes gleaming. This was the speed-type ferocious beast he was looking for. Lin Mo watched the silver-gray giant rabbit munching on wild fruit, then slowly retreated, selecting his firing position. The rabbit's ears twitched occasionally, and its hind leg muscles were bulging. It was clearly a speed-type ferocious beast. He drew his bow, and a golden arrow materialized on the string. Suddenly, the giant rabbit pricked up its ears, and Lin Mo immediately released the arrow, only to see a silver shadow flash by, the arrow embedding itself in a tree trunk. The giant rabbit instantly rushed towards him, knocking Lin Mo away. He crashed into the tree trunk and fell to the ground, his chest throbbing with pain. Just as he got up, the giant rabbit turned and charged again. Lin Mo fired 3 arrows in quick succession, each missing its mark. The giant rabbit seemed to predict the arrows' trajectories, always dodging them the instant they left the bowstring, rendering his ranged attacks completely ineffective. He sheathed his longbow, drew his axe, and activated the tattoo on his abdomen. Cool toxins seeped from his fingertips, clinging to the axe head, instantly giving the metal surface a dark purple sheen. The giant rabbit charged for the 3rd time, and Lin Mo's pickaxe missed, only to be kicked down by its hind legs. In several consecutive exchanges, he was repeatedly knocked away, his back burning, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "This will kill me." Lin Mo forced himself to calm down, staring at the constantly circling silver shadow, realizing that a direct confrontation was futile. The giant rabbit charged again. Lin Mo didn't dodge, but silently counted down in his mind. Just before impact, he suddenly turned to the side, grabbing the rabbit's fur tightly with both hands. The rabbit thrashed its body wildly, dragging him several steps, plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground. Lin Mo gripped his axe and plunged it deep into its abdomen. The dark purple toxin was rapidly injected, and the giant rabbit's body stiffened. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to deliver another blow with his pickaxe. Seeing that its movements were becoming increasingly sluggish, he struck twice more, finally killing it. He split open the rabbit's head, took out a silver-white crystal core the size of a pigeon egg, stuffed it into his backpack, and then activated the Devour function. A flash of silver light, and the giant rabbit's corpse transformed into energy that surged into his body. Energy flowed to his legs and tendons, the initial soreness and numbness transforming into a feeling of lightness. Lin Mo tried running, and his speed noticeably increased. He could now cover more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye during a sprint. This speed still couldn't match Xiao Han's exceptional speed talent, but the absorption effect could continuously accumulate. Strength, toxins, defense, speed, his trump cards were gradually increasing. It was getting dark when he returned to camp, and Xiao Han was waiting for him outside the shed. "You're back? How was today?" Lin Mo handed over the crystal core. "I killed a very fast rabbit, I almost lost." Xiao Han returned the crystal core to him. "Keep it. I went out with the team today and got one too, Zhou Yuan gave it to me." Lin Mo swallowed the crystal core, replenishing his strength, and his speed increased slightly. "Where's Wang Jian?" Lin Mo asked. Xiao Han sighed. "He's lying in the shed. His injury hasn't fully healed, and he went out hunting again. He can't stay idle." Xiao Han then mentioned that the team had hunted a ferocious beast, and Xiao Chun was quite adept at using the bone spear, which made Zhou Yuan value them even more. Lin Mo then recounted the encounters with the sharp-toothed tortoise and the giant rabbit, which left Xiao Han repeatedly surprised. Night fell completely, and the two rested. Lin Mo lay on the hay, feeling the changes in his legs, with only one thought in his mind: it wasn't enough, he had to become stronger. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he traversed the jungle, as fast as a beam of light, unmatched by any ferocious beast. As dawn broke, Lin Mo left the camp as usual, and the guards nodded to him. The others were already used to him hunting alone in the jungle, only returning to rest in the evening. He followed the familiar path to the beach. Yesterday's silver-gray giant rabbit had given him a taste of success, and he originally intended to try his luck again, looking for similar prey. More than half an hour later, the beach came into view, but it was already mostly submerged by the sea. Waves surged among the rocks, and a huge dark shadow swam underwater. Occasionally, the shadow would surface, revealing its smooth back and fins. Lin Mo realized that this was not an ordinary high tide, and knowing that he was not a very good swimmer, he immediately gave up on approaching. He turned into the jungle, intending to bypass the flooded area by following the coastline. He hadn't gone far when a strange cry came from a damp depression ahead, and a giant frog, half a meter tall, appeared. The frog's back was dark green, its belly yellowish-green, and its skin covered in mucus. Lin Mo recognized it as a poisonous frog, drew his bow, conjured a golden arrow, and shot it at the frog's head. The poisonous frog sprang back abruptly, the arrow embedding itself in the mud. It then sprayed green venom, corroding the bushes and forcing Lin Mo to roll and dodge. The frog's leaps were astonishing, constantly using its venom to restrain Lin Mo, making it difficult for him to aim. He put away his bow, drew his axe, and activated the venom tattoo on his abdomen. A dark purple light clung to the pickaxe. Lin Mo dodged the venom and charged forward as the poisonous frog paused to breathe. The frog leaped back again, its venom grazing his back and corroding the stone. Suddenly, the frog opened its mouth to bite, its fine, sharp teeth almost touching him. Instead of retreating, Lin Mo advanced sideways and swung the pickaxe, plunging it deep into its abdomen. The toxin was injected into its body, causing the poisonous frog to convulse violently. Lin Mo finished it off with another pickaxe strike, killing it completely. Only after confirming he had no wounds did he relax. He split open the frog's head, extracted the yellowish-green crystal core, and absorbed its energy using his devouring talent. Immediately afterward, he devoured the frog's corpse. As the energy entered his body, the golden toad tattoo burned intensely, and dark red smoke surged wildly. Lin Mo's poison talent didn't gain any new abilities, but its toxicity became even more potent and deadly. He activated the poison in his palm, and the dark red smoke grew thicker, faintly revealing a green hue. After confirming his gains, Lin Mo determined his direction and began his return to the camp. After walking for an hour, a strong stench of blood mixed with the smell of burning wafted towards him. Lin Mo felt a sense of unease, and he tiptoed quietly towards the camp. The fence was broken, tree trunks collapsed, thorns were scattered, and the camp was deathly silent. Lin Mo hid in the bushes and peeked out to see more than a dozen dark red giant wolves. The fur of these ash wolves was like congealed blood, and ash smoke swirled around them, occasionally spewing sparks. They gnawed on the remains, rummaged for supplies, and lingered in the ruins. The ground was littered with blood and mangled remains. Shao Chen still clutched the bone spear, but his chest had been ripped open. Lin Mo searched for Wang Jian and Xia Han, but couldn't find them. Two ash wolves looked up at him and sniffed. Lin Mo held his breath, frozen in place. Only when they continued to gnaw at him did he slowly back away. After retreating far enough, Lin Mo leaned against a tree, catching his breath. The camp was gone, Wang Jian and Xia Han's fates were unknown, and he had once again lost his place to stay. Night deepened, the howls of wolves echoed in the distance, and the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen felt slightly warm. Lin Mo knew he could never return to the camp, so he could only turn and walk deeper into the jungle. Lin Mo walked for a long time in the dark, relying only on a vague direction to get away from the bloody camp. He dared not light a fire, much less make a sound. The night wind rustled through the treetops, and the roars of beasts, the sounds of crawling, and the flapping of wings mingled in the forest. He had to find a hiding place as soon as possible. He found a giant tree and saw that the horizontal branches 3 or 4 meters above the ground were enough to hide a person. He immediately put away his bow and arrows and started climbing. Lin Mo huddled in the corner between the tree trunk and a horizontal branch, using the dense foliage to conceal his figure and temporarily avoid the danger below. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and the night wind made him shiver. He gripped his axe tightly, his other hand on his bow and arrow, daring not to fall asleep. The jungle at night was several times more dangerous than during the day. Nocturnal beasts were increasingly active, and heavy footsteps and chewing sounds constantly echoed from the darkness. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden chill ran down his neck. He looked up and saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at a tree branch high above. It was a massive, red-armored centipede, its entire body crimson, its blade-like legs gripping the bark, venom dripping continuously from its mouth. The venom landed on the branches, instantly corroding small pits. Lin Mo knew that this red-armored centipede was highly venomous, and he absolutely could not allow himself to be ensnared by it. The centipede approached along the tree trunk, and Lin Mo immediately jumped off the branch, rolling on the ground to dissipate the force, using his physique strengthened by devouring ferocious beasts to stabilize himself. The red-armored centipede transformed into a red shadow and chased after him. He fired 2 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow was deflected by its hard shell, and the second arrow pierced its soft abdomen. Green blood gushed out, but the centipede did not retreat. Lin Mo fired 2 more arrows, but it still charged forward despite its injuries, spitting venom. Lin Mo dodged the venom, but was forced to use his axe to block it with the centipede's venomous jaws. The immense force made his hands go numb, and he staggered back several meters. A second spurt of venom splashed onto his left arm, corroding and piercing his sleeve, causing blisters to form immediately. He tore off the sleeve and, enduring the excruciating pain, continued the fight. Lin Mo coated his axe with venom and severed one of the centipede's clawed legs, but another clawed leg slashed his thigh, causing blood to gush out rapidly. He dodged the venom by sidestepping and then used all his strength to chisel at the centipede's carapace. The axe head pierced the shell, and he immediately activated the venom tattoo on his abdomen. Dark purple light enveloped the axe head, and Lin Mo injected all the venom in his body into the centipede. The centipede struggled frantically, turning its head to bite his calf. The venom injected into his body, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Lin Mo gripped the pickaxe handle tightly, repeatedly striking the centipede's head until it stopped moving completely. He activated Devour, and the centipede's corpse transformed into energy that seeped into his body. A warm current spread from his abdomen, slightly alleviating the pain and dizziness. Lin Mo staggered into the bushes and finally lost consciousness. When he awoke again, his thighs were scabbed over, and his calves were swollen and red, but there were no signs of the poison taking effect. He activated his poison talent, and the dark red smoke in his palms was thicker than before, faintly tinged with blood. Both his poison and his poison resistance had clearly been enhanced. Lin Mo leaned against the damp grass, listening to the distant roars of beasts and the chirping of insects nearby, confirming that no ferocious beasts were approaching for the time being. He closed his eyes and continued to rest, waiting for dawn to find a way out of the jungle. When Lin Mo woke up, sunlight was already filtering through the leaves and into the grass. His whole body ached, but the wound on his calf had scabbed over, and the swelling had mostly subsided. He tried to move his injured leg. Although there was still pain, he could walk normally. The poison resistance had indeed worked, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having expended too much energy yesterday, Lin Mo was starving. He immediately identified his direction and started walking back along the path he had come from, intending to find food to replenish his strength. After walking for half an hour, he came to a rushing river ahead. The river was 7 or 8 meters wide, and several fish darted through the rapids, occasionally leaping out of the water. With his current archery skills, it would be difficult for him to hit the fish in the rapids. Lin Mo walked upstream for a quarter of an hour and found a clear little pool. The pool was only half the width of a basketball court, and its deepest point was just waist deep. The waterways at both ends were narrow, while the current in the middle was gentle, and schools of fish hid under the rocks. Many of the fish looked strange. Some had mouths full of fine teeth, some had bony spines on their backs, and one black and white snake was coiled under a rock. Lin Mo took out his bow and shot at the fish near the crevice, but all 3 arrows missed. The fish were extremely wary. They retreated into the crevice as soon as the arrows entered the water. He put away his bow and stared at the narrow waterways at both ends of the pool, suddenly remembering his poison abilities. If he blocked the entrance and exit, this place would become stagnant water. Lin Mo immediately moved the boulders. The 100-pound stones were no problem for him. He first blocked the inlet, then sealed the outlet on the other side. 15 minutes later, only a faint seepage remained between the cracks in the rocks, and the pool was completely sealed off. Lin Mo squatted on the bank, activating the poison tattoo on his abdomen. The icy poison gathered in his palm along his arm, and the dark red smoke condensed into dark purple venom. He dripped the venom into the pool, 8 drops in a row. The venom spread into clear water, causing a faint purple glow on the surface. The fish in the crevices immediately became agitated, frantically crashing against the rock walls and leaping out of the water. The black and white snake also thrashed violently in the water. Lin Mo retreated to the shore and waited until, after a quarter of an hour, the surface of the pool finally calmed down. A dozen or so fish floated to the surface belly up, and the snake drifted limply. They weren't quite dead, but they had been paralyzed by the venom and rendered unable to move. Lin Mo took out the fishing net he had salvaged from the victims and scooped 13 fish, a flower snake, and a strange shrimp with large claws ashore. He used his axe to kill his prey one by one, digging out the crystal cores from their brains. The fish's crystal cores were different colors, while the flower snake's was a yellowish-white crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg. When he dealt with a strange fish with scales on its back, the fish carcass suddenly emitted a pale golden light. After the light contracted, the carcass disappeared, leaving behind a 3-pronged fishbone spike on the ground. The bone spurs were milky white and translucent, with fine red filaments flowing from their tips. They were light yet sturdy, with a forward-leaning center of gravity, clearly suitable for thrusting. Lin Mo activated his poison, and purple light immediately adhered to them. He retracted the bone spurs and devoured the remaining prey. Energy transformed into a warm current that surged through his limbs, increasing his strength, restoring his spirit, and even causing the wound on his calf to begin to itch. A quarter of an hour later, the energy subsided. Lin Mo tore off the scab, revealing pink new flesh growing beneath the wound. The swelling had disappeared, and he felt no pain when moving. He clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power within him. Although not as pronounced as when he devoured the bull-shaped beast, it left him energized and fully recovered. Lin Mo looked at the sealed-off pool and then touched the fishbone in his backpack. This method of hunting using venom could obviously still be used. He packed up his crystal cores, weapons, and supplies, then turned and continued on his way. After what happened last night, he had no intention of returning to the camp. Wang Jian and Xia Han's fates were unknown. He could only ensure his own survival first. If he had the chance to meet them again, perhaps he could find out if the two had escaped the wolf pack. Lin Mo stepped into the unfamiliar jungle, his left hand gripping a bone spike tightly, his right hand ready to draw his bow at any moment. His backpack was stuffed with crystal cores, axe, and supplies, and his steps were much lighter now that his leg injury had healed. The trees here were denser than those near the camp, the light was dim, and a thick layer of fallen leaves covered the ground, with insects occasionally flitting past his feet. He slowed his pace, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the bushes to his right swayed, and a dark red figure darted out, blocking his path. It was an ash wolf, far larger than an ordinary wolf, with ash-like smoke drifting among its dark red fur, and sparks constantly flying from its hair. Lin Mo recognized them. They were the ash wolves that had attacked the camp and slaughtered everyone. Just as he gripped the bone spike, the wolf raised its head and howled, calling to its companions. The wolf pack was approaching, and Lin Mo had to deal with it quickly. He activated his poison tattoo, dark purple light coating the bone spurs, and the wolf pounced at that moment. The wolf's claws aimed straight for his face, but Lin Mo dodged to the side and stabbed at the wolf's belly with his other hand, only managing to shave off a wisp of hair still sparkling, and his arm was also burned. His second thrust struck the wolf's hind leg, the bone spur embedding half an inch, drawing dark red blood. The ash wolf, in pain, retaliated, its teeth grazing his hand and leaving a bloody mark. With the bone spur lodged in the wolf's leg, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to draw his climbing axe, applying venom once more before charging forward. The ash wolf, however, went completely berserk, attacking relentlessly with its claws and sharp teeth. Sparks ignited the surrounding fallen leaves, and Lin Mo dodged repeatedly, swinging his axe several times but only leaving shallow wounds on the wolf. Then, the wolf's claws tore open his chest, and blood flowed freely. The ash wolf pounced again, and Lin Mo, enduring the excruciating pain, crouched down, plunging his axe upwards into its throat, injecting dark purple venom rapidly. Even in its dying moments, the ash wolf struck Lin Mo's shoulder, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. By the time he struggled to his feet, the wolf's corpse had stopped convulsing. He pulled out the bone spike, delivered another blow to confirm its death, and then activated Devour. The wolf's corpse transformed into energy that surged into his body, its warm power spreading through his limbs, significantly alleviating his pain and exhaustion. But the howls of wolves echoed from afar, growing ever closer. Lin Mo, disregarding his injuries, immediately turned and sprinted, his speed noticeably increased after being devoured. He weaved through bushes, crossed ravines, and constantly changed direction among the trees. The ash wolves pursued relentlessly, their scorching breaths closing in on him several times. A river appeared ahead, and Lin Mo leaped into the rushing water, grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and drifting downstream. The wolf howls were gradually drowned out by the sound of the water, eventually disappearing into the distance. He drifted for an unknown amount of time before finally climbing onto the riverbank. He was soaked to the bone, and his wounds had turned white from being in the river water, but at least he had successfully shaken off the wolves. Lin Mo examined his injuries. The 3 claw marks on his chest, the slap marks on his shoulder, the bite marks on the back of his hand, and the multiple burns were not fatal, but they were extremely painful. He took out the herbs that Sister Sue had given him, chewed them up, and applied them to his wounds. He changed into dry clothes and then hung his wet clothes on a tree branch. As darkness fell, he needed to find a place to spend the night. Lin Mo climbed a large tree and found a concealed spot among the branches. Recalling the battle just now, he knew that without bone spikes, poison, and enhanced physique, he would have already died in the wolves' jaws. The distant howls of wolves could still be faintly heard. The ash wolves clearly hadn't given up their search. Lin Mo gripped the bone spikes tightly, remaining motionless among the branches. Lin Mo huddled among the branches, wrapped up tightly, afraid to make a sound. The distant howls of wolves seemed to come closer and then fade, each approach making his heart race. He dared not sleep, taking out the crystal cores he had obtained from the fish and snake in the pool and swallowing 5 in succession. Warm energy surged into his body, dispelling most of his fatigue and easing his wounds considerably. In the latter half of the night, the wolf howls suddenly converged in one direction, filled with excitement and urgency. Immediately afterwards, the roars of giant beasts echoed nearby, shaking the leaves of the trees. A fierce battle erupted in the darkness, with wolves howling, beasts roaring, trees falling, and the ground rumbling and churning. The fighting gradually subsided after about an hour. The wolf pack dispersed again, as if searching for something, but the giant beast remained motionless. Lin Mo remained lying in the tree until the morning light filtered through the branches and leaves, then quickly climbed down and left. He avoided the direction from which the wolf howls came, cautiously traversing the jungle, only to discover dark red bloodstains on the fallen leaves. The bloodstains continued forward, some blackened, some still glistening with moisture. Lin Mo gripped the bone spike tightly and followed the trail of blood. Fallen bushes, broken saplings, and a few tufts of dark red wolf fur all proved that the battle had taken place nearby last night. After rounding the dense undergrowth, a colossal beast lay in the center of the clearing. Its entire body was a dark, ethereal blue, covered in fine, sharp scales, the edges of which were like blades. A transparent venom oozed from the thorns along its back. This was a venomous lizard with a massive head, a forked, purplish-black tongue protruding from its mouth, and short, thick limbs with black claws deeply embedded in the mud. Its scales were covered in a viscous liquid. The lizard was severely injured, its scales were shattered, and several horizontal lacerations ran across its body, the deepest exposing its ribs. Large chunks of flesh were missing from its hind legs, and half of its tail was severed, yet it still breathed faintly. Lin Mo deduced that it had escaped here after being surrounded by the ash wolves last night. However, the lizard's venom glands were still functioning, its eyes occasionally darting around. Even in its dying moments, a counterattack could still be fatal. He took down his bow, activated his poisonous talent, and conjured a purple gold arrow, aiming it at the lizard's eyes. Just before he released the bowstring, the lizard suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze fixed precisely on his hiding place. Lin Mo immediately fired an arrow, which the lizard dodged by tilting its head. The arrow grazed its eye and embedded itself in the tree trunk. The second arrow struck its neck, but only lodged between the scales, failing to hit a vital spot. The lizard opened its mouth and spat out a clear venom, which Lin Mo rolled away from beforehand. The venom landed on the bushes, instantly withering the leaves, and the lizard, after spitting out the venom, became completely limp. Lin Mo didn't approach, but fired 2 more arrows, one into the wound on the hind leg and the other into the abdomen. The venomous lizard could only twitch slightly, waiting for the poison to take effect. It would no longer be able to fight back. He gripped the venomous bone spikes tightly and walked to the lizard's head. Those dark blue eyes were still fixed on him, reflecting his image, filled with resentment, anger, and the exhaustion of impending death. Without hesitation, Lin Mo plunged the bone spike into the venomous lizard's eye, piercing its skull. The lizard's body tensed abruptly, its limbs twitching for a moment before finally falling silent. The corpse didn't glow, indicating it wasn't a weapon-type beast. Lin Mo dissected its head, extracting a pale blue crystal core the size of an infant's fist, its surface icy cold. He then activated his devouring ability, the venomous lizard's corpse transforming into a ghostly blue energy that seeped into his body. A wave of heat spread throughout his body, rapidly healing his burns, bites, and claw wounds. Once his injuries were mostly healed, Lin Mo activated his deadly poison talent. The dark red smoke in his palm thickened, revealing a deeper ghostly blue glow. The 2 toxins fused together, becoming even more lethal. The howls of wolves echoed again in the distance. Lin Mo dared not linger and immediately turned to leave. Only bloodstains and broken thorns remained on the clearing, proving that the spectral poison lizard had appeared there. After devouring the spectral poison lizard, Lin Mo's power surged, and his old injuries were almost completely healed. In the past few days, he had been wandering alone in the jungle, hunting pangolin-like ferocious beasts, venomous scorpions, and poisonous snakes hidden in dead trees. He devoured, grew stronger, devoured again, and grew stronger still. His speed, strength, toxicity, and skin toughness all increased. With smaller ferocious beasts no longer posing a threat to him, Lin Mo began to set his sights on more powerful prey. At noon, he followed the stream looking for a place to drink water. Just as he was about to scoop up some water, he suddenly heard voices ahead. Lin Mo gripped the bone spur tightly, quietly circled around the bushes, and saw 7 people resting by the stream. Some people were drinking water, some were processing their prey, and some were dozing off against a tree. One of them was Wang Jian. Wang Jian was dressed in tattered clothes and had new wounds, but he was still in good spirits, sitting on a rock chewing on dried meat. Lin Mo emerged from behind the bushes and called out, "Wang Jian!" Wang Jian suddenly stood up, staring at him in disbelief. "Lin Mo?" The 2 patted each other heavily on the shoulder, and Wang Jian looked him over excitedly. "You're still alive! I thought." Lin Mo laughed. "You thought I died in the wolf's mouth? Almost. What about you? What about Xia Han?" Wang Jian's expression darkened, and he shook his head, saying, "That day, the wolf pack stormed into the camp, and Xia Han and I ran in different directions. I made it out, but I couldn't find her." Lin Mo said in a deep voice, "She should still be alive. She's fast, she can definitely escape." Wang Jian nodded and didn't say anything more. Wang Jian composed himself and introduced Lin Mo to everyone. "This is my companion Lin Mo, whom I mentioned before. He is also an ability user." He pointed to the tall, thin young man and said, "This is Awakens. His talent is Mark. We are able to come together thanks to him." Awakens, with his dark skin and bright eyes, took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Mo. Wang Jian continued to introduce the other companions. Uncle Chen was in his 40s, taciturn, and held a rusty machete. He possessed a talent that amplified immense strength. Su Xing and Xiao Min are a couple. Su Xing can transform into a beast with sharp claws, while Xiao Min has a talent for danger perception and is good at setting traps to hunt. The bald giant, Stone, can temporarily harden his skin, while the young boy, Xiao Qi, has a speed-type talent and is responsible for keeping watch. Awakens said, "There aren't many rules in the team. We just stay together at night and look out for each other. During the day, you can act on your own or in a team. You can leave whenever you want and come whenever you want." He raised the back of his hand, revealing an abstract tattoo of interconnected dots. "This is my talent." Everyone I touch leaves a temporary mark. I can sense their approximate location and also transmit messages through the mark. If you want to contact us, activate the energy within your body to envelop the imprint, and I will receive it. Lin Mo looked at the mark on Wang Jian's arm and asked, "How long will the brand last?" Ah Kun replied, 48 hours. It will disappear automatically when the time is up. If you want to stay, just press it again. Wang Jian added, "This place is too dangerous. Having a way to contact each other makes us feel more at ease. We gather together at night and disperse during the day. Anyone in danger can call for help using the brand." Lin Mo looked at everyone. Uncle Chen remained silent. Su Xing and Xiao Min snuggled together. Shi Tu grinned. Xiao Qi looked at him curiously. While individual abilities cannot guarantee everyone's safety, in this jungle, staying together at least increases the chances of survival. "Okay." Lin Mo held out his left hand. "Leave one for me too." Ah Kun gently pressed on the back of his hand, and a warm sensation surged forth, followed by the appearance of a silver-gray rune. A few seconds later, the rune's light faded, turning into a pale gray pattern that was almost imperceptible. "All right," Ah Kun said. 48 hours. If you want to extend it, contact me anytime." Lin Mo clenched his fist, vaguely feeling a faint connection linking him to this group of people. Wang Jian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come on, sit over there and tell me how you've been these past few days." Lin Mo recounted the sharp-toothed turtle, the silver-gray giant rabbit, the red-blooded centipede, fishing in the poisonous pool, the ash wolf, and the ghostly scale-poison lizard. Wang Jian was shocked. "You're really something, encountering so many dangerous situations all by yourself." Lin Mo asked. "And you? How did you run into them?" Wang Jian sighed. "When the wolf pack rushed into the camp, Xia Han and I had just reunited when we were spotted by several wolves. We ran in different directions. I lured away the two wolves, and she ran deeper into the woods. Later, I shook off the wolves and went back to look for her, but I couldn't find her anymore." His voice was low. "I hope she's still alive." Lin Mo didn't speak, but simply patted his shoulder. After wandering alone for 2 days, Wang Jian encountered Ah Kun and his group. The group, which originally consisted of more than a dozen people, was now reduced to just a few. "And you?" Wang Jian asked. "What are your plans next?" Lin Mo said, "I'll stay with you guys for a few days. Having a place to sleep at night is better than climbing a tree." Wang Jian smiled. As the sun began to set, Ah Kun stood up and called to everyone. "It's time to find a place to spend the night. Let's go, I know there's a cave ahead." The group packed their things and followed Ah Kun deeper into the jungle. Lin Mo walked at the back, glanced down at the faint brand on the back of his left hand, and then followed the others. Chapter 26, Talent Crystal. As night deepened, 8 people sat around a relatively flat open space with a small bonfire burning in the middle. The fire was small, only enough to illuminate a few meters around it, but in this dark jungle, that little light was the greatest comfort. Lin Mo leaned against a rock, slowly chewing a piece of dried meat in his hand. This is the prey that Su Xing and Xiao Min caught during the day, a small creature that looks like a rabbit but has scales. The meat is tough, but it can fill their stomachs. Wang Jian sat next to him, occasionally adding a few dry twigs to the fire. The others also found places to sit, some closing their eyes to rest, others talking quietly. "Has anyone noticed anything noteworthy today?" Ah Kun asked. He had a habit of having everyone exchange information during the evening gathering to facilitate the next day's operations. Stone spoke first. "I walked east for about an hour. There was a dry riverbed there with the skeletons of several ferocious beasts in it. They looked like they had been dead for a while. I didn't dare to linger and went around it." Su Xing said. "Xiao Min and I set 3 traps at the usual spot and caught 2. It's safe there for now, we can go back tomorrow." "Xiao Qi is young, but he has sharp eyes and is in charge of keeping watch," he said. "I climbed up the tree and saw that there seemed to be smoke in the woods to the north. I don't know if someone started a fire or what." "Smoke?" Wang Jian became alert. "Let's go check it out tomorrow, just in case it's another survivor. Everyone nodded. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before speaking. The direction I came from, about 2 hours from here, has a pack of ash wolves. The movements of the group froze simultaneously. Are you sure? Awakens asked. Confirmed. Lin Mo briefly recounted his encounter with the ash wolves. I killed one of them, but was chased by the pack for several miles. There were quite a few of them, at least a dozen, and they would call to each other. It's best to avoid that direction during the day. Awakens nodded and silently memorized the directions in his mind. Uncle Chin, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. I also have a discovery, but it's not about ferocious beasts. He pulled something out of his pocket, and by the light of the fire, everyone could see that it was an ember-shaped object the size of an egg, semi-transparent, with some faint patterns flowing inside. This is... Stone leaned closer to look. Uncle Chin passed the object around for everyone to see. Lin Mo took it and examined it carefully. It did resemble amber, but it was harder and had a warm, smooth feel. Inside, a silver-gray rune was sealed, shimmering slightly as if it were alive. The day before yesterday, I encountered an injured wild boar in the woods to the west, Uncle Chin said slowly. It wasn't big, but it had thick skin and tough flesh. It took me half an hour to kill it with my machete. After it died, it turned into a beam of light and tried to pounce on me. I thought it was a talent, so I waited for it to land. Everyone listened quietly. That light landed on my right arm. Uncle Chin rolled up his sleeve, revealing a prominent tattoo on his right arm, its lines bold and rugged, shaped like a warhammer. That's my pre-existing talent, immense strength. And guess what happened? He paused for a moment. As soon as the new light touched my arm, the giant strength tattoo suddenly became hot, as if it came to life and pushed the light outward. The two lights entangled on my arm for a while, and finally the new light was squeezed out and condensed into this crystal. Uncle Chin held up the amber-like object. That's it. Lin Mo took the crystal and examined it carefully. When he held it in his palm, he could feel an energy flowing inside, somewhat similar to the crystal cores he had absorbed, but not quite the same. You mean, Wang Jian frowned, that a person can have two talents? Not necessarily. Uncle Chin shook his head. I've been thinking about it for several days, and I think it might be a limitation of the body part. He pointed to his arm. Look, my original strength talent was in my right arm. The new light also fell on my right arm. Since it's the same part, it probably can't be stacked. He then pointed to his legs and feet. You've all seen tattoos on your legs, right? Like Shao Qi, who's incredibly fast, I've seen him with tattoos on his legs. There are also offensive tattoos, mostly on his hands. Defensive tattoos, some on his chest or back. Awakens pondered. So, different talents correspond to different body parts? One body part can only have one talent? It's possible, Uncle Chin said. But I'm not sure. After all, we've only seen so many people with special abilities, so the sample size isn't enough. Suddenly, Stone asked, Then what can your crystal do? Uncle Chin carefully put it away. I've tried it, and I feel it should be able to absorb, but my own great strength talent in the same part of my body will repel it. But I think someone with a different arm but no corresponding talent should be able to absorb it, since it's formed from talent. Maybe someone else can use it to gain talent? He looked at everyone and said, I'd like to trade this crystal for something else. It's from the arm area, so if anyone has crystals from other parts of the body, they can trade with me. Speed-related or support-related crystals are both fine. Everyone remained silent for a while, processing the information. Lin Mo looked down at his hands. Previously, I acquired the poisonous talent on the back of my arm, so a person can have more than two talent abilities. However, the talent tattoo on the back of my hand was later absorbed by the devouring talent, and has now merged together. His talent lay in the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen, surrounded by a dark red poisonous mist. If Uncle Chen's theory is correct, then his situation is extremely unique. All his talents were swallowed by the devouring talent and placed in the same location. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? He didn't know. But at least for now, He doesn't need to worry about the issue of body part conflict. Xiaoqi suddenly spoke up. Uncle Chen, if a person can only use one part of their body to unleash their talent, then if that part is full, will they no longer be able to obtain talent by killing ferocious beasts? Uncle Chen thought for a moment. It might turn into this kind of crystal. Or it might just disappear and the light dissipates. Su Xing interjected. Wouldn't that mean it's harder to acquire new talents as you progress? Each body part can only have one. Lin Mo didn't reveal that the talent on his arm had been devoured. He himself didn't fully understand the mechanism of talent devouring. Revealing it rashly might cause trouble. Akun steered the conversation back on track. Regardless, Uncle Chen's discovery is very important. In the future, whoever kills a ferocious beast and obtains a crystal should exchange them. Maybe we can find a talent that suits us. Everyone nodded. Next, Xiaoqi added a few more areas he thought might be inhabited by ferocious beasts. A swamp to the east where strange cries could be heard, a cliff to the south where he had seen huge birds circling, and a dark canyon to the west where he dared not approach. Akun wrote them down one by one. It's getting late, time to rest. The watch order tonight is Stone, first shift, Wang Jian, second shift, Akun, third shift, Lin Mo, fourth shift. Everyone else, go to sleep first. Lin Mo lay on the ground covered with dry grass, gazing at the dark night sky above. The brand on the back of my hand glowed faintly in the darkness, like a dim star. Uncle Chen's words kept replaying in his mind. Different body parts correspond to different talents. Each body part can only have one talent. And what about him? He touched the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The pattern, shrouded in dark red smoke, felt slightly warm beneath his skin. It contained the power of devouring, the power of toxins, and the power to continuously strengthen his physique by consuming the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. If he acquires new talents in the future, will they also be swallowed up? Will it be squeezed out and turned into a crystal, just like Uncle Chen said? He didn't know. But he had a vague feeling that his talent for devouring might be even more special than he had imagined. Chapter 27, Dual Talent Ability User. As dawn broke, everyone gradually woke up. The campfire had long since died out, leaving only a pile of ashes. Xiaoqi, having finished her last shift, was dozing off against a tree when she heard a noise. She immediately opened her eyes and alertly scanned her surroundings. It's nothing, he said. It's quite quiet in the latter half of the night. Akun got up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, What are everyone's plans for today? Are we going to do something together? Uncle Chen was the first to speak. I'm heading west. I haven't finished exploring the path I discovered yesterday. He patted the machete at his waist, nodded to the others, and disappeared into the jungle alone. As usual, Ajia and Xiaomin went to check the traps, while Xiaoqi planned to go with Akun. Stone thought for a moment, and said he would go to the north to see the plume of smoke. Lin Mo and Wang Jian are left. Shall we go together? Wang Jian asked. Lin Mo glanced at him, and nodded. The two had teamed up many times, and their synergy remained strong. Wang Jian's bristles were both durable and powerful, while Lin Mo's ranged attacks and poison provided excellent support. Dividing the spoils between the two was far more profitable than sharing them among the group. Walk. They chose the direction of the dry riverbed mentioned by the stone to the east. After walking for more than half an hour, the surrounding trees gradually thinned out, replaced by large areas of low shrubs and exposed rocks. A dry riverbed lay before us, its bottom covered with pebbles and withered yellow grass growing in the crevices. This is it. Wang Jian squatted down and examined the ground carefully. There are footprints. Lin Mo leaned closer. There were indeed several messy marks on the mud and sand, like the tracks left by some kind of multi-legged insect, extending all the way into the depths of the riverbed. The two exchanged a glance, gripped their weapons, and followed the footprints forward. The riverbed meandered, with steep earthen slopes on both sides. After walking for about a mile, the river suddenly opened up, forming a small, circular basin with a pool of murky water at the bottom. Beside the puddle lay a huge beetle. It is 1/2 meter tall, completely black, and has a metallic sheen. Its carapace is thick and sharp-edged, and it has a pair of curved mandibles on its head, resembling two scythes. Its 6 thick legs are deeply embedded in the mud, and it has a pair of folded elytra on its back, making it look like a tank covered in armor. Black beetle. It was drinking water and didn't notice anyone approaching. Lin Mo lowered his voice. How do we fight? Wang Jian observed for a while. Its skin is thick, your arrow probably won't be able to penetrate it. We need to find its weakness. The abdomen, Lin Mo said. Crustacean beasts usually have soft abdomens. Wang Jian nodded and gripped the spear tightly. He had long since replaced the spear with the steel plate attached to it. Now he held a spear that had fallen from the ferocious beast. I'll draw you in from the front, and you find an opportunity to shoot into my belly. Lin Mo took down his bow and drew the string. A golden arrow materialized, but he didn't shoot immediately. Instead, he activated his poison talent, coating the arrow with a dark purple poison mist. The arrow transformed from gold to purplish gold, its tip wreathed in a faint glow. Be careful, he said. Wang Jian grinned and activated his bristle talent. His body hair instantly hardened, standing on end like a layer of steel needle armor. He gripped the bone spear tightly and strode towards the black beetle. The beetle spotted him when he was 10 meters away. It raised its head, its 2 eyes fixed on Wang Jian's figure, and made a low squeak. With all 6 legs pushing off at the same time, its entire body charged towards him like a tank. Instead of retreating, Wang Jian advanced and charged forward. The man and the insect collided instantly. The beetle's mandibles bit down hard on Wang Jian, who dodged to the side. The bone spear struck its back with a clang, the tip grazing the carapace and leaving only a white mark. The beetle changed direction and its massive body slammed into Wang Jian. Wang Jian had no time to dodge and could only brace himself with his shoulder. Bang! He was knocked back several meters, his feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. But Bristle did a great job. When the beetle crashed into him, it was stung painfully by the steel needles and hissed angrily. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and shot an arrow. The purplish gold arrow struck the beetle's abdomen, but its carapace was too hard. The arrowhead only penetrated a small section, failing to hit any vital organs. The beetle, in pain, turned and charged towards Lin Mo. Hey! Over here! Wang Jian shouted, charging up from the side and stabbing the beetle in the leg with his spear. The beetle, attracted by him, turned towards him. Lin Mo quickly moved to a new position and fired another arrow. This time, he was lucky and hit the same spot where the previous arrow had struck. The second arrow penetrated even deeper. The beetle slowed down. The toxins are starting to take effect. But it still had the fighting power, charging madly at Wang Jian. Wang Jian was sent flying by its ramming, knocked to the ground several times, and then gritted his teeth and got up again. Although his bristles could defend himself, the force of the impact made his internal organs churn. Lin Mo, hurry up! He shouted. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and fired a third arrow. This time he used all his strength, aiming at the wound once again. The purplish gold arrow pierced through the armor and penetrated deep into the abdomen. The beetle let out a sharp screech, its body convulsing violently. The toxin spread rapidly, its movements grew slower and slower, and its 6 legs began to weaken. Trap it! Lin Mo shouted. Wang Jian rushed forward, grabbed one of the beetle's hind legs, and clung to it like a koala. The beetle tried to shake him off, but its strength waned, and after a few struggles, it finally collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo put away his bow, drew the 3-edged dagger with bone spurs from his waist, coated it with poison, and rushed forward. The beetle was still panting, its compound eyes fixed on him, but it was too weak to resist. Lin Mo aimed at the junction of its head and chest, where there was a tiny gap. The bone spur pierced deep, penetrating its central nervous system. The beetle twitched a few times, then became completely still. The two waited for a long time, but the corpse did not glow. It's either a weapon type nor a talent type. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and used the bone spike to pry open the beetle's head. After rummaging around inside for a while, he pulled out a fist-sized crystal core, dark and shiny with a metallic luster. He handed the crystal nucleus to Wang Jian. Wang Jian took it, then paused, stunned. For me? You did the most work, Lin Mo said. You got hit so many times, it's your turn to take the reward. Wang Jian didn't stand on ceremony, holding it in his hand and absorbing it using his talent. The crystal core transformed into energy that flowed into his body, and he let out a long breath, his complexion looking much better. Lin Mo then targeted the beetle's corpse and began to devour it. A flash of light, and the giant beetle transformed into energy, and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, he felt a distinct sense of heaviness. Just like when he devoured the sharp-toothed turtle, the energy flowed through his skin, reaching every inch of his body. His skin tightened and thickened, as if he were wearing an invisible layer of armor. It lasted for more than a minute before the energy dissipated. Lin Mo looked down at his hands, pinched them hard with his nails, but it didn't hurt. He patted his chest, making dull thuds, clearly showing that his ability to withstand blows had been strengthened. The two inspected the battlefield, made sure nothing was missed, and then turned to leave. In the afternoon, the two searched again but did not find a suitable target. Instead, they encountered a huge, ferocious bird circling overhead, which frightened them so much that they lay down in the grass and dared not move. After the giant bird flew away, the two waited for a while before quickly leaving the area and continuing their journey back. By the time we returned to the meeting point, the sun was already setting. The others had also gradually returned. Su Xing and Xiao Min had a good haul, carrying two prey. Shi Tu discovered that the smoke to the north wasn't from people, but from a burning patch of dead wood, likely caused by a lightning strike. Xiaoqi and Akun didn't get anything. Only Uncle Chen hasn't returned yet. As darkness fell, the group grew somewhat worried. Akun activated his talent, sensing Uncle Chen's mark. After a while, he opened his eyes. Still alive, moving, heading back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After another 15 minutes, Uncle Chen finally appeared in the woods. He walked with a limp, his clothes were stained with blood, but he had a smile on his face. What's wrong? Su Xing went to greet him. Did you find something good? Uncle Chen didn't say anything, but simply rolled up the sleeve of his left hand. The crowd gathered around and, by the light of the fire, saw a brand new tattoo on his left forearm. The tattoo lines were sharp, like a piercing arrow or a spearhead that could cut through everything, gleaming with a faint blue light. A talent! Stone exclaimed. You've gained another talent? Uncle Chen smiled and nodded, raising his left hand for everyone to see clearly. I was lucky today. I encountered an injured giant antler deer. That thing ran incredibly fast, but its hind leg was bitten by some ferocious beast, which gave me the advantage. It took me almost an hour to kill it, and after it died, it turned into a beam of light and landed on my left hand. He clenched his fist and activated the new tattoo. He suddenly swung his left hand, a bluish aura emanating from his fist, carrying a sharp, menacing aura. He picked up a fist-sized rock and slammed it down. Click! The stone shattered with a snap, the cracks as clean as if it had been cleaved by a knife. This talent is called armor penetration, Uncle Chen said excitedly. It carries a strong armor-piercing power when attacking, so it should be especially effective against those tough-skinned beasts. Wang Jian leaned closer to examine it closely. Don't you already have the great strength talent in your left and right hands? Don't the two talents conflict? Uncle Chen shook his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. At first I was worried about a conflict, but when that light came down, the giant tattoo on my right hand didn't react at all. Later I realized that the left and right hands are different parts of the body. He pointed to the Warhammer tattoo on his right hand and then to the armor-piercing tattoo on his left hand. It seems that a person can have multiple talents, as long as the locations are different. The right hand is the right hand, and the left hand is the left hand, and they do not interfere with each other. Akun pondered. If I also gain talent in legs, should that add to my abilities too? It should be. Uncle Chen nodded. But if another one comes from the same spot, it might turn into a crystal like last time. Everyone looked at the two tattoos on Uncle Chen's hands, their eyes filled with envy and contemplation. Lin Mo looked down at the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen, then at his empty arms. His situation is more unique. All his talents are concentrated in his abdomen, absorbed by the devouring talent. If Uncle Chen's theory holds true, then is his abdomen considered a body part? Or, due to the peculiarity of the devouring talent, can it be infinitely stacked? He didn't know. But he had a vague feeling that his path was different from others. Shao-Chi whispered from the side. Uncle Chen, your left hand has armor penetration and your right hand has immense strength, so when you fight, do you use both hands at the same time, with both great strength and armor penetration? Uncle Chen laughed heartily. That's right. Next time I encounter a tough opponent, I'll take it down with both hands. However, it doesn't necessarily have to be done with both hands at once. The power to pierce armor doesn't necessarily have to be used with the left hand. Everyone laughed. The campfire crackled, illuminating tired but hopeful faces. As night deepened, everyone took turns keeping watch, and then rested. Chapter 28, Bloodthirsty Mosquito Swarm. Lin Mo! Wang Jian! Wake up! It was Shao-Chi's voice, lowered to a whisper, but urgent as if her eyebrows were on fire. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, his hand already reaching for the bone spur beside him. In the darkness, he couldn't see Shao-Chi's face clearly, only a blurry outline crouching beside him, breathing rapidly. What's going on? There's a sound. Shao-Chi's voice trembled. A buzzing sound, lots of it, getting closer and closer. Lin Mo rolled over and got up, kicking Wang Jian beside him at the same time. Wang Jian was also a veteran, and instantly sobered up, gripping the bone spear tightly. Everyone wake up! Lin Mo shouted in a low voice. Su Xing, Xiaomin, Shi Tzu, and A Kun were woken up one after another. Uncle Chen was the last to open his eyes, but as soon as he opened them, he gripped the machete tightly, the two tattoos on his hands faintly glowing in the darkness. The crowd formed a circle, held their breath, and strained to listen. Buzz. It is very light and very far away, but it does exist. Buzz. We're closer now. Buzzing. The sound grew louder and more frequent, like countless miniature fighter jets approaching. By the dim light of the dying campfire, Lin Mo finally saw clearly. Mosquito. No, these weren't ordinary mosquitoes. Each one was the size of a watermelon, dark red all over, its wings flapping rapidly with a piercing buzz. Their mouthparts resembled long, thin needles, gleaming with a cold, eerie light in the firelight. A dozen, then 20, and the number is still increasing. A swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Ah Kun's face turned ashen. It's a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. I've heard people say that these things come out in swarms and will suck the life out of anything they encounter. The buzzing sound was deafening. Form a circle! Wang Jian roared. Back to back. Don't let them attack from behind. The group quickly formed a circle back to back. Lin Mo gripped the bone spikes, Wang Jian gripped the bone spear, Uncle Chen held a cleaver in both hands, Su Xing and Xiaomin each held a sharpened wooden stick, Shi Tzu crossed his arms to harden his skin, and Shao-Chi protected A Kun in the middle. A Kun's marked talent made him almost powerless in combat, and he could only be protected. A swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes has arrived. The first one swooped down, its target the awakening. The stick pierced the mosquito's body, leaving only a small scratch. The mosquito twisted its body and lunged at Ajia's face with its proboscis. Watch out! Xiaomin screamed and swung a stick at it, deflecting the mosquito's direction. The mosquito's mouthparts grazed Ajia's ear as it flew past. More mosquitoes swarmed down. Lin Mo swung his bone spike, piercing the abdomen of a mosquito, green blood splattering all over his face. The mosquito screamed and fell, but was immediately overwhelmed by the mosquitoes behind it, who were devouring their own kind. It even attacks its own kind! Wang Jian shouted. Don't let them get close! A mosquito broke through the defenses and lunged at Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo dodged to the side, the bony spike slicing across its wing. The mosquito lost its balance, crashed to the ground, and was pinned to death by Wang Jian's spear. But there are too many. The encirclement was broken. Several bloodthirsty mosquitoes swarmed towards Xiaomin. Su Xing rushed forward to block them, and the two of them were knocked to the ground. Stone wanted to help, but 3 or 4 mosquitoes surrounded him. Their needle-like mouthparts pierced his hardened skin but couldn't penetrate. The huge impact made him stagger backward. Uncle Chen unleashed both fists simultaneously, combining his immense strength and armor-piercing talents, striking down mosquitoes one by one, causing their juices to splatter everywhere. But there were too many mosquitoes, and his arms and back were already covered in bites, bleeding profusely. "Run! Split up and run!" Akuin shouted into the crowd. "Don't stay together. Run in different directions. This is the only way." Xiaoqi picked up a kun on her back and ran away. He was fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the woods. A few mosquitoes gave chase, but quickly vanished into the darkness. Su Xing pulled Xiaomin up, and the two of them supported each other as they ran in another direction. After the stone broke, it withstood the onslaught of several mosquitoes and only turned and ran after Ajia and Xiaomin had run far away. Uncle Chen fought and retreated simultaneously. His fists swung like windmills, carving a path through the enemy lines. Lin Mo and Wang Jian did not separate. Back to back, they fought and retreated in the same direction. 9 bloodthirsty mosquitoes chased after them, their buzzing deafening. "Run!" Wang Jian shouted. The two turned and ran. Lin Mo's speed was much faster than before, allowing him to devour the silver-gray giant rabbit's achievements. Wang Jian wasn't slow either, after all, he was a soldier. But the mosquito was faster, catching up with the flap of its wings. A mosquito's proboscis pierced Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo felt the wind and suddenly turned to the side. The mouthparts grazed his side, tearing his clothes and leaving a bloody mark on his skin. It hadn't penetrated the skin, it was just a scratch. Wang Jian's bristles played a crucial role. Those needle-like hairs prevented mosquitoes from getting a bite. Several mosquitoes tried to sting him, but were all stung and ended up with mouths full of blood. But they didn't give up, swarming around him and attacking relentlessly, the enormous impact sending him staggering from side to side. "Run to open ground!" Lin Mo shouted. The two ran out into a relatively open clearing in the woods. The trees were sparse here, offering good visibility and making it ideal for a counterattack. Lin Mo turned around and fired an arrow. A purple-gold arrow pierced the air and struck a mosquito in the abdomen. The venom was injected, and the mosquito screamed as it fell. He didn't stop. He fired a second arrow, a third, in quick succession. Wang Jian turned and retaliated. His bone spear swept across, knocking away 2 vertical spikes and piercing one. His bristles allowed him to ignore the mosquito's attacks and focus on dealing damage. The two worked together, fighting and retreating simultaneously. 8 mosquitoes, one by one, the number dwindled. 7, 6, 5. But Lin Mo also had 2 more wounds. A mosquito had taken advantage of a gap in his shooting to successfully attack him from behind, its proboscis piercing his back, causing him to almost cry out in pain. The other mosquito had stuck in his left arm, and blood immediately gushed out uncontrollably. The wounds looked as if they had been torn open, and blood kept flowing. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and endured it, continuing to shoot arrows. Finally, the last mosquito was pinned to the ground by Wang Jian's spear. It twitched a few times and then lay still. All 8 bloodthirsty mosquitoes died. Lin Mo plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. His back and arms were still bleeding, and he could feel his strength draining away. Just then, the corpse of one of the mosquitoes suddenly glowed. A pale red glow emanated from inside the corpse, growing brighter and brighter. A few seconds later, the glow suddenly contracted, and the mosquito vanished. A pale red mist appeared on the ground, writhing in the air as if it were alive, before suddenly lunging towards Wang Jian. Wang Jian had no time to dodge. The ball of light and mist crashed into his left hand. He looked down and saw a new tattoo on the back of his left hand, a blood-red fang pattern, ferocious and sharp, still faintly glowing. "A new talent?" Lin Mo asked, panting. Wang Jian stared blankly at the tattoo, and after a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He activated his talent, and a layer of blood-red aura appeared on his left fist. Blood Fang's tear, he said, which can worsen a wound, cause it to bleed uncontrollably, and make it difficult to heal. Lin Mo recalled the 2 bleeding wounds on his body and suddenly realized that the mosquito's attacks had this tearing effect. Wang Jian squatted down, used a knife to cut open the heads of the mosquitoes, and dug out the crystal cores one by one. There were 8 dark red crystal cores in total, each the size of a pigeon egg, gleaming with a faint blood-red light. He counted out 2 and put them in his pocket, then handed the remaining 6 to Lin Mo. Take it. Lin Mo accepted it without hesitation. He gripped a crystal core tightly, and used his devouring talent to absorb it. The crystal core transformed into energy that flowed into his body, replenishing his energy reserves. Then came the second, and the third. After absorbing all 6 crystal cores, he felt his energy replenished. Then he opened his mouth, aimed at the mosquito corpses on the ground, and began to devour them. One after another, all 8 bloodthirsty mosquitoes transformed into energy, and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, Lin Mo felt an itch at his wounds. He looked down and saw that the wounds on his back and arms were healing at a visible speed. The bleeding had stopped, the wounds were closing up, and soon only a few faint red marks remained. Your talent can also heal injuries? Wang Jian asked in surprise. We haven't figured out exactly how the devouring talent works yet, Lin Mo said. It's possible that the flesh and blood of these mosquitoes themselves have a hemostatic effect. Wang Jian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The 2 inspected the battlefield, made sure nothing was missed, and quickly left. They dared not linger. Blood-sucking mosquitoes swarm in groups. These 9 were dead, and they didn't know if more were on their way. The 2 groped their way through the jungle in the dark, and after walking for most of the hour, they finally found a hidden crevice in the rocks and crawled inside. The crevice was very narrow, only wide enough for 2 people to squeeze together. But it was safe. The entrance was blocked by a large rock and was completely invisible from the outside. Lin Mo leaned against the stone wall and let out a long breath. Wang Jian, standing to the side, stared at the blood-red Fang tattoo on his left hand and suddenly laughed. Another talent I've discovered, he said. With this kind of luck, shouldn't I buy a lottery ticket? Lin Mo laughed too. Where would you get lottery tickets from in this place? The 2 remained silent for a while. Wang Jian's smile faded, and he said in a low voice, I wonder how the others are doing. Lin Mo didn't speak. Su Xing, Xiaomin, Shizu, Uncle Chen, Xiao Qi, and Akun, 8 people in total, were scattered by a swarm of mosquitoes and fled in different directions. Did they survive? Did they find a safe place? He didn't know. But he knew that as long as he was alive, there was still hope. He touched the brand on the back of his hand. The silver-gray mark shimmered faintly in the darkness. Akun is still alive. The mark remains. Chapter 29, The Realm of 10,000 Marks. Lin Mo opened his eyes. A pale gray light was already filtering through the cracks in the rock. Dawn had broken. The silver-gray brand on the back of my hand was slightly warm, as if someone was gently pressing it with their fingers. He channeled his internal energy to envelop the brand, and the next second, Akun's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Mo? Can you receive this? Yes, Lin Mo murmured to himself. The communication method of this brand was peculiar. It wasn't real sound, but a transmission of thoughts that went directly to the mind. That's great! Akun's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Where are you guys? Are you alright? Lin Mo briefly explained where they had been hiding last night. Akun was silent for a few seconds, probably sensing the location of the brand. It's not too far from me, about half an hour's walk southeast, Akun said. I've also contacted the others, and they're all still alive. Su Xing and Xiao Min suffered minor injuries, and Shizu and Uncle Chen are on their way. You guys come too, I've made a major discovery. What discovery? We'll talk when you get here, Akun said, keeping everyone in suspense. I guarantee you'll be in for a big surprise. From the other side of the brand, Xiao Qi's excited voice came. Brother Lin Mo, we found a cave. Inside. Akun interrupted him. You talk too much. Let's wait until everyone is here before we talk. Communication was lost. Lin Mo put away his energy and woke up Wang Jian, who was standing next to him. Akun has made a discovery. Everyone, gather together. The two crawled out of the crevice, determined their direction, and headed southeast. After walking for about half an hour, the terrain ahead gradually rose, revealing a continuous range of low hills. Akun's guidance became clearer and clearer, eventually leading them to a secluded mountain valley. Here! She peeked out from an inconspicuous crevice in the rock and waved to them. The crevice was mostly hidden by vines, and the entrance was not easily noticeable without careful observation. Lin Mo and Wang Jian crawled inside. Behind the crevice was a narrow passage that extended diagonally downwards. After walking for more than 10 meters, a cave several tens of square meters in size suddenly appeared before them. There are already people in the cave. Stone and Uncle Chin arrived first, and were resting against a large rock. Akun stood in the center of the cave, holding a scroll in his hands. Xiaoqi followed them in, a smile that she couldn't hide on her face. Aren't Su Xing and Xiaomin here yet? Wang Jian asked. It'll be soon, Akun said. I can sense them moving. Let's wait a little longer. Everyone waited patiently. Lin Mo surveyed the cave. The walls were dry, the floor was flat, and there was some dry grass and branches in the corners, indicating that someone had once lived there. The most striking feature is the depths of the cave, where there seems to be a passageway, but it's pitch black and impossible to see clearly. How did you find this hole? Uncle Chin asked. Xiaoqi eagerly answered. Last night we were being chased by mosquitoes, and as we ran, we saw this mountain. I carried a kun around looking for a hiding place, and we found this crevice in the rocks. When we crawled in, we were surprised to see how big it was. Akun nodded. After we came in, we found that this place doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Half an hour later, Su Xing and Xiaomin arrived. They did have some injuries, but they weren't serious and had been simply bandaged. Everyone's here, Akun said, holding up the roll in his hand. I'll show you something. He unfolded the scroll and laid it on a flat stone. It is a map. It's made of leather, about half a meter square, with some damage to the edges, but overall it's still quite clear. The map shows the outlines of several islands, of varying sizes, scattered across a sea. Next to the islands lies a larger landmass with a long coastline extending inland, marked by mountains and rivers. What's most shocking is that the text marked on the map is in Chinese. Black Reef Island, Snake Scale Island, Dragon Bone Beach. Wang Jian read aloud one by one, his voice growing increasingly shocked. This other world is called the World of 10,000 Marks. Everyone was stunned. Lin Mo stared at the map, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Chinese text annotation. Does the world even have Chinese? Look here. Akun pointed to a line of small print on the edge of the map. The print was a little blurry, but still legible. Hand-drawn map by the New Island Exploration Team. Exploration Team. These words exploded in everyone's heart like a thunderclap. Someone came before, Uncle Chin said slowly. Not our group, but someone from earlier. Stone scratched his head. Could it be that a ship we sailed through here before? Possibly, Akun said. Su Xing asked softly. Are these people still alive? No one answered him. Stone scratched his head. Is this island on the map? Akun's finger moved across the map, finally stopping at the edge of a certain area of sea, an outline slightly larger than the surrounding islands, with two words marked next to it. This island has not been explored. But right next to those two words, someone drew a heavy circle with a pen, and inside the circle was a question mark. This is... Ijia leaned closer to take a look. Akun took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, the location of this circle is the island we're on. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. The New Island Exploration Team came here. They discovered the island and sent people to explore it. Then, Akun rolled up the map and walked deeper into the cave. Follow me. The others followed. The cave stretched deeper and deeper, growing increasingly dark. She lit a torch, its orange light illuminating the narrow passage. After walking about 20 or 30 meters, a larger space appeared at the end of the passage, resembling the main chamber of the cave. A putrid stench hit me. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, peering inside by the light of the fire. In the corner there was a corpse. No, they are skeletons. The skeleton leaned against the cave wall, clad in tattered armor. The flesh had long since rotted away, leaving only pale, withered bones, with bits of dried flesh still clinging to them, emitting a nauseating stench. Beside the skeleton lay a few items, a broken sword, a tattered leather bag, and some unrecognizable fragments. Awakens pointed to the skeleton. The map was found on this person. Lin Mo took a few steps closer and carefully observed the stench, enduring the foul smell. Although the armor was damaged, its fine craftsmanship was evident, indicating it was no ordinary item. The broken sword was also made of a special material, unlike ordinary iron, and had a faint bluish luster. The bag was empty, but there were signs that it had been rummaged through, meaning Awakens and his group had taken things out. Wang Jian frowned as he looked at the corpse and said, "This person has been dead for at least a while. Judging from the degree of decomposition, it's been at least several months." "A few months?" Uncle Chen shook his head. "This place is damp, it rots quickly. I think it's more than that, probably over a year." Awakens said, "No matter how long he's been dead, the important thing is that he wasn't in our batch." Everyone fell silent. Xiaomin whispered, "Does that mean there are other people in this world besides us? Maybe even human cities?" Lin Mo stared at the skeleton, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. They were pioneers. Long before them, others had come to this world, even forming new island exploration teams, specifically to explore unknown islands. They drew maps, marked the danger zones, and left these traces. But they died too. To die on this island, to die somewhere far from the mainland. Awakens unfolded the map again, pointing to the continent called 10,000 Marks Realm. If this place really exists, if there are human settlements there, then we can find the real safe zone. Wang Jian continued. Hope ignited in everyone's eyes. But Lin Mo knew how distant that hope was. They couldn't even leave this sea area, and they hadn't even figured out how to get to the mainland. Getting there was easier said than done. "Keep the map safe for now," he said. "That's for later. Right now, we need to survive, get stronger, and figure out how to navigate this island." Awakens nodded, carefully rolled up the map, and put it into his backpack. The group took one last look at the skeleton before turning and leaving. Once out of the passage and back in the main cave, the stench had finally faded. Awakens said, "This cave is very secluded, and there's a water source nearby. We can use this as our base from now on. It's much safer than sleeping outdoors." Everyone agreed. Lin Mo found a corner to sit down, still thinking about the map. The world of myriad traces. New island exploration team. Where did those pioneers come from? How did they come into this world? What exactly is on that continent? I need to become stronger to survive. Then, find that continent. Chapter 30, The Crimson Python. The following week was more peaceful than before. During the day, everyone goes out hunting in teams or alone, and at night they return to this secluded cave to rest. They took turns keeping watch and looking out for each other. Although it was simple, at least they didn't have to worry about being attacked by ferocious beasts while they were asleep. Lin Mo hunted down many ferocious beasts this week. A reptile resembling a pangolin, with hard scales, whose skin defense was further enhanced after devouring something, 2 venomous snakes, whose venom talent became more refined, several speed-type small beasts, which further increased his running speed, and something resembling a wild boar but with tusks, whose strength increased significantly. He felt he was getting stronger every day. But as he grew stronger, he also became more aware of the dangers of this world, which were far beyond what he could handle at the moment. That night, it was Su Xing's turn to keep watch. He is the kind of person who doesn't talk much but is very reliable. He and Xiaomin are inseparable. They were together before they transmigrated to this other world and have supported each other to this day. Lin Mo lay on the hay, half asleep, when he suddenly heard a sharp screech. Immediately following was Su Xing's startled cry. "Something's wrong! Everyone wake up!" Lin Mo suddenly rolled over and sat up, gripping the bone spike beside him tightly. The others also woke up with a start, and the cave instantly descended into chaos. In the flickering firelight, Lin Mo could clearly see the situation at the cave entrance. A giant python blocked the exit. Its entire body was crimson, and its scales gleamed with a bloody sheen in the firelight. Its head was as thick as a bucket, and it was poking into the cave, its two vertical pupils fixed on the person inside. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing more than two venomous fangs. Its upper and lower jaws had 2 rows of sharp teeth, densely packed, like a meat grinder. The tail protruded and was not clearly visible, but 2 rows of backward-pointing spikes could be vaguely seen at the tip, gleaming with a cold, eerie light. "This is a giant, crimson python." "Back off! Everyone back off!" Wang Jian shouted, activating his bristle talent at the same time, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as he gripped his bone spear and stood at the forefront. Shi Tu rushed forward, his arms crossed, his skin instantly hardening. Su Xing pulled Xiaomin back, his eyes fixed on the giant python, his whole body trembling not from fear, but from anger. He neglected his duty on night watch, allowing the creature to reach the entrance of the cave. The giant python moved. It opened its mouth wide, and a stream of foul-smelling venom sprayed towards the crowd. "Get out of the way!" Uncle Chen shoved Xiaoqi aside and rolled to the side himself. The venom landed on the ground, hissing and smoking, instantly corroding several pits. Wang Jian and Shi Tu seized the opportunity to rush forward. Shi Tu slammed his fist into the giant python. The hardened fist was like an iron hammer, causing the python to stagger. Wang Jian's bone spear followed closely behind, piercing the gaps in the scales and drawing out a stream of scarlet blood. The python, in pain, lashed out with its tail. The tail tip had 2 rows of barbs, like a long, thorny whip. Lin Mo dodged to the side, but Xiaoqi was a little too slow and the tail grazed her shoulder, tearing her clothes and drawing blood. "Xiaoqi! Step back!" Lin Mo shouted, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at the giant python. The purplish gold arrow struck the giant python's body, the arrowhead piercing through its scales and embedding itself halfway in. The python shuddered, but did not fall. Its venom resistance was very high. Lin Mo's poison could only cause ulceration around the wound, but it could not kill the python. Another spray of venom came. This time, the target was Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen didn't have time to dodge and swung his machete to slap away the venom. The venom was dispersed, but the splashed liquid landed on his arm, hissing and corroding several blood blisters. He gritted his teeth and refused to back down, continuing to punch the giant python. The scene was chaotic. Wang Jian and Shi Tu stood in front, using their bodies to withstand the giant python's impacts and bites. Wang Jian's bristles prevented the giant python from getting a bite, but the impacts sent his blood surging. His hardened skin could withstand the bites, but the python's tail lashed out at his back, leaving a bloody welt. Lin Mo fired arrows repeatedly, each one hitting the giant python, but the wounds seemed to be minor and not fatal to it. Uncle Chen swung his fist, the force of which pierced the armor, leaving cracks on the giant python's scales, but it was still far from hitting its vital points. Xiaoqi clutched his wound and moved quickly around, looking for an opportunity to attack. But his weapon was too rudimentary and couldn't hurt the giant python at all. Just then, the giant python's tail suddenly swept across, its target neither Wang Jian nor Shi Tu, but Su Xing, who was a little further away. Su Xing was caught off guard and was struck hard by the tail, flying through the air and crashing into the cave wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Wake up!" Xiaomin screamed. The giant python turned its head, opened its huge mouth, and bit at Su Xing, who was lying on the ground. Xiaomin did not hesitate. She rushed forward and stood in front of Su Xing. The giant python closed its massive jaws and bit her. No! The screams of the awakened were heart-wrenching. He watched helplessly as Xiaomin was bitten by the giant python, as the dense teeth pierced her body, and as her blood gushed out. But before she died, Xiaomin used her last strength to plunge the sharpened spear in her hand into the giant python's throat. The spear pierced the giant python's throat and emerged from the other side. The python, in pain, violently shook its head, sending Xiaomin flying. She crashed into the cave wall and never got up again. Su Xing roared angrily, his eyes red. His body began to change. His fingernails suddenly lengthened, turning into sharp claws like those of a wild beast. Veins bulged under his skin, and he resembled a crazed wild animal. He lunged at the giant python. The claws frantically tore at the scales on the giant python's back. 1, 2, 3 times, the scales were ripped open, and the flesh was torn apart. He completely disregarded his own safety, and only wanted to kill the thing. Enraged by the attack from behind, the giant python turned and bit at him. He took a bite out of Su Xing's lower body. Blood splattered. Su Xing screamed in agony, but the attack continued unabated, the sharp claws tearing and clawing the giant python's back until it was a bloody mess. Awaken! Wang Jian's eyes were red as he grabbed the giant python's tail, its bristles digging deep into his flesh. The python writhed violently in pain, but couldn't shake him off. Shirtu rushed forward, grabbed the giant python's body, and held it tightly with his hardened arms. Uncle Chen rushed to the giant python's 7-inch spot, unleashing both fists with immense force and armor-piercing power, striking the same spot with each punch. The scales shattered with a snap. Snap! A bloody mess. Crack! The bones split open. Lin Mo drew back the bow, using all his strength to aim at the giant python's scarlet eye. The purple-gold arrow shot through the air. It pierces through the eyeball. It pierced the brain. The python's body tensed suddenly, then convulsed violently, and finally slumped limply to the ground, motionless. The cave fell silent. There were only heavy breathing sounds and occasional groans. Lin Mo put down the bow and walked towards Su Xing. Su Xing lay on the ground, his lower body a bloody mess, barely recognizable as human. He was still breathing, his eyes fixed on Xiaomin's direction, his lips moving but no sound coming out. Uncle Chen squatted down and took his hand. The awakened eyes slowly lost focus, and finally stopped moving. Xiaomin lay in the corner on the other side, with several bloody holes in her body, and had long since stopped breathing. Everyone fell silent. Shirtu bowed his head, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Wang Jian leaned against the cave wall, panting heavily, his eyes red-rimmed. Xiaoqi huddled in the corner, trembling all over. Akun closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Lin Mo stood there, looking at the two corpses, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. They had dinner together yesterday. Xiaomin even smiled and wiped Su Xing's sweat. Su Xing, however, kept a straight face and told her to stop fooling around. They're all gone now. The giant python's corpse did not glow, nor did it transform into a weapon or a talent. It was just a corpse. Akun silently walked over, used a knife to cut open the giant python's head, and dug out a fist-sized, crimson crystal core. He walked up to Uncle Chen and handed him the crystal core. "I'll reply," he said. Uncle Chen took it and absorbed it in his palm. The crystal core transformed into energy that flowed into his body, and some of his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Mo walked over and looked at the giant python's corpse. "This snake," he paused. "I have a use for it." Akun looked at him. Lin Mo said vaguely, "My talent allows me to devour ferocious beasts to restore my strength. I used up too much energy just now and need to replenish it." He didn't tell the whole truth. But in the current situation, nobody's in the mood to ask further. Akun nodded. Lin Mo cut off a large piece of snake meat and handed it to Akun. "Let's share this." Then he opened his mouth, aimed at the giant python's corpse, and began to devour it. A crimson light flashed, and the enormous python transformed into energy and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, Lin Mo felt two distinct changes. The poison tattoo on his abdomen churned violently, and the swirling dark red smoke became thicker and darker, faintly revealing a blood-red sheen. He could feel that his toxins had become more potent and deadly than before. At the same time, a powerful and immense force surged into his limbs and bones. This was the giant python's own strength. His strength was increasing, and his muscles were expanding, more noticeably than when he devoured any ferocious beast. The energy subsided after a full 2 minutes. Lin Mo clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. It's stronger. It's gotten stronger again. But he felt no joy whatsoever. He turned around and looked at the crowd. No one spoke. Stone and Uncle Chen silently dug a hole and buried Su Xing and Xiao Min deep in the cave. There were no tombstones, no ceremony, just 2 mounds of fresh earth. Wang Jian sat in the corner, staring blankly at the ground. Xiao Qi was curled up, her face buried in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. Akun leaned against the cave wall, his eyes closed, lost in thought. Lin Mo walked to the cave entrance, and looked out at the pitch-black night. The campfire crackled behind him, illuminating his silent silhouette. No one slept that night. They sat around the fire until dawn. Chapter 31: The Origin of Mimicry. Lin Mo leaned against the cave wall. Having not slept all night, his eyes were a little sore. The others remained silent as well, no one spoke. Akun was the first to stand up and dust himself off. Wang Jian, are you coming with me today? He asked, his voice lower than usual. Wang Jian nodded and silently picked up the bone spear. Shirtu and Uncle Chen exchanged a glance, and Shirtu said, Let's go together and head to the woods to the east. Uncle Chen didn't speak, he just nodded. The 2 tattoos on his hands glowed faintly in the morning light, clearly indicating that he was also silently gathering strength. Xiao Qi was still curled up in the corner, his shoulders trembling slightly. Last night's events had a huge impact on him. After all, he was only 15 or 16. Akun walked over and patted him on the shoulder. You're staying with me today, don't go far. Xiaoqi looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, but she still nodded. Lin Mo stood up, hunched his back, and fastened the bone spur. I'll go alone, he said. Akun glanced at him, didn't ask any questions, and just nodded. Be careful. Be back before dark. Lin Mo stepped out of the cave. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the forest. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, and strode into the woods. Last night's events made him realize more clearly that in this world, no one can guarantee absolute safety. Su Xing and Xiao Min have worked together seamlessly, supporting each other all the way to where they are now. Don't they have talent? Yes, they do. And they're both more careful and cautious than Lin Mo and the others. But so what? One giant python, 2 lives. To survive, you have to become stronger. Strong enough to handle any danger. Lin Mo gripped the bone spur tightly and quickened his pace. In one morning, he hunted 2 ferocious beasts. The first one was a horned rabbit, smaller than the previous silver-gray giant rabbit, but it was still quite fast. Lin Mo's archery skills have greatly improved. He shot an arrow into its hind leg from 30 meters away and then chased after it to finish it off with a stab. The horned rabbit didn't drop anything. It was just an ordinary corpse. He devoured it directly, feeling his legs become lighter again. The second one was an acid-spraying flying ant, as big as a wash basin, capable of spraying corrosive acid. Lin Mo shot its wing with a poison arrow, and finished it off with bone spikes after it landed. It didn't fall off either. After swallowing it, I felt that the toxic power in my body had become a little purer. Unfortunately, nothing fell. Lin Mo wasn't disappointed. Weapons and talents are rare and hard to come by. Most ferocious beasts are just ordinary corpses, providing crystal cores and flesh. Enhancing his physique was already quite good. As the sun rose directly overhead, Lin Mo found a large rock and prepared to sit down and rest. The rock was about half a person's height, its surface grayish-white, covered with mottled patterns, looking no different from the surrounding rocks. Lin Mo walked over, just about to sit down. Suddenly the stone spewed out a puff of pale purple smoke. Lin Mo's pupils contracted, and he instinctively retreated. But the smoke spread too quickly, and he inhaled a small amount. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his stomach churned, and he felt nauseous. But he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay upright. The toxin resistance played a role. The dizziness came and went quickly, lessening considerably within seconds. Lin Mo shook his head, staring intently at the stone. The stone moved. It slowly unfolded, revealing its true form. It was a giant moth. With a wingspan of 2 meters, the main body is grayish-white, and the edges of the wings are light purple, covered with intricate patterns. The most bizarre thing is that the patterns seem to be alive, constantly changing, adjusting their colors and patterns according to the surrounding environment. When it was lying on the rock just now, its wings perfectly mimicked the texture of the rock, making it impossible to tell the difference between real and fake. This is a 1,000-faced, illusionary moth. The moth seemed somewhat surprised that the poison powder had no effect. With a flap of its wings, its body suddenly twisted and deformed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a gray rabbit, squatting on the ground, exactly like the horned rabbit from before. Lin Mo was taken aback. But he reacted extremely quickly, instantly pulling out a bone spur from his waist, coating it with poison, and stabbing it at the rabbit. The rabbit, transformed from the demonic moth, nimbly leaped away, but Lin Mo's bone spurs followed closely. A second spur, a third spur, in quick succession. The rabbit dodged left and right, but finally it was a step too slow, and the bone spur pierced its abdomen. A dark purple toxin was injected. The moth let out a sharp screech, its body contorting violently as it transformed from its rabbit form back into its original form. Foul-smelling, venomous blood gushed from its wounds as it struggled to spread its wings, attempting to fly away. Lin Mo couldn't let it get away. He put away the bone spikes, took out his bow, drew the string, and fired an arrow. A purple-gold arrow pierced the moth's left wing, leaving a large hole. The moth tilted to one side, but continued to fly, swerving erratically into the depths of the jungle. Lin Mo took off, chasing him much faster than before, closely following behind the moth, shooting as he went. The second arrow struck the right wing. The third arrow struck the abdomen. The demonic moth finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo rushed over and finished it off with a bone spike. The corpse lay on the ground and began to glow. A pale purple light emanated from its body, growing brighter and brighter. Lin Mo took a step back, staring at the light. A few seconds later, the light suddenly contracted, and the demonic moth vanished. A pale purple mist writhed in the air, and then flew toward him. "You need talent." Lin Mo was overjoyed, waiting for the light to fall on him. But just as the light was about to touch his skin, a huge suction force suddenly came from his abdomen. The golden toad tattoo is showing its power. The pale purple light was suddenly pulled and abruptly changed direction, crashing headlong into the golden toad tattoo on Lin Mo's abdomen. The light faded. Lin Mo looked down and saw a pale purple halo around the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The halo kept changing, flowing like a living thing, intertwining with the dark red poisonous mist from before, making it look even more eerie. A flood of information rushed into my mind. The origin of mimicry. It can harness the energy within its body and condense it into various energy creatures to attack. It can be a rabbit, a bird, an eagle, whatever form it condenses into, that form will have the corresponding attack characteristics. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then activated this new ability. The energy within his body was mobilized, flowing down his arm to his palm. A pale white light condensed in his hand, and a few seconds later, a palm-sized energy bird appeared in his palm. It fluttered its wings, making soft chirping sounds, and was incredibly lifelike. With a thought, Lin Mo sent the little bird flying towards a tree. It crashed into the trunk with a bang, shattering the trunk into pieces. The bird then turned into a wisp of pale white light and dissipated. Its power isn't great, but its strength lies in its versatility. If used well, It can disrupt the enemy or probe for traps. Lin Mo tried to conjure a rabbit again. This time, the rabbit was half a meter tall and hopping around, but Lin Mo dissipated it after only a dozen seconds. He withdrew his powers and touched the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The halo had stabilized and was now swirling around the golden toad along with the dark red poisonous mist. Adding to the previous poison resistance, speed, and defense, just how much is hidden in this tattoo? Lin Mo didn't know. But he knew he had become stronger. I looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. It was time to go back. Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the cave. When they returned to the cave, the others had also returned one after another. Akuan and Wang Jian hunted a small animal and were skinning it. Shirtu and Uncle Chen came away empty-handed, but Uncle Chen said he had found a lot of ferocious beast footprints near a pool of water, and they could go check it out tomorrow. Xiaoqi followed behind Akuan. Her mood was better than in the morning, at least she was willing to talk. The group sat around the campfire, silently processing their prey and roasting dinner. Uncle Chen suddenly spoke up. I went a long way to the west today and saw some strange things. Everyone looked at him. It looks like the remains of an building, Uncle Chen said. It's made of stones, half collapsed, and covered with vines. It doesn't look like something newly built, it looks like someone lived there a long time ago. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Akuan asked, Can you be sure it's man-made? Uncle Chen nodded. It must be. Those stones have cut marks, they weren't formed naturally. Lin Mo recalled the map and the New Island Exploration Team marker. Could there have been even earlier humans on this island, besides them and the other explorers? Shall we go take a look tomorrow? Wang Jian asked. Akuan thought for a moment and said, No rush. Everyone's been tired these past few days, let's rest a bit more. Let's familiarize ourselves with this area first before venturing further afield. Everyone nodded. As night deepened, the campfire flickered. The night watch order has been rearranged tonight. Lin Mo is on the third shift. He lay on the hay, gazing at the darkness above the cave, his mind racing with thoughts of the day. The phantom moth, the source of mimicry, the golden toad tattoo. There are also the relics that Uncle Chen mentioned. How many secrets are hidden on this island? Chapter 32, Mimicking Venomous Beasts. For the next few days, Lin Mo spent almost every day hunting outside. It wasn't simply about absorbing power to become stronger, though that was an important reason, but more importantly, he wanted to familiarize himself with the new talent he had acquired. The origin of mimicry. After killing the thousand-faced illusionary moth that day, this talent was devoured by the golden toad tattoo, turning into a light purple halo that swirled around the golden toad. He can sense its presence, and use it to condense energy creatures, but his understanding of it is far from complete. On the first day, he tried to condense various forms. Rabbits are the easiest to hunt, and require very little effort. A lifelike, half-meter-tall energy rabbit squatted in front of him. He tried to make it run, jump, and charge, making it move at his will. What surprised him most was that once the rabbit materialized, it remained there without showing any sign of dissipating. He left it to wait while he went to hunt a horned rabbit. When he returned, the horned rabbit was still squatting in the same spot, motionless. There is no time limit. Lin Mo was secretly delighted. He then tried having the energy rabbit crash into a tree and self-destruct. The rabbit exploded into a cloud of energy, powerful enough to break a tree as thick as a bull. But after the self-destruction, it completely disappeared. He conjured another one, this time having it headbutt the rock. It did this over a dozen times, and the energy rabbit remained lively and energetic. It seemed that as long as it didn't self-destruct or get destroyed, it could exist indefinitely. Small birds are easier to group together, more agile, and suitable for reconnaissance and harassment. Eagles are the most difficult to catch, consuming 3 times the energy of rabbits, but they can fly, pounce, and catch, and have strong attack power. He tried to simultaneously condense 3 entities, an eagle circling in the sky and 2 rabbits waiting on the ground. His energy consumption peaked at the moment of condensation, but ceased afterward. The three measurable beings remained quietly, awaiting his instructions. This discovery thrilled Lin Mo. Taking them hunting with you is like having several more helpers that are always available. The next day, he began to try using them in combination. First, harass the beast from a distance with arrows, forcing it to run in a certain direction. Then, have the pre-prepared energy rabbits rush out from the side to intercept it. The beast is momentarily stunned by the impact, and the second arrow arrives. The effect is good, but I always feel like something is missing. The attack power of those energy creatures was still not strong enough. A bump or a scratch would only cause superficial wounds to the thick-skinned beasts, and they would be easily destroyed by them. It would be great if it could be stronger. On the third day, he encountered a monitor lizard. The creature was over 3 meters long, covered in thick scales. His arrows could only leave shallow white marks. The poison could penetrate, but it was too slow. The giant lizard chased him for half a mile. As Lin Mo ran, he directed an energy rabbit to crash into him from the side. Bang! The energy rabbit crashed into the giant lizard and instantly exploded. The giant lizard was knocked off balance by the blast, but only a scorch mark remained on its scales, offering no real protection. One more, please. Another self-destruction. It still can't break through the defenses. Lin Mo was chased relentlessly and was eventually forced to flee after being intercepted by the self-destruction of several small rabbits. That night, back in the cave, he sat by the campfire, lost in thought, the question swirling in his mind. How can we make energy-based beings stronger? The sheer impact and self-destruction are too limited in power. If other attributes could be added. Other attributes. He sat up abruptly. Toxin. He has a talent for using poisons. What if we could also attach toxins to energy organisms? Early on the fourth day, Lin Mo went into the jungle. He found a lone horned rabbit, then activated the poison tattoo on its abdomen. A cool, toxic sensation surged out, and he tried to channel the poison energy to form an energy rabbit. The toxic energy kept changing in his palm. A few seconds later, a strange purplish-red rabbit, surrounded by a faint poisonous mist and gleaming with an eerie light, was formed. It's done. Lin Mo was overjoyed and commanded the poisonous rabbit to charge towards the horned rabbit. The horned rabbit raised its head alertly and turned to run. But the poisonous rabbit was fast and chased after it, crashing into its hind leg. Bang! The self-destruction was more than twice as powerful as before. The horned rabbit was blasted over, its hind legs mangled and bloody. More importantly, the purplish-red mist that splattered from the explosion was highly poisonous. After inhaling it, the horned rabbit struggled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. Lin Mo walked over and killed it with a single stroke. He crouched down to examine the horned rabbit's wounds. In the areas corroded by the poisonous mist, the flesh had begun to turn black and rot, far worse than a simple self-destruction. 1 + 1 is indeed greater than 2. Lin Mo stood up, a smile on his face. Over the next few days he practiced this poison-like fighting style like crazy. The results were surprisingly good. Energy creatures imbued with toxins will be highly toxic whether they collide with, bite, or self-destruct. Attacks that would normally only cause minor injuries can now poison, fester, and slow the beast's movements. Moreover, he discovered that these pseudo-venomous beasts could exist for a long time as long as they were not actively detonated. He once conjured a poisonous rabbit and had it stay by his side for 2 whole hours before it disappeared due to the slow dissipation of energy. He developed a stable hunting routine. Before attacking, gather 2 energy creatures, an eagle and a rabbit, and have them stay by your side. When hunting ferocious beasts, first have an eagle harass them from the air to force them to reveal their location, then have a rabbit intercept them from the side, while you shoot arrows from a distance. If a strong attack is needed, send both of them at once, and use them to finish off the enemy if necessary. This method increased his hunting efficiency by at least 100%. Beasts that used to take him half a day to hunt, he could now take down in a quarter of an hour. But there is a price to pay. Condensing energy into a living being consumes a significant amount of energy, and condensing 3 at the same time depletes his internal energy reserves. Fortunately, he has a reserve of crystal cores, which he can absorb and recover after each battle, and he can also replenish his energy by devouring the corpses of ferocious beasts after the battle. As for the energy consumption of maintaining 3 simultaneously? Almost none. Once condensed, they exist independently, and no longer draw energy from him. Lin Mo had tried, and his current limit was maintaining 3 living beings simultaneously. Any more than that, not because he lacked energy, but because his mental strength couldn't keep up. Controlling 3 at the same time was already quite strenuous for him, and 4 would be chaotic. 3. This is the limit of what he can reliably control. However, if used properly, these 3 can be enough to change the course of a battle. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Mo returned to the cave. The others were already there. Wang Jian was processing a prey, Shi Tu and Uncle Chen were talking quietly in a corner, Xiao Qi was squatting at the cave entrance keeping watch, and Akun was leaning against a rock with his eyes closed, resting. "You're back?" Wang Jian looked up at him. "How was your day?" Lin Mo nodded, sat down by the campfire, and casually remarked that he had made some progress. Lin Mo countered. "And you?" "Not bad," Wang Jian said. "Akun and I hunted a big one today, a stone-scaled boar, with very thick skin. If it weren't for Lao Chen's help, we almost crashed." Uncle Chen nodded in agreement. "That thing is strong. I had to use armor piercing to break its skin." Lin Mo glanced at the 2 tattoos on Uncle Chen's hand, then looked down at the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. "He is also getting stronger. But they are different. They accumulate little by little, while he devours everything, merging all talents into one place." The halo surrounding the golden toad tattoo now has 3 layers, a dark red poisonous mist and a pale purple mimicry source. They swirl together, looking eerie and mysterious. He didn't know how it would end up. But he knew that this was his means of survival in this world. It's late at night. Everyone took turns keeping watch at night, and then rested. Lin Mo lay on the hay, gazing at the darkness above the cave, when a thought struck him. A small, pale purple bird silently materialized beside him, landing lightly on his shoulder, its head tilted, its eyes gleaming faintly. He reached out and touched it, his fingertips passing through the phantom of the energy body, yet he could still feel a slight warmth. Lin Mo closed his eyes, a slight smile on his lips, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 33: Hunting the Wild Boar. Over the course of a few days, Lin Mo became increasingly adept at using the mimicry of venomous beasts. Those purplish-red energy creatures were like his clones, striking wherever he pointed, working in perfect harmony. He can now control 3 beasts simultaneously in battle, making them attack from different angles while he fires arrows from a distance, keeping the ferocious beasts running around in circles. But they only hunted small to medium-sized ferocious beasts. He still avoided those truly large and ferocious beasts, like the mountain monsters he had seen before, and the sea monsters that could stir up huge waves on the beach. Early that morning, Lin Mo left the cave. Instead of wandering around the area as usual, he headed straight into the depths of the jungle. He had explored that direction several times before, but each time he had avoided it because he sensed a powerful aura. Today, he didn't take the detour. After walking for most of the hour, the surrounding trees grew thicker, and the light grew dimmer. A foul, fishy smell filled the air, and the footprints on the ground grew larger and deeper. Lin Mo slowed down and stopped behind a large tree, quietly looking ahead. A few dozen meters ahead, in an open area, a huge wild boar was rolling around in a mud pit. Bone-spined wild boar. It was a size larger than the one they had attacked before, standing a good 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 4 meters long. Its entire body was covered in black mane, and a row of bone spurs, each as thick as an arm and with tips as sharp as spears, stretched along its back. Dried blood stained the spurs, left by some unfortunate creature. It was rolling around happily, its whole body covered in mud, occasionally flicking its tail and splashing mud and water everywhere. Lin Mo observed for a while, then quietly retreated and found a secluded spot to begin preparations. First, condensed the mimicry of venomous beasts. He activated the source of mimicry, causing highly toxic energy to continuously change and converge. An eagle took shape first, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, circling above the treetops. Then came 2 horned rabbits. They squatted at Lin Mo's feet, surrounded by a faint purple light, and looked incredibly lifelike. With the 3 quanta fully formed, Lin Mo had consumed most of his energy. He immediately took out 2 crystal cores from his backpack and absorbed them. The warm energy flowed into his body, quickly replenishing the deficit. All right. Lin Mo stood up, gripped the bone spikes tightly, slung the bow over his shoulder, and walked towards the bone-spiked wild boar. The wild boar spotted him when he was 50 meters away. It climbed out of the mud puddle, shook off the mud, and its small eyes flashed with a fierce light. It saw Lin Mo, as well as the 2 strange purple rabbits beside him, and the purple eagle circling overhead. But it didn't run away. With its size, it has almost no natural enemies in this area. It lowered its head, its bony spurs stood up, and charged towards Lin Mo. Superior! With a thought, Lin Mo sent 2 horned rabbits rushing out from the left and right sides at the same time. He then quickly retreated, took out his bow, and shot an arrow. The purplish gold arrow aimed straight for the wild boar's eye. The wild boar tilted its head, and the arrow struck its cheek, penetrating only a tiny bit before being trapped by its thick skin. But the 2 horned rabbits had already rushed over. The one on the left crashed headfirst into the wild boar's hind leg and exploded. Bang! The purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, blasting the wild boar's hind legs into a bloody mess. But at the same time, its bone spikes swept across the right-hand horned rabbit, which was about to charge but was pierced by the bone spikes and instantly disintegrated into specks of light. 1 for 1. Lin Mo had no time to feel sorry for them, and immediately commanded the eagles in the sky to swoop down. Like a purple lightning bolt, the eagle's sharp talons slammed into the wild boar's back. There were no bony spikes to cover it. One swipe and the skin was torn open. The wild boar, in pain, thrashed its body wildly, and the eagle was snatched down, but it flew fast and dodged the sweeping bone spikes. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to shoot 2 more arrows. One arrow struck the wild boar in the abdomen, and another struck its hind leg wound. The venom injected caused the boar to become sluggish. But that's not enough. Its vitality is too strong. This injury is nothing compared to what it has done. The wild boar charged at Lin Mo again. Although it was slower, its momentum was still terrifying, and the ground trembled. Lin Mo retreated while simultaneously gathering new horned rabbits. This time he was smarter. Instead of letting the horned rabbits charge up and self-destruct, he made them run around the wild boar and wait for an opportunity to attack. A new horned rabbit took shape, charging from the side. Instead of exploding, it bit down hard on the wild boar's hind leg. The venom was injected, causing the wild boar's leg to buckle, slowing it down even further. The eagle swooped down again, this time aiming for the wild boar's eyes. The boar had its eyes closed, and the eagle's talons gripped its eyelids. Although it didn't injure the eyeball, the boar roared in pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Mo fired another arrow, hitting its other hind leg. Half an hour later, the wild boar finally couldn't hold on any longer. It stopped, panting heavily, with more than a dozen wounds on its body, the toxins spreading in its blood. But it still stared at Lin Mo, the ferocity in its eyes undiminished. Lin Mo didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. Another horned rabbit took shape, charged forward, and this time it didn't linger, but simply self-destructed. Bang! The poisonous fog exploded, and the wild boar was blasted into a stagger before finally collapsing to the ground. Lin Mo rushed forward, his bone spikes piercing its neck, delivering the final blow. The wild boar twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Lin Mo plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. The battle lasted less than an hour, but it was incredibly taxing. The energy beast was being consumed too quickly by battle damage and self-destruction. It had fired over a dozen arrows, and its energy was almost depleted. But it was worth it. The wild boar's carcass wasn't glowing, it wasn't a weapon type or talent type creature. Lin Mo rested for a while, then got up, cut open its head, and dug out a fist-sized, yellowish-brown crystal core. Then he opened his mouth, aimed at the corpse, and began to devour it. The giant wild boar transformed into light and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, Lin Mo felt a significant increase in strength, his muscles twitching as if countless tiny threads were weaving within him. At the same time, his skin tightened, becoming more resilient. The energy subsided after a full 2 minutes. Lin Mo clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He picked up another stone, squeezed it hard, and cracked it into several pieces. My strength has increased by at least 20%, and my defense has also improved. Lin Mo stood up, looked at the pool of blood and several broken bone spurs on the ground, and a smile appeared on his lips. He can even hunt giant, ferocious beasts. He put away the intact bone spur, thinking it might come in handy, and turned to leave. It was already late when they returned to the cave. Everyone else was there, and when they saw him return, Wang Jian waved and asked, "Why are you so late today?" Lin Mo sat down by the campfire and took out the bone-thorn boar's crystal core. "Got a big one, a bone-thorn boar." Akun took the crystal core. "Are you alone?" Lin Mo nodded. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. The bone-spiked boar was a tough nut to crack, its hide was thick, its flesh tough, and its strength immense. The bone spurs on its back could pierce tree trunks. Previously, when the 9 of them ganged up on a smaller one, several were seriously injured. Lin Mo hunted down an even bigger one all by himself. "Your strength is getting more and more monstrous." Stone clicked his tongue. Uncle Chen nodded without saying anything, but there was a clear increase in approval in his eyes. Lin Mo didn't say much, but simply took the bone spur out of his backpack and handed it to Shirtu. "Here, take this. I see you don't seem to have a suitable weapon yet." Shirtu took it, weighed it in his hand, and his eyes lit up. The bone spurs were heavy and sharp. They were a decent weapon. "Thanks." Lin Mo waved his hand, leaned against the stone wall, and closed his eyes to rest. "I've used up a lot of energy today, I need to get some rest." Chapter 34, The Trio. Lin Mo went out hunting as usual that day. After several days of practical experience, he had become increasingly adept at using the mimicry of venomous beasts. With 3 measurable creatures following him, a purple eagle circling high in the sky, and 2 venomous rabbits on the ground keeping watch, he had practically become a mobile combat squad. He was walking deeper into the jungle when he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting ahead. It wasn't the roar of a ferocious beast, but the shouts of a person. Lin Mo immediately became alert. He lowered his body, told the 3 measuring officers to stay put, and quietly crept over. He walked through a thicket and saw an open space ahead. A huge black snake is fighting with 3 people. The snake was entirely black, its scales gleaming with a dark metallic sheen. It was as thick as an adult's calf and 4 or 5 meters long. It continuously spewed venom from its mouth, forcing the 3 of them to retreat. The 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men, were dressed in modern clothes and were likely survivors of the Poseidon. The girl stood at the very back, gesturing with her hands. Every now and then, a copy of her would appear next to her. The clone charged at the giant snake with an iron bar, but was struck by its tail and instantly disintegrated. However, another clone quickly emerged from beside her. 2 other men led the charge. One was burly, wielding a heavy machete, each strike sending sparks flying from the snake's scales. The other was tall and lithe, carrying a long spear, specifically targeting the snake's vital spot. Both were wounded, but their teamwork was seamless, clearly indicating this wasn't their first time working together. Lin Mo squinted and observed for a while. The 2 men's talents seemed to be of the strength amplification type. The burly man's sword strikes were powerful and heavy, while the tall and thin man's spear thrusts were fast and accurate. Neither of them seemed like ordinary people. Girls' talent for copying is rare. Although the clones break easily, they are endless and can effectively restrain each other. But that snake was not easy to deal with either. This black-armored venomous snake had hard scales and potent venom. Although the three men's attacks could injure it, they only caused superficial wounds and failed to hit any vital organs. If this drags on, and they run out of energy, that will be the time for the snake to retaliate. Lin Mo did not appear immediately. He wasn't sure if the three men were actively hunting the snake, or if they were being chased and had no choice but to fight it. Intervening rashly, especially if they didn't need help, would only create an awkward situation. He thought for a moment, then raised his voice and asked, "Do you need any help?" The three people were clearly taken aback. The girl turned around, saw Lin Mo, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "We need help," she shouted immediately. "We can't beat it. Please help us." Lin Mo nodded and took down the bow. He didn't summon those 3 size-based trump cards. He'd save them for a crucial moment. For now, he'd use ranged support. He drew his bow, and a purplish gold arrow materialized. He aimed at the snake's head and released it. "Call out." The arrow pierced the air, striking the scales on the side of the snake's head. The arrowhead penetrated half an inch, and green blood gushed out. The snake, in pain, jerked its head back and spat out a stream of venom in Lin Mo's direction. Lin Mo was prepared and dodged to the side. The venom landed on the bush where he had been crouching, hissing and smoking. The 2 men seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. The burly man slashed at the snake with his sword, while the tall, thin man thrust a spear into its wound. The girl created another copy of herself, rushed forward, and grabbed the snake's tail. Although she was instantly thrown away, she gained a brief moment of respite. Lin Mo shot arrows one after another. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Each arrow struck the snake, the venom seeping into its wounds. The snake began to slow, its movements becoming less agile. But it didn't give up. It turned around and lunged at the 2 men, forcing them to retreat. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and fired another arrow. The arrow was aimed at the snake's open mouth. A purplish gold arrow flew into the snake's mouth, pierced its upper jaw, and exited from the top of its head. The snake's body tensed up suddenly, then convulsed violently. A few seconds later, it slumped limply to the ground and remained motionless. Everyone was stunned. After a few seconds, the snake's carcass began to glow. A pale blue light emanated from its body, growing brighter and brighter. The light lasted for a few seconds, then the snake suddenly contracted and disappeared. There was an extra vest on the ground. It was a soft armor vest, entirely black, with a dark metallic sheen, appearing soft yet tough. The fine snake scale patterns could be faintly seen on the scales, which were those of the black-armored venomous snake. Weapon-type ferocious beast. Lin Mo walked over, picked up the soft armor, and examined it from all angles. It was light, but very sturdy. He tried to pierce it with a bone spike, but it wouldn't go through. He turned around and looked at the 3 people. They were panting, their wounds still bleeding, but their faces showed relief at surviving a disaster. The girl walked towards him and said gratefully, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be done for today." Lin Mo nodded and handed over the soft armor. "This is for you." The girl was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved her hand. No, you were the one who delivered the final blow, so it should be yours." The 2 men also came over. The burly man said, "Brother, you saved us, we're too ashamed to take this spoils." The tall, thin man nodded in agreement. "Exactly. If it weren't for your arrow, we'd still be fighting a tough battle." Lin Mo glanced at them, then at the soft armor in his hand. He did need this armor. Although his skin's defense was enhanced, an extra layer of protection was never a bad thing. "Then I won't stand on ceremony," he said, putting on the soft armor. It was form-fitting yet flexible, not restricting his movements. The girl smiled and extended her hand. "My name is Tankur, thank you." Lin Mo shook hands. "Lin Mo." The burly man and the tall, thin man introduced themselves. The burly man was named Zhao Hu, and the tall, thin man was named Zhou Qing. They were both passengers on the Poseidon. After escaping from the beach, the 3 of them stuck together and survived until now thanks to Tankur's copying talent and their own close combat skills. "What are your plans next?" Lin Mo asked. The three exchanged glances, and Tangkur said, "What can we do? Just live. We'll see where things take us." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "I know a place with a cave that is quite secluded and has a water source." A few of us spent the night there, hunting separately during the day. There was no leader, and we were free to come and go. If you don't mind, you can join us. The three of them had their eyes light up. "Really?" Zhao Hu asked in surprise. "Is it convenient?" Lin Mo nodded. "The more people, the safer it is. As long as they don't cause trouble, everyone is welcome." Zhou Qing looked at Tangkur, who nodded and said, "Thank you so much. We were just worried about where to sleep at night. We've been climbing trees every day, and we're almost having a nervous breakdown." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Let's go then. We can get there before dark." The group headed towards the cave. On the way, Lin Mo briefly introduced the situation inside the cave to Wang Jian, Akuan, Uncle Chen, Shitu, Xiaoqi, and the already sacrificed Su Xing and Xiaomin Tangkur, and the other two listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions. As the sun began to set, they finally arrived at the cave. Xiaoqi, who was keeping watch at the cave entrance, saw Lin Mo return with three strangers and immediately crawled inside to report. Soon, Wang Jian, Akuan, and the others came out. "A new friend?" Akuan asked. Lin Mo nodded and briefly introduced Tangkur and the other two, recounting the battle that had just taken place. Wang Jian sized them up, his gaze lingering on Tangkur for a few seconds. It was indeed rare for her to possess the talent of creating clones. But he didn't ask any more questions, he just nodded and said, "Come in, don't stand outside." The group entered the cave. A campfire was already lit, its orange light illuminating the simple but safe cave. Akuan distributed hay to the three of them and told them to sit down and rest. Xiaoqi handed them some roasted meat. "Eat something first," Akuan said. "We'll talk again tonight." Tangkur and the other two thanked her and began to wolf down their food. Lin Mo leaned against the rock and closed his eyes to rest. Tonight 3 more people have entered the cave. The more people there are, the safer it is. But the more people there are, the more complicated it becomes. He opened his eyes, glanced at the 3 people, and then closed them again. Let's observe first. As night deepened, the campfire crackled and popped. Outside the cave, the night wind howled through the trees. Inside the cave, everyone rested around the fire. Chapter 35. The Shadow of the Ship. After daybreak, Lin Mo went out hunting alone as usual. He plans to try his luck at the beach today, hoping to find something good. Ever since he hunted the sharp-toothed turtle at the beach last time, he had discovered that the area was a good hunting ground. Those turtle-like ferocious beasts were slow-moving and had high defenses, but as long as he used venom to slowly wear them down, he could eventually take them down. After walking for more than half an hour, the trees ahead gradually thinned out, and the familiar beach came into view. Lin Mo didn't go out immediately. He squatted at the edge of the jungle and observed carefully for a while. The beach was quiet. A few seabirds, some kind of flying beast unique to this world, circled in the distance, not approaching. The waves gently lapped against the rocks. Everything was as usual. Lin Mo slowly walked out of the jungle and along the edge of the beach. He quickly spotted his target. Beside a reef, a sharp-toothed turtle lay basking in the sun. It was about the same size as the one they had hunted before, with a bluish-gray shell, thick claws, and those signature fangs. Lin Mo did not rush to make a move, but calmed his mind and focused on condensing the purple-gold arrow into shape. He aimed at the turtle's neck, where there was one of the few areas not covered by its shell. Let go. Call out. The arrow pierced the air and struck the turtle precisely in the neck. Green blood gushed out, and the sharp-toothed turtle awoke with a start, struggling to get up. But the toxin had already begun to spread, and its movements were becoming increasingly slow. It sprayed 2 water bullets at Lin Mo from a distance, but Lin Mo nimbly dodged them both. Then Lin Mo fired 2 more arrows, finally finishing it off. He walked over, pried open the turtle's head, and dug out the crystal core. Then he opened his mouth and began to devour it. A flash of light, and the turtle corpse transformed into energy, flying into his mouth. His skin tightened slightly, and his strength increased a little. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something on the sea. He turned his head and stared in disbelief. A dark shadow appeared on the distant sea. The dark shape wasn't large, appearing and disappearing on the shimmering sea. But after staring at it for a few seconds, Lin Mo's heart suddenly raced. That shape. Like a ship. It wasn't one of those modern, massive steel cruise ships, but rather the outline of a smaller vessel. Mast, hull, and you could vaguely see something moving on it. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes and looked again. It is indeed a ship. Having a boat means having people. The presence of people means there might be hope of leaving the island. Lin Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He immediately activated the brand on the back of his hand to contact Awakens. Awakens, can you receive this? A few seconds later, Awakens' voice came through. Yes. What's wrong? I'm on this side of the beach, Lin Mo said. I've spotted a boat on the sea. Tell everyone to gather here. Quickly. Awakens paused noticeably for a moment, then said urgently. Received. Right away. Communication interrupted. Lin Mo stood still, staring at the ship on the sea. It seemed to be moving, but very slowly. He couldn't tell if it was drifting or sailing. He wasn't sure if the people on the ship could see this way. It was too far. It is necessary to generate a signal. Lin Mo turned to look at the jungle behind him. Dry branches, hay, and things that could be burned everywhere. If a large fire is started and thick smoke is produced, the people on the ship may be able to spot it. But here's the problem. The campfire will attract ferocious beasts. Those big guys deep in the jungle, those predators that hide in the shadows during the day, will likely gather in this direction once they see the fire and smoke. At that time, before the people on the ship could even get there, they might be surrounded by ferocious beasts. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. This is a gamble. Did the people on the gambling ship find them first, or did the ferocious beasts find them first? He stood there, waiting. Half an hour later, the first figure emerged from the jungle. It was Wang Jian, sweating profusely, clutching a bone spear and the carcass of a horned rabbit. Where is the boat? He asked. Lin Mo pointed to the sea. Wang Jian squinted for a few seconds, then his eyes widened. It really is a boat. Following closely behind, Uncle Chen, Awakens, Xiao Qi, Tang Ke, Zhao Hu, and Zhou Qing arrived one after another. Shi Tu was the last to arrive. He was the furthest away and ran the slowest, but he still arrived within half an hour. 8 people stood on the beach, staring at the ship on the sea. It's a ship, Awakens said, his voice trembling with excitement. It's definitely a ship, but I don't know if it's a native of this world or some other transmigrator. They could be other survivors, Uncle Chen said. Or maybe they've come looking for us. Lin Mo shook his head. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as they can leave this island. He turned around, looked at everyone, and voiced his concerns. I plan to build a big enough fire to use the smoke as a signal. But the fire will attract ferocious beasts. He paused. We'll have to take a gamble. Will the beasts find us first, or will the people on the ship discover us first? Everyone fell silent. A few seconds later, Wang Jian was the first to speak. Let's gamble. Staying here is just waiting to die anyway, why not give it a try if we have a chance? Uncle Chen nodded. I agree. At worst, we can fight and retreat at the same time. Tang Ke looked at Zhao Hu and Zhou Qing, and both of them nodded at her. She said, the 3 of us agree too. Awakens looked at Xiao Qi. Although Xiao Qi's face was pale, she still nodded vigorously. I agree too. Stone said in a gruff voice. They've all agreed, how could I possibly object? Lin Mo nodded. Then let's get started. The 8 people immediately sprang into action. Wang Jian and Zhao Hu were responsible for collecting as many dead branches and grass as possible. Uncle Chen and Shi Tu went to move rocks to build a makeshift defensive structure around the fire. Tang Ke, Zhou Qing, and Shao-Chi were responsible for clearing away flammable materials around the area to prevent the fire from spreading. Awakens stood guard nearby, ready to report any abnormalities. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the beach, staring at the ship on the sea. It's still there, and it seems a little closer now. It could also be his imagination. A dozen minutes later, the preparations were complete. In the middle of the beach, a pile of firewood, nearly 2 people high, had been erected. It was full of dry branches and grass, and would catch fire at any moment. A fence, about half a person high, had been built around it with rocks. Although it couldn't stop a large, ferocious beast, it could at least delay it for a while. Everyone stood beside the woodpile and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo took a deep breath and took out a lighter from his backpack. Ignition. Chapter 36. The Flame That Risked Life. Lin Mo lit the lighter and placed the flame on the dry branch. First came tiny crackling sounds, then flames licked the dry grass and spread rapidly. A few minutes later, the entire pile of firewood burst into flames, orange flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing out like a black pillar piercing the heavens. 8 people stood around the fire, staring at the ship on the sea. It's still there. It seems like it really is moving this way. Look! Shao-Chi suddenly pointed to the sea. Isn't it coming this way? Everyone stared intently. The ship seemed a little larger than before, its outline clearer. It seems so, Awakens said uncertainly. But it's too far away to see clearly. Lin Mo stared at the ship, his heart pounding. If it really was coming this way, then he had won half the gamble. But just then, a rustling sound came from behind. Lin Mo suddenly turned around. At the edge of the jungle, dark red figures are gathering. Wolf. Ash Wolf. 128. A pack of ash wolves emerged from the jungle and stood at the edge of the beach, staring at them menacingly. Their fur appeared even more crimson in the firelight, and sparks and ash from their bodies drifted in the wind as they emitted low moans. The largest of the 3 was nearly 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, a size larger than an average wolf. It stared at the humans by the fire, its eyes filled with a chilling ferocity. This is troublesome, Wang Jian said in a low voice, gripping the bone spear tightly. Uncle Chen clenched his fists, and the tattoos on his left and right hands glowed simultaneously. Stone crossed his arms, and his skin began to harden. Tang Ke stood at the back, gesturing wildly with her hands, and a clone rushed out from beside her. Zhao Hu and Zhou Qing stood in front of Tang Ke, one holding a cleaver and the other a spear. Shao-Chi hid behind the crowd, clutching a sharpened wooden stick tightly in her hand. Her face was pale, but she didn't run away. Awakens stood in the middle. His talent was not suited for fighting, but he was staring intently at the sea. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripped the bow tightly, and pulled the bowstring back with all his might. The lead giant wolf raised its head and let out a long howl. Oh! A pack of ash wolves pounced at once. Go! Wang Jian roared and was the first to rush forward. His bristly natural instincts activated instantly, every hair on his body standing on end, as if he were wearing a layer of steel needle armor. He charged at the wolf at the front, his bone spear thrusting fiercely. The wolf twisted its body to dodge the bone spear, but Wang Jian's other hand had already grabbed its fur. The steel needle-like hairs pierced the wolf's body, causing it to howl in pain. Taking advantage of the situation, Wang Jian thrust the bone spear into its abdomen. The first wolf fell. But the other wolves had already pounced. Uncle Chen unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, combining immense strength with armor-piercing power. One punch slammed into a wolf's head, splitting its skull open and splattering blood. Another punch landed on a wolf's chest, the sound of ribs cracking clearly audible. Stone charged forward, his hardened body resembling a humanoid rock, colliding head-on with the wolf. Both man and wolf staggered backward, but Stone quickly regained his balance and delivered another punch. Zhao Hu's cleaver cleaved into the back of a wolf, cutting half a palm's width deep. Zhou Qing seized the opportunity to thrust his spear into its neck. The two worked in perfect coordination, dispatching one wolf in the blink of an eye. Tang Ke's clones kept rushing forward, and although they shattered at the slightest touch, the wolves were extremely annoyed by the interference, and missed their targets several times. Shao Qi sprinted around quickly, occasionally slashing the ash wolf before running away. Lin Mo stood behind, shooting arrow after arrow. Purple-gold arrows were fired in rapid succession, each striking a wolf. The poison seeped into the wounds, and the wolves began to move more slowly. But there were too many wolves. A wolf broke through the defenses and pounced on Tangke. Tangke had no time to dodge and was knocked to the ground, just as the wolf's gaping maw was about to bite down. Bang! A purplish-red energy rabbit suddenly rushed out, rammed into the ash wolf, and pounced on it before self-destructing. The poisonous mist exploded, blasting the wolf away, leaving it a bloody mess. Lin Mo made his move. He no longer concealed himself, and unleashed his full power to utilize the source of mimicry and his poison talent. A poisonous eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp talons slashing deep into a wolf's eye. The wolf howled in agony, rolling on the ground in agony. Two poisonous rabbits rushed out from the left and right sides, one biting the wolf's hind leg, and the other exploding into a cloud of poisonous mist. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. While shooting arrows, Lin Mo controlled 3 mechanized creatures. The poisonous eagle circled in the sky, and when it found an opportunity, it swooped down on the 2 poisonous rabbits that darted across the ground, constantly harassing, biting, and self-destructing. The pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Wang Jian seized the opportunity and killed another wolf. Uncle Chen swung his fists repeatedly, smashing the heads of both wolves. Zhao Hu and Zhou Qing worked together to take down one. The last one remaining was the leader, a giant wolf. It was covered in wounds, with 3 arrows shot into its body by Lin Mo, leaving 3 arrow holes from which black, poisonous blood was flowing, but it remained ferocious. It stared at Lin Mo, letting out a low growl, and then suddenly pounced. Lin Mo didn't have time to dodge, but he didn't retreat. A thought flashed through his mind, and the last remaining poisonous rabbit charged forward, crashing headfirst into the giant wolf. Bang! Self-destruction. The poisonous mist exploded, and the giant wolf staggered from the blast. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Mo drew his bow and shot an arrow into its open mouth. A purplish gold arrow pierced his throat and exited from the back of his neck. The giant wolf twitched a few times before finally collapsing. The battle is over. Everyone stood there, panting heavily. They were all injured, but they were all still alive. The boat! Akun suddenly shouted. The boat is coming this way! Everyone turned to look at the sea. The ship was indeed approaching. Although it wasn't moving fast, it was definitely heading this way. The ship was becoming clearer, and we could see people walking on the deck. They saw smoke! Shao Qi jumped up excitedly. They saw us! Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, but he wasn't completely relaxed. He looked into the depths of the jungle. The sounds of fighting and the stench of blood must have attracted even more ferocious beasts. In the distance, various howls rose and fell, growing ever closer. Quickly clean up the battlefield, he said. Obtain the crystal core and restore immediately. Shao Qi immediately ran over, used a knife to cut open the wolf carcass, and dug out the crystal cores one by one. He then distributed the pile of crystal cores to everyone. Lin Mo took the crystal core and absorbed it in his palm. Warm energy surged into his body, replenishing the energy he had consumed. Just then, the carcass of one of the wolves suddenly glowed. A dark red light emanated from its body, growing brighter and brighter. A few seconds later, the light suddenly contracted, and the wolf vanished. A spiked club appeared on the ground. The club was as thick as an arm, over a meter long, and dark red all over. Its head was covered with sharp wolf fangs, each one gleaming coldly. Uncle Chen walked over, picked it up, and weighed it in his hand. Good stuff. The group exchanged glances. Wang Jian said, Old Chen, this is perfect for you. With your armor-piercing weapon and the stick, you can take them down one by one. Uncle Chen didn't stand on ceremony, nodded, and took the spiked club in his hand. He tried swinging it, and it whistled through the air, making him smile with satisfaction. Lin Mo ignored the weapon distribution. He walked to the wolf carcasses, opened his mouth, and activated Devour. One after another, all 8 ash wolves transformed into energy, and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, he felt a noticeable change. His strength increased, his skin tightened, and he felt a burning sensation. But there was no time to think about it in detail. The howling from the jungle grew closer. Lin Mo looked out to see. The ship was still approaching, but it was moving too slowly. At this speed, it would take at least another half hour to reach the shore. They must hold on. Prepare for battle. Chapter 37, Escape from the Beast Tide. As the number of ferocious beasts increased, the bloody scent of the ash wolves acted like a magnet, attracting all the predators in the jungle. The first to arrive were several armored monitor lizards. Smelling the blood, they rushed over frantically. Before they could even get close to Lin Mo and the others, they collided with several poisonous frogs and began tearing each other apart. Then came even more ferocious beasts. Horned rabbits, poisonous spiders, blood-red centipedes, and other ferocious creatures whose names I don't know surged toward the beach from all directions. Some humans, with a clear goal in mind, headed straight for the fire, while others were attracted by other ferocious beasts and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The beach was completely messed up. 8 people stood in a circle, back to back, desperately trying to fend off the ferocious beasts that kept attacking them. Lin Mo's arm ached from shooting arrows, and with the continuous loss of energy from the ferocious beasts, only a poisonous eagle remained circling in the sky, and a poisonous rabbit roamed on the ground. One after another, Tang Curse clones rushed out, luring the ferocious beasts away, only to be torn to pieces one by one. Uncle Chun brandished the spiked club he had just acquired, each strike capable of smashing the head of a ferocious beast or severely injuring any beast that approached. But those creatures were like madmen, utterly unafraid of death. "Hold on!" Wang Jian shouted, his bristles stained with blood of various colors. Zhao Hu's cleaver was already chipped, and Zhou Qing's spear was broken in half. The hardened skin of the stone was covered with claw marks. Xiao Qi hid in the middle of the crowd, holding a crystal core in her hand and desperately absorbing it. After recovering a little energy, she would activate her talent to quickly go to the fallen beast's corpse, dig out the crystal core, and then bring the crystal core back to replenish everyone's energy. Akun stared intently at the sea, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "The ship is getting closer! Hang in there!" But there were too many ferocious beasts. Taking advantage of a lull in Wang Jian's attack on other ferocious beasts, a poisonous frog suddenly stuck out its long tongue and wrapped it around his ankle. Before Wang Jian could react, he was dragged out of the defensive perimeter. "Wang Jian!" Lin Mo's pupils contracted. Several ferocious beasts turned their heads at the same time, staring at the lone human. Wang Jian struggled desperately, the bristles piercing the poisonous frog's tongue, but the creature wouldn't let go. He swung his bone spike and severed the tongue, and just as he tried to get up, a monitor lizard opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. "It's over." This thought flashed through Wang Jian's mind. Just as the giant lizard's teeth were about to touch him, a figure rushed into the fray at incredible speed. The speed was so fast that it was just a blur. It grabbed Wang Jian by the collar, and dragged him away the instant the giant lizard snapped its jaws shut. Wang Jian was thrown to the ground, looked up, and froze. Xia Han. Xia Han, whom they had searched for so long and thought had died in the jungle, was standing in front of him, panting heavily. She was filthy, and her clothes were torn in several places. "What are you staring at?" she shouted at Wang Jian. "Get up!" Wang Jian scrambled to his feet, nearly bursting out laughing. "You're still alive, you fucking bastard! Enough with the nonsense, let's get through this first." With a flick of her wrist, Xia Han's bone dagger, obtained from the snake, flashed a cold light in the sunlight. She moved swiftly, her entire body transforming into a blur, as she charged into the horde of ferocious beasts. The dagger sliced across the abdomen of a poisonous spider, green sap gushing out. She turned and plunged another dagger into the eye of a horned rabbit. In a flash, she appeared behind another monitor lizard and severed its hind leg tendons. Fast, too fast. The ferocious beast couldn't react in time and could only watch as she moved across the battlefield, reaping kill after kill. The pressure on Lin Mo and the others was greatly reduced. "Move closer!" Lin Mo shouted. "Form a circle, don't scatter!" The group regrouped, back to back, protecting Ah Kun and Shao Qi in the middle. Xia Han moved around the perimeter, occasionally rushing in to lend a hand, and then rushing out to attract the attention of the ferocious beast. But the number of ferocious beasts continues to increase. More and more ferocious beasts emerge from the jungle, some even starting to kill each other, turning the entire beach into a battlefield. Just when everyone was about to give up, another group of people suddenly rushed out from the edge of the jungle. 7 or 8 figures, men and women, armed with various weapons, charged toward the beach, killing and driving away the ferocious beasts along the way. "There are people over there!" Shao Qi shouted. Ah Kun turned his head and his eyes lit up. "They're survivors! They came for the smoke too!" The group had clearly also spotted the ship on the sea and Lin Mo and his companions fighting fiercely on the beach. The leader shouted something and led his men toward them. "Move towards them!" Ah Kun shouted hoarsely. "Join us! There's strength in numbers!" Lin Mo shot an arrow through a venomous spider that lunged at him, and roared, "Go!" The 8 people began to move, fighting as they approached the group of survivors. Xia Han frantically roamed the perimeter, drawing fire for them. The survivors also desperately fought their way towards them. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Finally, the 2 teams joined forces. "Form a circle! Form a circle!" the leader shouted, his voice booming. "Don't scatter! No matter how many beasts there are, they'll just fight randomly. As long as we hold the line, we'll be fine." A dozen or so people quickly formed a large circle, with the talented ones standing on the outer edge and the less talented ones protecting the middle. Lin Mo's poisonous eagle circled overhead, searching for an opportunity to attack, while Tang Ker's clones charged out one after another. Uncle Chen's spiked club whistled through the air, and Xia Han's afterimages weaved through the horde of ferocious beasts. The pressure has finally eased a bit. "Boat!" Ah Kun shouted again. "The boat has docked." Everyone turned to look. The boat had sailed to a point not far from the beach and was slowly approaching. People on board were waving at them, and ropes and planks were being thrown down. "Hold on a little longer!" the chieftain shouted. "The ship is here!" The ferocious beast seemed to sense something and its attack became even more frenzied. But everyone saw hope and gritted their teeth and persevered. Lin Mo's energy reserves were almost depleted, but he dared not stop. Arrow after arrow, they fired even as their accuracy declined. Their internal energy was insufficient to condense a more potent poisonous energy body. Only one poisonous eagle remained, desperately clinging to life in the sky. Xia Han was too exhausted to run anymore. Her speed talent had been too much to handle. She leaned against the crowd, panting heavily, the dagger in her hand still trembling slightly. Uncle Chen's spiked club was already deformed from being smashed, but he was still swinging it. Wang Jian was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell whether it was his own or that of the ferocious beast. Finally, the ship docked. A plank was laid from the side of the boat onto the beach, and the people on the boat shouted, "Get on board quickly!" "Go!" Ah Kun roared. "Retreat!" The group fought as they retreated toward the ship. The ferocious beast gave chase desperately, but it was too late. The first to jump onto the boat was Shao Qi, followed by Kun, Shi Tu, Tang Ke, Uncle Chen, and Wang Jian. Lin Mo was the last one. He stood on the deck and glanced back at the blood-soaked beach. The corpses of ferocious beasts were everywhere, their blood staining the sand a reddish black. Some beasts remained, watching the ship but daring not to enter the water. Behind us, that hellish beach receded further and further away. Lin Mo leaned weakly against the boat. He had won his gamble. He finally left alive. Chapter 38. A first glimpse into the realm of myriad marks. Lin Mo leaned against the bulkhead, feeling the nearly depleted energy in his body slowly recovering. The others were in similar situations. Some were slumped on the ground, some were leaning against the ship's railing, and some were checking their wounds. After a long while, Wang Jian was the first to speak. "We survived?" No one answered him. But the answer is obvious: they survived. Lin Mo opened his eyes and began to examine the ship and the people on it. This is a medium-sized sailboat with a wooden structure, but many parts are inlaid with unidentified metal components. There are about 20 people on board, including Asians, whites, and blacks. They wore uniform armor, not the heavy metal plate armor, but a lighter leather armor, with palm-sized metal breastplates embedded in their chests, engraved with intricate patterns. The weapons were also of high quality. The knives, swords, and spears were not ordinary ironware. They gleamed with a faint light, clearly the kind of weapons that came from ferocious beasts in human form. These people were sizing up Lin Mo and his group, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. A middle-aged man walked out of the crowd. He was in his 40s, with a square face and dark skin, clearly someone who spent most of his time traveling. He wore armor similar to the others, but with an extra silver badge on his chest, engraved with a soaring eagle. He walked up to Lin Mo and the others, his gaze sweeping over them before finally settling on their clothes. T-shirt, jeans, sneakers. "A Chinese person?" he asked, speaking in Mandarin with a slight accent. Lin Mo was taken aback. The others were also stunned. "Do the natives of this world speak Chinese?" Seeing their reaction, the man smiled and said, "It seems so. Don't be nervous, I'm Chinese too." "You," Akun began, his voice a little hoarse. "You also came from another time? Time travel?" The man thought for a moment. "You're not wrong. Yes, I came here 3 years ago." 3 years ago. The group exchanged bewildered glances. It turned out that someone had already traveled through time before them. The man pointed to himself. "My name is Lin Hong from Fangchenggang. I am currently the first mate of the Xuanfeng ship, responsible for patrolling the coastal waters and searching for newly arrived transmigrators." He paused, looking at Lin Mo and the others. "You are the first group I've encountered in the past 6 months. You're lucky to still be alive." Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and asked the question he most wanted to ask. "What kind of place is this world?" Lin Hong glanced at him and nodded. "That's a good question. Come with me, we'll talk as we walk." He led everyone to one side of the deck, where there were several rows of benches. Everyone sat down, and Lin Hong leaned against the ship's railing and began to speak. "This world is called the world of 10,000 marks. The world of myriad traces." Lin Mo recalled the markings on the map, and a thought struck him. Lin Hong continued, "This place is home to countless races, not just humans. Beastmen, winged races, scaled races, spirit races, and all sorts of other races live in this world. Humans are not the strongest, but they are not the weakest either." "So, these races," Tanker asked, "were they all from other worlds?" "Not entirely." Lin Hong shook his head. "Some of them are from another time, and some are native to this world. The history of this world is much longer than we imagine. The first large-scale appearance of humans here was probably more than 100 years ago. 100 years ago. That group of people gained a foothold and established the first human city. Later, new transmigrators joined, gradually developing it into its current scale." Lin Hong gazed at the sea, his eyes distant. "Now, humans have 7 cities on this continent, with a total population of roughly several 100,000. Hundreds of thousands." This number stunned Lin Mo and the others. They had always thought they were among the few survivors, never imagining that this world already had human settlements with hundreds of thousands of people. "Are these cities safe?" Akun asked. Lin Hong smiled and said, "There is no absolutely safe place. Ferocious beasts will attack cities, and alien races will invade. But it's much better than you struggling on the island." He pointed to the badge on his chest. "Fangchenggang is the place we're taking you to. One of the 7 cities, it's by the sea, making it the perfect place for newcomers to understand this world." Fangchenggang. Lin Mo kept the name in his heart. Shout, she suddenly asked. Then what exactly are those ferocious beasts, and the tattoos on our bodies? Lin Hong looked at him, his gaze lingering on the still healing wounds on his body for a moment, and then said, The tattoos you're talking about? Here they're called imperial marks. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his 2 arms. There were 2 tattoos on them, different shades and different patterns. Those who possess protective marks are called mark masters. It's part of the cultivation system of this world, Lin Hong said. Traces are divided into 9 ranks. The first rank is the lowest, and the 9th rank is the highest. The higher the rank, the stronger the mark master. He pointed to the deepest mark on his arm. I am a 4th tier rune master, specializing in strength. 4th order. Lin Mo, recalling his own jumbled talents, asked, How many protective marks can one person have? Generally speaking 5, Lin Hong said. 1 for each of the limbs and torso. A very small number of people can obtain the head imprint, which is extremely rare. But no matter how many there are, those who specialize in it usually only have 1. He looked at Uncle Chin, his gaze lingering on his left and right hands. For example, this guy, 1 in each hand, that's fine. But if he wants to advance, he can only choose 1 to focus on cultivating. The other can be used as an auxiliary skill, there's no need to advance it too high. Uncle Chin nodded thoughtfully. Lin Hong continued. Having more guardian marks isn't necessarily better. Each advancement requires absorbing a large amount of crystal core energy, and you can only cultivate 1 guardian mark at a time. The more guardian marks you have, the more resources you need to distribute, and the slower your advancement will be. Most people will choose 1 core artifact to focus on, and the others will be sufficient for their needs. Awakens asked. Then how do you cultivate? Once you arrive in Fangchengang, there will be a dedicated training ground and instructors to guide you, Lin Hong said. These things can't be explained in a sentence or 2, you'll understand when you get there. He paused, looking at the group. Are you the only survivors in this group? Or are there others? Everyone fell silent. Awakens said, We escaped from that island. There should be other people on the island, but we're not sure if they're still alive. Lin Hong pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the sea. The ship was still anchored not far from the beach. Through the smoke, one could see the ferocious beasts still fighting on the sand. They no longer cared about the humans, and were engaged in a chaotic free-for-all. Wait 2 hours, Lin Hong said, and see if anyone else manages to escape. He turned and walked toward the cabin, saying as he went, You all rest and have something to eat first. We'll set off in 2 hours, whether there's anyone there or not. The deck fell silent. Lin Mo leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the island in the distance. That island almost cost them their lives. But it also made them stronger. Xia Han walked over and sat down next to him. She had several new wounds on her body, but she was in good spirits. I'm still alive, she said, smiling. Lin Mo smiled too. Alive. Wang Jian also came over and plopped down on the ground. You two are so relaxed, my legs are about to give way. Xia Han rolled her eyes at him. Who was almost dragged away by the poisonous frog just now? Wang Jian blushed and was about to retort when he suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, how did you find us? Xia Han pointed to the sky. That smoke could be seen from dozens of miles away. I was in another direction at the time, and when I saw it, I rushed over here. But when I got there, I saw you being dragged out. Wang Jian touched his nose and remained silent. As everyone chatted, their tense nerves finally began to relax. 2 hours later, no one came out of the beach anymore. Lin Hong sighed and ordered the ship to set sail. The sailboat changed direction and headed into the depths of the sea. Behind them, the island grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared from sight. Lin Mo stood at the stern of the ship, gazing at the sea, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. They survived. They left the island. Ahead lies an unknown continent, and a new beginning. Chapter 39, Learning a Language. The ship sails on the sea, its sails billowing, cutting through the waves. The cabin was filled with the aroma of food. This was the most decent meal Lin Mo and his companions had eaten since their transmigration: hot meat soup, crispy toasted bread, and some vegetables they couldn't name. Although simple, it's a real treat compared to those unseasoned raw jerky dishes. The group sat around a long table, wolfing down their food. The crew members on the ship were used to it, and each ate their own portion. Lin Hong walked over with a bowl and sat down next to them. "Eat slowly, no rush," he said. "The journey is still long." Wang Jian swallowed a large mouthful of meat and asked vaguely, "How much longer until we arrive?" "If all goes well, it will take about a month," Lin Hong said. "It depends on the sea conditions and wind direction. Sometimes, if there's a storm, it might take longer." 1 month. A month spent adrift at sea. They looked at each other. A month at sea sounded long, but it was much better than living in fear on that island. "This feels a little unreal." Lin Hong glanced at everyone and said, "There's something I need to tell you all." Everyone stopped eating and looked at him. "It will take about a month at sea to reach Fangchengang," Lin Hong said. "During this time, I suggest you learn the common language of the Wanhen realm." "Common language?" Awakens asked. Lin Hong nodded. "This world has many races, and each race has its own language. To facilitate communication, the Wanhen realm has a universal language that can be used almost anywhere. While Mandarin is widely used within the human race, many people of other ethnicities do not speak it. Therefore, they primarily communicate using a common language." He paused, then said, "If you want to travel on land, it will be very difficult without a common language. You'll need it to buy things, ask for directions, and gather information." The group looked at each other. Wang Jian asked, "Then how do I learn?" Lin Hong took out 2 bottles of yellow medicine from his pocket and placed them on the table. "This is a memory potion. Drinking it can significantly improve memory in a short period of time. 1 bottle lasts 7 days, enough for you to master the basics of common tongue," he said. "However, this stuff isn't cheap. It requires trading crystal cores or weapons and equipment dropped by ferocious beasts." He added, "Besides the medicine, you also need someone to teach you. I can help you find a crew member to be your instructor. The fee will be separate. Of course, you can also learn on land. However, the training courses there are quite expensive and time-consuming." He shrugged. "You can decide for yourselves how to choose." After saying that, he got up and left, leaving the others looking at each other in bewilderment. "Want to learn?" Tang Ke asked. "Let's learn." Lin Mo was the first to speak. "We have a month to spare anyway. The sooner we learn, the easier it will be when we get there." Wang Jian nodded. "I'll learn too. Anyway, I can just earn it back by hunting when I have the chance after spending the crystal cores." Xia Han said, "I don't have many crystal cores, but I should be able to squeeze enough." Ah Kun did the math. The potion plus the teacher would probably cost 5 or 6 crystal cores per person. Since there are many of us, we can pool our money to hire a teacher and save some money. After discussing it for a while, the group decided to pool their money to hire a teacher, with each person contributing 3 crystal cores, for a week-long course where they would all learn together. As for memory potions, it depends on the individual. If you want to buy one, you can exchange it with Lin Hong. Lin Mo still had 8 crystal cores left, which he had saved up before, but he hadn't been willing to use them. After thinking for a while, he went to find Lin Hong. "Captain Lin, I'd like to exchange that memory potion." Lin Hong nodded. "Okay. What will we exchange?" Lin Mo pulled the bone spur out of his waist and handed it over. It was a weapon-type ferocious beast he hunted in the pool, transformed into a 3-edged spike, light and sharp, which accompanied him in countless battles. But he still has the black gold bow, which he uses less in close combat. Lin Hong took it and examined it, his eyes lighting up. "Good stuff. Is this a ferocious beast-like creature made of fish bones? The 3-spirit dagger is a very practical weapon." He thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll exchange it. It'll be more than enough for 1 bottle of memory potion. Shall I give you 2 more crystal cores?" Lin Mo shook his head. "No need, just consider it making friends." Lin Hong smiled, put away the bone spur, and took out a bottle of memory potion from his pocket, handing it to him. "Great job. If you need anything in Fangchengang in the future, you can come to me." Lin Mo accepted the medicine, thanked him, and returned to his cabin. That afternoon, Lin Hong found them a teacher, a crew member named Shin Yong, who was in his 40s and had been at sea for over 10 years. He spoke fluent Mandarin. He was Chinese and also spoke Mandarin, making communication easier. Shin Yong took 3 crystal cores from each of them, and then began the lesson. On the first day, Lin Mo drank the memory potion. The medicine had little taste. After drinking it, one felt a cool sensation in their head, and their thinking became exceptionally clear. The words and grammar Shin Yong taught them could be memorized after hearing them once and recited after reading them twice. The results were amazing. A week later, he was able to have simple conversations with the crew, ask for directions, greet them, and buy things without much trouble. Others, however, did not have it so easy. Wang Jian couldn't bear to change the medicine, so he followed Shin Yong and memorized it by rote every day. His head was already big, but now it was even bigger, and he would mutter those strange pronunciations with a worried expression every day. "What kind of lousy language is this?" he muttered. "Why do my tongues keep getting tied up?" Xia Han chuckled to herself. She hadn't changed her medicine either, but her memory was better than Wang Jian's, so she could barely keep up. Tang Ke and the other 2 were doing the same, memorizing their lessons every day. Xiao Qi, being the youngest, learned the fastest and had already started helping Wang Jian correct his pronunciation. Uncle Chen was the most steady, taking his time to memorize things without any rush. He said, "What's the rush? There are still more than 20 days left." Akun didn't change the medicine, but he had his own method, chatting with the crew every day, forcing himself to speak, and if that didn't work, he'd use gestures. After a few days, he actually learned quite a bit. That night, Lin Mo lay in the cabin, listening to the sound of the waves, and reflecting on the changes of the past week. Memory potions, crystal cores, and weapons trading, this world has a complete set of rules, completely different from Earth's. But at least they're starting to adapt to the rules. He touched the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The 3 layers of light shimmered faintly in the darkness. In about 20 days, we will reach the human settlements. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 40, The Fisherman. The days on the ship were much more boring than Lin Mo had imagined. There are no ferocious beasts, no battles, and no sense of crisis that requires constant vigilance. Every day is just eating, sleeping, learning the common language, and looking at the sea, repeating the same thing over and over again. Lin Mo felt like he was getting sick from being so bored. That afternoon, he wandered around the deck, silently reviewing the words and sentences Shin Yong had taught him. The sea breeze was blowing and the sun was shining. It was quite comfortable. As he walked around, he saw a crew member sitting on the side of the ship, holding a fishing rod and fishing. That fishing rod was special, not the ordinary kind. The rod body had a faint sheen, as if it were made of a special material. The fishing line was also thick, and you could vaguely see fine patterns engraved on it. Lin Mo walked over and stopped 2 or 3 meters away from the man. He didn't want to disturb his fishing, but he was also a little curious. The sailor was a middle-aged man with tan skin and a long scar on his face, making him look somewhat fierce. But at that moment, he was intently staring at the sea, his eyes revealing a sense of peace. After a while, he turned to look at Lin Mo, grinned, and said, "Newbie? Want to learn how to fish?" Lin Mo nodded and said in the common language he had just learned, "Yes. Your fishing rod is very special." The crew member laughed and said, "That's right. This is a 2nd-tier artifact, made from the bones of a ferocious beast, and it can withstand the pull of a 3rd-tier artifact." Second-order pattern? Lin Mo silently memorized the word. It seems that things in this world have their own hierarchical system. He moved closer, looking at the fishing rod and then at the hook. The hook was frighteningly large, about the length of an adult's palm, with a cold glint at the tip. "Why is this fish hook so big?" Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. "Big?" The crew member laughed again. "This is considered small. If you want to catch something big, you'll need a bigger hook." He pointed to the sea. This sea is very deep, and there's everything down there. First and second tier pattern beasts, third and fourth tier behemoths, and occasionally even fifth tier giants. The hook is too small to catch them. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. The crew member glanced at him and suddenly said, "You're learning common tongue pretty quickly. Did you exchange memory potions with Lin Hong?" Lin Mo nodded. "It's been changed." "Smart guy." The crew member gave a thumbs up. "Learning the common language early will save you from trouble when you get there." He paused, then suddenly lowered his voice and said in a tempting tone, "Hey, I have a set of old fishing gear here, with a fishing rod, fishing line, and fishing hook, plus 8 tier 1 crystal cores. I'll sell it to you at a rock-bottom price. Want it?" Lin Mo paused for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm just watching, I'm not very good at fishing." "You can learn if you don't know how," the crew member said enthusiastically. "I'll teach you. You're just sitting here doing nothing anyway, why not go fishing? You might even catch some rare species, and you can get crystal cores by killing ferocious beasts. It's a free business." Just as Lin Mo was about to decline again, suddenly, the fishing rod suddenly bent. The crew member's eyes lit up instantly. He gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, leaned back, and began to struggle against the thing on the seabed. "Big shipment! Big shipment out!" he shouted excitedly. Several crew members nearby heard the commotion and gathered around to see what was going on. Lin Mo stood to the side, watching the fishing rod bend into a bow, the fishing line taut, carving lines across the sea. The crew member's face was flushed red, his feet firmly planted on the deck, struggling against the thing on the seabed. "Pull! Pull harder! Don't let it get away! Watch out for the fishing line!" The people around them were shouting all at once. After a full 15 minutes of stalemate, the thing was finally pulled up. A huge black shadow rose from the seabed, getting closer and closer, and finally burst through the surface of the sea. It is a fish. A fish with a strange appearance. It was over 2 meters long, covered in blood-red scales, and its mouth was filled with densely packed sharp teeth. Most strangely, it had 4 limbs, like a lizard, with claws that gleamed coldly. The strange fish was pulled onto the deck, still struggling desperately, its tail slapping against the deck with loud thuds. It opened its huge mouth and lunged at Lin Mo, who was closest to it. Lin Mo instinctively stepped back, his hand reaching for the bow and arrow behind his back. But that crew member was much faster than him. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible blade of energy flew out from his palm and sliced across the body of the strange fish. Pfft. The strange fish instantly broke in two, splattering blood all over the ground. The crew member walked over, squatted down, and rummaged inside the fish's head with his hand, pulling out a crystal core the size of a fist. He wiped the blood off it and smiled with satisfaction. A third-tier beast, not bad. A chorus of envious murmurs arose from those around them. Lin Mo stood there, looking at the crystal core and then at the 2 pieces of fish corpse, when a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Can you catch ferocious beasts while fishing? A tier 3 beast caught so easily? He walked over, squatted down, and examined the fish carcass. Its scales were hard, its teeth sharp, and its limbs powerful. If he had encountered this creature on land, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. If what you catch isn't a ferocious beast that can be both aquatic and terrestrial, then it's just a lamb to the slaughter. The crew member put away the crystal core, turned around and saw Lin Mo's expression, then chuckled. What, interested now? Lin Mo looked at him, and nodded. 8 tier 1 crystal cores, and I'll sell you my old fishing gear, the crew member said. It's old, but it works. You can catch tier 1 or tier 2 fish without any problem. Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, Can I take a look first? Certainly. The crew led him to a corner of the cabin, and rummaged through a pile of junk to find a set of fishing gear. Fishing rod, line, hook, float, everything was there. Although it was indeed a bit old, it was well maintained and still usable. Lin Mo touched it and asked, What material is this fishing rod made of? It's made from the bones of a first-tier beast, so it's quite sturdy, the crew member said. The fishing line is made from the sinew of a second-tier beast, so it's very resilient. The hooks are first-tier, and we've replaced them several times. This whole set should be fine for catching anything below the third tier. Lin Mo nodded, having made up his mind. He returned to his cabin and borrowed a few crystal cores from Wang Jian and Xia Han, as he had almost used up all the crystal cores he had previously used. When Wang Jian heard that he wanted to buy fishing gear to catch ferocious beasts, he took out 2 crystal cores without saying a word. Take them. I have no use for the crystal cores anyway. Xia Han also gave 2. Remember to share some with me if you catch a fish. After collecting all 8, Lin Mo returned to the crew member and handed him the crystal cores. Make a deal. The crew member took the crystal cores, counted them, and smiled with satisfaction. Great. The fishing gear is yours now. Here, I'll teach you how to use it. He spent half an hour explaining in detail how to use the fishing gear, how to cast, how to read the float, how to play the fish, and how to reel in the line. He also talked about some fishing techniques, such as when to fish in which spot, what bait to use, and so on. Lin Mo listened attentively and took notes. Finally, the crew member patted him on the shoulder. You're just sitting on this ship for a month anyway. Go fishing. You can practice your common language and earn crystal cores at the same time. It's a win-win situation. However, remember not to fish too deep. The deeper the sea, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts. Not to mention whether you can catch them. If you do, you might become bait for the ocean beasts. Lin Mo nodded, thanked him, and took his fishing gear back to the deck. He found a secluded spot, and following the instructions he had just learned, he baited the hook with bait and cast it with force. The fishing line traced an arc before falling into the sea. He sat on the gunwale, holding a fishing rod, staring at the sea. The sun was shining, the sea breeze was blowing, and all around were the sounds of waves and the occasional bird song. This feels quite pleasant. In the distance, Wang Jian walked over and sat down next to him. Are you fishing? I'm really curious what kind of fish I'll catch. If there's anything good to eat tonight, I'll share some with you. Good. The two remained silent for a while, then gazed at the sea. The boat is sailing, the waves are lapping, and the fishing rod is trembling slightly. Lin Mo suddenly felt that this past month wasn't so boring after all. Chapter 41, Newbie Luck. Lin Mo held his fishing rod, sat on the gunwale, and stared at the sea. It's been half an hour, and the float hasn't moved at all. He began to suspect that there was something wrong with the old fishing gear, or that he had been tricked into giving away 8 first-order crystal cores in exchange for a set that was only for show and not for use. Just as he was lost in thought, the fishing float suddenly sank. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, he gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and pulled it upwards with force. The fishing rod instantly bent into a bow, the fishing line taut, and a tremendous pulling force came from underwater. He leaned forward, almost being pulled into the sea, and quickly braced his feet against the gunwale, leaning back. They've taken the bait? A voice came from the side. Lin Mo turned his head and saw the crew member who had sold him the fishing gear, leaning against the gunwale and smiling at him. While chatting with the man while waiting for the fish to bite, Lin Mo learned that the man's name was Lao Mo, an old sailor on the ship, and that most of the seafood eaten on board was caught by him. The newbie's luck is pretty good. Old Mo walked over. Keep it steady, don't pull it too hard, walk it around. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and persevered, following the method Lao Mo had taught him, sometimes letting out the line, sometimes reeling it in, struggling against the thing on the seabed. His arms ached and his back hurt, but he dared not let go. After a full half-hour of struggling, the thing was finally pulled out of the water. A deep blue shadow broke through the waves and was thrown onto the deck. It is a fish. It was over a meter long, its body covered in deep blue scales that gleamed eerily in the sunlight. Most striking was the long, sharp spike at the tip of its mouth, as long as an adult's forearm, as sharp as a sword. It struggled desperately on the deck, its tail slapping loudly, the spike flailing wildly, leaving shallow scratches on the deck. Wave-breaking fish, Old Mo said from the side. A first-tier beast with average attack power, But that thorn is a bit troublesome. Be careful not to get pricked. Lin Mo did not approach rashly. He took a few steps back, took the black and gold bow from his back, drew the string, and aimed at the struggling wave-breaking fish. The golden arrow materialized. Call out. An arrow pierced the fish's head. The wave-breaking fish twitched a few times, then finally stopped moving. Lin Mo walked over, squatted down, and rummaged around inside the fish's head with his hand. After a while, he pulled out a pale blue crystal core, about the size of a thumb, which was translucent in the sunlight. First-order crystal nucleus. He smiled. You got it so easily? Old Mo clicked his tongue twice. Newbies are just lucky. Sometimes I can sit here for ages and not catch a single one. Lin Mo carefully put away the crystal core, stood up, and looked at the wave-breaking fish. The fish meat was edible, but perhaps that long bone would be useful? He asked Old Mo. Besides the crystal core, what else can be used from this fish? Old Mo pointed to the long thorn. That thorn can be used as material for refining weapons or exchanging for crystal cores. The fish meat is edible and tastes pretty good. Lin Mo nodded, used his knife to cut off the thorn, and put it away. He didn't touch the fish meat for now. He would deal with it later. Rebait the line and cast it into the sea. This time the wait was a bit longer. About an hour later, another one was caught. It was also a wave breaker, smaller than usual, but it still yielded a crystal core and a spine. Lin Mo became more and more interested in fishing. As the sun gradually sets in the west, the sea is tinged with a golden hue. As evening approached, he caught his third fish, which was not a wave-breaking fish, but a flat, flounder-like creature that was not aggressive but had very plump flesh. Old Mo glanced at it. This is a flat-spotted fish, level 1, the meat is delicious. Lin Mo carefully collected the third fish and put away his fishing gear. Let's tally today's catch, 3 to 1 sea fish, 3 crystal cores, and 2 wave-breaking fish bones. The newbie had really good luck. He carried the largest wave-breaking fish to find Wang Jian and Xia Han. The two were resting in the cabin. Wang Jian was still memorizing common language vocabulary, while Xia Han, looking worried, leaned against the side, closing her eyes to rest. An extra treat for dinner. Lin Mo held up the fish and shook it. Wang Jian's eyes lit up. You caught that? Lin Mo nodded. Xia Han opened her eyes and looked at the fish in his hand. It's so big. How are we going to eat it? Let's make soup, Lin Mo said. There should be a stove on the ship, let's borrow it. He discovered that the ship's galley was actually just a makeshift stove set up in the corner of the deck, with a large pot on top. The crew usually cooked their meals there. Lin Mo cleaned the fish, cut it into pieces, and put it in a pot with water to boil. There were no seasonings, only a little salt, but for them who had been eating dry rations for more than half a month, it was a rare delicacy. The ship only provided them with some dry bread and occasionally some dried fish. If they wanted to eat well, they had to pay with crystal cores or write IOUs with a 13% return. They would then work to pay back the money after arriving on the mainland. So, for these already poor survivors, there were basically no good meals. The fish soup boiled, and its aroma wafted through the air. Wang Jian and Xia Han gathered around, their eyes fixed on the white broth in the pot. Are you done yet? Wang Jian swallowed hard. Wait a little longer. After cooking for a while longer, Lin Mo served 3 bowls, 1 for each person. The soup was as white as milk, and the fish was tender and smooth. Although there weren't many seasonings, the fresh and sweet flavor was enough. The 3 of them squatted on the deck, slurping it down in silence. After finishing his bowl, Wang Jian licked his lips and stared longingly at the pot. Is there any more? Lin Mo served him another bowl. Xia Han finished her drink and looked at Lin Mo. How many did you catch today? 3, Lin Mo said. I'll cook the biggest one, and I'll keep the other 2 for later. What's it for? Lin Mo didn't say anything, he just smiled. That evening, Lin Mo returned to his cabin and took out the 2 fish. 1 wave-breaking fish, 1 flat-spotted fish. He opened his mouth and began to devour. A flash of light, and the two fish transformed into energy, and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, he felt subtle changes. His strength increased slightly, and his skin tightened a little. Although not as obvious as devouring a large ferocious beast, it would eventually have an effect over time. My first attempt at fishing today went well. I'll continue fishing tomorrow. Anyway, I'm just idling around. Chapter 42, Deadly Catch. After the first day of the newbie protection period, Lin Mo's good luck seemed to have run out. For the next few days, he squatted next to Lao Mo every day to fish, but his catch was meager. In 3 days, I only caught 2 small, first-class fish, the most common kind. Meanwhile, old Mo next door was fishing almost non-stop. Oh, another one. Old Mo leisurely reeled in his line, and a shimmering silver fish was pulled onto the deck. The fish was half a meter long, its scales reflecting light like a mirror, clearly no ordinary fish. A second-tier mirror-scaled fish, not bad, not bad. Old Mo smiled and dug out the crystal core, then threw the fish into the bucket. Lin Mo stared at his fishing rod, the float remaining motionless. Old Mo, is there a reason for your position? He couldn't help but ask. Old Mo chuckled. Fishing is 30% skill and 70% luck. My spot is just SOSO. The key is whether you can read the water flow, choose the bait, and seize the opportunity. Lin Mo humbly sought advice. Old Mo didn't hold back, sharing all his years of experience. When fish are most abundant during which tides, what color bait attracts which fish, and how to judge the size and type of fish based on the movement of the float. Lin Mo listened attentively and took notes. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Lao Mo's fishing rod suddenly bent sharply. Lin Mo had never seen a fishing rod bend so sharply that it was shaped like an intersection, and the rod made a creaking sound as if it was about to break at any moment. Old Mo's expression changed instantly. Big catch! He roared, gripping the fishing rod tightly with both hands, bracing his feet against the gunwale, and leaning back. The fishing line was taut, leaving a deep mark on the surface of the sea. The thing underwater was desperately trying to burrow deeper, with astonishing strength, and Old Mo was being dragged towards the side of the boat. Help! He shouted. Several crew members rushed over immediately. Some grabbed Old Mo's waist, some grabbed his fishing rod, and some prepared their weapons. Lin Mo also put down his fishing rod and ran over to check the situation. With the combined efforts of the group, the situation was finally stabilized. But the thing underwater was clearly unwilling to be caught. It struggled frantically, sometimes diving deep into the sea, sometimes suddenly surging upwards, dragging everyone off balance. Damn it, that's strength! One of the crew members gritted his teeth. After a stalemate of half an hour, the thing was finally pulled closer to the surface of the water. A huge dark shadow rose from the seabed, growing closer and clearer. It's a snake. A giant sea serpent. It was 7 or 8 meters long, its body as thick as a bucket, and its entire body was covered with bluish-black scales that gleamed with a cold light in the sunlight. Its head was round and slick, its 2 cold eyes staring at the people on the ship, and its mouth constantly spitting out a scarlet tongue. A 4th-order sea serpent! A crew member exclaimed. Old Mo's face turned pale. 4th tier, damn it, this is troublesome. The sea serpent's mouth was caught on a fishhook, and it struggled wildly in pain. It suddenly leaped out of the water, its massive body twisting in the air before crashing heavily onto the deck. Bang! The entire ship shook. The sea snake writhed on the deck, its tail sweeping across and sending a crew member flying, crashing into the cabin. Blood was still flowing from its mouth, but the fishhook had been broken off. Watch out! Old Mo shouted. It's going to attack! The sea serpent raised its head, stared at Lin Mo who was closest to it, opened its mouth wide, and sprayed out a foul-smelling liquid. Fortunately, Lin Mo had already prepared to run the moment he saw the sea serpent, and rolled to the side. The venom landed where he had just been standing, hissing and smoking, corroding a large pit in the deck. It's highly poisonous! He shouted. Several crew members rushed forward. A burly white man with a knife slashed at the sea serpent, the blade cutting half an inch in before getting stuck in its scales. The sea serpent cried out in pain, its tail sweeping across, sending the burly man flying before he could dodge. Taking advantage of a lull in the sea serpent's attack, another crew member thrust a spear into its eye. The sea serpent jerked its head to the side, and the spear tip slid off its scales. "No, the scales are too hard!" the crew member shouted. Old Mo gritted his teeth, waved his hands, and a blade of energy flew out. That was his talent. He had used this move to kill that third-tier monster fish last time. The air blade struck the sea serpent, cutting a gash that oozed green blood. However, the wound was shallow, merely a superficial injury to a fourth-tier sea serpent. The sea serpent was enraged. It stopped flailing about, fixed its gaze on Old Mo, and pounced. Old Mo had no time to dodge and was struck in the chest by the snake's head, sending him flying and breaking the railing of the ship. "Old Mo!" Lin Mo had no time to think. He drew his bow and fired an arrow. The purplish gold arrow struck the sea serpent, the arrowhead merely piercing its armor and wounding its flesh. The venom was injected, but the fourth-tier physique was too strong. That small amount of venom was far from enough to defeat it. More crew members arrived. Some attacked with knives, some with spears, and some with their innate abilities. Fireballs, ice blades, and wind blades rained down on the sea serpent, finally inflicting serious injuries. But it remained ferocious. Its tail swept across, knocking 2 crew members into the sea. Its venom sprayed out, forcing everyone to retreat. Its teeth bit into a crew member's leg, nearly tearing the entire leg off. The melee lasted for an hour. Finally, Old Mo seized the opportunity and unleashed 3 powerful energy blades, simultaneously striking the sea serpent's vital spot. The area had been torn open by previous attacks, and the energy blades pierced through, finally severing its spine. The sea serpent's body tensed suddenly, then slumped limply onto the deck. He died. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lin Mo leaned against the ship's railing, staring at the enormous sea serpent's corpse, his back drenched in cold sweat. Fourth order. This is only fourth order. If that sea serpent had been any stronger, and if I hadn't run fast enough at the beginning, I would have been caught by that creature. He dared not think about it. Old Mo struggled to his feet, walked to the sea serpent, used a knife to cut open its head, and dug out a fist-sized crystal core. It was bluish-black and gleamed with an eerie light. "A fourth-order crystal core," he said with a wry smile. "I almost lost my life." The other crew members also got up and cleaned up the battlefield. Some pulled their companions who had fallen into the sea out of the water. Thankfully, they hadn't been eaten by the beast. Some treated their wounds, cleaning the areas corroded by the venom with special medicine. Others cleaned the bloodstains and bits of flesh from the deck. Lin Mo walked over and looked at the sea snake's corpse. Old Mo glanced at him. "What, you want it?" Lin Mo shook his head. "Just taking a look. This is the first time I've seen a fourth-tier one." Old Mo sighed, cut a piece of meat from the sea serpent, and handed it to him. "Take this. It's the meat of a fourth-tier pattern beast. Eating it will be good for your cultivation." Lin Mo accepted it and thanked him. He returned to his position and looked at the snake meat that was still twitching slightly. These past few days he's been trying to catch a big fish and earn more crystal cores. But now he understands that it's hard to say what he'll catch. If one day you happen to be lucky enough to catch a 5th or 6th-tier sea beast, you'll lose your life, let alone the crystal core. He turned and glanced at Old Mo. Old Mo was leaning against the ship's railing, resting with his eyes closed, his chest still aching slightly. Lin Mo put away his fishing gear. "From now on, I'll fish right next to Old Mo. If you manage to catch something you can't defeat, at least someone can help you." Chapter 43. What I Saw and Heard. Ever since Lao Mo caught that 4th-tier sea serpent, Lin Mo's fishing spot has been firmly fixed next to Lao Mo. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was just that the scene that day was too unforgettable. A single 4th-tier sea serpent had almost capsized a group of experienced crew members. If a 5th-tier one had come along, the entire ship would probably have been wiped out. Old Mo didn't mind him following along. On the contrary, He was happy to have someone to chat with. These days, the two sit side by side on the gunwale of the boat, fishing rods lowered into the sea, waiting for fish to bite while chatting about their various experiences in the myriad marks realm. You new recruits are lucky, Old Mo said, lighting a cigarette he'd rolled himself and exhaling smoke. You transmigrated into human territory and happened to run into us on patrol. If you'd landed in alien territory, TSK. Lin Mo asked. Are the alien races dangerous? It depends on the race, Old Mo said. Some are fine, we can communicate and do business with them. Others are not, they'll kill you on sight, there's no reasoning with them. He exhaled a smoke ring and continued. However, the human race is currently quite powerful, not the strongest, but not weak either. With 2 8th-tier beings keeping things under control, most races don't dare to openly provoke them. So, they inevitably resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Mo remembered what Lin Hong had said before and asked. Who are those 2 8th level people? Have you seen them? Those two are household names within the human race's sphere of influence. Old Mo shook his head. But how could someone like me, a nobody, possibly meet such important figures? All I know is that one has a military background, and the other is from academia. You'll have to ask around when you get to Fangchengang for more details. Lin Mo nodded and changed the subject. What kind of place is Fangchengang? Old Mo's eyes lit up. What a great place! It's one of the 7 cities of the human race, a port city by the sea. Think about it, what does being by the sea mean? Trade! All kinds of goods are transported from the sea to the inland, coming and going, it's very lively. He paused, then lowered his voice and said, and there are many alien races in that place. The various races in the sea, such as merfolk, scaled creatures, abyss creatures, and sea spirits, all love to flock to Fangchengang. They have good things, and we humans have things they want, so a deal is struck. Alien races can move freely in human cities? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. No, that won't do. Old Mo waved his hand. There are special places. Fangchengang is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is where we humans live, and the outer city is the trading area where various races do business. Other races need to apply to enter the inner city, and they are generally not allowed to enter. Lin Mo seemed to be deep in thought. Old Mo then brought up another topic, money. You must have accumulated some crystal cores on the island, right? He asked. Lin Mo nodded. There are some, but we've used most of them. Crystal cores are good, but it's not cost-effective to buy and sell them directly, Old Mo said. The currency commonly used on the continent is called spirit crystal coins, a special kind of crystal that contains trace amounts of energy. It can be used for trading or to supply energy for some everyday tools. He counted on his fingers to calculate the accounts for Lin Mo. A first-tier crystal core can be exchanged for 10 spirit crystals. A second-tier crystal core costs 100. A third-tier core costs 1,000. A fourth-tier core costs 10,000. A fifth-tier core costs 100,000. And a sixth-tier core costs 1 million. This is the common exchange rate. Of course, some black markets are willing to use a higher exchange rate to exchange for higher-tier crystal cores. Lin Mo silently calculated in his mind. The few crystal cores he had weren't worth much in spirit crystal coins. What about the higher-level ones? He asked. Old Mo laughed. High level? Crystal cores of the 5th rank or higher. Basically no one would exchange them for money. Those are cultivation resources, they're valuable but not readily available. Even if you wanted to buy them, they wouldn't sell them to you. Lin Mo nodded and kept it in mind. Oh right. Old Mo suddenly remembered something. What are you planning to do once you get to Fangchengang? Lin Mo thought for a moment. Let's find a place to stay first, and then figure out a way to become stronger. Then we can go and take a look at the War Academy, Old Mo said. War Academy? Yes, there's one in every city, Old Mo explained. It's a place specifically for training rune masters. Whether you're a newcomer who just transmigrated here, or a local kid who's about to come of age, you can pay to go in and learn. Having a teacher, a place to practice, and resources to consult is much better than figuring things out on your own. He paused, then added, Of course, it costs money. The tuition isn't cheap, but it's worth it. If you want to quickly understand this world and avoid detours in your cultivation, the War Academy is the best choice. Lin Mo memorized the words, War Academy. As they were talking, Lin Mo's fishing rod suddenly moved. He gripped it reflexively, but the float only twitched and then stopped moving. They got away. Old Mo laughed. Your luck is still a bit lacking. Lin Mo smiled wryly and rebaited the bait. Old Mo suddenly asked, By the way, from my observation, you should already be a dual-talented rune master, right? Have you told anyone about the specific effects of your two talents? Lin Mo's heart tightened, but he remained outwardly calm. I mentioned it a little. Don't mention it again. Old Mo lowered his voice. When you killed the sea serpent that day, I saw you shoot it with an arrow, and the arrow was poisoned. I saw you swallow those fish later. Although I don't know exactly what they were, your talent is definitely extraordinary. He looked at Lin Mo and said seriously, In this place, the more low-key you are, the longer you'll survive. Don't reveal all your cards. Furthermore, you need to carefully consider which talent or ability you should focus on developing. Don't aim too high and try to cultivate multiple skills at the same time, as that will only slow down the gap between you and your peers. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Old Mo smiled and lit another cigarette. As the sun sets, the sea is dyed a golden hue. The two sat side by side, their fishing rods lowered into the sea, quietly waiting for a fish to bite. Chapter 44, A Double Harvest. That afternoon, the sea was as calm as a mirror. As usual, Lin Mo sat next to Lao Mo, fishing rods dangling into the water, chatting casually. These days he has gotten used to this rhythm of fishing, chatting, listening to Lao Mo talk about all sorts of things in the myriad trace realm, and occasionally catching one or two small fish. The sea is too calm today. Old Mo squinted at the sky. It's abnormally calm. Lin Mo asked. Will there be a storm? That's not necessarily true. Old Mo shook his head. It's also possible that a school of fish is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo's fishing float suddenly sank. He instinctively lifted the rod, feeling a considerable pull on his hand. Reeling in the line, I pulled up a small, red fish with two striking red lines on its back, which was thrashing about on the deck. Red thread fish. Old Mo glanced at it. A small, first-tier creature with neurotoxins. Getting bitten by one can cause a lot of trouble. Lin Mo carefully avoided the fish's mouth and stunned it with a stick. Then, one after another, the fish took the bait. Article 2. Article 3. In a short while, he caught 3 red snapper, all of the same kind. The fish had indeed come. Old Mo also had a good catch, managing to hook several red snapper and 1 fish of a different species. He chuckled as he processed his prey, saying to Lin Mo, You're lucky. This fish may be small, but its venom is quite interesting. We can collect the venom and sell it for money. After Lin Mo finished processing the 3 red threadfin fish, he dug out 3 light red crystal cores, and then stared at the fish corpses. Neurotoxins. His current talent for toxins is mainly corrosive and highly toxic. His neurotoxin ability is still lacking. If he could devour. He turned his back to Lao Mo, opened his mouth, aimed at the red-lined fish, and began to devour them. 3 red threadfish transformed into rays of light and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, Lin Mo felt the poison tattoo on his abdomen churn violently. Within the dark red poisonous mist, a strange fluctuation appeared, a more concealed and cunning poison that didn't directly corrode the flesh but attacked the nerves. He stretched out his hand and activated the poison. A few extremely fine silver threads were mixed in with the dark red smoke in his palm, almost invisible unless one looked closely. He put away the poison and was about to reel in his line. Today's catch was already quite good: 3 crystal cores, the flesh and blood of 3 fish, and the amplified poison properties. Lin Mo was very satisfied. Just as he gripped the fishing rod to pull it up, a tremendous force suddenly came from underwater. The force came without warning, and the fishing rod almost slipped from my hand. Lin Mo lunged forward, almost falling into the sea, but luckily he reacted quickly, bracing his feet firmly against the gunwale, gripping the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and leaning back. "Here we go again!" he shouted. Old Mo turned his head and his eyes lit up. "Big truck! Hold on!" The fishing rod was bent into a full bow, the fishing line taut and straight, leaving streaks on the sea surface. The thing underwater was incredibly strong, desperately trying to drill deeper, and Lin Mo was dragged forward 1/2 meter. But he is no longer the Lin Mo who first boarded the ship. The ferocious beast he had devoured over the past few days, and the increased strength he had gained, all erupted at this moment. He gritted his teeth, braced his feet on the gunwale, and pulled himself back little by little. "Push harder! Play it!" Old Mo shouted from the side, but for a fisherman, not helping to play the fish is a great pleasure in conquering the catch. The stalemate lasted for 1/2 an hour. Lin Mo's arms ached as if they were about to break, and his back was also aching, but he stubbornly persevered. The underwater thing's strength finally began to weaken, and he gradually pulled it closer to the surface. Finally, a blue shadow broke through the water. It is a giant crab. Its carapace is 2 meters wide, and its bluish-green shell gleams with an oily sheen in the sunlight. What's most striking are its 2 enormous pincers, a pair of thick, massive pincers with jaws as sharp as scissors, constantly snapping open and closing. "A giant clawed blue crab!" Old Mo exclaimed in surprise. "A second tier 1! A good find!" The blue crab was thrown onto the deck, its 8 legs flailing wildly and its 2 giant claws swinging erratically as it lunged at Lin Mo, who was closest to it. Lin Mo took a step back, about to retrieve the bow. With a casual wave of his hand, Lao Mo sent out a blade of energy. Pft! A deep gash was ripped open in the crab's shell, and green fluid gushed out. It twitched a few times and then remained still. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Lao Mo. "Thanks. Don't mention it." Old Mo walked over and kicked the dead crab. "These things have lots of meat, and they're best steamed. You're in luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the crab's corpse suddenly glowed. A pale blue light emanated from its body, growing brighter and brighter. Lin Mo paused, then took a step back. The light lasted for a few seconds, then suddenly contracted. The blue crab disappeared. There was a knife on the ground. It was a uniquely shaped machete, with a thick, slightly curved blade, entirely bluish-gray in color, gleaming with an eerie light. Most notably, the back of the blade retained the characteristics of a giant crab's claw, with several raised, sharp teeth, like the serrations on a pair of pincers. The handle was wrapped in an unknown material that looked like it would be very comfortable to hold. Old Mo picked it up, looked at it from all angles, and then waved it around a couple of times. "It's all right," he commented. "A second-tier weapon, a bit better than the average one. The serrations on the back of the blade can be used as a saw, and it can also cause tearing wounds when slashing." He tossed the knife to Lin Mo. "Here. It should fetch 100 or 2 crystal coins." Lin Mo took the knife and weighed it in his hand. It was a bit heavier than the previous bone spike, but it was easy to handle. The curve of the blade was just right, allowing him to use it to his advantage when slashing. He remembered that he had used the bone spike to exchange for the memory potion, and since then he hadn't had a suitable melee weapon. "Now we have it." "Thanks, Old Mo," he said. Old Mo waved his hand, returned to his position, and rebaited. Lin Mo looked at the knife in his hand, becoming more and more satisfied. The bluish-gray blade, with its pincer-like back, felt heavy in his hand. He tried swinging it a few times, and it moved with great force. "Let's call this knife the Green Pliers knife." He put the knife away, sat down again, and continued fishing. Lin Mo sat on the gunwale, his fishing rod dangling into the sea, with the blue pliers knife beside him. Today's harvest was more than enough. Chapter 45, First Encounter with a Different Race. That morning, Lin Hong gathered everyone on the deck. "We'll be in Fangsheng in 5 days," he said, getting straight to the point. "There are some things I need to tell you." Lin Mo and the others formed a circle and listened attentively. Lin Hong said. When we dock, officials will board the ship to register us. They will ask us questions such as where we came from, when we crossed over, our experiences on the island, and whether we have any special talents, etc. Just answer the questions. There's no need to hide anything. Fangchengang has a complete acceptance process for newlyweds. Temporary accommodation will be arranged after registration. Wang Jian asked. Should I reveal all my talents? Lin Hong glanced at him, understanding his concerns. Say what you can. Keep murder and robbery to yourself, but tell the truth about what you got from a normal hunt. There's no need to hide your talents. You can hide one or two, and people might not be able to find out. But if you need to use official resources or join an organization in the future, talent registration is required. Hiding them will only cause trouble. He paused, then added, Of course, you can use your trump card for survival yourself. But it's best not to hide your mainstream talents. Everyone nodded. Lin Hong continued. Once you arrive, you have a few options. One is to make a living on your own, do odd jobs, join a mercenary group, or start a business. The second is to go to the War Academy and pay tuition to study. The third is to join the City Defense Army or an official organization and receive a fixed salary. The choice is yours. How much is the tuition for the War Academy? Akun asked. It's not cheap, Lin Hong said. It's about 500 spirit crystals per semester, including room and board. You can exchange the crystal cores you have for money, 10 for a first-tier crystal core, 100 for a second-tier core, and 1,000 for a third-tier core. Calculate for yourself whether that's enough. Lin Mo silently did the math in his head. He currently had a dozen or so first-tier crystal cores and a few second-tier ones, which together amounted to only 200 or 300 yuan. Not enough for a semester. I need to keep saving. Just as Lin Hong was about to say something more, a crew member suddenly slid down from the mast and ran over quickly. First mate! There's a situation ahead. Lin Hong's expression changed, and he followed the crew member to the bow of the ship. He took out something from his waist that looked like a telescope, but with intricate patterns engraved on the lens, and examined it. A few seconds later, he put the thing down, his expression serious. Go and fetch the captain, he said to the crew member. Tell him that there are greyfin sharks attacking the merchant ship. The crew members ran away immediately. Lin Mo and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Greyfin sharkmen? What are those? Old Mo whispered from the side. An alien race from the sea, the kind of sharks that have become spirits. They're not to be trifled with. A few minutes later, a man came out of the cabin. He wore a grey cloak, his long hair cascading casually over his shoulders. He looked to be in his 40s, with a square face and a calm gaze. He walked to the bow of the ship, took the object Lin Hong handed him, and examined it. 3 miles away, a medium-sized merchant ship is surrounded by 7 or 8 greyfin sharkmen. He put down his things and said in a low voice, We can't get any closer. Let's stop here to avoid damaging our ship. Lin Hong asked, Captain, shall we make a move? The captain paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Save them. He turned to look at everyone, his gaze lingering on Lin Mo and the others for a moment, before saying to a few crew members, You few stay behind and protect them. The crew members responded. The captain then looked at Lin Mo and the others. You all stay on the ship and don't move. You can't get involved in this battle. After saying that, he led Lin Hong and a dozen crew members in a small boat toward the merchant ship. Lin Mo and the others stood on the deck, watching from a distance. It was smaller than the Windseeker, and its hull was damaged in several places. On the deck, one could vaguely see people fighting. And finally, the greyfin sharkmen came into view. That was the first time Lin Mo had ever seen a different race. They resemble sharks standing upright, over 2 meters tall, with dark gray backs, grayish-white bellies, and smooth, reflective skin. Their heads are shark-shaped, filled with sharp teeth, and gill slits on either side of their necks that open and close with each breath. Their arms and legs are thick and strong, with webbed fingers and sharp claws at their tips. 7 or 8 greyfin sharks were wreaking havoc on the merchant ship. Some were tearing at the sails with their claws, some were chasing the crew on the deck, and one was pinning a human crew member to the ground, its mouth wide open, ready to bite him. Just then, the captain's small boat pulled alongside the merchant ship. The captain was the first to leap onto the deck, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He raised his hand and a dazzling light flew from his palm, transforming into countless tiny blades of light that rained down on the nearest grey-finned sharkmen. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 grey-finned sharkmen were instantly pierced by the light blades and fell down screaming. Lin Hong followed closely behind. He gripped a large sword in both hands, the blade ablaze with flames. He slashed at a grey-finned sharkman, who raised his claw to block. Crack. The claw, along with half of his shoulder, was severed. The other crew members also jumped onto the deck and fought with the remaining grey-finned sharkmen. But the grey-finned sharkman is not weak. They also have talents. A particularly burly grey-finned sharkman was clearly the leader of the group. It roared, and a layer of aquamarine light suddenly emanated from its body. The light condensed on its body into a set of water armor, crystal clear yet indestructible. A crew member slashed at it with his knife, but the water armor only rippled, the blade couldn't penetrate it at all. The leader swung his claw back, slashing 3 deep bloody gashes across the crew member's chest, sending him flying backward with a scream. Another crew member charged from the side, thrusting a spear into the back of its neck. The spear had pierced the water armor, penetrating half an inch, before becoming stuck. The leader turned, grabbed the spear's shaft, and flung the crew member away. "Watch out! It has the water armor talent!" Lin Hong shouted. The captain narrowed his eyes and raised his hand again. This time, instead of a blade of light, he conjured an even more dazzling and massive pillar of light, which he thrust out with a vengeance, hurtling straight toward the leader. The leader roared, crossed his arms in front of him, and frantically thickened his water armor. Boom! The beam of light slammed into the water armor, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The armor trembled violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, but it ultimately did not shatter. The leader was blasted back several steps, his water armor dimming considerably, but he was still alive. It stared at the captain, its eyes filled with malice. The battle continues. Lin Mo stood on the deck of the Xuanfeng, intently watching the battle unfold. His palms were sweaty. That's incredible. The speed, strength, and talent of those grey-finned sharkmen far surpassed any ferocious beast he had encountered before. The captain and Lin Hong's strength was even more astonishing. Their light blades, fire swords, and beams of light could easily kill him with a single move. Is this the battle of the myriad marks realm? Just then, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Something seemed to be vibrating on the deck beneath my feet. It was very slight. He looked down at the sea beside the boat. The seawater was dark and bottomless. But vaguely, there seemed to be several dark figures swimming rapidly underwater, approaching the bottom of the boat. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. He looked up sharply at the crew members who remained behind. They were intently watching the battle in the distance, and no one noticed anything below the ship. He opened his mouth, as if to shout. But just a second before he spoke, the dark figures had already slipped into the depths of the ship's hull and disappeared. Lin Mo stared at the sea, his heart pounding. He was certain he hadn't misread it. There's something underwater. And there's more than one. He gripped the blue pliers knife at his waist, staring intently at the dark sea. The battle continued in the distance, with shouts of killing, screams of agony, and roars of anger mingling together. Chapter 46, Ambush. The battle raged on in the distance, the captain's beam of light, Lin Hong's fire blade, and the brutal grey-finned shark leader intertwining in the sunlight to create a dazzling yet deadly spectacle. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Lin Mo stared intently at the sea beside the boat, his heart pounding in his chest. The shadowy figures disappeared. But he knew they hadn't left. There's something underwater, he shouted without hesitation, pointing to the bottom of the boat. The few crew members left behind immediately became alert. They quickly gathered at the ship's side, gripped their weapons, and stared at the dark sea. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! The ship suddenly shuddered, and several huge figures shot up from underwater and crashed onto the deck. 4 gray-finned sharkmen. They were larger than those that attacked the merchant ships, their skin gleaming a deep gray, their claws flashing coldly in the sunlight. As soon as they landed, they pounced on the nearest humans. "Protect the newcomers!" a crew member shouted, charging at a gray-finned sharkman and slashing with his sword. The blade struck the sharkman's arm, but only penetrated half an inch before being wedged by muscle. The sharkman grinned, his mouth full of sharp teeth sending chills down one's spine, and slammed his other claw into the crew member's chest. The crew member was thrown backward, crashing through the ship's railing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The other 3 gray-finned sharks had already rushed towards the cabin. "Retreat! Retreat inside!" another crew member roared, desperately blocking a sharkman. Lin Mo and the others scrambled back into the cabin. Wang Jian slammed the cabin doors shut and used his body to hold it in place. Bang! The hatch was slammed shut, sending wood chips flying. "Hold on!" Uncle Chen rushed up and used his shoulder to brace against the door. The sounds of fierce fighting, screams, and roars could be heard outside. Lin Mo peered through the crack in the hatch and saw the 3 crew members left behind fighting 4 gray-finned sharkmen. They were strong, each possessing at least the strength of a 3rd or 4th tier sharkman, but the sharkmen were equally formidable and outnumbered. One of the crew members was attacked by 2 sharks, and several bloody wounds appeared on his body in an instant. Another crew member was struck by the sharkman's water blade, and a cloud of blood mist exploded from his chest. "They'll die if this continues," Wang Jian gritted his teeth. "But we'd be throwing our lives away if we went out." Akun's face turned pale. "Those are 3rd-tier alien races, and we're barely even 2nd-tier. Lin Mo gripped the green pliers tightly, then released them. He knew Akun was right. On the island, they only dealt with 1st and 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, and often fought fiercely. The 3rd-tier alien race, with their talent, intelligence, and rich combat experience, would only be sending their heads to those sharkmen if they went out. But he can't do nothing. He took down the black gold bow and aimed it through the window at a gray-finned sharkman who was fighting with the crew. The purple gold arrow condensed into shape. "Let go. Call out." The arrow struck the sharkman in the back, the arrowhead penetrating half an inch. The sharkman winced in pain and glanced back, but was quickly entangled by the crew and had no time to pay him any attention. The toxin was injected, but the 3rd-tier physique was too strong, and that little bit of toxin was no match for it. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and fired another arrow. This time, the bullet struck it in the back of the neck. The shark roared and flung the crew aside, charging towards the cabin. "It's coming!" Shiochi screamed. Lin Mo's pupils contracted, and without thinking, he instantly activated the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. A pale purple light surged forth, mixed with dark red venom, and condensed in his palm. A venomous snake as thick as an arm took shape in his hand, with purplish-red scales, scarlet eyes, and a flicking tongue. With a thought, a venomous snake darted out of the window and pounced on the gray-finned shark man. The shark swung its claws at the venomous snake, but the snake twisted its body to dodge the claws, then coiled around its arm, and... bang! Self-destruction. A purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the shark man's upper body. It screamed in agony, its eyes burned by the mist, slowing its movements for a moment. The crew member seized the opportunity to rush forward and plunge a knife into its heart. The first gray-finned sharkman fell. But there are 3 more. Lin Mo looked tense, his energy consumption was quite high. He then conjured another venomous snake and released it from another window to entangle another sharkman. This time, he didn't use self-destruction, but instead had the snake coil and bite, injecting venom to disrupt its movements. Inside the cabin, Tang Ke was also working desperately. She gestured rapidly with her hands, and one after another, clones rushed out from around her, ran out of the cabin, and pounced on the sharkmen. Although they were easily destroyed by the sharkmen's attacks, the clones kept coming in endlessly, driving the sharkmen to distraction. Zhou Qing and Zhao who had no long-range capabilities, so they could only stand guard by the hatch, ready to provide support at any time. Xia Han stood by the window, moving at an astonishing speed. Every time a shark got close, she would rush out and slash it, then immediately retreat, leaving behind a blur. Uncle Chun and Wang Jian held the hatch shut with all their might, as the impact outside grew increasingly violent. Stone stood protectively in front of Shao Qi and Akun, his skin hardened to its limit. Besides Lin Mo and his team, there was another man named Xiao Feng in the other team. He could conjure wooden cones and was also trying to interfere with the sharks. But the crew members who remained could no longer hold on. Of the 3 crew members, one lay in a pool of blood, one was trampled underfoot by the shark, and the last one, covered in wounds, was still struggling to stay afloat. 4 sharks, 3 left. Hold on! Lin Mo shouted, and fired another arrow. His energy was almost depleted, and only one venomous snake remained, barely keeping him afloat. Just as the last crew member was about to be torn apart by the shark, a flaming blade of light descended from the sky. Pfft! The shark's head flew off. Lin Hong landed on the large ship, covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot. Behind him, 7 or 8 crew members were rushing over from the merchant ship. Kill! Lin Hong roared. The crew swarmed forward, and the remaining 2 greyfin sharkmen were instantly overwhelmed. The battle is over. Lin Mo plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. He looked out the window at the deck, which was covered in blood. Of the 3 crew members who remained, 2 were already dead, and the last one was seriously injured and unconscious. The surviving crew members silently cleaned up the battlefield, carrying their comrades' bodies aside. Lin Hong walked over and glanced at Lin Mo through the window. Well done, he said, his voice hoarse. Those snakes saved his life. He was referring to the crew member whom Lin Mo had rescued. Lin Mo nodded, speechless. Inside the cabin, everyone was slumped over, but thankfully they held on until Lin Hong and his men returned to provide assistance. In the distance, the merchant ship was engulfed in flames and was slowly sinking. Chapter 47, The Sunken Ship. The battle is over. Bloodstains were everywhere on the deck, human blood and shark blood, mixed together and indistinguishable. A few crew members were counting the casualties, while the rest sat or stood, panting heavily. Lin Mo stepped out of the cabin, his feet sinking into the slippery deck, feeling a sticky sensation. He looked at the merchant ship in the distance. It was burning, flames engulfing most of its hull, thick smoke billowing out, and occasionally the sound of something breaking could be heard. The sharks are retreating. They dragged away the bodies of several of their companions and also stole some cargo from the merchant ship. The sharks looked back one last time, their eyes filled with resentment, but in the end they dived into the water and disappeared beneath the dark surface of the sea. They got away. Lin Hong stood on the ship's railing, staring at the sea, and spat out a mouthful of saliva. The captain walked over, his gray cloak stained with blood, but his expression was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. He glanced at the burning merchant ship, then at the crew members who were trying to salvage the cargo and people. "Save as many as you can," he said. The crews sprang into action. Small boats shuttled back and forth, ferrying people from the merchant ship and carrying over any cargo they could salvage. Lin Mo and his companions stood on the deck, watching as the survivors were pulled aboard one by one. They were men and women, young and old, dressed in various clothes, and their faces were filled with the terror of surviving a catastrophe. Some were covered in blood and trembling, while others knelt on the deck, panting heavily. Thank you," a middle-aged man said, grasping the crew member's hand, tears streaming down his face. The crew member patted him on the shoulder, said nothing, and turned to fetch the next batch. The merchant ship burned more and more fiercely, and its hull began to list. A chubby middle-aged man was the last to be pulled aboard. Just as he stepped onto the deck, the merchant ship behind him made a loud noise and broke in half, slowly sinking into the sea. The fat man glanced back, his face turned deathly pale, his legs buckled, and he almost knelt down. A nearby crew member helped him up and led him to the center of the deck. "Are you the captain?" Lin Hong walked over and asked. The fat man nodded, wiping the sweat from his face. "My name is Qian Fu, and I'm the owner of this merchant ship. Thank you all for saving my life, thank you so much! As he spoke, he pulled a bulging bag from his pocket, presented it to the captain with both hands, and said, This is just a small token of my appreciation. If it weren't for your help, we would all be dead today. The captain took the bag, weighed it in his hand, but didn't open it. He handed it to Lin Hong beside him and nodded to Qian Fu. It was nothing. What are your plans now? Qian Fu smiled bitterly. The ship is gone, and the cargo is gone too. What else can we do but go to Fangchengang with you all and then discuss it further? The captain nodded and said nothing more. Lin Mo stood to the side, looking at the bag. It was probably filled with crystal coins, which he had never seen before. Qian Fu turned around and began to count his men. There were more than a dozen alive and 7 or 8 dead, mostly guards from the merchant ship. He comforted and explained to each person one by one, and although he was trembling himself, he still tried his best to stabilize the situation. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Mo suddenly remembered what Lao Mo had said: to do business in this place, you not only need to be good at accounting, but also able to handle things. This fat man should be someone who can handle things. The rescue operation lasted for a full hour. By the time all the survivors and salvaged goods were loaded onto the ship, it was almost dark. The wreckage of the merchant ship sank completely to the bottom of the sea, leaving only a few pieces of broken planks floating on the surface. With more than 20 extra people on board the Windseeker, the deck became somewhat crowded. The crew distributed some dry food and water to the survivors and cleared out several cabins for the elderly and children to rest. Lin Mo and the others huddled in a corner, watching all of this unfold. That's terrible, Wang Jian said in a low voice. A perfectly good ship, gone just like that. Xia Han leaned against him without saying a word, just staring blankly at the survivors. Ah Kun sighed. We were lucky. If we hadn't run into the Windseeker, we might have ended up like this. Lin Mo didn't reply. He looked at the sea, his mind replaying everything that had happened that day. Those sharks, those ferocious beasts, those who died. This is the realm of 10,000 marks. It's either you die or I live. Over the next few days, the sea returned to calm. The survivors of the merchant ships slowly recovered from their shock. Qian Fu was a good man and quickly became friends with the crew. He even gave Lin Mo and the others some dried fruit and candied fruit. Some of the cargo he had salvaged was food. Try it. This is from the Scaled clan. You can't buy it here among the humans, he said with a smile. Lin Mo took one and took a bite. It was sweet, with a unique aroma. Qian Fu sat down beside him, looked at the sea, and suddenly sighed. I've lost a lot of money this time, he said. That shipment represented most of my life savings, and it's all gone. Lin Mo asked. What kind of business do you run? We'll do anything, Qian Fu said. As long as it makes money. But our main business is trading seafood with the Scaled tribe and selling it inland. The Scaled tribe's products are rare among humans, so we can make a lot of money. He paused, then lowered his voice. I was hoping to make another killing this time, but I ran into those greyfin sharkmen. Those guys don't follow the rules. They rob any ship they see, and then kill people, just like pirates. Nobody cares? Manage? Who's in charge? Qian Fu smiled bitterly. The sea is so vast, there are so many alien races, and the human race only has a few fleets. How can they possibly manage? Once we leave the waters controlled by humans, we have to rely on ourselves. Lin Mo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. 2 days later, other ships began to appear on the sea. At first, there was only one boat, then more and more appeared. Some were heading in the same direction as them, while others passed by. Seabirds even appeared in the distance. We're almost there, Old Mo said, pointing ahead. See that line? That's the coastline. Lin Mo squinted and looked over. There was indeed a faint line on the horizon, grayish-blue, unlike the sea and sky. That is the mainland. The continent of the Myriad Marks realm. Fangchengang is right on that line, Lao Mo said. You'll be able to get ashore in another day. Lin Mo stared at the line, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. 2 months on the island, 1 month on the ship, a total of 3 months. We're almost there. Behind them, Wang Jian and the others were also discussing amongst themselves. Shao Qi jumped up excitedly, Xia Han showed a rare smile, and Uncle Chen stroked the spiked club with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Even the survivors flocked to the ship's side, staring at the increasingly clear coastline. We're here. Qian Fu stood next to Lin Mo and said in a low voice. We're finally here. Lin Mo turned to look at him. The fat man's eyes were a little red, but he had a smile on his face. It's good that we've arrived, he said. Now that we're here, we can start over. Lin Mo nodded, turned back, and continued to look at the line, filled with curiosity about the new world that was about to unfold. Chapter 48, Identity Processing. The boats slowly approached the shore. The noise from the dock hit me like an invisible wall. Lin Mo stood on the ship's railing, gazing at the enormous city before him, momentarily lost in thought. It's been 3 months. It has been a full 3 months since the Poseidon sank. They struggled to survive on the island, drifted at sea for nearly a month, and narrowly escaped death countless times. Now we've finally arrived at a place with human cities. What are you daydreaming about? We're getting off the ship. Wang Jian patted him on the shoulder. Lin Mo snapped out of his daze and followed the crowd down the gangway. Stepping onto the solid dock felt somewhat unfamiliar. The rocking on the ship had lasted for nearly a month, and now that I've suddenly stepped onto land, my legs feel a little weak. The dock was bustling with people. Officials in gray uniforms patrolled the port, vendors pushed carts and hawked various foods, and laborers carried goods back and forth. What intrigued Lin Mo the most was that among the alien races, a person with pale blue skin and ears like fish fins was bargaining with a merchant. A short, stocky fellow covered in fine scales was leading a mount that looked like a lizard, and a horse passed in the distance. And there was also a figure completely wrapped in a cloak, whose face was obscured, but whose feet did not touch the ground as it moved by floating. Stop looking around, come with me first. Lin Hong waved from the front. Lin Mo and his group followed. Lin Hong led them across the pier to a gray-white building. A sign hung at the entrance, bearing the words, Immigration Department, in both Chinese and another script. Note: Chinese people make up the largest proportion of the population. It is the second most spoken language after the common language of the Chinese people. Go in and register, Lin Hong said. Someone will ask you some questions. Just answer them truthfully. After registration, they will give you an identity badge, which is your proof of identity for moving around in human cities. Please don't lose it. He paused for a moment, then said, I'll wait for you outside. Once you're done, I'll take you to your accommodation. Lin Mo nodded and pushed open the door to go inside. Inside was a large hall with several rows of benches, where some people were already seated. A staff member in uniform came up to them, asked them a few questions, and then led them to a window to queue. When it was Lin Mo's turn, a middle-aged man sat at the window, wearing a strange pair of glasses with a faint glint in the lenses. He looked up at Lin Mo and asked, Name? Lin Mo. Where did you come from? Blue Star, China. Lin Mo paused. The ship we were on was called the Poseidon. We encountered a storm and crossed over here. The man made a few notes in his notebook, then asked, How long have you been in the time travel? About 3 months. Did you acquire any talents while on the island? Lin Mo hesitated for a second, then nodded. Yes. What type? Lin Mo thought for a moment, and then picked out 2 talents. Poisonous talent and mimicry source talent. The staff member paused, looked up at him with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but didn't ask any further questions. He simply made a note of it. Go over there and test your strength. He pointed to a room in the corner of the hall. Lin Mo walked over. Several black stones of varying sizes were placed in the room, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors. A young staff member approached and asked him to place his hand on a stone about half his height. Circulate the energy within your body and input it into the stone. Lin Mo did as instructed. He activated the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen, and the familiar energy flowed down his arm to his palm, surging into the stone. The black stone began to glow. First, there were faint specks of light, then they grew brighter and brighter. The staff member glanced at it, and wrote it down in his notebook. Peak of Tier 1. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. He didn't know his own level, but peak first rank didn't sound like a high level. But the staff member looked at him with a hint of surprise. He muttered to himself, "It's rare to see a newcomer with this level of skill." Lin Mo didn't reply. After the test, he returned to the lobby. Others also completed their registration and testing one after another. Wang Jian is at the mid-stage of Tier 1, Xia Han is at the mid-stage of Tier 1, Uncle Chin is at the late stage of Tier 1, Shi Tu is at the early stage of Tier 1, Tang Ke is at the early stage of Tier 1, Zhao Hu and Zhou Qing are both at the early stage of Tier 1, and Akuan and Xiao Qi are both at the early stage of Tier 1. The final step is to create the identification plaque. A staff member used a thin needle to take a drop of blood from Lin Mo's fingertip and dripped it onto a palm-sized, semi-transparent card. The card instantly absorbed the blood, and its surface glowed with a faint red light. A few seconds later, the red light subsided, the card turned blood red, and several lines of text appeared on it. Lin Mo, Peak First Rank, ID HX0847. In the center of the card is a small photograph, a half-body frontal shot of him that was just taken. "This is your identification badge," the staff member said. "In human cities, you'll need it for access control, conducting business, and receiving payments. Keep it safe, it's a hassle to replace if you lose it." Lin Mo took the card and examined it from all angles. The card was thin but sturdy, like some kind of special material. The photo was embedded inside, and it felt smooth and flat to the touch. "It has another function," the staff member added. "If you die, the card will automatically turn white. So even if the aliens steal your identity badge, they can't use it, so there's no need to worry about impersonation." Lin Mo nodded and carefully put the card away. After completing the formalities and walking out the gate, Lin Hong was leaning against the wall smoking. Seeing them come out, he stubbed out his cigarette and went to greet them. "Is everything done?" Lin Mo raised the blood-red card in his hand. Lin Hong nodded. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you to your accommodation." He led the group through several streets to a relatively quiet neighborhood. It wasn't as noisy as the docks, and the streets were lined with some unidentified trees blooming with pale blue flowers. Lin Hong stopped in front of a 3-story building. "Newcomer Inn." He pointed to the sign at the entrance. "The government provides new transmigrators with a free month of accommodation. After a month, they either have to pay to extend their stay or find a place to move on their own." He pushed open the door and led everyone inside. Inside was a small hall with a counter where an elderly man with gray hair was dozing off. Lin Hong knocked on the counter, startling the old man awake. He wiped his drool and squinted at them. "A newcomer?" he asked. Lin Hong nodded. "Let's make arrangements for a new batch of people." The old man flipped through his notebook, found a few keys, and handed them to Lin Hong. "Second floor, 2 people per room, divide them among yourselves." Lin Hong took the keys and led everyone upstairs. The room wasn't big, but it was clean and tidy. There were 2 beds, a table, a wardrobe, and a window with a street view. Compared to the tree hollows on the island or the cabins on the ship, it was paradise. Lin Mo put down his backpack, walked to the window, and looked out at the street. The streets were bustling with people, ordinary pedestrians, mercenaries in armor, and foreigners leading strange mouths. The sounds of hawking, laughter, and haggling mingled together, filling the air. "It's been 3 months. Finally, we arrived at a place inhabited by people. Tomorrow marks the start of a new life." Chapter 49, Going Their Separate Ways. As night falls, the lights of Fangchenggang gradually come on. It wasn't the neon flashing of Earth, but a gentler light. Every so often, a stone pillar stood along both sides of the street, its top inlaid with luminous crystals, emitting a soft, milky white glow. From a distance, the entire city appears to be shrouded in a hazy halo. In the lobby of the new hotel, Lin Mo and his friends sat together. On the table were several plates of simple food, flatbread, dried meat, and a pot of unidentified drinks, a gift from the hotel owner, who said it was a welcome present for the newlyweds. What are your plans for tomorrow? Awakens asked first. Everyone remained silent for a while. Tentacle said, I want to find a job first and settle down before we talk about anything else. We don't have many crystal cores, so we need to earn some money first. Zhao Hu and Zhou Qing nodded. The three of them had always acted together, and naturally they wouldn't separate once they arrived in the city. Stone said in a deep voice, I plan to go to the city garrison and ask if they're hiring. With my talent, I should be good enough to guard the city gates. Uncle Chen rolled up his sleeves, revealing 2 tattoos on his left and right hands. I want to join a mercenary group. Going it alone is too slow. I can learn things and earn more money by joining a team. Xiaoqi huddled in the corner and whispered, I don't know what I can do. Awakens patted him on the shoulder. Follow me first. We'll figure something out together. Xiaoqi nodded, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. Awakens looked at the others, pondered for a moment, and said, I have an idea. Why don't we all act together and form a hunting team? 10 people, with melee fighters, ranged fighters, and support, should be quite strong when they work together. He paused, then continued, We've worked together on the island and we have a good understanding. If we separate, we won't know each other, and if we get scammed or cheated, we won't even have anyone to help us. Everyone remained silent. Xia Han shook her head. I don't plan to go with you, she said calmly. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I think it's too inefficient. Awakens was taken aback. Xia Han continued, Our strongest is only at the peak of the first tier, and most of us are at the early to mid stages of the first tier. With this kind of strength, what can we hunt as a team? First tier ferocious beasts, and even second tier ones are hard to come by. After a hard day's work, how much will each person get? She looked at Awakens. Have you calculated it? Awakens opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Xia Han said, I inquired about it on the street this afternoon. There are many hunting teams in the city, and quite a few of them are still recruiting. They are led by second or third tier experts and hunt second or third tier ferocious beasts. Working with them, 1 day's earnings are equivalent to 10 or 15 days' worth of work on our own. Plus, we can learn something, witness real combat, and rapidly improve our skills. She paused for a moment. We know nothing, and figuring things out step by step is too slow. Slow means we'll die quickly. The hall fell silent. Wang Jian coughed and said, Speaking of which, I also have something to do this afternoon. Everyone looked at him. I ran into a hunting team while I was wandering around the streets this afternoon, Wang Jian said. We chatted for a bit, and they happened to be short-handed. When the captain heard about my talent, he immediately invited me to join them. He looked at Lin Mo and said, Lin Mo, I also inquired about it for you. I mentioned that there's a companion who's quite strong, at the peak of the first tier. He said that if you're willing, you can join us. Lin Mo paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and asked, What's the size of that hunting team? About 10 people, Wang Jian said. The captain is a third-tier expert, and the vice-captain is at the peak of the second tier. They mainly hunt second-tier ferocious beasts, and occasionally they encounter third-tier ones. Lin Mo remained silent for a while, then slowly shook his head. I won't go. Wang Jian was somewhat surprised. What? Hunting teams with third-tier experts leading the way and willing to accept first-tier newcomers are hard to find. Lin Mo said, I want to go and see the War Academy. War Academy? Awakens' eyes lit up. The training school that Vice Captain Lin Hong mentioned? Lin Mo nodded. When I registered today, I asked the staff member. He said that the War Academy has a systematic training method, a dedicated training ground, and teachers to guide you. If you tried to figure it out on your own, a year might not be as effective as someone else learning for a month. He paused for a moment. I want to become stronger quickly. Not just a little bit stronger, but truly stronger. Wang Jian was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, everyone has their own ambitions. He patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. If you ever can't make it in the future, come find me. I'll give you the contact information for my hunting team. Lin Mo smiled and said, Thanks. Xia Han stood up and stretched. Alright, stop looking so gloomy. It's not like we're going to die. We're all in the same city, we can see each other anytime we want. Akun smiled and said, That's true. Then let's all work hard, survive, and become stronger. Survive, become stronger. They downed several toasts in one gulp. Night fell, and the lights dimmed. Lin Mo returned to his room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. I'm really looking forward to it. I should be able to learn a lot at the War Academy. The tuition is 500 crystal coins per semester. He currently has less than 300 in his hands. I need to find a way to make money. Chapter 50. Beachcombing in Another World. The next morning, Lin Mo went out. Last night, everyone went their separate ways, agreeing to work hard on their own. Wang Jian went to report to the hunting team, Xiahan said she wanted to check out the mercenary guild, Uncle Chen and Shirtu went together to look for connections, and Akun took Xiaoqi to work odd jobs to save money. Tang Ke and the other two also went out to look for jobs. Lin Mo's goal was clear: first, to exchange money, and then to find a way to raise enough tuition fees. He asked a few people on the street and found the Crystal Core Exchange Center in the city. It was a gray-white building with a line of moderate length at the entrance. Lin Mo waited in line for more than 10 minutes before it was finally his turn. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with gray hair, wearing reading glasses, head down, fiddling with an abacus. Without looking up, he asked, How much do you want? Lin Mo took out 28 first-order crystal cores from his backpack and placed them on the counter. That was all the possessions he had accumulated on the island and on the boat, which were basically the catches from fishing on the boat later on. The old man looked up at the pile of crystal cores, then at Lin Mo, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He casually moved them around, counted them, then took out a small bag of crystal coins from the drawer and pushed it over. 28 to 1 crystal cores, 280 crystal coins. Click here. Lin Mo took the bag, opened it, and looked inside. Inside were several small, rhomboid crystals, each the size of a fingernail, gleaming with a faint milky white luster. He counted them. That's right. He put the bag away and turned to leave. Young man, wait a minute. Lin Mo turned around and saw the old man. The old man took off his reading glasses and looked at him with a smile. New here, huh? Lin Mo nodded. I knew it. The old man stroked his beard. Judging from your clothes and your first-level strength, I knew you had just transmigrated here. Lin Mo remained silent, waiting for him to continue. The old man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Young man, have you joined a hunting party? Lin Mo shook his head. Not yet. That's right. The old man slapped his thigh. Let me tell you, the hunting grounds near Fangchenggang that can be used to hunt ferocious beasts have basically been monopolized by those hunting teams. You want to go out and try your luck on your own? No way. You can't go to the good places, and the less desirable ones have already been cleared out. Lin Mo frowned. Then what should we do? The old man chuckled and leaned closer. I have a good spot here. If you're lucky, you can find good stuff just by scavenging. Lin Mo looked at him but didn't reply. The old man continued. 10 crystal coins, I'll tell you. How about it? You look kind, I don't usually tell just anyone. Lin Mo remained silent for 2 seconds. 10 crystal coins, not a lot, but not a little either. He just exchanged 280, so taking out 10 wouldn't hurt. If he really made a profit, he could earn that money back quickly. He took out 10 crystal coins and placed them on the counter. The old man's eyes lit up. He quickly put the crystal coins into the drawer, then took out a small piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to Lin Mo. The tide will be low between 6 and 8 p.m. tonight. Go to this place, you're guaranteed to find something. Lin Mo took the slip of paper, which had a simple map drawn on it, marking the location of a beach. Going beachcombing? He asked. The old man nodded. Yes, beachcombing. When the tide goes out, a lot of good things are left on the beach. Seashells, sea worms, small sea creatures, and if you're lucky, you could even find crystal cores washed ashore by the waves and some second-tier sea creatures that didn't have time to swim back. He paused, then took out a headlamp from under the counter and handed it over. I'll sell it to you for 10 crystal coins. It's essential for beachcombing. You can't do it if you can't see clearly at night. Lin Mo looked at the headlamp, then at the old man's smiling face, and suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. Is this also a necessity? Of course, the old man said seriously. You can't see anything when it's dark. How can you go beachcombing? My headlamp is specially made, waterproof and shockproof, and very bright. Each time you use it, you put in a crystal coin and it will keep burning all night. 10 crystal coins, no cheating. Lin Mo was silent for 2 seconds, then took out 10 crystal coins. Oh well, I've already spent 10 crystal coins to buy the information. The old man took the money and beamed. Young man, you're a good man. 6 o'clock tonight, don't forget. Remember, the low tide only lasts for 2 hours. Once you miss it, it's gone. Lin Mo put away his headlamp and the note, and walked out of the exchange counter. Standing at the door, he glanced back at the smiling old man, feeling that something was amiss. It's only 10 crystal coins, so even if I get scammed, it won't hurt. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Mo arrived at the location marked on the note on time. It was a wide beach, not far from the city, about an hour's walk away. The waves gently lapped at the beach, and the air was filled with a salty, damp scent. Darkness had fallen, with only a faint crimson glow remaining on the horizon. Then Lin Mo was stunned. The beach was packed with headlamps. The scattered lights flickered in the darkness, like a swarm of moving fireflies. There were adults and children, men and women. Some carried buckets, some held nets, and some squatted on the ground digging something. Lin Mo stood there, looking at the lively scene, not knowing what to say for a moment. Where's the promised secluded beachcombing spot? With so many people, what's the point of being secretive? He suddenly understood why the old man was laughing so happily. 10 crystal coins for an information, 10 crystal coins for a headlamp. He didn't know how many copies he had sold. Lin Mo gave a wry smile and shook his head. Oh well, we're already here. He turned on his headlamp, put it on, and walked toward the beach. The beach was crowded with people, some of whom had already reaped a bountiful harvest, their buckets overflowing with various seashells and unidentified seafood. Lin Mo found a relatively quiet spot, squatted down, and began searching. He didn't know what to look for, so he picked up anything that moved, looked strange, or shimmered to examine it. Some he recognized, like the wave-breaking fish he'd caught on the boat before, but judging by its size, it was still a small fry. Probably not even a crystal nucleus had formed inside it yet. Some of them were completely unfamiliar, strangely shaped, and I didn't know if they were edible. After collecting for half an hour, his bucket contained 7 or 8 items: seashells, small crabs, a palm-sized silver fish, and a smooth stone with a faint blue glow. He wasn't sure if it was a crystal core, but he decided to keep it for now. In the distance, someone cheered, as if they had found something good. People nearby gathered around to look, making envious murmurs. Lin Mo didn't join in the fun and continued searching with his head down. The waves washed over the beach again and again, carrying things away and bringing them back. The light from the headlamp illuminated a small patch of sand, exposing things that had been hidden underwater during the day to the air, ready for people to pick up. Lin Mo suddenly felt that this feeling was not bad. Although I was fooled by the old man, and although there were so many people that it was like a market, the simple and safe way of getting something actually made me feel relaxed. He struggled to survive on the island for 3 months and lived in constant fear at sea for a month. Now he can finally sit on the beach and collect seashells like an ordinary person. Fine. He picked up a sea snail about half the size of his palm and examined it under the light. The shell had beautiful patterns. He wasn't sure if it was edible, but he decided to keep it for now. In the distance, the sound of laughter could be faintly heard amidst the crashing waves. Someone had lit a campfire and was sitting around it, roasting the seafood they had just gathered. Lin Mo straightened up, looked at his small bucket, and then at the bustling crowd. He smiled and continued searching. Who cares? Since we're already here. Chapter 51, The Hunting Hall. The next morning, Lin Mo had just gotten up when Wang Jian came to find him. I was in too much of a rush yesterday and forgot to tell you something. Wang Jian stood at the door, now dressed in a new set of light leather armor, with the bone spur hanging from his waist. He looked much more energetic. Lin Mo ushered him into the room. What is it? There's a hunting hall in the city, Wang Jian said. I went there yesterday with the hunting team. It's where missions are posted and bounties are handed over. If you want to make money, you can go and take a look. He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. This is a hunting map they gave us, marking the suitable hunting areas nearby. I don't need my copy anymore, you can have it. Lin Mo took the map, unfolded it, and looked at it. The map was densely marked with various symbols. Red represented danger zones, green represented safe zones, and there were also small icons indicating different types of ferocious beasts. Thanks. Don't mention it. Wang Jian waved his hand. I have to go. I have a mission today. Take care. After he left, Lin Mo tidied up and found the hunting hall in the direction he had given him. It was a 3-story building, with people coming and going at the entrance. There were mercenaries wearing leather armor, hunters leading their mounts, and vendors pushing carts selling supplies. Above the main gate hangs a huge plaque with the 4 characters, Hunting Hall, written on it, along with a line of common language. Lin Mo went inside. The hall was even more spacious inside than it appeared from the outside. Directly opposite was a long row of counters, where a dozen or so staff members were busy at work. Huge wooden boards hung on the walls on both sides, covered with sheets of paper, task sheets. On the left are bounty missions, and on the right are acquisition information. Lin Mo first walked to the left and looked at each piece one by one. Clear the gray-maned wild boars, 20 miles south of the city, a second-tier ferocious beast, bounty 800 crystal coins, requires a team of 5 or more to accept the mission. Hunting crimson flame fox, eastern mountain area, peak second tier, bounty 600 crystals for those with intact fur, proof of kill required. Rescue mission, a caravan has run into danger in hunting zone number 3 and urgently needs support. Bounty, 1,200 crystals. Requirement, tier 2 or above. Lin Mo shook his head. These tasks either required him to form a team or to be at least at the second tier of strength, and he couldn't accept any of them right now. He turned to the right to look at the acquisition information. My eyes lit up when I saw it. Long-term purchase of first-order horned rabbit unicorns, 3 crystal coins. Second-order horned rabbit unicorns, 6 crystal coins. Buying blazing flowers, 5 crystal coins per gene. Must be intact and undamaged. Buying crimson centipede venom glands, 10 crystal coins per pair. Freshness required. Buying green scale snake skin, price varies depending on quality, 20 to 50 crystal coins per piece. Lin Mo read through the entries one by one, and the more he read, the more he felt that there was something to it. He'd seen most of these things on the island. He'd hunted several horned rabbits before, never imagining they could be sold for money. He'd seen the blazing flower by the pond. It was red, with petals that looked like flames. The crimson centipede had almost killed him, but a pair of venom glands were only worth 10 crystal coins. As he was reading, his gaze fell on the last line. By scarlet python fangs, 300 crystal coins per pair. Must be intact and undamaged, tier 3 or above. A scarlet python. Lin Mo's mind flashed back to the giant python that had nearly killed them. Su Xing and Xiao Min had died in its jaws. A pair of fangs for 300 crystal coins. The first-tier crimson python nearly killed them, and he still couldn't defeat a third-tier beast. After noting down the acquisition information for those low-level materials, Lin Mo found a shelf next to the counter with stacks of printed blueprints on it, which he could take for free. He took a copy, unfolded it, and saw that it was similar to the one Wang Jian had given him, but it was newer and the annotations were more detailed. He found a corner, sat down, and studied it carefully. On the map, the area surrounding Fangchengang is divided into more than a dozen regions. The closest hunting areas are hunting zones 1 through 5, all on the outskirts of the city, about an hour or two's walk away. Anything further away requires riding a horse or renting a mount. Yesterday, Lin Mo was strolling around when he passed by a shop that rented out mounts. Upon inquiry, he learned that the most common mount was a tamed scale horned horse, but the cost of renting these mounts for a day was as high as 50 crystal coins, and a deposit of 300 crystal coins was also required. Each area is marked with the main types of ferocious beasts, and their danger levels. Hunting Zone 1 mainly consists of Tier 1 ferocious beasts such as horned rabbits and green-scaled snakes, suitable for low-level rune masters. Hunting Zone 2 is a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 2 hunters, and it starts to become challenging. From Zone 3 onwards, it's dominated by Tier 2 and Tier 3 hunters, and only experienced hunting teams can enter. Lin Mo's gaze fell on a hunting area marked number 15 in the far corner. That label was different from the others. It was written in gray ink. Green Turtle Beach, Tier 1 to 2, with hard shells, spews water bullets, and no one buys its materials. No one is buying the materials? Lin Mo asked a staff member about some information regarding Green Turtle Beach. It used to be a popular hunting area when the green turtle population was first discovered there. However, it was later discovered that although the green turtle's shells were hard, they emitted a foul odor that could not be removed even when made into weapons and equipment, so people gradually stopped going there. Now, only some newbies who have nowhere else to go, or lone wolves who go specifically for crystal cores, will occasionally visit. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. For others, that place is a waste of effort. Killing the rabbit there only yields crystal cores, the meat is unsellable, and nobody wants the shells. It's better to hunt a horned rabbit elsewhere than to waste so much effort there. But for him, crystal cores are money, and corpses are materials to devour. He can use both. He glanced at the distance. It would take about an hour to walk from the city gate. No need to rent a mount, no deposit required. This is it. Lin Mo put away the map and walked out of the hunting hall. He wandered around the streets, bought some dry food and water, and then bought a sturdy cloth bag from a general store to store the crystal cores and any materials he might find. It cost him over 10 crystal coins, making him wince in pain. With everything ready, he walked toward the city gate. Once outside the city gate, there was a dirt road lined with sparse trees on both sides. Occasionally, one could see pedestrians coming and going, some on horseback, some on foot, and some leading those lizard-like mounts. Lin Mo followed the direction on the map, heading north. After walking for about an hour, the sound of waves came from ahead. After passing through the last grove of trees, a wide-open beach suddenly appeared before us, with fine sand, azure water, and waves gently lapping against the shore. But on the beach, there were many green things lying around. A group of green-haired turtles, each the size of a millstone, were basking in the sun. Their carapaces were covered with green algae, making them look like piles of hairy stones from a distance. Occasionally, one of them would move, revealing its thick limbs and sharp claws. Lin Mo counted them. There were more than a dozen within his field of vision alone. He took a deep breath and took down the black gold bow. Let's test the waters first. Chapter 52. Hunting the green-haired turtle. Lin Mo crouched behind a rock, observing the green-haired turtles. They lay lazily on the beach, occasionally stretching their legs and digging in the sand, completely unaware of the danger approaching. The sunlight shone on their algae-covered carapaces, giving them a glossy sheen. The nearest one was only 30 meters away. It was lying on a flat patch of sand, its head tucked into its shell, dozing off. Lin Mo took a deep breath and took down the black gold bow. A purple gold arrow materialized on the bowstring. He aimed at the turtle's neck, one of the few areas not covered by its shell, which was also the spot where he was most likely to kill it with a single blow. Let go. Call out. The arrow pierced the air and struck the turtle precisely in the neck. Green blood splattered out, and the turtle awoke with a start, letting out a hoarse roar. It struggled to get up, but the toxin had already begun to spread, and its movements grew slower and slower. But it did not sit idly by and wait for its demise. It puffed out its belly, aimed at the direction where Lin Mo was hiding, and suddenly sprayed. Puff! 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 3 water bullets flew out in succession, each the size of a fist, leaving white trails as they hurtled towards him. Lin Mo was prepared and rolled to the side. The first water bomb hit the rock where he had just been crouching, exploding with a bang, and sending shards of rock flying everywhere. He flipped and leaped into the air, the second water bullet grazing his shoulder before landing on the beach behind him, creating a crater the size of a bull. He dodged again, and the third water bullet grazed his waist, the force of the gust making his clothes flutter loudly. That was close. But that's not all. The startled green turtles were already rushing towards him. 4. No, 5. Although they looked clumsy, they were surprisingly fast at crawling on the beach. Their thick limbs dug into the sand like 5 miniature tanks, rolling towards him. Some of them sprayed water as they ran, forcing Lin Mo to dodge left and right. Lin Mo remained calm. With a thought, he mobilized the highly toxic energy within his body. 2 venomous snakes, each as thick as an arm, materialized in front of him, their bodies shrouded in a faint mist of poison. Go! 2 venomous snakes, like arrows released from a bow, pounced on the 2 green-haired turtles that were charging at the front. The first venomous snake coiled around the hind leg of the turtle on the left. It bit down at the base of the turtle's leg, its fangs piercing the flesh, and purplish-red venom was injected rapidly. The turtle, in pain, flailed its legs, trying to shake off the venomous snake, but the snake held on tightly, its body coiling around the turtle more and more. Then, bang! Self-destruction. A purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the turtle's entire hindquarters. Green blood and bits of flesh splattered as the turtle screamed and collapsed to the ground, its hind legs a bloody mess. The second venomous snake did not self-destruct, but instead chose a different approach. It deftly dodged the water spray from the turtle, swam to its side, and, taking advantage of the turtle's momentary leg movement, bit down on its neck. The venom injected, and the turtle's body stiffened, its movements slowing slightly. The venomous snake seized the opportunity to coil around its neck, strangling it and forcing it to gasp for breath, as venom seeped into the wound. Lin Mo was not idle. He retreated while firing arrows, one after another, specifically targeting the turtles affected by the poison. One of the turtles was affected by the poisonous fog, its eyes had begun to turn red, and its movements became noticeably sluggish. He shot an arrow through its eye, penetrating from the eye socket into its brain. The turtle twitched a few times and then remained motionless. The other turtle charged too fast and tripped over its companion's corpse, exposing its abdomen. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and shot an arrow into its belly, the arrowhead penetrating halfway in. The turtle screamed and rolled over, crushing its companion to death. The battlefield was in complete chaos. Poisonous fog filled the air, water bullets flew everywhere, and the turtles' screams and the roar of their self-destruction blended together. Of the 5 green-haired turtles, 2 had already fallen. Of the remaining 3, 2 were poisoned to varying degrees and were moving slower and slower. The last one, though not poisoned, was driven mad by the poisonous mist and charged recklessly towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not engage in a direct confrontation. As he retreated, he conjured a third venomous snake, this time a thicker one, specifically prepared for the crazed turtle. The venomous snake materialized and charged at the tortoise. The tortoise opened its mouth to bite, but the snake suddenly sprang up and coiled around its head. It tightened its grip on the tortoise's neck, its fangs piercing its eyes. The turtle thrashed about frantically, tearing at the venomous snake with its claws. The snake's body was ripped open, but the turtle wouldn't let go, injecting venom at will. Finally, the turtle slowed down. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and shot an arrow through its neck. It crashed down with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The remaining 2 turtles were already teetering on the brink of collapse. They were poisoned and caught in the blast wave, their bodies covered in wounds. Lin Mo showed no mercy, finishing them off with 2 arrows. The battle is over. Lin Mo plopped down on the beach, panting heavily. All 5 green-haired turtles collapsed. He rested for a while, then got up and began to deal with the spoils. Use a knife to cut open the turtle's head and dig out the crystal cores one by one. 5 turtles, 5 first-tier crystal cores, pale blue, faintly glowing in your palm. He carefully put away the crystal core, then stared at the 5 turtle corpses. Open its mouth and begin to devour. The first one. A flash of light, and the turtle's corpse transformed into energy, flying into his mouth. The instant that energy surged into his body, he felt his skin tighten and thicken, just as when he had devoured the sharp-toothed turtle and the black beetle. The second one. Another surge of energy flowed to every part of the body, making the skin even tougher. The third, the fourth, the fifth. All 5 green-haired turtles were devoured. Lin Mo closed his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. His skin felt as if it were wrapped in an invisible film, or as if he were wearing an invisible armor. He pinched his arm, finding it harder than before, and scratched it hard with his fingernail, leaving only a shallow white mark that quickly disappeared. He opened his eyes, looked at the pool of blood and scattered fragments of tortoise shell on the ground, and a smile appeared on his lips. Green Turtle Beach was the right choice. He stood up, brushed the sand off his clothes, and looked into the distance. On the beach, even more green turtles were sunbathing. They seemed completely unaware of the fight that had just taken place, or perhaps they simply didn't care that their kind had died, and it was none of their business. Lin Mo gripped the black gold bow tightly and walked toward the next one. Chapter 53, Second-Tier Green-Haired Turtle. Lin Mo had just dealt with a green-haired turtle and was preparing to look for his next target, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a huge shadow in the distance. He turned his head and his pupils contracted slightly. It was a green-haired turtle. But it's much bigger than the previous ones. It lay beside a protruding reef, its carapace round and thick, at least 2 meters high. Its dark blue-green base was covered with fine, supple, emerald-green algae-like hairs, which swayed gently in the sea breeze, like a green raincoat. Its head is triangular and pyramidal, with a sharp snout, and it is currently dozing inside its shell. Its limbs are short, thick, and powerful, with black, sharp claws that gleam coldly in the sunlight. Second order. This judgment flashed through Lin Mo's mind instantly. This physique, this aura, is definitely not something that a first-tier cultivator can compare to. He quietly backed away, intending to go around it. But the turtle's ears seemed very sensitive. He had only taken a few steps back when it suddenly raised its head, its cold eyes staring straight at him. Roar! A deep, angry roar made Lin Mo's eardrums ache. Immediately afterwards, it swelled up its abdomen, aimed at Lin Mo, and sprayed violently. The water bullet was more than twice the size of a first-tier green-haired turtle, about the size of a wash basin, and it came hurtling towards us with a white trail. Lin Mo had no time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of him to block. Boom! The water bullet hit him head-on, the immense impact sending him flying. He tumbled twice in the air before his back slammed hard against the rock. Bang! The rocks trembled. Lin Mo slid to the ground, a tightness in his chest and a metallic taste rising in his throat. He looked down at his snake-scale armor, which was soaked but not broken. Although his chest ached, his ribs should not be broken. Thanks to the soft armor, and also thanks to the physical enhancement I've gained from absorbing nutrients these past few days. If I had been hit like that right after I transmigrated, I probably would be lying on the ground already. The second-tier green-haired turtle had already begun crawling towards him. Its speed wasn't fast, but every step carried a sense of oppression. As it crawled, it continued to spray water bullets, forcing Lin Mo to dodge repeatedly. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, got up, took the black gold bow, and shot an arrow. The purplish gold arrow struck the tortoise shell with a clang, sending up a spark and leaving only a faint white mark. The arrow he shot at its leg pierced only a little bit of its fur before getting stuck in the tough flesh, failing to hit any vital organs. No. The first-tier bow and arrow were not powerful enough to break through the defenses of this second-tier green-haired turtle. Lin Mo put away his bow and drew the green pincer knife from his waist. Only a second-tier weapon can put up a fight against a second-tier ferocious beast. With a thought, 3 purplish red-horned rabbits materialized in front of him, surrounded by poisonous mist, their scarlet eyes fixed on the giant tortoise. Superior! 3 horned rabbits charged out at the same time. The first one rushed forward the fastest, But just as it got within 5 meters of the giant tortoise, it was hit by a water bullet. Bang! It exploded into a ball of purple light and vanished, not even having time to self-destruct. The second one circled around to the side and, taking advantage of the moment when the giant tortoise finished spraying water, rammed its head into its hind leg. Bang! Self-destruction. A purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the thick leg. The giant tortoise roared in pain and turned to bite. The third one seized the opportunity to rush forward and crashed into the side of its neck. Bang! Another self-destruction. The poisonous mist filled the air, and the giant tortoise was thrown to the side by the blast. The toxin seeped into its wounds and respiratory tract, slowing its movements for a moment. Now! Lin Mo drew his sword and charged forward. He unleashed his full speed, reaching the giant tortoise in the blink of an eye. His blue pincers, coated with a potent purplish-black toxin, slashed fiercely at its foreleg. Pft! The blade sliced through the tough flesh, and blood gushed out. He gripped the knife with both hands, pulled hard, and slashed a deep wound on his leg. The toxin seeped in rapidly, and the edges of the wound visibly swelled and festered. The giant tortoise, in pain, suddenly turned its head and lunged at him. Lin Mo rolled to the side, dodging the enormous mouth. The giant tortoise's head slammed into the spot where he had just been standing, creating a crater. He flipped over and leaped up, catching the giant tortoise off guard, and slashed its neck again. This time the cut was deeper, almost reaching the bone. Green blood splattered all over his face, stinking and foul. The giant tortoise went completely berserk. It stopped spraying water bullets and instead frantically shook its head and limbs, trying to shake off the annoying little bug on its body. Lin Mo dodged and weaved on its body like a monkey, seizing every opportunity to strike. One cut after another. His legs, neck, face, and even eyelids were covered in wounds. As the toxin seeped in more and more, the giant tortoise began to move more slowly. But at that moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt that the surrounding moisture had become unusually dense. He looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted. Around the giant tortoise, countless tiny water droplets were condensing from the air, forming streams of water that swirled and accelerated around it. Not good. He had no time to retreat. The water had already transformed into a massive wave that swept towards him. Boom! He was struck by the force of a wave and sent flying like a leaf. His back slammed into the rock again, this time with even greater force, shattering some of the rocks. A sharp pain shot through his back, as if he had been run over by a truck. Lin Mo slid to the ground, panting heavily, and his vision went black for a moment. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to get up. His chest ached, his back ached, his whole body ached. The giant tortoise remained in the same spot, but it was in poor condition. Its body was covered in knife wounds, surrounded by poisonous mist, its wounds were festering, and its movements were noticeably slower. It stared at Lin Mo, its eyes filled with hatred, but it no longer had the strength to launch that kind of wide-range attack. Lin Mo took a deep breath and once again conjured the mimicking venomous beast. This time it's not a horned rabbit, but a more agile and faster little bird. 3 purplish-red poisonous birds formed around him, flapping their wings and making faint chirping sounds. Go! 3 poisonous birds flew towards the giant tortoise like arrows released from a bow. Small in size and fast in speed, they were completely out of the tortoise's reach, escaping the water projectiles. They flew to the vicinity of the tortoise's wounds and crashed into them. Bang! 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 It self-destructed 3 times in a row. The poisonous mist exploded at the wounds, penetrating deep into the flesh. The giant tortoise let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently. The wounds festered and turned black at a visible speed, the toxins having seeped into the bone marrow. Lin Mo drew his sword and charged forward again. This time, taking advantage of the giant tortoise's weakened state, Lin Mo rushed in front of it and slashed at the deepest wound on its neck. The blade sliced in, almost severing half of the neck. The giant tortoise twitched a few times, then finally stopped moving completely. Lin Mo collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, feeling as if his body was falling apart. We won. He rested for a while, then got up and looked at the huge corpse. A few seconds later, the corpse began to glow. A pale blue light emanated from its body, growing brighter and brighter. The light lasted for a few seconds, then suddenly contracted. The giant tortoise disappeared. A shield appeared on the ground. It was a round shield, about half a meter in diameter, entirely emerald green, with fine tortoise shell patterns covering its surface. The edges were slightly upturned, like the edge of a tortoise shell. It felt heavy in my hand, but very sturdy. Lin Mo examined the shield from all angles, then struck it with his green pincers knife with a clang, sparking a burst of fire, but the shield remained completely undamaged. That's a really tough shield. Whether you use it yourself or sell it, it should be considered a pretty good piece of equipment. He slung the shield over his back, then looked at the pool of blood on the ground and smiled. He defeated the second-tier green-haired turtle. This beach is a really nice place. Chapter 54, Enrollment. For the next few days, Lin Mo spent all his time at Green Turtle Beach. With that second-tier shield, his fighting style changed significantly. With his left hand holding a shield to block water bullets and his right hand using the green pliers blade to slash when the opportunity arose, combined with the harassment of the mimicking poisonous beast's self-destruction, his efficiency was much higher than before. On the first day, he hunted 5 first-tier green-haired turtles and obtained 5 crystal cores. The next day, 7. On the third day, he encountered another Tier 2 monster. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, he defeated it and obtained a Tier 2 crystal core. Unfortunately, it did not transform again and remained just an ordinary corpse. Every evening, he would drag his tired body back to the city. Over the course of 4 days, he had accumulated more than 30 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core. 1 Tier 1 crystal core costs 10 crystal coins, and 1 Tier 2 costs 100. That adds up to over 400 crystal coins. Adding the 300 or so he had left, he now had more than 700 crystal coins. That's enough. Tuition is only 500 yuan, so there's still a lot left over for living expenses. On the evening of the 4th day, Lin Mo returned to the newcomers' inn and checked out of the room he had stayed in for almost a week for free. After saying goodbye to the owner, he shouldered his bag and headed towards the other side of the city. The War Academy is located in the inner city of Fangchengang, near the center. After walking for more than half an hour, Lin Mo finally saw the building. It was a vast courtyard with a gray, high wall that stretched for hundreds of meters and seemed to have no end. The main gate consisted of 2 heavy iron and wooden doors, each 5 or 6 meters high, which were half open at the moment, revealing a spacious square and several ancient buildings inside. A large plaque hung above the gate, bearing 4 characters written in both Chinese and Mandarin. War Academy. Lin Mo stood at the door, took a deep breath, and went inside. The doorman was an old man with gray hair, dozing in a wicker chair. Lin Mo knocked on the window, which startled him awake. He wiped the drool from his mouth and squinted at Lin Mo. Newborn? Yes. Lin Mo handed over his blood-red identity badge. I want to enroll. The old man took it and looked at it, then pulled out a thick booklet from the drawer, flipped through it, and looked up at him. This semester has already started for half a month. Are you sure you want to come now? Lin Mo nodded. Confirmed. The old man didn't ask any further questions. He took out a palm-sized crystal from the drawer, and had Lin Missouri place his hand on it. The crystal emitted a soft light, displaying a reading of peak first-tier power. First-tier peak is not bad. The old man made a few notes in the booklet. Tuition is 500 crystal coins, accommodation is separate. You can pay directly with crystal cores, or crystal coins are fine too. Lin Mo took out 5 100 yuan amethyst coins from his pocket, which he had specially exchanged at the exchange counter and placed on the counter. The old man accepted it and handed him a key and a piece of paper. 3rd floor, room 307, double room. This is the college's timetable and map. First class tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Lin Mo accepted it, thanked him, and walked into the academy. The college was larger than he had imagined. Following the map, he crossed the square, walked around several teaching buildings, and found the dormitory building. 307 was at the end of the corridor. He knocked on the door, but no one answered, so he unlocked it with his key. The room wasn't big, about 20 square meters, and contained 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 wardrobes. The window faced the college's back garden, where you could see several trees with pale blue flowers. On the bed by the window, a young man was lying, engrossed in a thick book. Hearing the noise, he looked up and glanced at Lin Mo. "Is this new guy?" he asked. Lin Mo nodded and put his things on the empty bed. The young man closed his book, sat up, and extended his hand. "My name is Luo Hao, I'm a local. What about you?" Lin Mo shook hands. "Lin Mo, a newcomer from another time." Luo Hao's eyes lit up. "Transmigrators? My parents were also transmigrators. They inexplicably came to this world during a major earthquake. Unfortunately, I was born here and have never seen my parents' birthplace. I really want to see what another world is like." Lin Mo said a few words briefly, without going into details. Luo Hao didn't press further and enthusiastically introduced him to the academy's situation. "Since you seem to be new here, let me give you a brief introduction. Our academy is quite different from the schools back home," Luo Hao said. "There are no strict grade divisions, nor are classes based on age. It mainly consists of 2 courses, combat training and academic courses." Lin Mo listened attentively. "Combat training teaches you how to fight, how to use your talents, and how to cooperate. The instructors are all veteran rune masters with rich practical experience. Some have served in the military, and some have been in mercenary groups. There are many types of courses, including individual combat skills, team cooperation, simulated combat, and wilderness survival. You can choose whichever course you want to take, as long as you accumulate enough credits." "What about academic courses?" Lin Mo asked. "That's a mixed bag." Luo Hao counted on his fingers. "History of the myriad marks realm, general knowledge of alien races, terrain identification, herbal identification, ferocious beast encyclopedia, equipment maintenance, basically all kinds of knowledge you need to survive in this world. You can choose your own and accumulate credits." He paused, then chuckled. "Oh right, there's another course called the Common Language of the Myriad Marks Realm. If you don't know it, you'll have to learn it first. Otherwise, you won't understand anything in class." Lin Mo nodded. He had already learned the common language on the ship, so it shouldn't be a problem. "How do I choose courses?" "Go to the Academic Affairs office tomorrow, they'll introduce you to them." Luo Hao yawned. "Rest today, you'll know tomorrow." Lin Mo thanked him and began packing his things. Outside the window, the sky was gradually darkening. The first night at the War Academy has begun. Chapter 55, College Life. The next day, Lin Mo woke up early while Luo Hao was still fast asleep. He had been reading late into the night. Lin Mo didn't disturb him. She quietly washed up, took the class schedule, and went out. The Academic Affairs office is located on the first floor of a 3-story building, and the door is open. Lin Mo went inside, where several students were lining up, and he followed behind them. When it was his turn, a female teacher in her 30s, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, was sitting at the window, flipping through some documents. She looked up at Lin Mo and asked, "A new student?" Lin Mo nodded and handed over the identity badge. The female teacher took it and looked at it, then checked it in a notebook, and looked up and said, "Lin Mo, he just enrolled yesterday. My name is Suqing, and I'm in charge of guiding new students." She took a form out of the drawer and began asking questions. "Where did it come from?" "Blue Star, China." "How long have you been in this time travel?" "More than 3 months." "How well do you know the common language?" Lin Mo replied in common language. "I can hear and speak, but I'm not very proficient at reading yet." Suqing's eyes lit up, and she asked a few more questions in common tongue, which Lin Mo answered one by one. She nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, better than most freshmen. Many people have to spend a month or 2 learning the language before they arrive." She made a few marks on the form and continued. I suggest you take a basic cultural course first to learn about the common knowledge of the myriad marks realm. Many newcomers run out without knowing anything and end up dying without even knowing how. Lin Mo listened attentively. Su Qing asked, "What is your talent?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "The source of mimicry and deadly poison." He concealed his talent for devouring. It wasn't a lack of trust, but rather a matter of habit. One always needs to keep a few trump cards up their sleeve. Su Qing noted it down on the form, asked a few more questions, and then said, "Your talent leans towards ranged attacks and disruption. Melee combat probably isn't your strong suit. I suggest you first learn the basics of using melee weapons, at least enough to defend yourself. Then you can choose some courses that utilize your ranged talents." She took 2 slips of paper from the drawer, wrote a few words on them, and handed them to Lin Mo. "These 2 teachers, one is Zhou Xiong, who teaches practical cold weapon combat, and the other is Yun Lan, who teaches the application of ranged talents. Their course schedules are written above, you can take a look." Lin Mo accepted it, and thanked him. Su Qing gave Lin Mo a few more instructions about course selection, credits, and assessments, which he noted down. As he walked out of the registrar's office, he looked at the 2 slips of paper. Zhou Xiong's class was at 10 a.m., so he still had time. He decided to go to his cultural studies class first. Following the map, he found a lecture hall. The door was open, and a dozen or so students were already seated inside, some flipping through books, others talking in hushed tones. Lin Mo found a seat near the back. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood on the podium, dressed in a simple robe and holding a pointer. He glanced around the classroom and tapped the blackboard. "All right, let's begin the lesson." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear to everyone in the classroom. Lin Mo opened the textbook he had just received and began to listen attentively. "Today we'll talk about the distribution of the human race's activity areas in the myriad marks realm." The teacher hung a huge map on the wall and pointed to the marked areas with a pointer. "We are currently in Fangchenggang, one of the 7 cities of the human race, on the coast of the East China Sea. To the west is the inland plain, with 3 cities, Qingmu City, Qian City, and Baishui City. To the north is the Frost Mountain Range, with 2 cities, Bingfeng City and Tiji City. To the south is the dense forest area, with the last city, Green Leaf City." He drew a circle on the map with a pointer. "These 7 cities are currently the main settlements of the human race. Outside the cities there are dangers, but also opportunities. Various hunting grounds, mines, and medicinal herb-producing areas are all outside the cities. If you want to make money and become stronger, you have to go out and explore." He paused, then continued, "But before going out, you need to know which places you can go and which places you can't. You need to know which foreign tribes you can deal with, and which foreign tribes you should run away from." He switched to a different pointer and pointed to some different areas on the map. "In the Eastern Sea live the Merfolk, the Scaled Clan, the Sea Spirit Clan, and the Greyfin Shark people. We have a decent relationship with the Merfolk, and we trade with them. The Scaled Clan is not to be trifled with, but they generally do not provoke humans. The Sea Spirits are elusive and rarely show themselves. If you encounter them, they pretend not to see you and go their separate ways. The Greyfin Shark men are notorious sea pirates. If you encounter one you can defeat, go all out. If you can't, run away as soon as possible, because if you get caught by them, you'll suffer no good end." The pointer was moved to the north. "Over there in the Frost Mountain Mountains, there are frost giants and snow foxes. The frost giants are short-tempered and will attack anyone they see, so don't go near them. The Xue people are relatively mild-mannered. They occasionally come down from the mountains to trade with us, so we can get along with them." The pointer was moved to the west. "In the inland plains there are orc tribes. There are many kinds of orcs, some friendly and some hostile. We will teach you how to distinguish them in a later course." Finally, the emphasis of the teaching pointer is on the south side. "The dense forest is the most dangerous place. There are spirits, insectids, and all sorts of other creatures whose names I don't know. Green Leaf City is built on the edge of the dense forest, specifically to guard that direction. Anyone who wants to train in the dense forest needs to be at least at the 3rd tier of strength, and they have to go in a team. The teacher was lecturing with great enthusiasm on the podium, and Lin Mo was listening attentively below. After one class, he had filled his textbook with dense notes. The distribution of humans, the classification of other races, the identification of dangerous areas, and some basic self-rescue knowledge were all introductory material, but for him, who had just arrived in this world, each piece of information could be life-saving. The bell rang, the teacher put away her pointer, and glanced around the classroom. That's all for today. Next class will be about ferocious beasts. Those who are interested can come. The students left one after another. Lin Mo closed his textbook and walked out of the classroom. He glanced at the class schedule in his hand, then at the 2 slips of paper. Zhou Xiong's cold weapon class was still half an hour away, after which he headed towards the training ground. Chapter 56, Knife and Fist. After the morning's academic classes, Lin Mo found the training ground according to the address given by teacher Zhou Xiong. It was an open area in a corner of the academy, surrounded by a high wooden fence, containing several areas of varying sizes. Some were paved with stone slabs, some with sand, and others were just flat dirt ground. The largest area was already packed with people. There were at least 40 or 50 of them, both men and women. Some were warming up, some were brandishing weapons, and some were chatting in small groups. In the center of the field stood a middle-aged man, shirtless, revealing a well-built physique. He held an ordinary long knife in his hand and was demonstrating techniques to several students. Lin Mo walked over and waited on the side. After demonstrating a set of movements, the man let the students practice on their own, then turned and walked towards Lin Mo. New here? He sized up Lin Mo, his gaze lingering on him for a few seconds. Did Su Qing send you? Lin Mo nodded. Teacher Zhou Xiong? Zhou Xiong grunted and looked him up and down. I checked Lin Mo's profile. You're a transmigrator? Your talents are mimicry and poison? Right. Zhou Xiong looked at him again and suddenly said, Come on, let me test your skills. He pointed to an empty testing area next to him and told Lin Mo to stand in front of a black stone, similar to the one at the immigration office, but larger. Pour energy into it with all your might. Lin Mo did as instructed. He placed his palm on the stone, and his internal energy surged wildly into it. The stone shone with a dazzling light, even brighter than during the entry test, almost blinding. Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up, but he didn't say anything. He then pointed to a row of stone locks next to him. Those, from childhood to adulthood, lift as many as you can. Lin Mo walked over and started with the smallest one. 50 pounds easy. 100 pounds easy. 150 pounds not bad. 200 pounds a bit heavy, but still manageable. 250 pounds. He took a deep breath, squatted down, grabbed the stone lock, and exerted force. The stone lock was lifted off the ground and held high above the head. The students around were stunned. Zhou Xiong walked over, patted him on the shoulder, his eyes full of praise. Good lad, with that strength you're born for close combat. But then he sighed, his tone filled with regret. What a pity, his talent isn't in melee combat. Lin Mo put down the stone lock, wiped his sweat, and said nothing. Zhou Xiong said, With your physical attributes, if you had a strength type or defensive talent, you could at least fight opponents of higher levels now. Your current poison and mimicry abilities are not bad, but they are ultimately ranged support types, which is a waste of your physique. He paused, thought for a moment, and said, Actually, talent can be erased. Lin Mo was taken aback. Wash it off. Zhou Xiong nodded. There is a kind of potion called talent removal potion. Drinking it can remove a talent you already have, freeing up a slot. However, it's very expensive, costing tens of thousands of crystal coins per bottle, which is unaffordable for most people. He looked at Lin Mo and said seriously, If you really want to go down the melee route, you can consider saving up to buy a bottle. With your physique and a melee talent, your future achievements are limitless. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, I'll remember. But he was thinking about something else entirely. His devouring talent could be continuously stacked and strengthened, so there was no need to erase his existing talents. His physique would only become more and more abnormal, and even without close combat talent, he wouldn't be inferior to anyone else. But he didn't say any of this. Seeing that he seemed to be deep in thought, Zhou Xiong assumed he was considering it and stopped trying to persuade him. Instead, he asked, "What weapon do you want to learn?" Lin Mo thought for a moment. "A knife, I guess." He had a green pincer knife in his hand, which he was comfortable using. Zhou Xiong nodded. "Okay. The knife is the most common weapon on the battlefield. It's easy to learn, but difficult to master. You'll learn the basic movements with me today, and then come every Tuesday and Thursday morning." Over the next hour, Zhou Xiong began by teaching the most basic knife-holding posture, followed by the 5 basic movements: chopping, slashing, parrying, thrusting, and blocking. He taught in great detail, explaining and demonstrating the key points of each movement, the techniques for exerting force, and common mistakes one by one. Lin Mo studied diligently, and after an hour, he was already able to perform the 5 basic movements quite well. When get out of class ended, Zhou Xiong gave him another address. "Go to this place this afternoon and find teacher Wang Lai. He specializes in teaching close combat techniques, including punches, kicks, grappling, and seizures, all life-saving skills. Furthermore, he studied and observed some alien races skilled in close combat, and adapted a set of fist techniques suitable for humans. He was a master of fist techniques. Even if you use a sword, these techniques are useful if you drop it or get into close combat." Lin Mo accepted it and thanked him. In the afternoon, he found Wang Lai's training ground according to the address. It was an indoor arena, covered with thick, soft mats. There weren't many people inside, only a dozen or so, all practicing in pairs. Some were wrestling, some were grappling, and some were practicing boxing techniques. Wang Lai was a burly man in his 40s, bald, with a face full of scars, looking quite fierce. But he spoke very kindly, and upon hearing that he had been recommended by Zhou Xiong, he immediately let Lin Mo join the team. "Have you practiced this before?" he asked. Lin Mo shook his head. "No." Wang Lai nodded and had a student come over to demonstrate a few basic punches to Lin Mo: straight punch, hook punch, uppercut, and simple self-defense stances. "Let's learn these for today. Come back every afternoon and I'll teach you slowly." Lin Mo practiced with that student for an hour. Although he was tired, he felt he had learned a lot. On the island, he relied on instinct and luck. Now, he was beginning to truly learn combat techniques. In the evening, he dragged his tired body back to his dormitory. Luo Hao was lying in bed reading when he saw him return and greeted him. "How was your first day?" Lin Mo lay sprawled on the bed, staring at the ceiling, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Fine." Chapter 57, Breaking Through the Barrier. Lin Mo's life at the War Academy gradually got back on track. Every morning, he first goes to his academic classes. After attending lessons on ferocious beast illustrations, alien race knowledge, the history of the myriad marks realm, and terrain identification, he gained a clearer understanding of this world. The ferocious beasts encountered on the island now have names and habits. The alien races whose names were only heard of are also introduced, and it is now known which ones can be dealt with, and which ones should be avoided. After his morning academic classes, he would practice swordsmanship with Zhou Xiong on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and close combat with Wang Lai on other days. But Lin Mo felt that something was missing: long-range attacks. His old specialty also needed professional guidance. After making inquiries, he found a teacher surnamed Lu who specialized in teaching remote talent application. Ms. Lu was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with short hair, sharp eyes, and a crisp, decisive manner. Her training ground was in a courtyard in a corner of the academy, filled with all sorts of strange targets and teaching aids. When Lin Mo arrived, there were only 5 or 6 students in the courtyard, practicing shooting moving targets with fireballs and water arrows. He stood by and watched for a while, waiting for the students to finish before going over. "Teacher Lu, I am Lin Mo, a freshman, and I would like to learn how to use my remote talent from you." Teacher Lu sized him up. "What talent?" "The source of mimicry and deadly poison," Lin Mo said. Teacher Lu nodded and pointed to the Iron Man teaching aids in the yard. Show them to us. Lin Mo activated his innate talent for poison. Pale purple energy surged out, condensing into 3 poisonous birds and 2 poisonous rabbits around him. Go! 5 mimicking venomous beasts simultaneously charged at the nearest Iron Man training toy. The poisonous bird struck the Iron Man's chest, while the self-destructing poisonous rabbit crashed into its leg and exploded. A purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the entire Iron Man. When the smoke cleared, several shallow corrosion marks remained on the Iron Man's body. Teacher Lu didn't say anything, she just watched. Lin Mo made the last poisonous bird fly around the Iron Man a few more times before it self-destructed again. After the demonstration, he collected the energy source and looked at Teacher Lu. Ms. Lu was silent for a few seconds, then took something out of her pocket, a palm-sized crystal with intricate patterns engraved on its surface. She channeled a wisp of energy into it, and the crystal lit up, projecting an image. That was a foreign race. It was humanoid, but its hands were a pair of large wings covered in dark gold feathers. Below its calves were eagle claws, curved and powerful, gripping a rock tightly. Its eyes were amber, sharp as knives, so sharp that even in the image, one dared not look directly at them. The Feathered Clan, Teacher Lu said. 6th rank. In the video, the winged creature is facing an overwhelming swarm of ants, each one half a person's height, a dark mass surging in like a tide. He raised his wings and flapped them. Countless burning feathers flew from his body, raining down on the ant colony like a storm. Each feather, trailing a fiery tail, pierced precisely through an ant. The ants were pierced, burned, and fell. In an instant, the hundreds of ants at the forefront were wiped out. Lin Mo held his breath as he watched. But that's not all. The winged creature fused its wings together, then suddenly unfurled a massive fire serpent that formed on its chest, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, before lunging at the ant swarm. The fire serpent rampaged through the ant colony, turning ants to ashes in its wake. Finally, it tightened its body, entangling, strangling, and burning the remaining dozens of ants to a crisp. The video ends. Lin Mo stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Teacher Lu put away the photo stone and looked at him. What did you see? Lin Mo opened his mouth, the scene from just now flashing through his mind, the burning feathers, the enormous fire serpent. Are those fiery feathers also made of energy mimicry? He asked uncertainly. Teacher Lu nodded. That's right. He used 2 forms of feathers and snakes. Feathers are for long-range scattering, suitable for dealing with groups of enemies, while snakes are for binding and strangling, suitable for dealing with a single strong enemy. He changed to more powerful and effective forms according to the battlefield situation. She looked at Lin Mo and continued. Your fighting style just now was too simplistic. All you knew was to mimic an animal and then charge in and self-destruct. Animal forms are indeed good, but they're not the only option. It could be a spear, an arrow, a net, or any form you need. Lin Mo seemed to be deep in thought. Teacher Lu added. Your talent for extreme toxicity, combined with the source of mimicry, is a great combination. However, you're only at the peak of Tier 1 now, so the power of your toxins is limited. You should prioritize strengthening your talent for extreme toxicity and strive to break through to Tier 2 as soon as possible. Tier 2 toxins represent a qualitative leap. She paused, then added. As for the origin of mimicry, the key lies in shape change and flexible application. Don't be bound by animal forms, think more about how to adjust according to the enemy. Different enemies require different attack methods. Lin Mo listened attentively, feeling as if something within him had been unlocked. He had always thought that the source of mimicry was simply condensing animals and making them attack and self-destruct. But now he understood that animals were just one form among many. They could be feathers, spikes, ropes, or anything else he could imagine. Thank you, Teacher Lu, he said sincerely. Teacher Lu waved his hand. Go practice. Come every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoon, and I'll teach you. From then on, Lin Mo's daily routine became more fulfilling. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons, he went to Teacher Lu's place to practice ranged attacks. He started with the most basic energy condensation, then moved on to switching between different forms, and finally to the use of potent poison, gradually improving his skills. On Tuesday and Thursday mornings, he went to Zhou Xiong's place to practice his swordsmanship. He practiced chopping, slashing, parrying, thrusting, and blocking repeatedly until every movement was etched into his body's memory. On other afternoons, he went to Wang Lai's place to practice close combat. He learned punches, kicks, throws, and grappling techniques, and how to protect himself when he lost his weapon. Every morning, without fail, he attended his academic classes. He listened attentively and took notes in every subject, including the illustrated compendium of ferocious beasts, the distribution of extraterrestrial races, topographical identification, and the history of the myriad marks realm. After school, he would also take time to go to the beach to hunt green turtles, putting what he learned at school into practice. He kept all the crystal cores he obtained in preparation for breaking through to the second tier. He would devour the flesh and blood of the green turtles he killed every day, gradually strengthening his physique. Sometimes, when Luo Hao saw him come back exhausted, he couldn't help but ask, "You have so many classes every day, and you still go out so late after class. Aren't you tired?" Lin Mo lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and smiled. "Tired. But even more afraid of dying." Luo Hao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. "Yes, in this world, if you don't work hard, you'll die." Outside the window, the night was deepening. Lin Mo closed his eyes, his mind still replaying Teacher Lu's words. "Don't be bound by form, adjust according to the enemy." It's true that having someone to teach you or relying on your own blind guesses can save you a lot of detours. Chapter 58. The Cleansing Breathing Technique. The academic classes that morning were a little different from usual. When Lin Mo entered the classroom, he noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat different. The usually sparsely populated seats were almost full today. Some students who were rarely seen in academic classes and usually spent most of their time in combat training classes were also present in the classroom. He found a seat towards the back, where Luo Hao, who was already there, was flipping through a thin booklet. "What's going on today?" Lin Mo asked. Luo Hao lowered his voice. "They've sent out some good stuff." He waved the booklet in his hand. The cover had 4 words written on it. Qingling Breathing Method. Lin Mo took it and flipped through it. Inside was a complete cultivation method, with illustrations and text, and each step was written in great detail. "I heard the Academy distributed them for free," Luo Hao said. "Everyone gets a copy. We'll rely on these for cultivation from now on." Lin Mo nodded and put the booklet away. The school bell rang, and an elderly man with gray hair walked up to the podium. He wore a simple long robe, his face was thin, but his eyes were bright. He stood on the podium, glanced at the students in the classroom, and nodded slightly. "Everyone's here today," he said. "Do you know why?" Someone below answered quietly. "For the breathing technique." The old man smiled and did not deny it. He picked up a booklet, the same one the students had, and waved it around. "The pure spirit breathing technique is taught to every student by the Academy for free. Outside, this thing would be worth at least several hundred crystal coins. But today, you can learn it without spending a single penny." He paused, his tone becoming serious. "However, learning something doesn't mean mastering it, and mastering it doesn't mean applying it well. In today's lesson, I will explain the principles, usage, and precautions of breathing techniques clearly. How much you absorb depends on yourselves." The classroom quieted down, and everyone listened attentively. The old man drew a simple diagram on the blackboard. A circle represented the crystal nucleus, an arrow represented the absorption process, and another circle represented the human body. "How did you absorb the crystal cores before?" He glanced at the audience, and one student answered. "Just hold it in your hand, activate your talent, and then absorb it." The old man nodded. "That's right, most people inhale like this. But have you noticed that of the energy you inhale, very little is actually usable?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that when he was on the island, absorbing crystal cores only restored a little energy, and he thought that was all there was to it. The old man continued, "Absorbing crystal nuclei directly without using breathing techniques results in enormous energy loss. Of the energy you absorb, you can only absorb a maximum of 30%. The remaining 70% dissipates into the air. Furthermore, breathing techniques can calm and soothe the turbulent energy, making it more gentle and easier to absorb. A soft gasp rippled through the classroom. And the pure breathing technique can increase absorption efficiency to 50%. The old man held up 5 fingers. You can absorb 50% of the 100% energy. That's almost twice as much as absorbing it directly. Someone raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, is there a more efficient way?" The old man glanced at him and smiled. Yes. Intermediate breathing techniques are 60 to 70% efficient. Advanced breathing techniques are over 80% efficient. The legendary top-level breathing techniques are said to reach 95% or even higher. He paused, then changed the subject. However, those breathing techniques are beyond your current reach. Unless you cultivate to the 8th level and become top-tier beings, you might have a sliver of hope of obtaining a top-tier breathing technique. For now, make good use of this clear spirit breathing technique. It will be enough for you to cultivate to the 3rd or 4th level. Lin Mo listened attentively, memorizing every word. The old man began to explain in detail the principles and steps of the breathing method. Breathing techniques, simply put, are a set of methods for guiding energy. Through specific breathing rhythms and mental focus, the energy released by the crystal nucleus flows orderly through specific pathways in your body, instead of running wild. When energy doesn't run wild, there is less loss. He had everyone sit cross-legged, close their eyes, and follow his guidance step by step. Take a deep breath, imagine this energy flowing smoothly through your meridians, then guide it towards the talent rune you want to cultivate, and let the rune absorb this energy. Following his guidance, Lin Mo tried practicing the breathing technique. At first, he was a little clumsy, and his breath kept going in the wrong place. But after a few times, he gradually got the hang of it. The breath flowed slowly through his body, warm, like a small stream. Now hold a crystal core in your palm. Continue breathing and absorbing it, following the rhythm you were just using. Lin Mo took out a first-order crystal core from his pocket and held it in his palm. Take a deep breath, guide it, and absorb it. A warm energy flowed from the crystal core down his arm and into his body. This time, he clearly felt the difference. The energy didn't surge wildly as before, but flowed orderly into his abdomen along the path of his breathing technique. He could feel that he was absorbing much more energy this time than before. The classroom fell silent. Everyone closed their eyes, held their crystal cores, and silently cultivated. After an unknown amount of time, a student suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale. He put down the crystal core in his hand and gasped for breath. The old man walked over, looked at him, and nodded. It's normal. It's common for the meridians to not be able to handle it the first time you start cultivating. Take a rest and practice again tomorrow. The student nodded, rubbed his stomach, and walked to the side. One by one, people withdrew from their practice. Some were pale, some were covered in sweat, and some were clutching their stomachs and groaning. The old man looked at them one by one and said they were fine and just needed to rest. Lin Mo is still cultivating. He felt no discomfort. The energy flowed through his body, warm and comfortable, like soaking in warm water. After absorbing the energy of one crystal core, he took out a second one. Luo Hao, who was standing nearby, had already stopped cultivating and was rubbing his stomach. He saw that Lin Mo was still absorbing the energy, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After a while, only 5 or 6 people remained in the classroom still practicing. One of the boys sitting in the front row caught the old man's attention. He walked over, observed him carefully for a while, and suddenly asked, "Huang, is your breathing technique not Qingling?" The boy opened his eyes and smiled. "Teacher has a good eye. This is the sun breathing technique passed down in my family, intermediate level." A soft murmur arose in the classroom. The old man nodded, his eyes filled with approval. "Intermediate breathing technique, over 60% efficient, much better than Qingling's. No wonder you can continue." That student, Huang, whose full name is Huang Wenhao, is a local from Fangchenggang and seems to come from a well-connected family. He politely nodded to the old man and continued his meditation with his eyes closed. The surrounding students cast envious glances. Intermediate breathing technique. It's something passed down in their family. You can't just envy it. We're already lucky if we can use Qingling. Lin Mo listened to the discussions without saying a word. He continued cultivating and absorbed another crystal core. The third one. The fourth one. He felt he could continue. The energy circulated within his body, eventually converging on the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The tattoo felt slightly warm, and the 2 layers of dark red toxins and pale purple mimicry source seemed to brighten even more under the nourishment of the energy. Strangely, he inhaled 4 pills but experienced no swelling, pain, or discomfort. He recalled the old man's words. Everyone's physique and talent are different, and their absorption limit is also different. Could it be because of the devouring talent? The devouring talent combines the sources of poison and mimicry. In other words, all the energy he absorbs only needs to be given to the devouring talent, and his other talents will advance accordingly. What does that mean? This means that his cultivation efficiency may be 3, 4, or even more times that of others. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy, but he quickly suppressed it. He glanced at the classroom. The others still practicing, including Huang Wenhao, were all flushed, clearly nearing their limit. Only he remained unaffected. It shouldn't be too conspicuous. Lin Mo quietly slowed his breathing, took a few more breaths, then opened his eyes and pretended to be tired. He rubbed his stomach, stood up, and walked to the side. Luo Hao saw him and asked in surprise, "How many pills did you take?" Lin Mo casually replied, 3. Any more and I'll be full. Luo Hao nodded. I can't even handle 2. Your constitution is really abnormal. Lin Mo smiled but didn't reply. He glanced at the few people still practicing in the classroom and said in a deliberately envious tone, I really envy them, they can still continue. They have such great talent. Several students nearby chimed in. Yeah, Huang Wenhao must have taken 5 pills by now, right? They have intermediate breathing techniques, can they be the same? Sigh, being born into the right family is a skill. Lin Mo listened to the discussions with an envious expression on his face, but secretly he was making plans in his heart. The devouring talent merges all abilities, meaning he only needs to cultivate 1 core talent. Moreover, his absorption limit seems to be much higher than that of ordinary people. This gap will only widen. But we can't let anyone know. He glanced at Huang Wenhao, who was still cultivating, then looked at the half-crystal core he still had in his palm, and quietly put it away. Keep a low profile, keep a very low profile. The old man walked over and patted him on the shoulder. For your first cultivation session, you were able to absorb 3 crystal cores, which is quite good. Keep practicing, and as you grow stronger and advance in your cultivation level, the upper limit of the crystal cores you can absorb will be even higher. Lin Mo nodded and thanked him. After class, he walked out of the classroom and touched the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The 2 layers of light shimmered slightly under his skin. He realized that he was different from others. His devouring talent provided him with a path to becoming a top expert. He should develop cautiously and not be reckless. Sooner or later he would have a place in this world. Chapter 59, Breakthrough to the Second Tier. After the last class in the afternoon, Lin Mo packed his things and left the city as usual. Green Turtle Beach wasn't far from the academy, only an hour's walk away, and he knew the way like the back of his hand. He'd walked this route at least 20 times. He knew exactly where to go fast and slow, and where ferocious beasts might roam. He could do it with his eyes closed. When we arrived at the beach, the sun was still hanging in the west, and the sea was dyed a golden red. Lin Mo didn't rush to make a move. He first observed from behind the reef for a while, confirming the distribution of today's prey. 3 were sunbathing on the east side, 2 were lying on the west side, and there was a large one lying on a distant reef, which looked like a second-tier prey. He took down the black gold bow and began hunting. With this period of practice, hunting first-tier green-haired turtles was already a piece of cake for him. He would first ambush them with poisoned arrows, then have the mimicking poisonous beast harass them, and finally finish them off. In less than half an hour, he had obtained 2 first-tier green crystal cores. By then it had gotten dark. Lin Mo didn't rush back. He looked around to make sure no one else was there, then walked towards a huge reef in the distance from the beach. The reef was several hundred meters from the beach, surrounded by open space with a wide view. If someone approached, he would spot them immediately. He climbed to the top of the reef and found a flat spot to sit cross-legged. He took out 3 first-order crystal cores from his pocket and held them in his palm. During this time, he had been cultivating outdoors. There were many people in the dormitory, and he didn't want others to see the number of crystal cores he absorbed. 3 or 5 cores were fine, but if someone discovered that he could absorb 9 or 10 cores in one go without stopping, it would definitely arouse suspicion. It's better to be careful. He took a deep breath and began practicing the cleansing breathing technique. The energy within the crystal core began to flow into his body, warm and circulating through his meridians along the path of his breathing technique. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on guiding that energy, little by little, to the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. 1, 2, 3. Lin Mo had just finished absorbing the energy from the 3 crystal cores and was about to conclude his practice when suddenly a burning sensation came from my abdomen. The heatwave came without warning, like a fire suddenly exploding inside his body. The golden toad tattoo burned intensely, and the 2 layers of swirling aura containing dark red toxins and pale purple mimicry essence surged violently, as if coming to life as they roamed his skin. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. The energy within his body was surging wildly. What was once a trickle had now become a raging river, crashing and churning through his meridians. Those minor meridians that had never been opened before were now being swept open one by this torrent, causing a tingling and itchy sensation, like countless ants crawling inside his body. The heatwave lasted for a full hour before it gradually subsided. Lin Mo opened his eyes, panting heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat. He looked down at his abdomen. The golden toad tattoo is still there, but it's clearly different. What was once a blurry outline is now clearer and more vivid. The 2 halos have also changed. The dark red toxins are deeper, like congealed blood, and the pale purple mimicry source is brighter, with a faint fluorescent glow. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Things are different now. It's completely different now. He stood up, wanting to test his current strength. Test for toxins first. He activated the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen, and that familiar poisonous sensation surged forth. Dark red smoke condensed in his palm, thicker and darker than before, faintly exuding a bloody aura. With a thought, the smoke began to deform, and a venomous snake as thick as an arm took shape in front of him. Lin Mo was stunned. It wasn't because a venomous snake had materialized, but because this venomous snake was more realistic than any of the previous mimicking venomous beasts. Its eyes were bright and lively, no longer just a simple energy body, but like a real living creature. Its body was twisting slightly, flicking its tongue, and you could even see the fine scales rising and falling slightly with its breath. The venomous beasts that formed before were merely crude imitations of energy. This one, however, looks exactly like a real snake. Go! With the thought, Lin Mo sent the venomous snake flying like an arrow toward a large tree 20 meters away. It swam with astonishing speed, leaving a dark red afterimage on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the tree, its body suddenly wrapping around the trunk, 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops, tightly constricting it. Hiss hiss hiss. White smoke rose from the tree trunk. The venomous mist swirling around the snake was corroding the bark, and the areas where it had coiled were turning black and festering at a visible speed. Lin Mo detonated himself with a thought. Bang! A purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the entire tree. The shockwave from the explosion caused several smaller trees nearby to sway and fall, sending splinters of wood flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the large tree, as thick as a bowl, had been broken in 2. The break was charred black and still emitting wisps of smoke. The wood at the edges was completely carbonized and would crumble at the slightest touch. Lin Mo walked over and touched the broken end. The corrosive power of the toxin is more than twice as strong as before. In the past, a self-destruction could break a small tree, but it could never have corroded it so thoroughly after breaking it. He then tried the source of mimicry. This time, instead of condensing a poisonous beast, he tried other forms. He remembered the winged creature in the memory stone that Teacher Lu had placed, and those burning feathers. Dark purple light gathered in his palm, gradually stretching, thinning, and sharpening. One by one, fine needles took shape at his fingertips, each only the length of a finger, with sharp tips and swirling with a faint poisonous mist. With a wave of his hand, the poison needles shot out like a rainstorm, embedding themselves in another tree in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. More than a dozen poison needles were embedded in the tree trunk, leaving only small holes. The area around those holes immediately began to turn black and rot, clearly indicating that the toxins were seeping in. He then tested the rope form. Energy stretched into a thin whip in his hand, and with a casual flick, the whip wrapped around a distant reef, tightening abruptly. Crack! A deep crack was carved into the reef. Lin Mo withdrew his energy, looked at his hands, and slowly smiled. It's a real breakthrough. Second order. He closed his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. The energy was at least twice as abundant as before, and it was more concentrated and more obedient. Before, mobilizing energy was like watering a pipe. Now it was like drawing water through a canal, flowing smoothly without obstruction. More importantly, both talents have been significantly enhanced. The toxins are more potent, and the source of mimicry is more flexible and versatile. Combined, their power more than doubles. Lin Mo stood on the reef and took a deep breath. It's at the second order. This is just the beginning. Third order, fourth order, fifth order. One day, I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 60. Hunting Activities. Half a month passed quickly in the daily practice. Lin Mo has fully adapted to the Academy's rhythm of life, morning classes, afternoon combat training, and evening hunting and cultivation outside the city. He only sleeps 4 hours a day, but he is full of energy and doesn't feel tired at all. After reaching the second tier, his physique improved significantly. His strength, speed, and endurance were all much better than when he was at the first tier. The most obvious change is in energy reserves. Before, he would need to rest after hunting 2 or 3 green turtles, but now he can hunt 5 or 6 in a row without even breaking a sweat. That morning, Lin Mo went to class as usual, but found that the atmosphere in the classroom was strange. Everyone was excitedly whispering to each other, some even standing on stools waving their arms, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What's wrong? Lin Mo asked Luo Hao, who was standing next to him. Luo Hao was also excited. The Academy is organizing a hunting event. Students below the 3rd rank can participate. Orders below the 3rd level. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He was currently at the 2nd tier, but he hadn't told anyone about his breakthrough to the 2nd tier, and his registration information still showed him as the peak of the 1st tier. What exactly happened? He asked. Just as Luo Hao was about to answer, the class bell rang. A middle-aged male teacher wearing leather armor walked into the classroom, clapped his hands, and signaled for everyone to be quiet. You've all heard, right? No classes today, we're going to the hunting grounds outside the city for practical experience. A cheer erupted in the classroom. After the cheers subsided slightly, the male teacher continued. Follow me, everyone, assemble at the school gate. Follow the rules on the way. A large group of people poured out of the classroom and headed towards the school gate. A huge flying machine, neither a ship nor an airplane, was parked at the school gate, but rather a flying ship, hovering in midair. Its streamlined hull was entirely silver-white, adorned with mysterious runes and flowing lines. Huge, wing-like structures spread out on both sides, slowly flapping and emitting a low hum. Is this an airship? A student exclaimed. The flying machines from the Myriad Marks realm are powered by high-level crystal cores. Another student boasted. They can fly hundreds of miles in an hour. Lin Mo followed the others onto the airship. The interior was spacious, capable of accommodating over 100 people, with 2 rows of benches placed by the windows. He found a seat by the window and looked out through the transparent cabin wall. The airship slowly rose into the air, then accelerated and flew out of the city. Half an hour later, the airship began to descend. Through the bulkhead, one could see a vast plain below, lush with vegetation and with meandering rivers. Occasionally, one could spot some black dots moving about. Those were ferocious beasts. The airship landed on a flat, open area. The crowd filed out and stood on the grass, looking around curiously. There were 3 teachers leading the group, all around 30 years old, 2 men and 1 woman, emanating a faint sense of pressure. One of the men, with a square face, stepped to the front of the group and cleared his throat. "Listen up, everyone." The students quieted down. "This plain is called the Green Grassland. It is home to a large number of first to third tier patterned beasts. There are horned rabbits, green-scaled snakes, fire-tailed foxes, iron-backed wolves, and all sorts of other creatures." He glanced at everyone and continued. "Today's activity is simple, free hunting, with a 4-hour time limit. You must return here to gather before sunset." Someone raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, can we team up?" "Sure." The square-faced teacher nodded. "Teams can be formed freely, with no limit on the number of members. Those who are confident in their abilities can also act alone." Another student asked, "Is there a reward?" The 3 teachers exchanged glances. The female teacher smiled, took out a small box from her bosom, and waved it around. "The person who hunts the most will receive one of these Tier 3 crystal cores, plus a mysterious gift prepared by the Academy." Everyone's eyes lit up. The man with the square face spoke again, his tone becoming serious. "However, there are a few things I need to say first." He swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes sharp as knives. "This plain is indeed dominated by low-level beasts, but we cannot rule out the existence of third-level beasts. If you are not careful and provoke something you shouldn't, the Academy will not be responsible for your deaths or injuries." He paused, then continued, "Now, if you feel you can't do it, are afraid, or are unsure, you can withdraw. Stay here with the teacher and go back together in 4 hours." Nobody moved. "Have you thought it through?" Seeing no one leave, the square-faced teacher smiled and said, "If you can't even face these low-level beasts, I advise you to drop out of school as soon as possible. Find a job in a human city and waste the rest of your lives. The outside world is not for you." Still no one moved. The square-faced man nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "All right, go ahead. Be back before sunset." The crowd dispersed, heading into small groups towards the depths of the plain. Lin Mo stood still, looking at those people. Luo Hao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin Mo, I've found a team, do you want to come along?" Lin Mo glanced at the group of 3 boys and 2 girls behind Luo Hao, all unfamiliar faces. He shook his head. "No, I'll walk by myself." Luo Hao didn't press the matter and nodded. "Okay, be careful." He left with those people. Lin Mo watched as fewer and fewer people gathered around him until he was all alone. He took a deep breath and walked in another direction. The grass is waist-high, and when the wind blows, it looks like a green ocean. Lin Mo walked slowly, observing his surroundings as he went. This was his first time hunting in a real hunting ground, completely different from Green Turtle Beach. There, the ferocious beasts were singular, the terrain simple, and you could predict what would happen with your eyes closed. But here, anything was possible. He touched the blue pincers knife at his waist, then the tortoise shield and the black gold bow on his back. "This is my first real battle after reaching the second stage, a good opportunity to test the results of my training during this period." After walking for about 15 minutes, a gray shadow suddenly darted out of the bushes ahead. It is a horned rabbit. It was half a meter tall, with gray fur and a single pointed horn on its head. It saw Lin Mo, paused for a moment, then turned and ran. Lin Mo didn't chase. The horned rabbit was too fast to catch. He took down the black gold bow, drew the string, and a purple gold arrow materialized. "Let go." "Call out." The arrow pierced the air and struck the horned rabbit precisely in the hind leg. It screamed and fell to the ground, struggling to get up, but the poison had already begun to spread. Lin Mo walked over and killed it with a single stroke. "Extract the crystal core, its first order. Keep it safe." He glanced at the corpse, hesitated for a second whether to devour it, then decided against it. There were too many people around, If someone saw him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Keep going. In the next hour, he hunted 2 more green-scaled snakes and a fire-tailed fox. They were all small creatures, and it didn't take much effort. He collected a bunch of crystal cores, but he still felt unsatisfied. After reaching the second tier, the first tier ferocious beasts no longer posed much of a challenge. As he was wondering whether he should venture deeper into the area, he suddenly heard a wolf howl coming from afar. More than one. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pack of iron-backed wolves attacking a wild boar-like beast on a hillside a few hundred meters away. There were 7 or 8 wolves in the pack, their fur was iron-gray, and there was a strip of stiff black hair along their backs, like an iron bristle. They worked together seamlessly, some restraining the wolves from the front, some harassing them from the sides, and some looking for an opportunity to pounce and bite. The wild boar was covered in wounds and was near death. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The second-tier ironback wolf pack is perfect for practice. He lowered his body and crept over quietly. Chapter 61, Hunting the Wolf Pack. These ferocious beasts, even the first-tier ironback wolves, were far more ferocious than ordinary wild animals, not to mention the 3 second-tier alpha wolves, which were significantly larger. Any other peak first-tier student would have to be cautious when encountering even a single second-tier wolf, let alone the entire pack, and would have no choice but to deter and flee for their lives. But for Lin Mo, who had already entered the second stage, this was the perfect target to test his strength. He did not rush out rashly, but slowly took the black and gold bough from his back, crouched down in the waist-high grass, like a cheetah patiently waiting for its prey to make a mistake. 50 meters ahead on a gentle slope, 8 iron-backed wolves were attacking the wild boar. The boar was covered in blood and was near death. Lin Mo squinted and carefully observed the wolf pack. Among them, 3 were particularly robust, with glossy fur and bristles standing on end. Their imposing presence was far superior to the others. Second order. There are 3 second-order creatures, the rest should all be first order. His gaze swept across the wolf pack, quickly locking onto a Tier 1 ironback wolf on the outermost perimeter. The wolf was positioned slightly off-center from the battle, its eyes fixed on the wild boar, occasionally glancing back as if on guard duty. Its hind legs were slightly bent, muscles taut, ready to pounce at any moment, but this also exposed a gap on the outside of its thighs. Lin Mo raised the black gold bow. With a light touch of the fingertips on the bowstring, the bow trembled slightly, and a purplish gold poisoned arrow quietly materialized. The poison talent was pushed to its limit by the devouring talent, and the arrow was surrounded by a faint dark purple mist, emitting a chilling corrosive aura. He held his breath and aimed at the wolf's hind legs. Let go. Call out. The arrow shot out silently, leaving a pale purple afterimage in the air. The ironback wolf reacted extremely quickly. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, it seemed to sense the danger and leaped to dodge. However, Lin Mo's arrow was too sudden, and it was a beat too slow. The arrow tip grazed the skin on the outside of its hind leg, cutting a gash. The next instant, the purplish-black poison spread wildly along the wound. The wolf's leg went limp, letting out a shrill howl. Its entire body slumped to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became still. Its first-tier physique could not withstand Lin Mo's second-tier poison. The wolf pack was thrown into chaos. The iron-backed wolves that were attacking the wild boar suddenly turned around, their scarlet eyes fixed on the human figure that was faintly visible in the grass. Their fangs were exposed, and a low growl came from their throats. The wild boar seized the opportunity to run away, but was pounced on by a second-tier wolf and had its throat bitten off. But nobody cared about the wild boar anymore. Oh! The second-tier alpha wolf let out a low growl, and 3 first-tier ironback wolves immediately broke away from the battle, forming a triangular formation and charging towards Lin Mo. Their speed was astonishing. Their sharp claws tore through the grass, creating a gust of wind. Lin Mo did not back down. With a raise of his left hand, a pale purple halo swirled, and the source of mimicry quietly activated. Buzz! 2 wisps of purplish-black poisonous mist condensed in front of him, rapidly transforming into 2 venomous snakes over a meter long, their bodies swirling with dense poisonous mist, more than twice as solid as when they were at the first level. This is why his second-tier enhanced mimicry beast not only looks more realistic, but is also far more powerful than before. Go! The two venomous snakes shot off like arrows, charging straight at the three first-tier ironback wolves that were attacking them. The first venomous snake coiled around the foreleg of the wolf in the lead. It deftly dodged the wolf's claws, twisted its body, and tightly wrapped itself around the thick leg, its fangs piercing deep into the flesh. The purplish-black venom was injected rapidly, and the wolf howled in pain, lowering its head to try and bite the snake off, but another venomous snake seized the opportunity to pounce on its face. The venomous snake bit the wolf's eye. The toxin rushed into its brain, and the wolf howled in agony. Its body convulsed violently, and it collapsed to the ground after running a few steps. The other two wolves had already rushed up to them. One lunged at Lin Mo's face, while the other circled around from the side, trying to bite his leg. Lin Mo didn't fight head-on. He stomped his feet and suddenly turned his body to the side, avoiding the wolf that pounced on him. At the same time, the green pliers blade at his waist flashed with a cold light as it was transformed into a second-tier ferocious beast, and with a tearing force, it slashed hard at the front leg of the wolf to his side. Pft! The blade sliced into flesh, nearly severing the leg. The wolf howled and rolled away, blood splattering everywhere. The wolf that missed its target landed and quickly turned to pounce on him again. This time, the distance was too close, and there was no time to dodge. Lin Mo raised his left hand, and a purplish-black poison shield instantly formed in front of him. This was a new application inspired by Teacher Lu, not limited to animal forms. Bang! The wolf's head slammed into the poison shield, causing it to shatter and transform into a cloud of poisonous mist that enveloped it. Blinded by the mist, the wolf faltered, and Lin Mo seized the opportunity to plunge his blade into its throat. Fresh blood gushed out. All three Tier 1 wolves fell. Lin Mo took a breath and looked up into the distance. There were 4 remaining alpha wolves, 3 of which were second tier, and 1 wounded first tier wolf. They had abandoned the dead boar and were now fanning out to surround him. Bring it on! Lin Mo gripped the azure pliers blade tightly, and once again gathered the source of mimicry in his left hand. This time, he didn't conjure animals, but poisonous stingers. A dozen or so finger-length, purplish-black poison needles floated in front of him, their tips gleaming with an eerie light. With a thought, he unleashed a barrage of needles, raining down on the charging wolf pack. The wounded Tier 1 wolf was unable to dodge in time and was struck by 3 poison needles, collapsing with a scream. The 3 second-tier alpha wolves darted left and right, their claws swatting away several poisonous needles, but some still grazed their fur. The toxins began to seep in, and their movements noticeably slowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Mo drew the black gold bow again. The target is the second-tier wolf on the far left. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The alpha wolf dodged the first 2 arrows, but was struck in the shoulder by the third. It howled in pain, its speed slowing further. The poison spread through the wound, its eyes became bloodshot, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. The other 2 alpha wolves had already pounced on them. Lin Mo sheathed his bow and raised his shield. Bang! A wolf rammed into the emerald-green tortoise shield, the immense impact forcing him to take 2 steps back. Another wolf seized the opportunity to pounce from the side, but he dodged aside, his blue pincers slicing across its hind leg, leaving a deep wound. 3 second-tier alpha wolves surrounded him, attacking relentlessly with their claws, fangs, and iron mane. Lin Mo, shield in his left hand and sword in his right, fought and retreated, occasionally conjuring poisonous stingers and snakes to harass him. 15 minutes later, the first wolf hit by the arrow finally succumbed to the poison and collapsed to the ground. 15 minutes later, the second alpha wolf had its front leg severed by the green pliers blade, and died from bleeding. The last alpha wolf, seeing the situation was bad, tried to escape, but Lin Mo shot it in the hind leg with an arrow and chased after it to finish it off. The battle is over. Lin Mo stood amidst the wolf carcasses, panting heavily, his body covered in green wolf blood and sweat. We won. all 7 ironback wolves fell. He rested for a while and then began to clean up the battlefield. 8 wolves, 3 tier 2 and 5 tier 1. He dug out the crystal cores one by one, 3 pale gray tier 2 crystal cores and 5 grayish-white tier 1 crystal cores, which glowed slightly in his palm. Keep it safe. Then, staring at the 8 wolf corpses, it opened its mouth and began to devour them. One after another, 8 ironback wolves and 1 wild boar all turned into energy and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, he felt a noticeable change. The energy from the 3 second-tier wolves was exceptionally abundant, flowing into his limbs and bones. His muscles were twitching, his bones were slightly itchy, and his strength was increasing. At the same time, his legs felt a sense of lightness, as if something was accelerating his blood flow. That was an increase in his running speed. Both strength and speed have increased. He clenched his fist and tried running a few more steps, faster and lighter than before. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. He looked up at the sky. The sun was still high, and there was still plenty of time before the meeting time. There's still a chance to hunt for something else. Chapter 62, The Azure-Scaled Poisonous Python. The smell of blood had not yet dissipated after the battle ended. Lin Mo wiped the wolf blood off his green pliers blade and prepared to leave the battlefield. He had already devoured the corpses of 8 ironback wolves, but the bloodstains and scattered wolf fur on the ground remained, and a strong stench wafted in the wind, sure to attract more predators. He had only walked a few dozen meters when suddenly a cold, dangerous aura, carrying a strong fishy smell, suddenly rose from the bushes behind us. The aura was extremely sinister, like a bone-deep infection, and instantly locked onto his back. Lin Mo's hair stood on end. Without thinking, his body instinctively lunged to the side. Boom! A thick, dark shadow, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, slammed down on the spot where he had just stood. The grass was instantly crushed to dust, dirt flew everywhere, and the ground trembled slightly. Lin Mo rolled to the ground, quickly looked up, and his heart sank slightly. What appeared behind him was a snake. A huge, green-scaled venomous python. The snake's body was as thick as an adult's thigh and 4 or 5 meters long, covered entirely in hard, dark green scales that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Its head was triangular, with a pair of icy, merciless vertical pupils, and its scarlet forked tongue flickered wildly, fixed intently on him. It was clearly attracted by the bloody smell from the fight between the ironback wolf and Lin Mo, and immediately regarded Lin Mo as its prey upon its appearance. Second order. Lin Mo instantly judged the strength of this venomous python. The oppressive aura it exuded was comparable to that of the 3 second-tier alpha wolves, and perhaps even more insidious. For an ordinary person, having just survived a fierce battle and depleted most of their energy, encountering an opponent of this caliber would likely only lead to fleeing for their life. But Lin Mo wasn't afraid at all, on the contrary, he was quite excited. The second-tier venomous python is a perfect test of his combat prowess under extreme conditions. Bring it on. He raised his left hand, the azure pliers blade held horizontally in front of him, and the emerald green tortoise shield braced against his left arm. Although he only had 50% of his energy left, it was enough for a battle. The venomous python made the first move. Instead of testing the waters like a pack of wolves, it launched a direct attack. Its massive body sprang forward, its gaping maw snapping at Lin Mo, its 2 venomous fangs, each as long as a finger, gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Lin Mo dodged to the side, and at the same time, with a wave of his left hand, 3 purplish-black poisonous thorns instantly condensed and shot towards the snake's eyes. Ding ding ding! The venomous stinger struck the python's scales, sending sparks flying before bouncing off. The scales were too hard, it simply couldn't penetrate. The venomous python missed its first attack, then swept its tail across the ground. Lin Mo raised his shield to block. Bang! The immense force forced him back 2 steps, his arm going numb. This venomous python was even stronger than a second-tier alpha wolf. But he didn't panic. As he retreated, he conjured 3 purplish-red poisonous birds that mimicked poisonous beasts, which took shape around him, flapped their wings, and flew toward the poisonous python. The venomous python opened its mouth to bite, but the poisonous bird nimbly dodged, only to crash into its neck and explode. Bang! A burst of purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the python's head. But when the smoke dissipated, the scales remained intact, leaving only faint traces of corrosion. Pythons have high venom resistance, so the effects of their venom are limited. But Lin Mo didn't want to poison it, he wanted to disrupt it. The second poisonous bird struck near its eye and exploded. The python, in pain, jerked its head back, its vision momentarily obstructed. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, lunging forward and slashing its torso with his blue pincers blade. Pfft! The blade sliced through the scales, creating a deep wound. Blood gushed out, and the edges of the wound began to fester visibly. The poison on the blade was effective, though it required direct contact with flesh. The python, in pain, writhed wildly and opened its mouth to spew out a cloud of dark green poison gas at him. Lin Mo raised his shield to block. Bang! The poison gas bomb exploded on the shield, hissing and billowing white smoke. The emerald green tortoise shield was corroded and mottled, but it remained sturdy. Lin Mo inhaled a small amount of poison gas, and his head spun slightly, but he quickly recovered. His poison resistance was also quite high, and this amount of poison was not enough to knock him out. A man and a snake were locked in combat. The venomous python was powerful, with hard scales and potent venom, but Lin Mo was more agile. He used the shield to block, mimic venomous beasts to harass it, and his green claw blade to break its defenses. He fought and retreated, leaving wounds on the python's body. Energy is being consumed rapidly. 30%. 2%. 1%. Lin Mo felt he was about to collapse, but the venomous python was also covered in wounds and its movements were getting slower and slower. A last-ditch effort. He used his last ounce of energy to condense 5 venomous stingers, all of which he shot towards the python's eyes. The python dodged, exposing a momentary opening in its neck. Lin Mo rushed forward, gripped the knife with both hands, and with all his might slashed fiercely at the deepest wound on its neck. Pfft! The blade sliced in, almost severing half of the neck. The python convulsed violently, its tail thrashing wildly, before finally collapsing limply to the ground and remaining motionless. Lin Mo plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, feeling like his body was falling apart. We won. He rested for a while, struggled to get up, used a knife to cut open the python's head, and dug out a fist-sized dark green crystal core. Second-order crystal nuclei. Keep it safe. Then, looking at the snake corpse, it opened its mouth and began to devour. A flash of light, and the enormous snake carcass transformed into energy, and flew into his mouth. The moment that energy surged into his body, Lin Mo felt a significant replenishment of his depleted energy, which was rapidly recovering. At the same time, a cool sensation flowed through his skin, and his resistance to toxins increased slightly. He closed his eyes and sensed the energy for a while before standing up. Looking around, the smell of blood was still strong. I had to leave as soon as possible. He dragged his weary body to a secluded boulder and hid behind it. He took out a crystal core from his pocket, held it in his palm, and began practicing the cleansing breathing technique. Energy is slowly being restored. An hour later, he opened his eyes and his complexion had improved considerably. Chapter 63. A lucky success in winning the list. Lin Mo put away the crystal core and stood up from behind the boulder. The body's energy has recovered to about half, and although it is not yet at its peak, it is enough to handle normal situations. He stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the icy energy from devouring the azure-scaled serpent still circulating in his body, further strengthening his resistance to the venom. I looked up at the sky. The sun was already beginning to set, and it wasn't long before the agreed meeting time. It's time to go back. Lin Mo walked back in the direction he came from, his steps much lighter than before. As we were walking, we suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes ahead. Lin Mo paused, his hand resting on the green pincers knife. 2 brightly colored spiders emerged from the grass, each the size of a washbasin, with vivid red and yellow stripes on their backs, and 8 eyes that gleamed eerily in the sunlight. They had clearly spotted Lin Mo as well and were crawling towards him. First Order spotted spider. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He was familiar with this kind of spider. He had killed quite a few when he was on the island. Although the venom was potent, with his current venom resistance, he could basically ignore it. He didn't even bother to draw his knife. With a flick of his left hand, 2 purplish-black poisonous thorns instantly materialized. Whoosh! Whoosh! The venomous stinger pierced the eyes of both spiders with pinpoint accuracy. They struggled for a few moments, then lay still. Lin Mo walked over, dug out 2 Tier 1 crystal cores, then looked at the 2 corpses and activated his devouring talent, swallowing them whole. Although Tier 1 flesh and blood offered him negligible enhancement, even a mosquito's leg was still meat, better than nothing. Continue on your journey. Half an hour later, he finally returned to the meeting point. The open space was already filled with people, gathered in small groups. Some were excitedly showing off their harvest, some were dejectedly counting the crystal cores, and a few were injured and receiving simple bandaging. Lin Mo glanced at it and roughly counted. There were about 50 or 60 people when they set off, but now fewer than 50 are returning. There are still a few missing. He walked to a corner, sat down against a tree, and closed his eyes to rest. Several students nearby were whispering among themselves. Have you heard? Zhang Hao's team encountered a Tier 2 ironback wolf and 2 of them died. Really? A Tier 2 ironback wolf? They're so unlucky. That's right. I heard that the 2 of them had their necks bitten off and couldn't be saved. Sigh, that's why I said this event is like risking your life. Lin Mo listened without speaking. He recalled the 7 ironback wolves he had hunted. 3 were Tier 2 and 4 were Tier 1. If that group had encountered a wolf pack of that size, probably none of them would have survived. After a while, the 3 teachers began to count the number of students. A man with a square face stood on a high rock scanning the crowd with a grim expression. Who else hasn't returned? Several students called out their names. The teacher checked them one by one, and finally said in a deep voice, The 3 who haven't returned, we won't wait for them anymore. A low murmur arose from the crowd. The man with the square face didn't say much. He took out a booklet from his pocket, and began calling out names. Now let's start tallying the harvest. Everyone take out the crystal cores you hunted and register them in order. The crystal cores you carried with you before you set off have already been registered and handed over for safekeeping. The ones you have now are all from today's hunt, so don't worry about anyone cheating. The students began to line up. When it was Lin Mo's turn, he took out all the crystal cores he had hunted that day and placed them on the stone slab in front of his teacher. The teacher's eyes widened slightly. There were 3 grayish-white second-tier wolf crystal cores and 6 grayish-white first-tier crystal cores on the stone slab. The teacher counted and wrote it down in the notebook. Lin Mo, 3 second-order crystal cores and 6 first-order crystal cores. This score is currently the highest among those who have registered. Lin Mo retrieved the crystal core and stepped aside. Registration continues. As more and more people register, the highest score is constantly being broken. A tall, thin boy registered for 1 second-order crystal core and 8 first-order crystal cores. A girl with a ponytail registered for 3 second-order crystal cores and 2 first-order crystal cores. A burly man registered 2 second-order crystal cores and 9 first-order crystal cores. Lin Mo's performance has consistently ranked high, but the victory has not yet been secured. Until a blonde girl walked up to the teacher. She wore simple leather armor, a slender sword hanging at her waist, and moved with elegant composure. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd as she poured the crystal core onto the stone slab. The teacher was also taken aback for a moment, and after counting twice carefully, she announced loudly, Amy, 4 second-order crystal cores and 4 first-order crystal cores. A heated discussion broke out among the crowd. Amy? That genius who reached the 2nd level in the entrance exam? I heard that her family is a famous and prominent family in Fangchengang. Her grandfather and father are both powerful rune masters. As soon as she came of age, her family prepared the most suitable talent runes for her. Compared to us ordinary people without powerful parents, and newcomers who have just transmigrated, it's no wonder she is so strong. She killed 4 second-tier ferocious beasts all by herself, using 4 second-tier crystal cores? Is there even a need to compare? She's definitely number one. Lin Mo stood in the corner, listening to the discussions, and silently took out a dark green second-order crystal core from another pocket. That was the crystal core of the azure-scaled poisonous python. He had originally planned to keep a low profile and not show too many, thinking that he could secure first place with just 3 second-tier crystal cores. However, he hadn't expected that others were just as formidable and that there were quite a few experts among them. Now, with this one added, there are 4 tier 2 stones and 6 tier 1 stones. This means Amy has 2 fewer stars and is 1 level lower than him. He walked up to the teacher and placed the dark green crystal core on the stone slab. Teacher, 1 was missed just now. The teacher glanced at the crystal core, then at Lin Mo, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He made a correction in his notebook, then announced loudly, Lin Mo, after correction, there are 4 second-order crystal cores and 6 first-order crystal cores. The crowd fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mo. 4 second-tier crystal cores and 6 first-tier ones. This means he killed at least 4 second-tier ferocious beasts, and still has 6 first-tier ones left. The blonde girl, Amy, also turned her head and looked directly at Lin Mo for the first time. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. The teacher looked around and asked, Are there any others who were missed? No one answered. After waiting a while, the teacher nodded. In that case, Lin Mo is the winner of today's hunt. Sparse applause broke out from the crowd, but mostly there were whispers. The teacher took out a palm-sized box and a fist-sized crystal core from his pocket, and handed them to Lin Mo. 1 tier 3 crystal core, plus this mysterious gift. Congratulations. Lin Mo accepted it, and thanked him. He glanced at the box, didn't open it, and put it directly into his pocket. The gazes around him were too intense. He didn't want to attract attention here. A 3rd-tier crystal core was already enough to make people envious, and who knew what was inside this box? If it contained something valuable, someone might have ulterior motives. I'll go back and check it again. The teacher clapped his hands. All right, that concludes today's activity. Everyone, get on the airship and prepare to return. The students boarded the airship one after another. Lin Mo was walking at the back when he suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him from behind. He turned his head to look. It was that blonde girl, Amy. She stood on the airship's gangway, looking at him with no malice in her eyes, but a scrutinizing one. Lin Mo nodded to her as a greeting. Amy didn't respond and turned to walk into the airship. Lin Mo gave a wry smile. You stole someone else's first place. It's already a miracle they didn't turn on you on the spot. Let them hold a grudge, as long as they don't do anything outrageous. He touched the 3rd-tier crystal core and the box in his arms, pondering what to do when he got back. If Amy really dares to provoke him. It's not like I can't be ruthless and destroy flowers. The airship slowly rose into the air, carrying the tired but excited students towards Fangchengang. Chapter 64, Swift Movement and Shadowy Movement. The airship slowly descended into the night, and by the time it returned to the academy, it was completely dark. Lin Mo followed the crowd off the airship, briefly greeted a few classmates he knew, and then walked alone towards the dormitory. He didn't plan to go hunting outside the city tonight. He had exhausted himself today and needed a good rest. He also wanted to see what that mysterious gift was. He stopped as he passed the central courtyard of the college. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was deserted, with only a few trees with pale blue flowers swaying gently in the night breeze. A few stone benches were scattered among the flowers, quiet and secluded. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked into the courtyard. He found a stone bench in a corner and sat down. After confirming that no one was around, he took the box out of his pocket. It was palm-sized, made of wood, with simple patterns carved on the surface, and had no lock. He took a deep breath and gently opened it. Inside the box lay a crystal the size of a thumb. It wasn't an ordinary crystal core, but a translucent one, containing a silvery gray stream of light that moved slowly like a living thing. Next to the crystal was a folded piece of paper with a few lines of writing on it. Lin Mo first picked up the paper. Swift movement, rapid movement, and continuous dodging within a small area, suitable for survival in group battles. Gift from the Academy. Talent Stone. Lin Mo was stunned. He knew what talent stones were. Uncle Chen had shown them before. They were crystals formed from the failed attempts of ferocious beasts to transform into talents after their deaths, or from talents that were forcibly stripped away. Others could directly absorb them and obtain the talents within. However, talent stones are extremely rare and priceless. An ordinary talent stone can sell for at least tens of thousands of crystal coins, and a good one can even sell for hundreds of thousands. The Academy's mysterious gift was actually a talent stone. He carefully looked at the instructions on the paper. Swift movement and shadowy shadows is a movement-based talent that allows for rapid movement and continuous dodging within a small area. It's not a speed talent like a straight-line dash, but rather a more agile, short-range dodging technique. It's suitable for survival in group battles and for avoiding attacks in close combat. Lin Mo's heart raced. That's exactly what he lacks. He possesses poison, mimicry abilities, ranged attacks, melee weapons, a turtle-like shield for defense, strength, and speed. However, he lacks a dedicated evasion-related talent. In close combat, he relies on instinct and reflexes, which makes him struggle against fast opponents. This agility and swift movement is simply tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he held the talent stone in his hand. That familiar suction force surged from his abdomen, causing the talent stone to tremble violently. The silver-gray light within surged wildly, as if trying to break free of its restraints. But the force of absorption was too strong. The light struggled for a few seconds before finally being absorbed into his body. The silvery gray light flowed down his arm to his shoulder, and then down to his left leg. Lin Mo could feel that the light was about to condense into a tattoo on his leg. But just as it was about to take shape, an even stronger suction force surged from its abdomen. The golden toad tattoo is showing its power. The silvery gray light was forcibly pulled back from the leg, into the abdomen, and merged into the halo surrounding the golden toad tattoo. Lin Mo looked down. Originally, there were 2 layers of dark red toxins and pale purple mimicry around the golden toad tattoo. Now, a faint silver aura surrounds the toad's limbs, swirling and flowing gently like a breeze. They darted and weaved, only to be swallowed up. Lin Mo stood up and tried to activate this new talent. With a thought, the silver aura instantly surged from the golden toad's limbs, spreading throughout his entire body. He felt his body suddenly become lighter, as if supported by a gust of wind, ready to float away at any moment. He tried to dodge to the left. Whoosh! His body moved sideways suddenly within a distance of less than a meter, as if by teleportation, so fast that even he was startled. Flash to the right again. It was another instantaneous horizontal movement. He darted left, right, forward, and backward in rapid succession. Each movement was lightning fast, constantly changing direction within the confined space. The feeling was as if his feet were on springs, as if his body had lost its weight, as if he were gliding through the air. He stopped, panting heavily, a barely suppressed smile spreading across his face. That's incredible. This talent, combined with his melee abilities, is like adding wings to a tiger. Before, when surrounded by enemies, he could only rely on his shield to withstand attacks and on his mimicry of poisonous beasts to harass them. Now, he can move and dodge through crowds, making it impossible for enemies to touch him. He put away his talent, sat back on the stone bench, and calmed himself down. The third crystal core, plus this nimble and swift talent stone, is worth far more than the tuition fee he paid. This academy doesn't seem to be for profit. He thought of his days on the island, of his fallen comrades, and of the countless times he had narrowly escaped death. Back then, they could only rely on themselves to figure things out, risking their lives to learn from mistakes, taking each step with trepidation. But now, there are academies, teachers, systematic cultivation methods, and this reward mechanism. This is to help newcomers grow quickly. The higher-ups in humanity are using this method to allow more newcomers to survive, grow stronger, and become a force against this world. Lin Mo gazed at the night sky, a complex feeling welling up inside him. They inexplicably transmigrated to a vast land, filled with ferocious beasts and competition between different races. But beneath this darkness, some are striving to hold on, offering a glimmer of light to those who come after. He stood up and dusted himself off. The road to becoming stronger is still long, but he is already on the right track. When Luo Hao returned to the dormitory, he was already asleep. Lin Mo quietly lay down on the bed. He was very satisfied with his growth over this period of time. He had reached the second tier, and with his agility and shadow movement, multiple toxins and the source of mimicry, as well as his constantly improving physique, he had achieved the second tier. This mysterious world awaits me. Once I have the strength to protect myself, I will definitely go out and see the outside world. When I do, I will trample ferocious beasts under my feet and punch alien races to show the might of my human race. Then I will capture a few beautiful alien girls, do their laundry and cook for them, and give them shoulder massages and back rubs. How wonderful! Lin Mo, who was having a sweet dream, was drooling and grinning foolishly. Chapter 65, Provocation. Lin Mo groggily opened his eyes, the absurd scenes from his dream still swirling in his mind, riding ferocious beasts, embracing exotic beauties, so incredibly majestic. He paused, then quickly wiped his mouth, coughing awkwardly. Luckily, no one saw it. He sat up, stretched, and felt his blood and energy flowing smoothly throughout his body. His legs even felt light and agile, and with just a thought, he had the urge to move and teleport at any moment. Swift and agile. The talent he absorbed last night has now completely integrated into his body and become a part of him. He touched the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen. The silver aura was still there, swirling around the toad's limbs and slowly flowing along with the other two layers of light. Lin Mo, you're finally awake! The practical training session would have started any later. A plaintive voice came from the side. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Luo Hao sitting on the edge of the bed, with dark circles under his eyes, staring at him with a resentful look. You kept chuckling to yourself last night, and I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. He seemed to have had quite a few dreams last night. Sorry. He casually changed the subject. What's this about the practical training course? Luo Hao was indeed swayed and instantly perked up. Group battles and practical exercises, good performance will be rewarded with crystal coins and low-level crystal cores. He lowered his voice and said, But it's not just the newly enrolled students. Some students who have already broken through to the second rank will also participate. We freshmen will probably get our teeth knocked out. Lin Mo nodded and got up to wash up. After they finished getting ready, the two walked together toward the training ground. The training ground is located on the east side of the academy. It is an open area paved with hard bluestone slabs and surrounded by tiered stands. At this moment, many students have already gathered, standing in twos and threes, some warming up, and some chatting in hushed tones. As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the training ground, he felt several gazes fall on him. Those gazes weren't very friendly. He followed his instincts, and saw several trainees staring at him, their eyes filled with contempt, disdain, and a hint of obvious hostility. The one who came in first place in yesterday's hunt. It's him? He doesn't look like much. Peak of the first tier, I got lucky and ran into an injured herd of beasts, and got a bargain. Whispers drifted into his ears, but Lin Mo remained expressionless and continued walking inside. As they were walking, three figures came towards them. The leader was a tall young man with an arrogant face and undisguised contempt in his eyes. Behind him were two students who looked like lackeys, both wearing wicked grins. Hey, isn't this Lin Mo, one of the top students among our freshmen? The young man crossed his arms, speaking in a sarcastic tone, his voice loud enough for everyone around to hear. You got lucky and won first place yesterday, But do you really think you can come to a practical training class with just a lucky break like you? He looked Lin Mo up and down and sneered. Aren't you afraid of getting punched down later and losing your title as the #1 hunter? The two henchmen immediately burst into laughter. Take this advice, go back and cultivate for a few years before coming back. Don't cry when you lose, that would be really embarrassing. Many students nearby were drawn by the sound, and their gazes instantly converged on the sound. Some were curious, some were amused, and some were waiting to see the spectacle. Luo Hao's face darkened, and he was about to step forward to argue. Lin Mo gently pressed down on his shoulder. He looked up at the young man, his expression calm and unwavering. If you're so idle with your mouth, why not show us your skills with your hands? The young man scoffed as if he had heard the funniest joke. What? You're getting angry now that I've hit a nerve? He stepped forward, looking down at Lin Mo. We're in group practice today, how about a match against me? Lin Mo laughed. What's there to be afraid of? Great! The young man's eyes lit up. Let's play a game then. Wait, Lin Mo interrupted him. Why should I fight you for no reason? The young man paused for a moment, then took out 2 grayish-white crystal cores from his pocket and tossed them in his palm. Those were 2 second-order crystal nuclei. If you win, these 2 second-tier crystal cores are yours, he said smugly. If you lose, you have to admit you're trash in front of everyone, and bow and call me brother from now on. Do you dare? A chorus of jeers erupted from the crowd. Wow, a second-tier crystal core! Zhao Feng really went all out. A first-order opponent against a second-order opponent is a guaranteed loss. Lin Mo would be a fool to accept that, wouldn't he? Lin Mo looked at the 2 crystal cores, then at Zhao Feng's determined face, and suddenly smiled. Why shouldn't I dare to accept gifts from people who are eager to give them to me? Zhao Feng's face stiffened, then he sneered. Fine, you're being stubborn, aren't you? Don't beg for mercy when you get on stage later. Just then, a clear, cold voice came from the martial arts stage. Quiet. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man dressed in black standing with his hands behind his back in the center of the martial arts stage. He did not deliberately release his aura, but the faint sense of oppression made the whole audience fall silent instantly. Third-level mentor. Today's practical lesson will now begin with group pairings and stage competitions. We'll stop short of a contest. The instructor's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clearly audible to everyone. The trainees began drawing lots to be paired up. Zhao Feng walked directly to the mentor, said a few words, and then pointed at Lin Mo. The mentor looked at Lin Mo. Zhao Feng said you've reached a consensus and hope to have a match. Do you agree? Lin Mo nodded. Please grant my request, teacher. The mentor glanced at him, then at Zhao Feng, and without asking any further questions, simply nodded. Okay, you'll be last in line. Others then went up to the stage to compete. One group after another played, some fiercely, others ending hastily. Cheers and sighs of regret rose from the audience from time to time. Lin Mo stood in a corner, watching quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words with Luo Hao. Finally, all the previous battles came to an end. The mentor called out, Lin Mo against Zhao Feng. The audience erupted in cheers. The students gathered around, all eager to see a crushing match. They're here! They're here! I bet 10 crystal coins that Zhao Feng can defeat Lin Mo within 10 moves. 5 moves! The difference between the first and second tiers is too great. There's no chance of a fight. Lin Mo is stupid. Accepting this bet is just handing it over to him. The buzzing of voices reached my ears. Lin Mo seemed not to hear, and walked towards the martial arts stage. Behind him, Luo Hao patted him on the shoulder and whispered, Be careful. Lin Mo nodded and stepped onto the martial arts stage. Across from him, Zhao Feng was already standing on the stage, arms crossed, looking at him with a smug expression. Lin Mo, it's not too late to admit defeat now, he said with a smile. As long as you admit to being a piece of trash in public and bow to me and call me brother from now on, I'll still give you those 2 second-tier crystal cores, how about it? Lin Mo looked at him and suddenly asked, What's your name again? Zhao Feng's face stiffened. Zhao Feng. I'll remember this. Lin Mo nodded. Okay, Zhao Feng. If you lose later, don't forget to give me those 2 crystal cores. Zhao Feng's face turned pale with anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, You're so stubborn. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The instructor glanced at the 2 of them and said calmly, Begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Feng moved. Chapter 66, Poisonous Fists. As soon as his mentor finished speaking, Zhao Feng made his move. He unleashed his full power at the early stage of the 2nd tier, stomping his foot hard on the ground, leaving a tiny crack in the hard bluestone slab. He moved like a tiger pouncing on its prey, charging straight at Lin Mo. As he ran, Zhao Feng's hands gleamed with a metallic sheen. Then, his hands and feet simultaneously emitted a searing heat, instantly burning off his trousers and shoes, revealing the dark red skin beneath. A gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd. Zhao Feng is going to kill us! They immediately unleashed their signature moves, metallic skin and scorching heat. Those hands are hotter than red-hot iron now. If you touch them, your skin will peel off. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly as his gaze fell on Zhao Feng's feet. The bluestone slabs beneath his feet were covered with charred footprints, the edges of which were still emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Feng rushed in front of him in the blink of an eye, his right fist slamming down with a scorching shockwave. Lin Mo sidestepped and launched a swift attack. His body felt as if it were being lifted by a gust of wind, and he was suddenly moved sideways within a distance of less than a meter. Zhao Feng's fist grazed his chest, and the wind from the punch made his clothes flutter loudly. You dodged quickly! Zhao Feng sneered, his left fist sweeping across while his right leg rose, his knee striking Lin Mo's side. Attacking with both hands and feet simultaneously, he resembled a burning humanoid war machine. Lin Mo once again shifted back half a step, lowering his body to dodge the sweeping fist, while simultaneously sidestepping the knee strike. He kept moving, dodging 3 more times in succession, managing to find a sliver of space amidst Zhao Feng's relentless onslaught. With a raised hand, 3 purplish-black poisonous thorns instantly coalesced and shot towards Zhao Feng's face at close range. Zhao Feng reacted with lightning speed, crossing his arms to shield his face. The poisonous stingers struck his metallic arm with a series of clangs, deflecting all 3 faint white marks onto his skin. That's it! Zhao Feng grinned maliciously, suddenly opening his arms wide, and a scorching wave of air swept towards Lin Mo. His hands were like iron clamps, grabbing at Lin Mo from the left and right. Lin Mo's feet moved swiftly, his body swaying left and right like a ghost. Zhao Feng's hands repeatedly missed their targets, and in his frustration, he increased the frequency of his attacks. The audience watched in stunned silence. Lin Mo's movements are too agile. Zhao Feng threw more than a dozen punches, but didn't land a single one. What kind of talent is this? How come I've never seen him use it? On the stage, Zhao Feng became increasingly anxious as he fought. His attacks were ferocious and violent. Every punch could shatter stones, and every kick could break wooden stakes. But Lin Mo was like a slippery eel, dodging left and right amidst his storm of attacks, remaining completely unharmed. Don't hide if you've got the guts! Zhao Feng roared. Fight me like a man, fair and square! Lin Mo did not respond. He seized a tiny opening in Zhao Feng's defenses, and as he swung his right fist and pulled it back, his body momentarily lost its balance. Now! Lin Mo lunged forward and slammed his right fist into Zhao Feng's abdomen. Bang! A dull thud, like hitting a metal plate. Zhao Feng remained motionless, looking down at Lin Mo and grinning. You're quite strong, but can you break through my metallic skin with your strength? Lin Mo did not back down. His left fist followed, slamming into the same spot. Lin Mo moved swiftly, delivering 5 consecutive punches, right, left, right, each landing with full force. Zhao Feng's smile froze. The force was far greater than he had imagined. Although it did not break through his metal skin, the impact penetrated his skin and traveled into his internal organs, causing his internal organs to churn. You! Lin Mo withdrew his fist, stepped back, and created distance. A gasp erupted from the audience. Can Lin Mo's strength match Xiao Feng's? Isn't he only at level 1? His strength seems pretty high. He's been hiding his true strength. Xiao Feng's face was grim. He clutched his stomach, took a few deep breaths, and straightened up. Fine, that's interesting. But you think that's all? He shook his hands, and the heat emanating from his body intensified, distorting the surrounding air. He charged at Lin Mo again, this time faster and with greater ferocity. Lin Mo stopped fighting head-on. He raised his left hand, and the source of mimicry was activated. 3 purplish-black poisonous birds formed around him, flapping their wings and flying towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng punched one of them, and the poisonous mist exploded, enveloping his head. He held his breath and continued charging forward, when the second poisonous bird crashed into his chest and exploded. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive self-destructions filled the air with toxic mist. When Xiao Feng emerged from the mist, his face was slightly bluish. He had inhaled a small amount of toxins, which, while not enough to knock him down, noticeably slowed his movements. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and launched another round of poisonous attacks. This time it wasn't 3, it was more than a dozen. A torrential downpour of purplish-black poison needles rained down on Xiao Feng's entire body. Xiao Feng covered his head and face with his hands, letting the poison needles pierce other parts of his body. Although the needles couldn't penetrate his metallic skin, the toxins seeped through it. His movements became even slower. The audience watched with bated breath. Lin Mo's poison is too insidious. Xiao Feng can't hold on much longer. Isn't he only at the first level? How come his poison is so potent? Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and forced himself to lunge at Lin Mo with all his might. He knew he couldn't afford to drag this out. He had to finish this quickly. But Lin Mo didn't give him a chance. He moved with all his might, like a ghost, darting around Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's punches and kicks missed their mark time and time again, and his stamina was rapidly depleted. Just as Xiao Feng missed again, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. He looked down at his own hands, then at Xiao Feng's burning red hands, and a thought flashed through his mind. If deadly poison can adhere to arrows, condense into venomous beasts, or become poisonous stings and needles, can it adhere to a fist? With a thought, he unleashed his full potential in toxicity. Highly toxic energy surged from the golden toad tattoo, flowing down his arm to his hands. Under his control, the poisonous mist did not spread, but instead tightly enveloped his fists, becoming increasingly solid and dense. A few seconds later, his hands turned purplish-black. It wasn't just a cover. His entire fist turned a purplish-black color, as if he were wearing a pair of gloves made of condensed poison. The poisonous mist swirled around his knuckles, emanating a chilling, corrosive aura. A poisonous hand. Lin Mo clenched his fist, feeling the icy yet intense power. Xiao Feng had already rushed in front of him and threw a punch. Lin Mo dodged and chopped down with his hand. Bang! Lin Mo's poisoned hand slashed at Xiao Feng's shoulder. The next instant, Xiao Feng screamed and staggered backward. On his shoulder, the metallic skin had been corroded, leaving a dented mark with bloody, festering wounds. The deadly poison was seeping wildly through the wound, causing numbness throughout his arm. You! Lin Mo didn't give him a chance to speak. With a swift and fluid movement, he instantly closed the distance to Xiao Feng. His right fist slammed into Xiao Feng's abdomen with a powerful impact, combined with the corrosive effects of the poison. A charred fist mark instantly appeared on Xiao Feng's metallic skin, its edges festering. His left fist followed, slamming into his chest. Another charred fist mark. Right fist, right fist. A series of brutal blows, each punch leaving a wound on Xiao Feng's body corroded by the potent poison. His metallic skin could no longer withstand this highly corrosive attack. The wounds continued to widen, and the toxins invaded relentlessly. Xiao Feng fought back with all his might, but when his fist landed on Lin Mo simply used his agility to slightly turn his body and then threw another punch with his backhand. 5 punches, 10 punches, 13 punches. Zhao Feng's body began to sway. His vision blurred, his consciousness waned, and excruciating pain shot through the wounds all over his body, which were being eroded by the deadly poison. He finally couldn't hold on any longer. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, then fell limply to the side. "Stop!" The mentor's voice rang out. Lin Mo withdrew his fist and took 2 steps back. He looked at Zhao Feng lying on the ground, panting heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat. The instructor strode onto the stage, knelt down beside Zhao Feng to examine him, and his expression changed slightly. He took out a pill from his pocket, put it in Zhao Feng's mouth, and waited a moment, but Zhao Feng's face was still pale and showed no improvement. "This poison." The instructor looked up at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with surprise. "What kind of poison is this?" Lin Mo, panting, said. "It's a mixture of toxins. I can't really explain it." The instructor nodded without asking any further questions. He waved to the audience. "Take him to the infirmary and let the therapist handle it." Several staff members went on stage and carried Zhao Feng away. The mentor stood up, looked at the stunned students below the stage, and announced loudly, "Lin Mo wins this round." The audience was completely silent. Then, a thunderous gasp erupted. "Lin Mo won? He beat Zhao Feng to the ground? He's also at the 2nd tier. Definitely at the 2nd tier. That power, that poison, is something no 1st tier could possess. That's incredible." Zhao Feng's metallic skin, combined with the high temperature, was riddled with holes. Luo Hao jumped up excitedly from the audience. "Lin Mo is awesome!" The mentor stepped forward and casually tossed the 2 2nd-tier crystal cores to Lin Mo. "The bet is yours." Lin Mo caught it and thanked him. The instructor looked at him, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "You're a 2nd-tier cultivator?" Lin Mo nodded. "I just broke through a few days ago." The tutor didn't ask any further questions, simply nodding. "Good. Go and rest." Lin Mo stepped off the stage. The crowd parted to make way for him, and everyone's gaze towards him changed. There was shock, awe, and a complex mix of envy. Luo Hao rushed over and grabbed his shoulder. "Damn! When did you break through to the 2nd tier? Why didn't you tell me? I worried for nothing." Lin Mo smiled and said, "A couple of days ago." "You're really good at hiding," Luo Hao said excitedly. "Didn't you see Zhao Feng's face? You beat him senseless." Lin Mo shook his head and didn't reply. He touched the 2 2nd-tier crystal cores in his arms, then looked at his hands. "The use of that poisonous hand technique was something I came up with on the spot. I didn't expect it to be so effective." Combining poison with close combat, along with the agility and evasion of his opponents, his fighting style is becoming increasingly diverse. In the distance, one gaze from the crowd remained fixed on him. "It's that blonde girl, Amy." She stood at the edge of the crowd, quietly watching Lin Mo, her eyes filled with a seriousness. Lin Mo and she exchanged a glance and he nodded. Amy didn't respond and turned to leave. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and walked towards the dormitory with Luo Hao. Behind them, the martial arts arena was still buzzing with discussion. "The name Lin Mo has been passed down by word of mouth. Don't mess with him in the future. This guy is terrifying because he's covered in poison. Zhao Feng is in deep trouble now. He's lost 2 2nd-tier crystal cores and completely lost face." Chapter 67, The Weapon Shop. The days after the practical training course were uneventful yet fulfilling. Lin Mo followed a routine every day, morning classes, afternoon combat training, and evening hunting and cultivation outside the city. With the pure spirit breathing technique combined with crystal core absorption, his energy steadily increased. Although he was still some distance from the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, his foundation was much more solid than when he first broke through. His battle with Zhao Feng that day made him somewhat famous among the freshmen. Occasionally, people would recognize him on the street and whisper among themselves. But Lin Mo didn't care. he went to class and cultivated as usual. The academy was closed for the day, and Lin Mo slept in, which was a rare occurrence for him. When Lin Mo woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, and he had no idea where Luo Hao had gone. After washing up, Lin Mo thought for a moment and decided to take a stroll on Green Turtle Beach. He had been busy cultivating these past few days and had consumed a lot of crystal cores, so he needed to replenish them. He left the school gate and walked along the familiar streets towards the outer city. As he was passing a street, he suddenly stopped. There was a shop on the street, not very big, but decorated in a grand style. A plaque hung at the entrance with the 3 large characters, Bai Bing Ge, 100 Weapons Pavilion, and next to it was a line of smaller characters in common language. Weapon Shop. Lin Mo had been in Fangchenggang for so long, but he had never visited a weapon shop before. The azure claw blade and the emerald turtle shield he carried were both obtained from the transformation of ferocious beasts, as was the black gold bow. He had never really grasped the concept of buying weapons. But since we're passing by, there's no harm in going in and taking a look. He pushed the door open and went in. The shop was much more spacious inside than outside, with rows of display cases neatly arranged and all sorts of weapons hanging on the walls. There were knives, swords, spears, axes, bows, and shields, a dazzling array that made one's head spin. Lin Mo walked slowly, looking around and sighing. Some swords were taller than the people in the display case, their blades as thick and heavy as doors. Only those specializing in strength-based rune masters could probably wield them. Some shields were as large as walls, standing on display cases, engraved with intricate patterns. There was also a giant sword, entirely black, without a sharpening, looking like a solid iron plate. "Hello, sir. What kind of weapon would you like to see?" A female saleswoman in a store uniform walked over with a polite smile. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and casually said, "Just looking around." "Okay, what type of style do you prefer? I can help you with some suggestions." Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, "A knife." "This way, please." The saleswoman led him to a display case. Inside were 2 knives, one blue and one red, their sharpness palpable even through the display stand. "Both of these are Tier 3 weapons." The saleswoman pointed to the cyan knife and began to introduce it. "This one is called the Azure Edge Blade. It was dropped by a Tier 3 ferocious beast after it transformed. You can see the patterns on the blade. It retains the beast's original innate characteristics." She gestured for Lin Mo to pick it up and take a look. Lin Mo took the sharp, green blade in his hand. The blade is long and slender with a slight curve, and its entire body is light blue. It is much lighter than the blue pliers knife when held in the hand, and you can hardly feel its weight. "Its properties are quite interesting," the saleswoman said. "Try injecting a little energy into the knife." Lin Mo did as instructed. A wisp of energy flowed from his arm into the blade. The next instant, a gentle breeze arose out of nowhere around the blade, swirling around it like a veil. The entire blade became lighter, so light that its weight was almost imperceptible, and it moved without the slightest resistance. "This is called light breeze," the saleswoman explained. "After being infused with energy, the blade is enveloped by the power of the wind, significantly reducing its weight, allowing for faster swings and smoother combos. It's a very useful feature for rune masters who prioritize speed." Lin Mo swung the blade twice. It was indeed easy to handle. The blade sliced through the air so fast that the sound of it cutting through the air was barely audible. "How much is this knife?" he asked. 7,000 crystal coins." Lin Mo's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the knife. 7,000? He carefully placed the knife back in the display case, trying to make himself look as calm as possible. The saleswoman seemed used to this kind of reaction. She smiled and pointed to the red knife next to her. "This was crafted by a master craftsman and is called the Blazing Flame Blade. It was forged using materials from third-tier ferocious beasts, mixed with refined iron and other auxiliary materials." Lin Mo picked up the knife. It was much heavier than the Qifeng quick blade, and the blade was dark red, with a faint warmth emanating from it. "Does this weapon have any special features?" he asked. The saleswoman shook her head. The forging process failed to bring out the inherent qualities of the ferocious beast material. Its sharpness only reached the 3rd-tier standard. It's considered an entry-level 3rd-tier weapon, and it's also 3,000 crystal coins cheaper. Lin Mo nodded and put the knife back. He couldn't afford it even for 3,000. He currently possesses one Tier 3 crystal core, several Tier 2 crystal cores, and some scattered Tier 1 crystal cores. Converted to crystal coins, this is worth roughly 1,000. Although Tier 3 crystal cores are valuable, they are for cultivation and cannot be sold casually. Do weapons of Tier 3 and above all have special characteristics? He asked. The saleswoman nodded. Most of them are. Weapons that are transformed from ferocious beasts basically retain some of the beast's own talents. Forged weapons depend on luck. Skilled blacksmiths can bring out the talents in the materials and create weapons with special characteristics. Less skilled blacksmiths can only make ordinary products that meet the standards for sharpness. Lin Mo seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder there's such a big price difference in weapons. The green-edged blade with special properties costs 7,000, while the blazing flame blade without special properties costs 3,000, more than double the price. As he was thinking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several cloth bags in a display case next to him. The cloth bags were small, about the size of a palm, and dusty and unremarkable. But they were placed separately in an exquisite display case, covered with a glass cover, making them seem exceptionally precious. "What is that?" he asked curiously. The saleswoman followed his gaze and her eyes lit up. "Sir, you have a good eye. Those are storage bags." "Storage bag?" Lin Mo became interested and went over to take a closer look. There were 3 cloth bags in the display case, slightly different colors, but all dusty and gray. Next to them stood a small sign that read 20,000 crystal coins. 20,000. Lin Mo gasped. "Is this the kind of storage bag I'm thinking of?" he asked. The saleswoman smiled and nodded. "That's it. There's a separate space inside where you can store things. These 3 are made primarily from the stomachs of giant frogs, mixed with materials that have spatial properties. The internal space is about 5 cubic meters. 5 cubic meters. Lin Mo quickly did the mental calculation. 5 cubic meters was enough to hold all his belongings: bow, sword, shield, change of clothes, crystal core reserves, dry food and water, with room to spare. Moreover, it's only the size of a palm, making it easy to carry, lightweight, and discreet. "How do you use this thing?" He swallowed hard. "Just open the bag and stuff it in," the saleswoman said. "It's very simple to operate. Just take out the thing you want to take out, which is wrapped in the energy, and then take it out." Lin Mo stared at the cloth bags, his eyes lighting up. This thing is simply a lifesaver for wilderness survival. No more carrying a big bag, no more worrying about losing things, and no more fretting about carrying extra crystal cores. That's the price. 20,000 crystal coins. He couldn't even come up with 2,000. "Would you like to buy, sir?" the saleswoman asked enthusiastically. "If you buy now, you can get a free maintenance manual and a coupon for 10 crystal cores." Lin Mo's lips twitched. A product worth 20,000 comes with a coupon for 10 crystal cores. "Let me take another look." He reluctantly looked away from the storage bag. After wandering around the store again and asking about prices, Lin Mo finally confirmed a fact: he was really poor. He couldn't afford any of those things that cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. The only things he could afford were some common Tier 1 and Tier 2 weapons, which could be bought for a few hundred crystal coins. But he already had the Azure Claw Blade, a Tier 2 weapon, which was sufficient for him, so there was no need to replace it. After wandering around, he walked out of the 100 Weapons Pavilion empty-handed. Standing at the door, he glanced back at the plaque and silently clenched his fist. Storage bag. 20,000 crystal coins. I need to work harder. He turned and walked towards the city gate. Today we'll head to Green Turtle Beach and hunt a few more. Poverty limits my desire to buy things. Chapter 68, Controlling the Beast. Lin Mo listened attentively to today's academic lesson. It wasn't because the teacher's lecture was particularly engaging, but rather because today's topic was the method of creating animal-themed seal patterns. On the platform, an elderly man with white hair and beard was holding a crystal and pouring energy into it. The crystal projected a three-dimensional image of a ferocious beast, enveloped in a gray light. The beast taming mark technique, as the name suggests, is a method used to tame ferocious beasts. The old man's voice was loud and clear. Place the beast taming mark on the beast's forehead, infuse it with your own energy, and activate the mark to imprint it into the beast's body, forming a gray contract mark. From then on, this beast will be your battle pet. An excited murmur arose from the audience. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Battle pets. Having been in Fangchen Gang for so long, he had long envied the rune masters who rode black-scaled horned horses and led strange, ferocious beasts. Those tame beasts could both travel and fight, and they were truly majestic. Although there were shops selling pet mounts in the city, even the most ordinary black-scaled horned horse cost several thousand crystal coins, which he simply couldn't afford. Now that we have the opportunity to tame them ourselves, things are different. Teacher! A student raised their hand. Can you tame any ferocious beast? The old man shook his head. Of course not. First, the ferocious beast must be defeated by you or submit willingly, otherwise it will be difficult to successfully brand it. Second, the beast's strength cannot exceed yours by too much, otherwise the brand will be unstable and easily backfire. Finally, different beasts have different personalities. Some would rather die than submit and are simply impossible to tame. Another student asked. After taming them, how many can you keep? Theoretically, there's no upper limit. The old man chuckled. But have you considered how many resources it takes to raise a battle pet? Crystal cores, food, healing, training. It's enough to keep you busy with just one. Can you afford to raise more? Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Mo silently calculated in his mind. He was currently at the second tier, theoretically capable of taming ferocious beasts of the second tier or lower. If a suitable one came along, he would definitely give it a try. The old man continued explaining the details of the inscription technique, from drawing the runes to injecting energy, from the placement of the imprints to the stability of the contract, explaining everything clearly. Lin Mo memorized each point, afraid of missing anything. When class ended, he specifically asked the teacher for a drawing of the runes, intending to study it carefully when he got home. That evening, Lin Mo left the city as usual and headed to Green Turtle Beach. On the way, he kept thinking, should he try to tame a ferocious beast? Green-haired turtle? He glanced at the distant beach, where green turtles lay on the sand, their bodies covered in algae and emitting a faint stench. Never mind. Not to mention that this turtle is so ugly that no one wants to look at it twice. Just the smell alone would make Luo Hao kick it out of the dormitory if he took it back. Let's take another look. He found a spot and began his hunt. The first green-haired turtle was quickly captured. With its second-tier strength and skillful tactics, the battle was over in no time. It dug out the crystal core, devoured the corpse, and did it all in one smooth motion. Just as he was about to look for the next one, Lin Mo suddenly realized something was wrong. The sea receded further than usual. The reefs that had been submerged by the sea were now exposed, revealing a large expanse of shallow water. Under the moonlight, many creatures were wriggling, crawling, and struggling on those shallows. The tide has gone out. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then recalled his previous experience of beachcombing. At low tide, many marine creatures that couldn't escape the receding water would be trapped on the shallows. But that time it was a crowded beachcombing spot, this time it's a deserted green turtle beach. He walked quickly toward the shallows. The closer you get, the clearer you can see those things. There were tiny crabs the size of a palm, sea urchins covered in spines, stranded fish, and some strange creatures that I couldn't recognize. Some were struggling to crawl back into the sea, some were already motionless, and some were still tearing at each other. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. There really were some goods. But these little things could only satisfy his appetite. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly saw a slender figure swimming in a puddle on a shallow beach in the distance. That was an eel. But it was much larger than a regular eel, reaching 2 meters in length, with a dark silver body surrounded by a faint layer of electric light. With each movement, the electric light would explode on the surface of the water, making a crackling sound. Second-order electric eel. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. The electric eel is a ferocious beast of the lightning element, whose attack method is to discharge electricity. Although it is only at the second tier, it is extremely troublesome in the water, and most people dare not provoke it. But now the tide is out, and it is trapped in shallow puddles, with limited range of movement. Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. He raised his left hand, and 3 purplish-black poisonous thorns materialized. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The venomous stingers shot towards the electric eel. Sensing the danger, the electric eel twisted its body sharply, dodging 2 stingers, but the third stung its tail. Toxin injection. The electric eel, in pain, struggled frantically, causing sparks to erupt around it, crackling and splashing in the puddle. It tried to swim towards the deeper sea, but the water was too shallow, and it was blocked by rocks after only a few meters. Lin Mo didn't give him a chance. Raising his left hand again, the source of mimicry activated, and 3 purplish-black poisonous birds materialized, flapping their wings and flying towards the electric eel. The first poisonous bird crashed into the electric eel and exploded. Bang! The poisonous mist exploded, enveloping the electric eel's head. The electric eel was jolted to the side, and the electric light dimmed slightly. The second poisonous bird then crashed into it, and exploded again. Bang! The third one. Bang! After self-destructing 3 times in a row, the electric current around the electric eel completely dissipated, and its body slumped limply in the puddle, motionless. Lin Mo walked over, used a knife to cut open its head, and dug out a light blue second-order crystal core, on which faint electric light flowed. Keep it safe. He wandered around the shallows again, picking up a few small crabs and stranded fish, reaping a good harvest. Back on the shore, he sat on the rocks, looking at the shallows after the tide receded, and suddenly remembered the matter of taming beasts. Electric eels are actually quite cool. They can generate electricity and are pretty strong fighters. But they need to be kept in water. Where would they find an aquarium? Never mind. Let's wait a little longer. You'll eventually find the right one. Chapter 69, Heading to Qingmu City. That morning, Lin Mo went to the academic classroom as usual. As soon as he stepped into the academy gates, he sensed that something was wrong. Groups of students gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Their expressions varied. Some were excited, some solemn, and some tinged with worry. Whispers surged in like a tide, and a few words could be faintly heard. Aoki Castle. War. Alien race. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then continued walking inside. As he passed a group of people, he heard an older student say in a low voice, "Have you heard? There's a fight in Qingmu City, with either the Spirit Clan or the Beast Clan?" Another senior student shook her head. It wasn't the Spirit race. It was a group of small races from the west who joined forces and launched a sneak attack while Qingmu City was changing guards. I heard that several hundred people have already died. Hiss, is it that serious? Otherwise what? Racial wars are never trivial matters. Lin Mo stood there listening for a while, feeling somewhat conflicted. He had been living in Fangchenggang for a long time since he came to the realm of 10,000 marks. Although this port city was occasionally attacked by ferocious beasts and harassed by alien races, it was generally peaceful. As time went by, he almost forgot what old Mo had said, that with countless races living together in constant warfare, it was already a miracle that the human race had survived. Now war has truly arrived. Although it's not a fortified port, Qingmu City is still one of the 7 human cities. The fighting there means the entire human defense line is under pressure. He walked into the classroom and found that there were an unusually large number of students today. Those who didn't usually attend academic classes were all sitting upright. No one was playing around or chatting. The school bell rang, and the teacher walked in. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who usually had a smiling face when lecturing, but today he looked serious. He stood on the podium, glanced at the students below, and remained silent for a few seconds. I'm sure everyone has heard about it. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clearly audible. Something has happened in Qingmu City. The classroom was completely silent. The teacher continued. Several alien tribes in the west have joined forces and launched a surprise attack while the garrison in Qingmu City was changing shifts. The situation is still unclear, but it is certain that there have been casualties. Someone raised their hand. Teacher, are we going to war? The teacher shook his head. You're still far from good enough. He paused, his tone becoming serious. However, the academy plans to organize a group of people to go to Qingmu City. A murmur arose from the audience. It's not about going to fight a war. The teacher raised his hand to urge the others on. It's about going to see. To see what real war is like, to see what it's like for alien races and humans to fight, to see how those rune masters who died protecting human territory were killed by alien races. His gaze swept over everyone. You've all been too comfortable in the academy. Every day you attend classes, train, and hunt, and you think you're so great. But have you ever wondered why this academy exists? Why there's a free breathing technique? Why are you being rewarded? No one answered. The teacher himself provided the answer. Because outside, people are risking their lives. Those rune masters stationed on the border, those warriors fighting against alien races, they risk their lives to give you the opportunity to study peacefully here. He took a deep breath. Therefore, the Academy wants to take a group of people to Qingmu City to see the cruelty of war firsthand. I'm not sending you to the battlefield, but to let you know that this world has never been peaceful. The human race was able to build 7 cities here, but it was built on the sacrifice of countless lives. He checked the time. Those who are interested can register at the Academic Affairs office after class. We'll be departing in 2 days. Participation is voluntary, not mandatory. After saying that, he began his lesson as usual. But almost no one could concentrate on this lesson. After class, Lin Mo followed the crowd out of the classroom. Luo Hao leaned closer and whispered, Are you going or not? Lin Mo thought for a moment and nodded. Go. I'm going too, Luo Hao said. Although I'm a little scared, the teacher is right. Even though I've never been to Qingmu City, which is located on the border of the human race, I still need to know what it's like outside. The two walked together toward the Academic Affairs office. The registration line was very long, clearly indicating that many people shared the same idea. Lin Mo waited in line for half an hour before finally getting a chance to register. 2 days later, Lin Mo packed his belongings. He didn't have much: a black gold bow, a blue pincer knife, an emerald turtle shield, a soft armor vest, and 2 sets of clothes to change into. That was all he had. The weapons were required by his teachers. Although they weren't required to go to the battlefield, as a rune master traveling, weapons were essential, since there was no absolute safety anywhere. He looked at the backpack filled with clothes and other miscellaneous items, and then remembered the storage bag in the 100 Weapons Pavilion. 20,000 crystal coins. I don't know when I'll be able to save enough. But he quickly snapped out of his reverie, slung his bag over his shoulder, and left the dormitory. A large airship, much larger than the one we used to take to the green grassland, was already parked at the school gate. Its hull was silver-white, with enormous wings spread out on both sides, emanating a faint energy fluctuation. The trainees boarded the boat one after another. Lin Mo found a seat by the window, and Luo Hao sat next to him. The airship slowly ascended into the air. Through the transparent bulkhead, Fang Chenggang could be seen getting smaller and smaller until it became just a dot on the coastline. The airship turned west and accelerated. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, gazing at the clouds drifting past the window. Aoki Castle. War. He thought of his fallen companions on the island, of Su Xing and Xiao Min, and of those who had perished in the jaws of wolves. Back then, they were facing ferocious beasts. Now, we are facing a different race. A foreign race that is intelligent, organized, and has an army. He didn't know what he would see on this trip, but his teacher was right. He had to know what the world was really like. Chapter 70. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. The airship flew smoothly through the air, with rolling inland plains below, green grass and groves of trees rushing past. A breeze, carrying a cool scent, slipped in through the cracks in the porthole, causing the hem of one's clothes to flutter gently. 3 hours have passed since we departed from Fangchengang. The atmosphere inside the cabin was far less calm than when they set off. Most of the trainees had lost their interest in chatting. Some sat uneasily with tense faces, while others huddled together and talked in hushed tones, their words filled with worry about the battle in Aoki City and apprehension about the unknown war situation. Lin Mo sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the clouds rushing past outside. Luo Hao kept nagging from the side. "What's the situation like in Qingmu City? If we go there, we'll just be running into a battle, won't we? With my strength, I'd just be easy prey." Lin Mo didn't reply, but simply shook his head slightly. He couldn't say for sure. Just then, the airship suddenly trembled slightly. The tremor was very slight, but everyone in the cabin felt it clearly. Then, the flight speed gradually decreased, and the previously stable flight path began to deviate slightly. A commotion immediately broke out inside the cabin. "What happened? Why is the airship slowing down? Is there a problem? We're not in any danger, are we?" The trainees all looked up towards the cockpit, their faces filled with doubt, and murmurs of discussion rose and fell. Lin Mo sat up straight, his hand already unconsciously resting on the green pincer knife at his waist. Just then, Li Song, the 5th-level instructor leading the team, stepped out from the passageway at the front of the cabin. His expression was solemn, his brows furrowed, and his previously calm demeanor now carried a hint of sharpness. His gaze swept across the entire room, instantly silencing the noisy cabin. "Everyone, please be quiet, return to your seats, and do not move around." Li Song's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. He paused, then continued. "We just detected an emergency distress signal from the humans ahead." "A distress signal?" The trainees looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Song explained. "The distress signal is for military use only, indicating that one of our personnel is in danger below. Our trip to Qingmu City is related to the war against the human race, and we cannot stand by and watch them die." He scanned the entire area, his gaze lingering briefly on each trainee's face. "The airship will land on the outskirts of the valley shortly. I'll take a few people to scout ahead. The rest of you stay on the airship. No one is allowed to disembark without my orders." The cabin was completely silent. Some trainees looked nervous, some had a fighting spirit in their eyes, and others subconsciously gripped their weapons. Lin Mo watched Li Song's retreating figure, feeling a vague unease in his heart. The distress signal was just detected ahead, and it happened to be right on their flight path. Was this a coincidence, or? The airship began its descent. Through the porthole, one could see a rolling mountain range below, densely wooded and with complex terrain. The airship slowly circled several hilltops, hovered over a relatively open area, and then landed smoothly. It is about 100 meters from the entrance of the valley. Li Song stepped off the airship first, followed by 4 assistant instructors whose strength had reached the 3rd rank. Each of them was fully armed and had a cold expression. Before disembarking, Li Song turned to the trainees in the cabin and sternly instructed. "Everyone stay inside the boat, close the cabin doors, and no one is allowed to come out no matter what happens outside." His gaze fell on another middle-aged man in the cabin, who was the strongest 4th-level teacher besides himself, named Zhou Ping. "Old Zhou, the boat is now in your hands," Li Song said. Teacher Zhou nodded. "Don't worry." Li Song glanced at another 3rd-level teaching assistant, who understood and stood inside the cabin door to guard the entrance. After making the arrangements, Li Song led 4 3rd-level teaching assistants and headed towards the valley. Their figures quickly disappeared into the woods. The hatch was tightly closed. The cabin was completely silent. The trainees dared not breathe, sitting close together, their eyes occasionally drifting to the window. Lin Mo sat by the window, looking out through the porthole. It was quiet outside, with only the sound of the wind and the occasional bird song. Sunlight shone through the mountains and forests, creating a peaceful scene that showed no signs of danger. But his unease grew stronger. Time passed second by second. There was still no movement outside. Someone asked in a low voice, "Is everything all right now?" No one answered. After a while, Teacher Zhou stood up, walked to the cabin door, and looked out through the observation window. He looked for a moment, then his brows furrowed slightly. "Is something wrong?" the third-level teaching assistant asked. Teacher Zhou shook his head, about to speak. Suddenly his movements froze. "Not good!" He whirled around and shouted towards the cockpit. "Close the hatch! All!" He hadn't finished speaking. Boom! A massive red figure slammed into the airship from the side. The entire vessel shook violently, and several trainees fell from their seats. Cracks appeared in the bulkhead, and the alarm blared shrilly. Lin Mo gripped the armrest of the seat tightly and looked out through the porthole. He saw more than a dozen figures, all covered in crimson, surrounding him from all directions. The figures were all tall, over 2 meters high, bald, with muscles bulging like rocks. 2 large, protruding teeth protruded upwards from their lower jaws. Their skin was dark red, like congealed blood, with faint black lines visible on it. Foreign race. Lin Mo saw the faces of the alien race up close once again. The ferocious appearance and the oppressive feeling made him break out in a cold sweat instantly. "It's the Crimson Blood Clan!" Teacher Zhou's face was ashen, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "We've been ambushed!" Crimson Blood Clan? The cabin was in chaos, filled with screams, cries, and curses. Teacher Zhou rushed to the hatch, slammed the already warped door shut, and shouted at the third-level teaching assistant. "Guard the door! Don't let them in!" The third-level teaching assistant gritted his teeth and nodded, placing his hands on the hatch. Energy surged into the hatch, causing it to glow with a faint halo. But the Crimson Blood Clan had already begun their attack. A leading Crimson Blood let out a low roar, and the others attacked simultaneously. Some pounded the bulkheads with their fists, some slashed with unknown weapons, and some simply rammed into the tank with their bodies. Bang! 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 With each impact, the airship shook violently. The cracks in the bulkhead multiplied and grew larger. The trainees huddled together, some trembling with fear, others clinging to each other and sobbing quietly. A few, however, tried to appear calm, gripping their weapons and staring at the hatch, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, drew his blue pincers knife from his waist, and gripped the tortoise shield tightly with his other hand. He stared at the rickety hatch, his mind racing. There were at least a dozen Crimson Blood Clan members outside. The lowest level I could sense was 2nd tier, and there were several even stronger auras, at least 3rd or 4th tier. Teacher Li Song took 4 level 3 teaching assistants with him. Now there is only Teacher Zhou, a level 4 teaching assistant, and 1 level 3 teaching assistant on the boat. The rest are all students. How do we fight this battle? Teacher Zhou's face was terribly grim. He looked at the Crimson Blood Clan and suddenly understood something. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. He gritted his teeth and said, "That rescue signal was deliberately fired by the human army. They knew we were coming, so they deliberately lured Li Song and the others away, and then surrounded the airship." The cabin was deathly silent. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Then what do we do?" Teacher Zhou did not answer. He stared at the hatch and slowly drew the long sword from his waist. A faint blue light emanated from the blade, and the aura of a 4th tier expert was released without reservation. "Hold on," he said. "Hold on and wait for Li Song to come back." Before the words were finished, boom! The hatch exploded open. Chapter 71 Bloodbath. The moment the hatch exploded open, a pungent, sweet-smelling wind of blood, carrying rubble and wood chips, rushed into the airship's cabin. A massive crimson figure squeezed in. It was at least 2.5 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rocks, and its dark red skin covered with black battle markings. 2 outward-facing fangs gleamed pale in the dim light inside the cabin, and a pair of bloodshot, enormous eyes swept across the cabin as if surveying a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Trainees, stand with your backs against the bulkheads and form a defensive formation. Teacher Zhou roared and swung his long sword horizontally. A beam of azure energy transformed into a streak of light, severing the arm of a Crimson Blood clan member that lunged at him at the elbow. Blood gushed out, and the Crimson Blood clan member screamed as it staggered backward, but more figures poured in through the blasted hatch. Come with me! Don't let them block the cabin! Teacher Zhou swung his long sword again, a cyan sword aura forcing back the 2 Crimson Blood clan members in front of him. He flashed out of the airship. The third-tier teaching assistant followed closely behind, his spear gleaming like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing the throat of one of the Crimson Blood clan members. But as soon as they rushed out, they were surrounded by more than a dozen Crimson Blood clan members. The opposing side had a large and powerful force, and the leader, a 4th-tier Crimson Blood clan member, exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. He stood on the outer perimeter, arms crossed, coldly watching the battle unfold, as if it were a play unrelated to him. Teacher Zhou forced back 2 Crimson Blood clan members with a single sword strike, and when he caught a glimpse of the 4th-tier leader out of the corner of his eye, his heart sank. The strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain worked perfectly. Just then, 2 figures stepped out from among the students. A burly young man, carrying a shield wider than his body, strode to the hatch. Another tall, thin young man, holding a black dagger in a reverse grip, had a cold, sharp gaze. Teacher Zhou, we're here to help, the boy with the shield said in a deep voice. Teacher Zhou glanced back and recognized the 2 as Chen Feng and Lu Yu, 3rd-tier students who were about to graduate. Their trip to Qingmu City was specifically to join the army. Teacher Zhou hesitated for a moment before saying, "You. We can hold out." Lu Yu gripped his dagger, his voice calm. "Teacher, you deal with that 4th-tier enemy. We'll handle these grunts." Chen Feng had already raised his large shield, blocking the hatchway. A Crimson Blood clan member charged forward, slamming his fist into the shield with a thud. The shield didn't budge, and Chen Feng didn't even take a step back. He swung the shield back, sending the Crimson Blood clan member staggering backward. "Anyone with ranged attack talent, please support us," Lu Yu shouted into the cabin. "We can definitely hold out until Teacher Zhou and the others return." The panicked crowd finally calmed down a little. Several 2nd-tier students stepped forward, some condensing fireballs, some shooting ice blades, and some releasing wind blades. But most were 1st-tier students, whose attacks struck the Crimson Blood clan like tickles, not even breaking the skin. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He raised his left hand, and several purplish-black poisonous thorns instantly condensed and shot towards the 3rd-tier Crimson Blood clan members who were besieging the hatch. Sizzle! The poisonous stingers struck their thick arms, making a harsh, corrosive sound. The seemingly indestructible scab of skin was corroded by the deadly poison, leaving small, smoking holes. Dark red poisonous blood seeped from the wounds, and the 2 Crimson Blood clan members suddenly turned to look at Lin Mo, a flash of fury in their bloodshot eyes. "Little bug!" One of the Crimson Blood clan members turned and pounced on Lin Mo first. The other followed closely behind. The 2 mountain-like figures, accompanied by a foul stench, rushed in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo did not back down. He moved his feet, unleashing his full power in agile movements. His body seemed to be carried by a gust of wind, drifting left and right between the attacks of the 2 Crimson Blood clan members. The first fist grazed his ear, the force of the blows stinging his cheek. The second knee struck his side, causing him to lean back sharply. The knee grazed his clothes, tearing a hole in them. That was close. Lin Mo steadied himself, and drew his azure pliers blade from its sheath. The blade was coated with a dense purplish-black poison, and he slashed at the 1st Crimson Blood clan member's arm with a backhand motion. The blade sliced through the skin, leaving a deep wound in the hard muscle. Toxins poured in through the wound, and the Crimson Blood clan member roared in pain, its other hand sweeping out. Lin Mo ducked to avoid it, and the green pliers blade followed up with another cut to the Crimson Blood clan member's ribs. "Court death!" The Crimson Blood clan member suddenly crashed into us from the side, its speed increasing dramatically. Lin Mo didn't have time to dodge, he only had time to cross his arms in front of him to protect himself. Bang! A tremendous force slammed into his arm. He was sent flying like a cannonball, traveling more than 10 meters before his back slammed hard against a large tree. Crack! The tree trunk snapped, and Lin Mo fell to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. Pain. His arm felt like it was broken, his chest felt tight, and a metallic taste rose in his throat. Fortunately, the soft armor vest he was wearing absorbed a considerable amount of the impact, and his arm wasn't broken, but the impact made his internal organs churn. Fortunately, he had devoured a large number of green-haired turtles during this time, and his physical defense was now far superior to what it used to be. If it were when he had just broken through to the second tier, this kick would have broken his arm. The Crimson Blood clan member didn't stop and charged at him again. He was even faster than before, his feet seemingly flying through the air. This must be his innate ability to unleash bursts of speed in a short period. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and got up, gripping the green pliers knife tightly. Just as the Crimson Blood clan member charged forward, its fist raised high in preparation to strike. He suddenly stopped. He clutched his chest, his face turning from dark red to purplish black, and spat out a mouthful of black, poisonous blood. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, then understood. The talent that should have accelerated blood flow in exchange for increased movement speed actually caused the toxins to spread throughout his body more quickly. The poisons he had previously been ingested had now invaded his heart. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Lin Mo suddenly exerted force with his feet, unleashing his full power in a series of leaps and bounds. His body moved like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the Crimson Blood clan member. With a swift movement, the knife fell. Pft! The azure claw blade flashed in an arc, slashing fiercely at the neck of the Crimson Blood clan member. The blade cut into flesh, severed blood vessels, and cut through the trachea. A massive head flew up, spun twice in the air, and crashed heavily to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out like a spring. The headless corpse stood there twitching for 2 seconds before collapsing with a thud. The other Crimson Blood was stunned, clearly not expecting its companion to die at the hands of this second-tier human. It roared, its eyes turning bloodshot, and pounced on Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't engage in a direct confrontation. He retreated while simultaneously conjuring poisonous spikes, shooting them one by one towards the Crimson Blood clan's eyes and throat. The Crimson Blood clan parried left and right, its speed noticeably slowing down. Its companion was dead, but the poison in its body continued to spread. On the other side, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Teacher Zhou fought 3 opponents single-handedly, enduring the attacks of the 4th-tier leader and 2 3rd-tier Crimson Blood clan members. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike carrying a whistling sword aura, but the 4th-tier leader's strength was clearly on par with his own. With a single punch, Teacher Zhou staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng stood guard at the hatchway, his large shield held high, enduring the combined attack of 3 Crimson Blood clan members. The shield was deformed, his arms trembling, but he didn't retreat an inch. Liu moved around him, his dagger aimed at vital points, already felling 2 2nd-tier Crimson Blood clan members. The trainees inside the cabin were also fighting desperately. Fireballs, ice blades, wind blades, and arrows, all sorts of ranged attacks, were rained down on them like they were free. Although most of them couldn't harm the Crimson Blood clan, they at least managed to distract them. Hang in there! Teacher Zhou shouted. Li Song is coming back soon! Upon hearing this, the 4th-tier leader's eyes sharpened, and his attack intensified. On Lin Mo's side, the 2nd Crimson Blood clan member was already covered in wounds. He had 7 or 8 knife wounds on his body, each one festering and turning black from the poison. His speed was decreasing, and his movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and severed his hamstring with a single stroke. The Crimson Blood clan member screamed and knelt down. Lin Mo then struck back with his own blade, ending his life. Another 3rd-tier Crimson Blood clan head fell to the ground. But the battle is not over yet. The 4th-tier leader finally couldn't sit still any longer. He punched Teacher Zhou away and turned to walk towards Lin Mo. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. The oppressive feeling of the fourth-tier cultivator was like a mountain pressing down. Lin Mo's hair stood on end, and he activated his full agility and movement skills, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Just then, a sharp blade of energy descended from the sky. Boom! The blade energy slashed in front of the fourth-tier leader, splitting the ground into a deep trench. Li Song's figure leaped out of the woods, covered in blood, yet his aura was overwhelming. Behind him, 4 third-tier teaching assistants followed closely, each with green blood stained on their weapons. Kill! Li Song roared, his blade aimed directly at the fourth-tier leader. The situation reversed instantly. The fourth-tier leader's expression changed drastically, and he turned to flee, but Li Song's blade was already upon him. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. A 5th-order opponent against a 4th-order opponent is a crushing defeat. By the time the 3rd strike landed, the 4th-tier leader's head had already flown off. Upon seeing their leader killed, the remaining Crimson Blood clan members scattered and fled in all directions. The assistant instructors gave chase and killed several more. The battle is over. Lin Mo plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. He was covered in blood, some of his own and some of the Crimson Blood clans. His arms were swollen and his chest felt incredibly tight, but thankfully he held on until Teacher Li and the others returned. Inside the cabin, the trainees helped each other out. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some slumped to the ground in a daze. Chen Feng's shield was half shattered, and Lu Yu, pale-faced, clutched his abdomen. Several of his ribs were broken. Teacher Zhou leaned against a tree, her chest heaving, but a smile appeared on her face. Li Song walked over, patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, and said with approval in his eyes, "Well done." Lin Mo nodded without saying anything. He looked down at his hands, which were stained with the blood of the Crimson Blood clan. This was his first murder. They are not ferocious beasts, but an intelligent race, living, talking, and thinking beings. But strangely, he didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps he had witnessed too much death on the island, or perhaps the sense of urgency he felt just now, a life-or-death situation, left him no time to think. Perhaps he was no longer the ordinary person who had just transmigrated. This is the brutal reality of interracial slaughter, a fight to the death. Chapter 72, Supply Station. Lin Mo slumped to the ground, leaning against the withered tree he had crashed into, panting heavily. Each breath pulled at the dull pain in his chest, causing him to wince. His arm was swollen badly, and the area of his soft armor vest that had been hit was severely dented, with the scales completely torn. He looked down and secretly rejoiced that although the soft armor was ruined, it had at least protected his internal organs. However, the impact transmitted through the armor plates into his body, making his internal organs churn. A metallic taste lingered in his throat, and he couldn't help but cough whenever he exerted himself. This was the first time he had directly faced an intelligent alien race. For the first time, I personally slayed a sentient being that could roar and seek revenge, rather than a ferocious beast that only knew how to fight. But he felt no guilt or discomfort whatsoever. In this world teeming with countless races, humanity is inherently at a disadvantage. When other races slaughter humans, they show no mercy whatsoever. Had they lost just now, the students in the cabin, including himself, would already be victims of the Crimson Blood clan. It's either you die or I die. This is the ironclad law of racial warfare, allowing no room for leniency. He closed his eyes and rested for a while, feeling his breathing become easier, before slowly opening them. The battlefield has quieted down. The air was still thick with the stench of blood and the smell of burning airships. A dozen or so corpses of the Crimson Blood clan lay on the ground, their dark red blood soaking into the soil and gleaming eerily in the afterglow of the setting sun. Several teaching assistants were clearing the battlefield, dragging the bodies aside for centralized disposal, and taking stock of the students' casualties. Lin Mo glanced at it, and his heart sank slightly. The airship's bulkhead was riddled with cracks and holes. The blasted open hatch hung askew to one side, the seats inside were overturned, and luggage was scattered all over the floor. Several wounded soldiers were carried to a relatively flat area, where some were bandaging them, Others were feeding them medicine, and 3 others lay motionless on the ground, covered with white sheets. 3 people died. 6 were seriously injured, and many more were slightly injured. Chen Feng's large shield was half shattered, and he was leaning against a rock, his arm wrapped in bandages, his face pale but still relatively calm. Lu Yu lay beside him, but his right hand was trembling slightly from the spasms caused by overexertion, his abdomen was wrapped in bandages, and his broken ribs had been set. Luo Hao limped over, looking at Lin Mo's swollen arm with a worried expression. "Brother Mo, are you all right? It's all swollen like this, does it hurt a lot?" He squatted down, took out a small bottle from his pocket, and carefully unscrewed it. "I have some healing ointment that my mentor gave me, let me put it on you." The light green paste has a faint herbal scent. Lin Mo shook his head slightly, propped himself up on the ground to stand up, and took the ointment. "It's nothing, just a minor injury, I won't die." He simply applied it to his arms and chest, and the cooling effect spread instantly, relieving the swelling and pain considerably. "And what about you?" Lin Mo glanced at Luo Hao. "What happened to your leg?" Luo Hao looked down at his limping leg and scratched his head sheepishly. "I tripped and fell while running and hit a rock. It's nothing, just a superficial injury." Lin Mo didn't say anything and handed the ointment back to him. In the distance, Instructor Li Song was talking quietly with several teaching assistants, his expression grim. His robes were stained with blood. The corpse of the 4th-tier leader had been dragged aside, his head and body laid out separately, waiting to be handed over upon his return. Just then, footsteps echoed from the depths of the jungle. Everyone tensed up instantly. The few students who could still move gripped their weapons tightly, the teaching assistants pressed their hands on their knife hilts, and Chen Feng struggled to his feet, holding his half-shattered shield in front of him. Li Song raised his hand to signal everyone not to panic, and then walked to the front of the line. The footsteps grew closer. A moment later, more than a dozen figures emerged from the woods. They wore uniform dark gray armor, with a badge on their chest bearing an engraving of a shield and sword crossed, the symbol of the human army. Each person bore wounds, some bandaged, some with undried bloodstains on their armor, yet their steps were synchronized and their bearing steady. They were leading several enormous, ferocious beasts that looked like enlarged versions of lizards, with thick limbs and heavy supply crates on their backs. The leader was a middle-aged military officer with a square face, a thick beard, and his left arm in a sling, clearly injured. He walked up to Li Song, stood at attention, and saluted. "7th Transport Team of Qingmu City, Captain Huan Yan. Thank you for your support. Instructor of the War Academy, Li Song." Li Song returned the greeting and briefly explained the situation. Huan Yan's expression turned serious after hearing this. He looked at the corpses of the Crimson Blood clan scattered on the ground, then at the badly damaged airship and the injured students, and sighed heavily. "Instructor Li, we have implicated you this time," he said in a deep voice. "These Crimson Blood clan members are probably after us." He pointed to the lizard beast carrying supplies behind him. "This batch of supplies is destined for the front lines in Qingmu City. 5 days ago, we were attacked by alien races on the way, and more than a dozen of our brothers died, and we lost half of our supplies. We fought our way out and retreated to a nearby supply station to rest for 2 days. We just came out today, but we didn't expect to be ambushed again." He glanced at the corpses of the Crimson Blood clan on the ground, his brow furrowed. "The ones who attacked us weren't Crimson Blood clan, but Grey Mane Orcs. The fact that these Crimson Blood clan members are here suggests that the battle in Greenwood City is more severe than we imagined," Li Song said in a deep voice. "You mean, several alien races have joined forces?" Huan Yan nodded. "It's not just the Crimson Blood clan and the Grey Mane Orcs. According to our intelligence, at least 3 or 4 other tribes are involved in this operation. They are not only attacking Greenwood City, but also intercepting our transport convoys along the way and cutting off our supply lines." He paused, glancing at the damaged airship. "Your airship was probably mistaken for a supply convoy. The alien race can't distinguish between military and civilian vessels." Li Song was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Where is the nearest supply depot?" "There's a supply station about 20 miles to the southeast," Huan Yan said. They have communication equipment there, so you can contact the academy or the military. Your airship can't be repaired anytime soon, so why don't you come with us first, rest for a bit, and then we'll figure out what to do next. Li Song glanced at the sky, then at the injured trainees, and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble Captain Huang. Huang Yan waved his hand. We've dragged you into this. We're the ones who should be complaining about the trouble. He turned and shouted to the group. Brothers, lend a hand and help our friends from the academy move their things. The wounded go first. The soldiers immediately sprang into action. Some helped carry stretchers, some helped pack supplies on the airship, and some helped the trainees who couldn't walk. Several medics knelt beside the seriously wounded, skillfully rebandaging their wounds. Lin Mo stood up and moved his arms. The swelling hadn't completely subsided, but he could move them and it didn't affect his walking. Luo Hao leaned closer and whispered, Brother Mo, you were so cool when you killed those 2 Crimson Blood clan members. Lin Mo didn't reply, but simply wiped the green pliers knife clean and put it back on his waist. He glanced at the corpses of the Crimson Blood clan, then at the busy soldiers. This war is much bigger than he imagined. Let's go, Brother Mo! Luo Hao called out from the front. Lin Mo snapped out of his daze and caught up with the group. The procession of several dozen people moved slowly into the twilight. Soldiers led the way, leading lizard-like creatures, while trainees followed in 2s and 3s. The wounded lay on stretchers, being dragged along by the large lizards. After walking for about half an hour, the woods ahead began to thin out, and several low stone houses could be vaguely seen. A simple fence made of wood and sheet metal surrounded the houses, and 2 sentries stood at the gate. Upon seeing Huang Yan's group, they quickly opened the gate. Captain Huang is back! Quick, open the door! The procession filed in. The supply depot was small, consisting of a few stone houses and a courtyard. Some supply crates were piled up in the courtyard, and several lizard beasts were chained up in the corner. Several medics had already set up a makeshift medical station in the courtyard and began treating the wounded. Li Song and Huang Yan went together to find communication equipment, and contacted the academy and the military. Lin Mo found a corner to sit down, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. The night breeze slipped in through the gaps in the fence, carrying the damp scent unique to the jungle. A few distant roars of beasts could be faintly heard, but they quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 73: The Blood-Eyed Alien Clan. The last rays of the setting sun faded completely, and night enveloped the entire jungle. The supply depot consisted of only a few stone houses with dim oil lamps hanging from their eaves. The flickering light barely illuminated a corner of the courtyard, casting swaying shadows on the ground. Beyond the fence lay boundless darkness, occasionally punctuated by the eerie roars of unknown beasts, which sounded particularly chilling in the night. Most of the trainees have already rested. Several lightly wounded men huddled together, talking in hushed tones, their eyes still gleaming with the lingering fear of the bloody battle that had taken place during the day. The battle during the day was too sudden. The roar of the Crimson Blood clan, the stench of blood, and the screams of their comrades would be etched into their minds for a long time. Exhausted, Luo Hao fell asleep immediately, his soft snores particularly noticeable in the quiet night. Lin Mo leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest, but his ears were always perked up, paying attention to the movements around him. The swelling on my arm has gone down quite a bit, and the pain in my chest is much better than it was in the evening. The ointment Luo Hao gave me is really effective. Its cooling effect penetrates the skin and gradually melts away the bruises and swelling. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw Li Song and Huang Yan walking out of a stone house. Neither of them looked well, and they were talking in hushed tones, their voices low but still audible in the quiet night. The communicator is not working properly. The signal is being severely jammed. Li Song's voice was somewhat deep. It seems to be intentional on the part of the alien race, trying to prevent us from contacting outside help. Huang Yan's expression turned grave. That's not all. I have a feeling that this supply depot is probably not safe either. It's too close to the front line and is a major transportation route, so the alien races might come and visit. I have arranged for teaching assistants and soldiers to take turns on guard duty, Li Song said. But with this limited manpower, we cannot hold out if the alien race launches a large-scale attack. Huan Yen was silent for a while, then sighed. Let's get through tonight first. As soon as it's light, we'll lead the trainees to retreat to the rear. The two whispered a few more words to each other, then went off separately to check the defense deployment. Lin Mo closed his eyes, but his mind was still replaying the words he had just heard. Communications are disrupted, supply depots are unsafe, and alien races may arrive. He moved the green pliers knife closer to his hand so he could draw it at any time. The night grew deeper, and the chill was biting. In the latter half of the night, most people were fast asleep, huddled under their blankets. Only a few soldiers and teaching assistants paced back and forth in the courtyard, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. The firelight cast long shadows of them, flickering against the fence. Lin Mo did not sleep. He couldn't quite describe the feeling. It wasn't something he heard or saw, but rather a vague unease in his heart, like a taut string that might snap at any moment. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to relax, but his fingers remained on the hilt of the knife. Sudden. A very faint rustling sound broke the silence of the night. The sound wasn't like the wind rustling through leaves. It sounded more like some kind of creature crawling rapidly along the ground, getting closer and closer. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. He looked in the direction of the sound and his gaze locked onto the fence in the northwest corner. In the darkness, a shadowy figure glided silently along the ground. It was extremely short, hunched over, like a standing rat, its entire body covered in grayish-brown fur. Most striking was its face, no, its forehead, with a single, enormous, blood-red eye that gleamed eerily in the darkness. The dark figure slipped through the gaps in the fence, moving as lightly as feathers, landing without a sound. A single, scarlet eye rapidly scanned the yard, as if searching for something. Then, their gazes locked onto the same direction, the unconscious, seriously wounded lying on stretchers in the corner of the yard. Enemies! A loud shout pierced the night sky. The teaching assistant on duty reacted instantly, drawing his long sword, energy surging, and lunging straight at the nearest dark figure. The blood-eyed rat reacted with lightning speed. Its body blurred, leaving an afterimage in its wake, before its true form instantly appeared behind the teaching assistant, its claws whistling through the air as it stabbed straight for the back of the neck. Wow, so fast! The teaching assistant dodged to the side, his long sword sweeping back in a horizontal motion. The blade sliced through the air, leaving only a blur. The blood-eyed rat had already appeared on his other side, its claws striking again, grazing his arm and tearing his clothes, from which blood gushed out. Warning! Warning! Alien forces have infiltrated! The entire supply station instantly erupted in excitement. The trainees were jolted awake and scrambled out of the stone house. Some frantically grabbed their knives, some were so frightened their legs went weak, and others stood there trembling, not knowing where to run. Chen Feng and Lu Yu struggled to their feet. One held up a half-broken shield, the other gripped a dagger, standing in front of the wounded. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were resolute. Li Song and Huan Yen rushed out of the house almost at the same time. Just then. Bang! 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 Several loud bangs rang out, and the fence surrounding the supply station was smashed open. Dozens of dark figures rushed in from outside, each with a hunched back, skin like dried tree bark, hands as thin as claws, and long, curved nails. They all had the same single eye and the same grayish-brown downy hair. Blood-eyed rat clan. Not just a few, but dozens. They scaled the fence and surged in through the gap, instantly filling the yard completely. Their scarlet, single eyes swarmed in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisps. Protect the wounded! Form ranks! Li Song roared, unleashing his fifth-tier aura without reservation. His longsword was drawn, and a sharp blade of energy swept out, cleaving the three leading rat-like creatures in half at the waist. The instructors and soldiers quickly rallied, shielding the wounded and trainees in the center. But the alien forces were too numerous, and their formation was soon broken. A blood-eyed rat bypassed the defenses and pounced on a female student whose legs went weak with fear. Ah! She screamed and closed her eyes. At the critical moment, a figure flashed into view. "Get out of my way!" Lin Mo roared and unleashed his full power in a series of lightning-fast movements. A flash of silver light appeared beneath his feet, and his body seemed to be carried by the wind, instantly appearing in front of the female student. The green pincers were drawn from their sheaths. The blade was coated with a thick, purplish-black poison. With a backhand slash, it viciously struck the neck of the blood-eyed rat clan member. Pft! The blade sliced into the flesh, severing the trachea. A purplish-black toxin surged wildly through the wound, and the second-tier rat let out a shrill scream. The red light in its single eye flickered violently twice before quickly dimming. The body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The other blood-eyed rat hesitated for a moment, then pounced on Lin Mo. Its sharp claws, carrying a gust of wind, aimed straight for his face. Lin Mo dodged to the side, and with a flick of his left hand, 3 purplish-black poisonous thorns instantly materialized, shooting towards its single eye at close range. Ding! 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 The poisonous stinger struck around its eye socket, splattering a few drops of blood. The rat clan roared in pain, slowing its movements. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, sweeping his green pliers blade across, severing its forepaw in one strike, then slashing again with his other hand, plunging the blade into its heart. The second one fell. "Lin Mo! Over here!" Luo Hao's voice came from behind. Lin Mo looked back and saw 3 more blood-eyed rat clan members break through the defenses and rush towards the direction where the wounded were gathered. Qin Feng held up his shattered shield to block them, but the shield wouldn't hold for much longer. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, pushed off with his feet, and charged in that direction. His agility and evasive maneuvers were on full display in the chaotic battle. He darted left and right through the swarm of rats, leaving trails of purplish-black blood mist wherever his blade flashed. The second-tier rats simply couldn't keep up with his speed. Often, they would only catch a glimpse of him before his blade was already upon them. 1, 2, 3. He fought his way through, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. But there were too many alien races. Crimson, one-eyed creatures' claws and fangs were everywhere. An assistant instructor was surrounded by 3 rats, his body covered in bloody welts. A soldier was tackled to the ground, struggling desperately. Cries of cadets echoed from a corner. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Lin Mo's arms started to hurt again, and he had several more scratches on his body. The injuries from the daytime hadn't healed yet, and now he had new wounds. But he dared not stop wielding his knife. To stop meant death. He conjured 2 poisonous birds and flew towards the nearest group of rats. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions followed, unleashing a burst of purplish-red poisonous mist that engulfed 4 or 5 rats. They screamed as they collapsed, their single eyes burned by the poisonous mist, rendering them unable to see clearly. "Move over here! Everyone move over here!" Li Song's voice rang out amidst the chaos. He swung his longsword repeatedly, each strike taking the life of a rat. His 5th-tier strength was completely overwhelming in this chaotic battle, but the dozens of rats were like madmen, charging forward wave after wave, utterly unafraid of death. Lin Mo's arms went numb from the fighting, and he was covered in blood. Just then, a sharp whistle came from afar. The blood-eyed rats abruptly stopped, their crimson single eyes all fixed on the direction from which the whistle had come. Then, as if receiving a command, they began to retreat, not in a rout, but in an orderly retreat. Dozens of dark figures scaled the fence and disappeared into the dark jungle. The courtyard fell silent. There were only heavy breathing sounds and occasional groans. Lin Mo stood there, gripping the knife, panting heavily. Blood was still dripping from the tip of the blade, mingling with the blood of the alien races on the ground. There were more than a dozen corpses of the blood-eyed rat clan lying on the ground, along with 2 teaching assistants, a soldier, and 2 students. They would never get up again. The trainees supported each other. Some were crying, some were trembling, and some were slumped on the ground with empty eyes. Li Song stood in the center of the courtyard, his long sword hanging at his side, his body stained with blood. He stared at the direction in which the retreating rat tribe had disappeared, his face ashen. "They're testing us," he said in a low voice, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. Huan Yen walked over, blood seeping through the bandage on his left arm. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and remained silent for a long time. "We'll leave at dawn," he said. "We can't wait any longer." Lin Mo tucked the green pincers knife back into his waistband and sat down by the wall. He had several scratches on his back and arms, but fortunately, his physical defense was not low, so he was not disemboweled, but it still hurt a lot. Luo Hao ran over, holding a tube of ointment, his lips pale. "Brother Mo, you're injured again." This time, Lin Mo did not refuse Luo Hao's help in applying the ointment. He looked up in the direction where the blood-eyed rats had disappeared. "To test the waters." "They are testing the waters. What about next time? Will they come in larger numbers next time?" Chapter 74: The Mystery of Fog Ridge. As dawn broke, the pale light pierced through the morning mist, barely illuminating the dilapidated outline of the supply depot. Most of the fence had collapsed, several cracks appeared in the stone walls, and traces of last night's battle, dried blood and broken weapons, remained on the ground. Huan Yen stood by the fence, gazing at the main road leading to Qingmu City, his brow furrowed. The road was shrouded in the morning mist, obscuring the view. But the swaying of the vegetation was off. It wasn't the wind, something was lurking within. Occasionally, a few fleeting dark shadows could be seen, moving swiftly and disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. "We can't go on the main road." Huan Yen turned to look at the crowd, his voice low. "The alien race has set up a surveillance network on the main road. With so many of us, going on the main road would be suicide." Li Song walked over, followed his gaze to the road, and remained silent for a moment. "What suggestions do you have?" "We'll cross the Misty Ridge Mountains and take a detour to Qingmu City." Huan Yen pointed to the continuous mountain range in the northwest. "That road is difficult, but the terrain is complex and there are fewer alien races. At least we can avoid the main force." Li Song pondered for a few seconds and nodded. "This is the only way. The students' injuries have not healed yet. If we delay any longer, it will only attract more alien races." The two immediately split up and gathered everyone to prepare. Huan Yen pulled a dusty gray cloth storage bag from his pocket. He squatted down in front of the supply station's pile of supplies, selecting some items and stuffing them into the bag one by one, including food, medicine, and weapons. The heavy boxes, bundles of bandages, and spare swords shrank the moment they touched the cloth bag and were sucked in. "Set off!" At a command, the troops quietly withdrew from the supply depot. Huan Yen led the way, using his familiarity with the area to guide everyone into the nearby Willing Mountains. The entrance to the mountain range was shrouded in mist. The once fresh air became damp and chilly, carrying the smell of rotting vegetation. The path underfoot changed from a smooth dirt road to gravel and moss, requiring careful steps for fear of slipping. The deeper you go, the thicker the fog becomes. The line of sight shrank from tens of meters to a dozen meters, and then from a dozen meters to less than 10 meters. The surrounding trees grew denser, their branches and leaves intertwining like a giant net, filtering out all the light. Occasionally, sunlight would peek through the gaps, casting dappled patterns on the ground, but these were quickly swallowed up by the fog. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There were no birdsong, no insect chirping, only the crunching of fallen leaves and withered branches underfoot, and the occasional low, unidentified whimpering coming from the depths of the mist. "Be careful, stay close to the group, and don't fall behind." Li Song's voice echoed in the mist, carrying a hint of warning. His figure appeared and disappeared in the distance, like a gray shadow. Lin Mo walked in the middle of the group, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Luo Hao followed closely beside him, his face pale, his lips tightly pressed together, not uttering a single word. After walking for about half an hour, a commotion arose at the end of the line. "We're being watched," a soldier said in a low voice. Lin Mo looked back into the depths of the mist, where several hunched black figures were following him. They appeared and disappeared intermittently, moving very fast, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Blood-eyed Rat Clan. They followed them all the way into the Misty Ridge Mountains. Huan Yan's expression changed, and he ordered in a low voice, "Speed up and get over the mountain ridge as soon as possible." The group quickened their pace. But the fog was too thick, and the mountain path was slippery, making it impossible to pick up speed. The rats followed at a leisurely pace, occasionally letting out a sharp screech, as if they were passing messages to each other. The deeper you go into the mountains, the lower the visibility becomes. Lin Mo could barely see the backs of the people in front of him. He could only judge their direction by the sound of footsteps and breathing. The fog was like a white wall, separating everyone. Sudden hiss! A sharp screech pierced the fog. 7 hunched black figures burst forth from the thick fog on both sides, their sharp claws gleaming coldly in the mist, heading straight for the middle of the group. "Form ranks!" Huang Yan roared. Chaos erupted instantly. Blades, claws, poisonous stings, and fireballs clashed in the thick fog. The trainees panicked, and their once tightly packed ranks were scattered. Some screamed and retreated, some fell to the ground, and some frantically waved their weapons, yet they couldn't even see where the enemy was. Chen Feng and Lu Yu desperately protected several wounded soldiers, but they were entangled by 3 rats. Chen Feng, still recovering from his injuries, struggled to hold on. Lu Yu's dagger flashed through the mist, but the rats were too fast and moved unpredictably in the thick fog, making it impossible for them to strike any vitals. Lin Mo followed closely to the side of the group, moving nimbly and flashing at full speed. A rat-like creature leaped from the mist, its claws aimed straight for his face. He dodged to the side, and with a backhand swing of his green pincer blade, struck the creature's arm. Dark purple blood splattered, and the rat-like creature shrieked and retreated back into the mist. Another one pounced from the side. He raised his left hand, and 3 poisonous stingers shot out, 2 missed, and 1 pierced its shoulder. The poison injected, and the rat staggered, its speed noticeably slowing down. Lin Mo seized the opportunity and severed its throat with a single stroke. But the fog was too thick. He couldn't see how many enemies were around him at all. The rats moved through the fog like ghosts, appearing and disappearing, each appearance leaving a wound in their wake. Amid the chaos, the fog grew thicker and thicker. At first, he could still see the figures of his companions in front and behind him, but soon the visibility dropped sharply to less than 3 meters. Everything around him was a hazy gray, and he couldn't even make out each other's faces. Lin Mo could only follow closely behind the blurry white figure in front of him, not daring to deviate even slightly. Who is that? Luo Hao? Or Teacher Zhou? He didn't know. Luo Hao! He called out. The only response he received was the howling wind and the sounds of fighting in the distance. Teacher Zhou! No one answered. The team was completely torn apart by the fog. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, relying solely on his sense of direction to follow the blurry figure ahead. The white shadow grew fainter and fainter, receding into the distance, as if melting into the mist. Sudden. A piercing scream. The figure walking ahead suddenly stopped, letting out a short, painful scream. This was followed by a dull thud as something fell to the ground, then a dragging sound as something was pulled into the fog. Who? Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he charged forward with his sword drawn. But when he arrived at the location where the man had been, all he saw was a vast expanse of white fog. That person has disappeared. There was only a pool of blood on the ground, not yet completely dry, which stood out starkly against the grayish-white mist. The blood stains stretched into the depths of the mist, as if it had been dragged away by something. Lin Mo gripped the green pincer's knife tightly and followed the trail of blood for a few steps. The bloodstains suddenly disappeared a few meters away. It didn't fade gradually, it vanished into thin air, as if it had been dragged there and then flown away. The ground was spotless, without a single drop of blood. Where are they? He growled in a low voice, the sound echoing through the silent mountains, but only elicited a few squeaking sounds from afar. He turned around abruptly. There was no one behind him. The group that had been following closely behind suddenly vanished into thin air in this eerie fog. Lin Mo stood there, his breath caught in his throat, and his heart sank. He got separated from the main group. Moreover, It was deep within the perilous and fog-shrouded Wuling Mountains. What chilled him to the bone even more was that the scream he had just heard was definitely not an ordinary fall. That was the sound of being dragged away. Was she dragged away by the blood-eyed rat clan? Or something even more terrifying than the rats? Lin Mo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He checked his equipment. The azure claw blade was there, the black gold bow was there, the emerald turtle shield was there, and although his soft armor was torn, he could still wear it. He had a few crystal cores left, and enough rations and water to last him 2 days. He stood up, chose a direction, and was about to take a step. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring silently at him from the depths of the fog. The blood-eyed rat didn't attack immediately. It crouched a few meters away in the mist, its back hunched, its single eye fixed on Lin Mo like a cat toying with a mouse. His reflection was mirrored in its scarlet pupil, eerie and cold. Lin Mo did not move. He stared at the single eye, his hand on the hilt of his knife, his breathing extremely soft. The rat tilted its head, as if assessing the strength of its prey. Then, it grinned, revealing a mouthful of tiny, sharp teeth. The next second, it moved. A dark shadow burst forth from the thick fog, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming straight for Lin Mo's throat. It's faster than the previous ones. This blood-eyed rat is at least at the 3rd tier. Chapter 75, Devouring the Blood of Aliens. A dark shadow suddenly rose up, its sharp claws cutting through the air with a sharp sound, heading straight for Lin Mo's throat. The crimson eye looked even more menacing in the thick fog, like a will-o'-the-wisp emerging from hell. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. The 3rd-tier blood-eyed rat unleashed its full power at this moment. He dared not be careless in the slightest, and a burst of silver light suddenly erupted beneath his feet as he moved and flashed, operating at full power. His body jerked backward, the sharp claws grazing his nose, the chill stinging his skin. A few strands of hair were severed by the claws and floated lightly to the ground. That was close. Lin Mo rolled away to avoid the rat's pursuit. Gripping the green claw blade tightly, he used the momentum from the roll to slash upwards, aiming straight for the rat's soft belly. This was the weakness he observed. The abdomen of a 3rd-tier rat race was not protected by thick skin, and a single cut could at least open its belly. However, this 3rd-tier blood-eyed rat was far more agile than its kind. Its body twisted eerily in midair, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Upon landing, it barely paused before instantly turning back. Its withered claws swept across again, aiming straight for Lin Mo's waist. The movement was so fast it was just a blur of gray. Lin Mo raised his shield to block. Bang! The sharp claws slammed into the emerald green tortoise shield, the impact numbing his arm and forcing him to take 2 steps back. A claw mark appeared on the shield's surface. The dense fog provided the rats with excellent cover. It appeared and disappeared in the white mist, its single, scarlet eye like a will-o'-the-wisp, constantly changing position to launch surprise attacks. Just as it pounced from the left, Lin Mo blocked it, and in the blink of an eye, it reappeared from the right. 1 second it was feigning an attack from the front, and the next second its sharp claws were already sweeping towards his back. Each strike was swift and ruthless, aimed directly at vital points. Lin Mo was completely focused, his movements fluid and agile, constantly dodging and weaving through the thick fog. The flashing blade formed a barrier before him, and the crisp sound of the green pincers clashing against the sharp claws was particularly jarring in the silent, misty mountains. However, the strength and reaction speed of the 3rd-tier rat race surpassed his. The old injury on his shoulder was aggravated, and the soreness in his arm grew worse. In the process of dodging, his movements slowed down for a moment. That was that one moment. Sizzle! A sharp claw slashed across his left shoulder, tearing a gash in his soft armor, and blood gushed out instantly. Warm blood flowed down his shoulder, soaking through the damaged armor and dripping onto the ground. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating. He raised his left hand and fired 3 poisonous stingers at close range. The rat swayed and dodged 2 of them, while the 3rd grazed its arm, leaving only a shallow mark. The rat landed, its single, scarlet eye fixed on him, its mouth agape, revealing a mouthful of tiny, sharp teeth. "Human, you are too weak." Its voice was hoarse and grating, like rusty iron scraping against each other. "With your meager abilities, you dare to go to Qingmu City to provide support?" Lin Mo didn't speak, but just gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and stared at it intently. The rat-like creature grinned maliciously, its withered hands clenching suddenly. Its fingernails instantly grew long, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen, reaching half a foot in length, like 10 sharp daggers. At the same time, its leg muscles began to swell, stretching its grayish-brown skin taut, veins bulging. Speed increased again. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. The rat-like figure left an afterimage in its wake, its true form vanishing into the mist. He had no time to think. He unleashed his full power in a flash, his body darting sharply to the left. Sizzle! A sharp pain shot through my back. 3 bloody welts stretched diagonally from my left shoulder blade to my right waist, the skin torn open and blood gushing out. Lin Mo grunted and staggered a few steps. Before he could regain his footing, the rat-like creature pounced from his right, its claws sweeping across. He raised his shield to block, and bang! The immense force sent him staggering. The rats gave him no chance to breathe, launching a series of attacks, their claws slamming into the shield like a storm, each blow forcing him to take a step back. Bang! 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 The claw marks on the shield increased, and cracks began to spread. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and endured, his right hand wielding the azure pliers blade in a continuous counterattack, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the rat clan at all. One slash, and he only managed to cut an afterimage, another slash, and still an afterimage. The old wound on my arm tore open, and blood dripped from my sleeve. The wound on my back burned with pain, and every breath pulled at my flesh. This can't go on. His mind raced, his peripheral vision scanning the thick fog around him. The fog provided cover for the rat tribe, and for him as well. Since he couldn't see where it was, he'd make sure it couldn't see him either. Lin Mo suddenly stopped dodging. He raised his left hand, no longer sparing his energy, and fully activated the source of mimicry. Dark purple light surged wildly in his palm, not condensing into 1 or 2, but simultaneously forming dozens of poisonous thorns, each as long as a finger, with a ghostly glow at the tip. The rat was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting him to use such a wide-range attack. Burst! Lin Mo let out a low shout, and dozens of poisonous thorns shot out in all directions at the same time, and then exploded simultaneously 4 meters away from his body. Boom! A purplish-red poisonous fog exploded outwards from him, instantly enveloping an area of 5 or 6 meters around him. The dense fog, mixed with the poisonous mist, was grayish-white with an eerie purplish-red tinge, like a cloud of death. The rat was moving at high speed when it was hit squarely by the poisonous fog. Although it dodged most of the poisonous stings with its agility, the fog was all-pervasive. It inhaled a large mouthful, and immediately felt a burning sensation in its throat, its eyes began to sting, and it felt a little dizzy. Its body suddenly stopped, and its speed dropped sharply. Now! Lin Mo exerted force with his feet, unleashing his full power in a series of lightning-fast movements, instantly appearing in front of the rat clan. His azure claw blades swept horizontally, aiming straight for its throat. The rats reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with a sideways movement, their claws simultaneously lashing out towards Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo didn't dodge, instead, he abandoned his blade. The moment the green pliers blade fell to the ground, his hands had already caught the rat's claws that were swinging out. "You're asking for death!" The rat sneered, its other claw plunging straight into his heart. Lin Mo exerted force with his left hand, clamping down hard on its claw, while simultaneously clenching his right fist, causing the purplish-black toxin to frantically condense at the edge of his highly poisonous fist. One punch. It slammed hard into the rat's abdomen. Bang! The powerful blow caused the rat's eyes to widen instantly, its mouth agape, almost vomiting its dinner from the night before. It hadn't expected the second-tier human to be so strong. The punch felt like being struck by a hammer, its internal organs churning. But at the same time, the rat's claws pierced Lin Mo's shoulder. Pfft! Blood gushed out, and Lin Mo groaned, but his grip on the rat's hand didn't loosen in the slightest. He held onto the rat's hand tightly, preventing it from breaking free. He swung his right fist again, smashing it into its chest once more. Bang! The rats coughed up blood. Lin Mo had another claw mark on his shoulder. Bang! 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 Punch after punch, each one landing squarely. With each blow, a purplish-black toxin was injected into the rat's body, causing its wounds to fester, its skin to turn black, and its movements to become increasingly weak. But Lin Mo wasn't in much better shape. He had several more claw marks on his body, his left shoulder, right arm, and side, all covered in blood. His soft armor was mostly torn, soaked in blood, and clung to his skin. Both sides were blinded by rage. Let go! The rats roared, struggling frantically. Dream on! Lin Mo gritted his teeth and threw another punch. The rat's struggle grew weaker and weaker. The toxin had seeped into its bones, its limbs began to go numb, and its vision blurred. With its last ounce of strength, it swung its claws toward Lin Mo's throat. Lin Mo dodged to the side, then exerted force with both hands, snapping its two forearms with a crack. Ah! The rats screamed, their cries shrill and piercing. Lin Mo released its severed arm, kicked it to the ground, grabbed the blue pincer knife from the ground, and with a swift stroke, brought it down. Pfft! The head flew off, rolled twice on the ground, and the red light in its single eye finally went out. Lin Mo plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. He was covered in blood, indistinguishable between his own and that of the rats. His left shoulder, back, and arms were covered in wounds, all burning with pain. He took a breath, struggled to his feet, and walked to the headless corpse. Crouching down and looking at the corpse of the blood-eyed rat clan in front of him, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Mo's mind. Since acquiring the devouring talent, he has always devoured the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts to strengthen his physical body and enhance his defense and strength. He has never tried devouring other races. These blood-eyed rat clan members are intelligent alien races, not ordinary ferocious beasts. I wonder if their innate abilities will be effective? And if they can devour them, what changes will it bring? He hesitated for 2 seconds before activating his devouring talent. The familiar suction came from my mouth, but this time the energy flowing into my body was no longer warm. Instead, it was an icy chill, like drinking a mouthful of ice water in winter, the coldness spreading from my throat to my entire body. The chill didn't linger, it rushed straight to my head, gathering in my eyes. Lin Mo felt a sudden coolness in his eyes, as if they were being soaked in a clear spring or covered with mint leaves. His vision, which had been blurred by the thick fog, instantly became clear. He blinked and looked up at his surroundings. The dense fog, which originally reduced visibility to less than 3 meters, now allowed visibility to extend 5 or 6 meters. The veins of the leaves, the moss on the tree trunks, and the patterns of the fallen leaves on the ground were all clearly visible. My eyesight has improved. It wasn't a qualitative leap, but it certainly improved. Lin Mo stood up and stretched. The wound still hurt, but the coolness from the swallowing sensation seemed to have a slight analgesic effect, making him feel much better. He picked up the green pliers knife, wiped away the blood, and tucked it back into his waistband. Then look around. The fog was still thick, but at least we could see 5 or 6 meters clearly. He chose a direction and started walking. I hope to find Teacher Lee and the others as soon as possible. Chapter 76, Spider Shadows of the Misty Ridge. Lin Mo leaned against a thick, ancient tree, each step aggravating his wounds, causing him to break out in a fine layer of cold sweat. The fierce battle with the third-tier blood-eyed rat clan had almost exhausted all his strength. The wounds on his body were even more shocking. His left shoulder was pierced by sharp claws, and there were 3 horrifying claw marks on his back with the flesh turned outwards. His arms and waist were also covered with small wounds. The snake scale armor that was originally intact was completely shattered into strips of cloth, hanging precariously on his body, and could not provide any protection whatsoever. If he hadn't been constantly strengthening his body by consuming green-haired turtles during this period, making his bones and skin far more resilient than ordinary people, he would have been disemboweled and died under the claws of rats in that battle just now. The blood was still slowly seeping from the wound, soaking through the tattered clothes, sticking stickily to the body, both cold and painful. The fog was extremely humid, and when the wind blew, the chills seeped into his bones through his wounds, making him shiver involuntarily. We can no longer proceed rashly. Lin Mo knew that he was seriously injured and would have difficulty dealing with even a second-tier ferocious beast, let alone encountering the blood-eyed rat clan again. Having been separated from the main force in these eerie misty mountains, blindly searching would only lead to disaster. The most urgent task was to find a secluded and safe place to treat the wounds and recover the strength, and then find a way to reunite with Teacher Li and the others once the injuries had healed. He forced his weary body to persevere, relying on his enhanced eyesight gained from devouring the alien race, and carefully probed through the thick fog. His line of sight extended 5 or 6 meters, just enough to clearly see the surrounding trees and terrain. He carefully avoided the slippery, steep slopes and dense thickets, trying to walk on relatively flat ground. Stop every few steps to listen to the sounds, and only continue forward after confirming that there is no danger. He remembered his tutor telling him in class that for wilderness survival, one should find a sheltered, secluded place near a water source that is not easily discovered. Caves and tree hollows are excellent hiding places. If you can't find any, choose a big tree with lush foliage, climb up, and use the leaves to cover your body. Lin Mo walked for a while and stopped at the base of a large tree. The tree's roots were thick, forming a small depression in the ground, just large enough for a person to curl up inside. He probed inside with his knife. It was empty, without any snakes or insects. Although not ideal, it was at least better than standing outside. He slumped back, panting heavily. The wound had started bleeding again. The puncture wound in his left shoulder was the most severe, and every breath was excruciatingly painful. We need to find herbs. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and stood up. The misty ridge mountains are densely vegetated and humid, so there should be many common hemostatic herbs growing there. He wandered around the area and, relying on the knowledge he had learned in class, quickly found several hemostatic herbs with thick leaves and sticky sap, and also discovered analgesic herbs with pale blue flowers in a crevice of a rock. He clutched the herbs in his hand and sat down at the tree roots. He chewed the hemostatic herb carefully with his teeth, the bitter taste of the herb filling his mouth, the juice dripping from the corner of his mouth. He gently applied the chewed paste to the wound on his shoulder. The cool herbal juice covering the burning wound instantly relieved much of the pain. He chewed a few more stalks and applied them to his back and arms. The bleeding wounds gradually stopped, and the effect was better than expected. He chewed and swallowed the pain-relieving herb directly. The bitterness shot straight to the top of his head, but soon the medicine took effect, and the pain all over his body was relieved. After treating all the wounds, Lin Mo tore off the tattered strips of soft armor and used them to bandage a few deeper wounds. The one on his left shoulder was the most serious. He wrapped it several times with the cloth strips, tightened it, and stopped the bleeding. After doing all that, he leaned against the tree root, closed his eyes, and gasped for breath. My strength has recovered somewhat, but it's far from enough. Although the bleeding from the wound has stopped, it will take at least 2 or 3 days of rest to fully heal. He touched the crystal cores in his pocket, a few first-tier ones, 3 second-tier ones, and the third-tier one that the Academy had awarded him. If he absorbed them, his energy would be restored by more than half. Lin Mo used the cleansing breathing technique to absorb the 2 second-order crystal cores and replenish his energy. Lin Mo took out a piece of jerky from his backpack and chewed it slowly with water from his water pouch. The jerky was hard and difficult to chew, but it filled his stomach. He ate half a piece, then stopped and carefully put the rest away. He didn't know how long he'd be staying in these mountains, so he had to conserve his food. After resting for about half an hour, Lin Mo felt his strength return somewhat, and the wound stopped bleeding. He stood up and moved his hands and feet. Although it still hurt, it was much better than before. We need to find a clean water source to replenish our fluids. The water in our water bladder is running low. We need to find a place to refill it. He walked along the low-lying area. He had learned in his cultural studies class that water flows downhill, and by following the valley, he could always find a stream or a pool. The fog remained thick, and even with enhanced vision, I could barely make out the path ahead. Beyond 5 or 6 meters, the world was a gray expanse, nothing visible. The path beneath my feet grew increasingly difficult, filled with gravel, moss, and tangled tree roots. Every step required utmost caution. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There were no chirping insects, no birdsong, not even the sound of the wind. Only the sound of his own footsteps, rustling on the fallen leaves, was exceptionally clear in the silence. Occasionally, a drop of water would slide off a leaf and land with a soft thud on a withered leaf, making his heart skip a beat. Lin Mo walked slower and slower, his unease growing heavier. This deathly silence is so abnormal. Either there are no living creatures in this area, or there is something that has scared all the living creatures away. He slowed his pace, his hand on the hilt of his knife, his eyes scanning his surroundings. But he couldn't see anything. With a field of vision of only 5 or 6 meters, it was like walking blindfolded in the jungle. Above his head, in a place he couldn't see, dense foliage intertwined to form a natural barrier. A huge spider web spanned between 2 ancient trees, its silk a pale silver color, almost completely invisible in the thick fog. The spider silk was as thick as a finger, sticky and tough, with bits of withered leaves and a few clumps of dried animal remains stuck to it, perfectly hidden among the mist and branches. In the center of the spider web, a giant spider was coiled. Its body was the size of a small car, entirely crimson like blood. Its 8 slender spider legs were covered in sharp barbs, each like a curved dagger. Its abdomen was snow-white, gleaming with a faint, eerie light, and adorned with dark red markings resembling a ferocious human face. 8 jet-black compound eyes were arranged in 2 rows, staring intently downwards. It remained motionless, its breathing almost imperceptible. Its 8 legs rested gently on the spiderweb, ready to spring out at any moment. From the mist below, a figure was slowly walking towards them. The figure walked slowly, limping, his body wrapped in tattered rags, a knife in his hand, glancing warily left and right every now and then. But he never looked up. The tiny human figure was reflected in the compound eyes of the crimson-striped poisoned spider. It could sense that its prey was severely injured, moving slowly, and its energy fluctuations were weak. A second-tier human, reeking of blood, was wounded, and badly wounded at that. It didn't rush to take action. It had seen too many prey that were panicked, tired, and less alert, only looking at their feet and forgetting to look above them. The same goes for this human. He drew closer and closer, coming to the very bottom of the spiderweb. That was the perfect position. If it launched itself down, its 8 legs could instantly ensnare it, its venomous fangs piercing the back of its neck, paralyzing the prey before it could even scream. It waits. Wait for the human to take 2 more steps forward and stand directly beneath the spiderweb. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. He felt something was off. It was too quiet around him, a silence that sent chills down his spine. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly and glanced ahead. All he could see was fog, nothing else. He hesitated for a moment, but still took a step forward. Step. 2 steps. Above his head, a spider web hung 7 meters high, its dark compound eyes locking onto his position. The red-striped venomous spider's legs were slightly bent, gathering strength, like a fully drawn bow. Lin Mo took another step. The venomous spider was right above him. But the thick fog obscured everything, and he couldn't see anything. He turned sideways, trying to go around a branch. Above them, the red-striped venomous spider moved. Chapter 77. The fierce poisonous spider hangs by a thread. A sudden gust of wind rose overhead. It was the sound of a heavy object falling rapidly through the air, sudden and violent. Lin Mo's hair stood on end instantly. The unease that had been pressing down on his heart exploded into extreme terror at this moment. He didn't even have time to look up to see clearly. His body reacted before his mind could. He pushed his agility and movement to the limit, his feet flashing with silver light as he lunged to the side with all his might. He tumbled awkwardly across the ground covered with fallen leaves and pebbles, his shoulder hitting a protruding rock, the pain making his vision go black. Boom! A massive crimson shadow slammed heavily onto the spot where he had just stood, causing the ground to tremble violently and scattering leaves everywhere. The pale silver, resilient spider silk spread out as the shadow landed, like a gathering fishing net, instantly entangled the nearby bushes, causing the branches and leaves to crack and snap, and several branches as thick as an arm were directly severed. Lin Mo staggered to his feet, his back pressed against the cold tree trunk. He looked up and his heart suddenly clenched. It was a giant spider. Its body was as large as a small car, and its entire body was blood-red, gleaming with a cold, hard luster in the thick fog. 8 spider legs covered with barbs supported it on the ground, each as thick as an adult's arm, with barbs standing upright on the joints like rows of curved daggers. Its belly was snow-white with dark red markings that twisted into a grotesque human face. 8 jet-black compound eyes, arranged in 2 rows, were fixed on him, devoid of any emotion, displaying only the cold indifference of a predator scrutinizing its prey. 2 venomous fangs, gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light, protruded from the corners of its mouth. Drops of transparent venom slid from the tips of its fangs, dripping onto the withered leaves with a hissing sound. The leaves were instantly corroded, black holes appearing, white smoke billowing out, and a burned stench spreading throughout the air. Seconder peak. This was the only judgment that flashed through Lin Mo's mind. At this moment, his wounds were reopened all over his body. The penetrating wound in his left shoulder and the claw marks on his back were bleeding again from the sudden attack. The blood that had stopped had soaked through the bandages again, and warm liquid was flowing down his back. His internal energy had only just recovered by more than half, and his physical body was severely injured, so he could not even maintain his agility for long. Facing this venomous spider lying in wait, they were in a hopeless situation. The red-striped venomous spider gave him no time to catch his breath. It let out a sharp screech, its 8 spider legs slamming into the ground, its body lunging forward like a crimson cannonball. The 2 longest legs at the front, stung with barbs, swept fiercely across his body, the force of the blows stinging his cheeks. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and dodged to the side. The spider's legs grazed his side, their barbs catching on his clothes and tearing a gash that nearly ripped his flesh. He lashed out with his left hand, sending several purplish-black venomous stingers straight at the spider's compound eyes, trying to force it back. Ding ding ding! The venomous stinger struck the spider's crimson exoskeleton with a crisp sound, but was deflected, leaving only a faint white mark. The exoskeleton was as hard as iron. His stinger couldn't pierce it at all. Enraged, the red-striped venomous spider increased its speed once more. Its 8 legs attacked in succession, like 8 barbed iron whips, relentlessly pounding towards him. Each strike carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, leaving a crater in the ground and a deep trench in the tree. Lin Mo could only rely on his agility and evasion to dodge, holding the green pliers blade in front of him to barely block the attacks he couldn't avoid. Bang! 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 The spider's legs slammed into the blade, the immense force sending numbness through his arm and splitting his hand, blood dripping down the hilt. With each strike, he took a step back, and with each step back, a cold sweat broke out on his back. In a short time, Lin Mo had been driven to the brink of despair. Behind them were thick tree trunks, leaving no way to retreat. A mocking glint flashed in the red-striped venomous spider's eyes. It slowly tightened its encirclement, its 8 legs closing in, forcing him between the tree trunk and its body. Then, its abdomen suddenly contracted. Several strands of pale silver spider silk shot out, wrapping around his limbs like ropes. The spider silk was sticky and tough. Once entangled, it was impossible to escape. Lin Mo had seen prey caught in the spider silk struggle and howl before being pierced by venomous fangs, slowly turning into a withered shell. You absolutely must not get it on your hands. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and activated the source of mimicry at full power. 2 purplish-black, highly venomous horned rabbits materialized in front of him, charging towards the spider silk and crashing into the web, self-destructing. Bang! Bang! The purplish-red poisonous mist exploded, severing several strands of spider silk, while the remaining silk was corroded by the mist, greatly reducing its stickiness. Taking advantage of the large amount of poisonous mist and dust generated by the self-destruction, Lin Mo, carrying the green pliers blade, squeezed out from the gap and charged towards the poisonous spider with all his might. His only target was the abdomen. Its only weakness is its snow-white, soft belly. Sensing danger, the crimson-striped poison spider frantically lashed out with its 8 legs, trying to stop him. But Lin Mo's agility and evasion were already at their peak. He weaved left and right through the gaps in the spider's legs, managing to squeeze in. With the blade pointing upwards, he used all his strength to slash fiercely at that soft belly. Pfft! The blue pincers pierced deep into his soft abdomen, and dark green spider blood gushed out, splattering all over him. The crimson-striped poison spider let out a shrill hiss and began to struggle wildly. Its 8 legs lashed out erratically, like an out-of-control windmill, lashing viciously at Lin Mo. Bang! The first blow struck his chest, and his ribs groaned as if they were about to burst under the strain. Bang! The second blow landed on his shoulder, reopening the wound on his left shoulder and causing blood to gush out. Lin Mo gripped the knife hilt tightly, refusing to let go. He gritted his teeth, twisting his wrist as the blade churned inside the venomous spider's abdomen, shredding its soft tissues and organs to shreds. Bang! 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 The spider's legs continued to lash out. Lin Mo was sent flying, his back slamming heavily against the tree trunk. He felt the tightness in his chest and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The crimson-striped venomous spider had reached its limit. Dragging its disemboweled abdomen, it staggered and turned around, its 8 compound eyes fixed on Lin Mo lying on the ground. Its fangs were exposed, and a cold, eerie blue light flashed at the tips of its teeth as it prepared for its final strike. It pounced suddenly, its venomous fangs aimed straight for his neck. Lin Mo tried to dodge, but the excruciating pain made him slow down. Laugh! The venomous fangs pierced his shoulder. The icy venom was instantly injected into his body, and a piercing pain spread from his shoulder throughout his entire body. My vision blurred instantly, and my mind felt heavy and dull, as if it were filled with lead. He could feel the toxins surging in his blood vessels, spreading in his muscles, and wreaking havoc in his nerves. The feeling was like being burned, frozen, or having countless needles piercing every inch of his skin at the same time. The red-striped spider bit him, refusing to let go. The venom continued to flow, more and more. A strong will to survive sustained Lin Mo. He stared intently at the frantically struggling venomous spider in front of him, and with his last bit of strength, he pressed down on the spider's head with one hand while plunging a knife into its skull with the other. Pfft! The blade pierced through the hard shell and went straight into the brain. He twisted his wrist, ruthlessly crushing its head. The crimson-striped poison spider's hiss grew weaker and weaker, its body convulsing violently. The fangs piercing Lin Mo's shoulder slowly loosened, and its massive body crashed to the ground, pressing heavily on him, lifeless. Lin Mo was trapped under the corpse of the poisonous spider, unable to move. He could feel the venom spreading through his body. From his shoulders to his chest, from his chest to his limbs, from his limbs to his head. His fingers began to go numb, his lips turned purple, and his heartbeat slowed. Consciousness is gradually fading away. Am I going to die? He wanted to move, but couldn't. He wanted to shout, but couldn't. The world before him grew darker and darker, as if a black veil was slowly descending upon him. Just then, the golden toad tattoo on his abdomen suddenly became hot. The heat surged from my abdomen, like a scorching ember exploding inside my icy body. It spread along the meridians, and wherever it passed, numbness and pain subsided. The body's innate talent for poison was awakened, and the poison resistance accumulated from devouring poisonous beasts began to operate spontaneously. A gentle yet tenacious power surged from the limbs and bones, gathering and condensing little by little from the blood, muscles, and bones. 2 forces clashed within him. Spider venom invaded, while his resistance resisted its spread and then besieged him. Like 2 armies locked in battle, they fought fiercely within his veins. Lin Mo felt as if his body had become a battlefield. Alternating between hot and cold, alternating between pain and numbness. One moment it felt like being thrown into an ice cave, the next like being roasted on a fire. He could feel the spider venom being forced back little by little, from his heart to his blood vessels, from his blood vessels to the wound, and finally. A stream of black blood gushed from the wound on his shoulder, emitting a foul stench. The spider venom was forced out. The intense pain and numbness in his body gradually subsided, the bluish-purple discoloration on his skin slowly faded, and his breathing became steady. Lin Mo opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He survived. Thanks to its strong resistance to poison, it managed to withstand the spider venom. Lin Mo lay beneath the poisonous spider's corpse, utterly powerless, too weak to even move a finger. His wounds still ached, every part of them hurt, but this pain was proof he was alive. He closed his eyes and rested for a long time. Then, mustering a last bit of strength, he pushed away the poisonous spider corpse that was pressing down on him and struggled to get up. The corpse of the red-striped venomous spider lay on the ground, its 8 legs curled up, and blood still seeping from the wound on its abdomen. Lin Mo stared at it for a few seconds, then activated the devouring ability. The familiar suction force caused the venomous spider to transform into a stream of energy that entered Lin Mo's body. That energy flowed to his limbs, bones, skin, and every inch of his injured body. The wound was itchy. He could feel the torn muscles, severed blood vessels, and broken skin healing at a visible speed. Not completely healed, but at least it was no longer bleeding, and it didn't hurt as much. He touched the wound on his shoulder where the venomous fangs had pierced him. The bleeding had stopped, and the surrounding skin was still slightly bluish-purple, but the toxins had been completely removed. Lin Mo sat down against a tree, panting heavily. He was covered in wounds and blood, but he was still alive. I need to find a place to properly recover from my injury. We can't go any further. Chapter 78. The ambush succeeds. Night gradually enveloped the Wuling Mountains. The thick fog still lingered, but it was a little lighter than during the day, like a thin veil hanging between the treetops. The moonlight couldn't penetrate, only the occasional glimmer of light leaking through gaps in the clouds, casting blurry shadows on the ground. A chill swept in from all directions, seeping into the tattered clothes and seeping into the wounds. Despite his aching body, Lin Mo looked up and examined the ancient tree in front of him. The trunk is thick and straight, requiring 2 people to hug it, and the bark is rough and covered with slippery moss. The branches intertwine and extend, starting to fork from 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The widest horizontal branch is as thick as a wash basin and is more than 10 meters high, hidden by dense foliage and completely invisible from below. This is the territory of the crimson-striped poison spider. Ferocious beasts are extremely sensitive to the scent of their own kind, and the lingering menacing aura of the spiders has not yet dissipated, so other beasts dare not easily set foot here. Resting here is far safer than on the ground. Lin Mo gripped the green pincer knife in his mouth, gripped the gaps in the bark with both hands, and used the protrusions on the trunk to climb up little by little. Every movement caused excruciating pain from all the wounds on my body. The penetrating wound in my left shoulder felt like it was being burned, the claw marks on my back felt like they were being gouged out, and the tiny wounds on my arms and sides felt like countless needles piercing into me at once. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, soaking the bloodstains on his face, dripping onto the tree trunk, where it was absorbed by the moss. He gritted his teeth and moved up inch by inch. By the time he reached the first horizontal branch, he was panting heavily and rested on the branch for a while. Then he continued upwards until he found the widest and most secluded branch. The branches were broad, just enough for him to lie down. Dense foliage surrounded him from all sides, like a natural tent, perfectly concealing his figure and protecting him from the night's chill. He carefully placed the green pincer's knife beside him, leaned against the angle between the trunk and branches, and let out a long breath. I didn't sleep well that night. Occasionally, the roars of ferocious beasts echo through the forest, sometimes so close they seem to be right next to your ear, making the leaves rustle, sometimes so far away they seem to be on the horizon, leaving only a faint echo. He remained in a light sleep state, easily awakened by the slightest noise, his hand already touching the hilt of his knife. In the latter half of the night, a wolf howl echoed through the valley for a long time. He held his breath and remained motionless until the sound gradually faded away before closing his eyes again. As dawn broke, he finally managed to fall into a deep sleep for a while. When he awoke, sunlight had already pierced through the mist, casting dappled shadows among the leaves. After a night's rest, he had recovered most of his strength. Although the wound has not fully healed, it has scabbed over and is no longer bleeding. He slowly climbed down the tree trunk, but his legs went weak when he landed, so he quickly grabbed the trunk to steady himself. The fog has cleared up slightly today, and visibility has increased from 5 or 6 meters yesterday to about 10 meters. Although it's still not very clear to see far, at least we don't have to feel our way around anymore. Lin Mo squatted down beside the tree roots, checking his equipment, and his heart sank. His snake-scale armor shattered completely, turning into a pile of useless rags. Hanging it on his body would only get in the way, so he simply tore it off and threw it away. The emerald-green tortoise shield was covered in cracks, its edges were deformed, and in several places it had even split open. It crumbled at the slightest touch and was completely ruined. He sighed and tossed the broken shield under the tree as well. Only the green pliers blade remained relatively intact. The blade had several chipped edges, reducing its sharpness considerably, but the body itself was undamaged and still felt sturdy in the hand. More caution was needed in future battles. It could no longer be used for direct confrontation. He tucked the knife back into his waistband, stood up to check his bearings, and continued walking forward. After walking for about half an hour, his stomach rumbled. He stopped, leaned against a tree, and searched through the grass. We learned in our cultural studies class that places like the Wuling Mountains, which are humid, have many edible wild fruits. He quickly found several low shrubs bearing plump, round, dark red berries, glistening with dew. He picked one, smelled it, and licked it. It wasn't bitter or astringent, but rather had a faint sweetness. Yes, you can eat it. He picked the fruit, wiped off the dew, and began to eat it in small bites. The sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth, relieving his hunger and making him feel much better. He ate 4 or 5, put the rest in his pocket, and continued on his way. Just as he swallowed the last bite of wild fruit and prepared to take a step, a faint conversation drifted into my ears on the wind. The voice was hoarse and dull, with a rough, guttural quality, unlike either a human language or a common language. They are a different race. Lin Mo instantly held his breath, his body tensing, and slowly crouched down, hiding behind the dense bushes. He placed his hand on the hilt of his knife and moved stealthily in the direction the sound came from. In the thick fog 10 meters away, 2 red figures gradually became clear. Crimson Blood Clan. They had the same dark red skin as the ones he'd killed on the airship before, bald heads, 2 protruding fangs in their lower jaws, and bulging muscles all over their bodies. Only these 2 were in extremely poor condition. One of them, hunched over, slumped against a tree trunk, his body covered in wounds. A deep, dark red knife wound ran diagonally from his ribs to his waist, the blood seeping into the bone and soaking half his body. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound bound with rough strips of cloth, now completely obscured by blood. He was barely breathing, struggling even to open his eyes, his chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly. Another, slightly shorter one, was squatting beside his companion, clumsily applying herbs to the wound. His movements were clumsy, clearly learned on the spot. The herbs were smeared haphazardly, most of them falling to the ground. His aura was weak, suggesting he was only at the 2nd tier of strength. Lin Mo squinted and observed for a few seconds. These 2 Crimson Blood Clan members were likely pursuers who followed them into the Misty Ridge Mountains, and after becoming separated from the main force, they fled here. One was severely wounded and on the verge of death, while the other was at the 2nd tier, the perfect opportunity to strike. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Lin Mo tiptoed around to the blind spot behind the 2. The thick fog provided the best cover. His footsteps were muffled by the wind and the rustling of falling leaves, his figure appearing and disappearing in the gray-white mist. He gripped the green pliers blade tightly, activating his poison talent. A purplish-black poisonous mist surged from his palm, covering the blade, filling the chipped edges with venom, giving it a chilling glow. He held his breath, then leaped up and pounced on the 2nd-tier Crimson Blood Clan member who was taking care of his companion. "Who goes there?" The second Tier Crimson Blood clan reacted extremely quickly, turning around abruptly, their pupils shrinking, but it was already too late. Lin Mo's speed was as fast as a ghost, his movements were explosive and his feet flashed with silver light, and the green pincer blade, carrying a cold light, went straight for his back. The Crimson Blood clan member hastily raised his hand to block, his arm held horizontally in front of his chest, trying to use his thick muscles to block the blow. Pfft. The blade sliced through his arm, deep enough to expose the bone, but its momentum didn't diminish as it pierced straight into his back. The Crimson Blood clan member let out a short scream, his body tensing up as he struggled to retaliate and grabbed Lin Mo. Lin Mo exerted force with his wrist, and the blade twisted violently at the heart. The second Tier Crimson Blood clan member's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred, and the severely injured Crimson Blood clan member, who had been slumped in his seat, abruptly opened his eyes. A raging fury erupted from his scarlet eyes as he stared intently at Lin Mo, as if trying to etch his image into his very bones. Ignoring the deep, bone-revealing wound in his abdomen and the blood still seeping from his severed arm, he suddenly unleashed the last vestiges of energy in his body, sending a blazing fireball hurtling towards Lin Mo. The flames surged, burning intensely, and the surrounding air was distorted by the heat. Third Order. However, severely injured and with his energy depleted, the fireball's speed and power were greatly reduced. Lin Mo easily dodged to the side. The fireball grazed his ear and slammed into the tree trunk behind him with a bang. It burst into flames, instantly charring the bark and sending sparks flying. The severely wounded Crimson Blood clan member missed his first attack and tried to launch a second. However, his body could no longer hold on, his abdominal wound reopened, and dark red blood gushed out again. His arm, which he had raised halfway, fell limply to his side. Lin Mo didn't give him a chance. He raised his left hand, fully activating the source of mimicry. Several purplish-black, highly venomous flying insects instantly coalesced, flapping their wings and flying towards the heavily injured Crimson Blood clan member at incredible speed, before exploding around him with a deafening roar. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and a purplish-black poisonous mist instantly enveloped the opponent. The toxins seeped into the wounds, corroding the already festering flesh. The severely wounded Crimson Blood clan member let out a painful roar, trying to break free from the poisonous mist, but he was powerless and could only flail his one arm wildly, releasing crooked fireballs. But each exertion only caused the wound in his abdomen to reopen. Blood gushed out like it was free, soaking the soil beneath him. His movements grew slower and slower, and the fireball shrank smaller and smaller. Lin Mo pressed forward relentlessly, constantly conjuring poisonous stingers and insects for ranged attacks, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath. Another poisonous stinger pierced his chest. Another poisonous insect exploded in front of his face. After being bombarded with toxins several times, the severely injured Crimson Blood clan member's aura grew weaker and weaker. His eyes began to glaze over, and his body stopped struggling, only leaning against the tree trunk, twitching slightly. Finally, his head slowly drooped, and his scarlet eyes closed. His body fell heavily to the ground, completely still. Lin Mo stood there, panting heavily, and only after confirming that both Crimson Blood clan members were dead did he slowly walk over. He crouched down and examined the corpse of the second-tier Crimson Blood clan member. There was nothing of value, just a rough bone knife beside him. He then looked at the heavily wounded man, his gaze falling on a dusty gray cloth bag hanging at his waist, about the size of a palm, utterly inconspicuous. Storage bag. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly untied it and examined it closely. It was similar to the one Huan Yan had used before, dusty and gray, with the opening tied with a thin string. He tried injecting a wisp of energy into it, and the bag glowed slightly. He immediately sensed a small space inside that could hold quite a lot of things. He emptied everything out of it. The items were few: a tooth of an unknown ferocious beast, as long as an arm, with a pale yellow luster, hard and sharp, 4 second-tier crystal cores, a large black cloak, the fabric thick and supple to the touch, made of an unknown material, and some dried meat and rations, enough to last 2 or 3 days. That's all. Lin Mo carefully packed everything away, stuffed it back into his storage bag, and tied the bag around his waist. Great stuff. It'll be much more convenient to store things now. Then he stood up and looked at the 2 Crimson Blood clan corpses on the ground. Take a deep breath, open your mouth, and begin the process of devouring. 2 beams of light flashed, and the 2 corpses transformed into energy, and flew into his mouth. This feeling was completely different from when I devoured the blood-eyed rat clan. The energy was warm, carrying a heavy aura, like scalding magma, burning from my throat all the way to my stomach, then exploding and flowing to my limbs, to my muscles, to every bone. He could feel his muscles expanding, tightening, and becoming stronger. It's not an exaggerated, bulging change, but a strengthening from the inside out, where every muscle fiber becomes denser, tougher, and more explosive. The energy subsided after about 10 seconds. Lin Mo looked down at his arm. On the surface, there was no visible change, but when he clenched his fist, the sense of power was clear and real, much stronger than before. He lifted his shirt to look at his abdomen. His 8-pack abs were clearly defined, with strong, sharp lines, as if sculpted by a knife. He then touched his back. The muscles were sharply defined, full of explosive power. With that physique, if he were on Earth, he would definitely win a bodybuilding competition. He straightened his clothes, stood up, and stretched his body. The wounds still hurt a little, but his body had recovered a lot after being transformed by the energy he had just received. The wounds were basically healed, though there were still some hidden injuries. Their overall strength has recovered to 80% of its peak. Chapter 79, 4th Order Ferocious Beast. Lin Mo's injuries have now healed by about 70 to 80%, with only a few minor, barely noticeable bruises remaining. He moved his shoulders. The penetrating wound on his left shoulder was now just a faint red mark, slightly itchy when pressed, the feeling of new muscle growing. The claw marks on his back had formed thick scabs. They would pull and hurt when he moved vigorously, but they didn't affect his mobility. Feeling the surge of power within him, he no longer hesitated. His most pressing task was to find his mentor, Li Song, and his lost companions. Wandering alone in the misty ridge mountains was fraught with peril. He checked the direction, chose a path, and continued walking forward. The vegetation along the way grew increasingly lush, and the piles of decaying leaves became even thicker, soft and silent underfoot, like stepping on a thick sponge. Occasionally, sunlight would peek through the gaps, casting dappled patches of light on the ground, but these were quickly swallowed up by the mist. Lin Mo walked slowly, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Occasionally, he could see scattered footprints and traces of ferocious beasts. A few claw marks were quite fresh, the soil around them still damp, probably left the previous night. But he found no trace of his companions. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The sunlight gradually shifted, the dappled light filtering through the leaves became sparse, and the fog thickened again. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little anxious, but he suppressed his emotions and proceeded cautiously. He knew that in a place like this, rushing meant certain death. After walking for a while, a strange object under a tree ahead came into view. Lin Mo stopped instantly and approached, holding his breath. That was half a corpse of the blood-eyed rat clan. It was already cold and stiff, its grayish-brown fur stained with dirt and blood. Its once scarlet eye was now dull and lifeless, like a broken glass bead. Its body was covered with scratches and bite wounds of varying depths, a bloody mess, with bones exposed in several places, white and covered with bits of flesh. It wasn't killed by humans. The claw marks were deep, long, and widely spaced, like those left by the claws of some large, ferocious beast. The fur around the wounds was torn to shreds, and there were deep teeth marks on the bones, clearly indicating that it was hunted by a beast far stronger than itself, and the carcass was carelessly discarded here. Lin Mo squatted down and observed carefully for a moment. Judging from the bloodstains and the extent of decay in the wound, he had been dead for less than a day. The ferocious beast should still be nearby. Looking at the gruesome corpse, Lin Mo's heart sank. The dangers of the Misty Ridge Mountains were far greater than he had imagined. Here, even alien races were merely prey for ferocious beasts. Without pausing, he immediately turned around, intending to bypass the area and head in another direction. This place was infested with ferocious beasts that hunted the blood-eyed rat clan. Continuing forward would likely result in a direct confrontation. Given his current second-tier strength, he should avoid it if possible and absolutely not take any risks rashly. But they had only just turned around and gone a short distance. A series of heavy, rhythmic footsteps suddenly came from the dense forest ahead. Thump! 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 Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly. The sound grew closer, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. The birds and beasts in the forest seemed to sense extreme danger. They fell silent instantly. The chirping of insects ceased, and the calls of birds stopped. The entire area fell into dead silence, broken only by the heavy sound of footsteps, one after another. Lin Mo's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he flashed and quickly hid behind a thick, ancient tree beside him. He pressed himself tightly against the trunk, held his breath, and even deliberately slowed his heartbeat, afraid of making the slightest sound and giving himself away. The footsteps grew closer. The ground trembled more and more violently, and the fallen leaves trembled slightly. Not long after, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the thick fog and appeared in Lin Mo's field of vision. It was only 5 or 6 meters away from him, almost within arm's reach. Upon seeing the ferocious beast's appearance, Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly, his heart tightened, and he secretly rejoiced that he had dodged in time. This is an ironback black maned bear. Its body was as robust as a small mountain, several times larger than an ordinary black bear. When it was on all fours, its shoulder height exceeded 2 meters, and when it stood up, it was probably more than 4 meters tall. Its fur was jet black and glossy, gleaming with a dark sheen in the mist. Only a strip of black mane about an inch wide grew on its back. Each hair was as hard as iron, running from the top of its head all the way to its tailbone. When it walked, it stood up slightly, like a row of sharp black blades, exuding a chilling and ferocious aura. His limbs were taut and his forearms were incredibly thick. His dark silver claws were long, sharp, and slightly curved, each as long as a hand. With a casual swing, they seemed capable of tearing apart metal and stone. Its face is sharply defined, unlike the rounded features of a typical black bear. Instead, it possesses a ferocity reminiscent of a tiger. Its scarlet eyes gleam with a violent intensity, like 2 burning flames in the thick fog. An irregular, light white patch of fur on its chest stands out strikingly, resembling a crescent moon against the backdrop of its black fur. What made Lin Mo even more wary was the aura emanating from this black-maned bear. It was powerful and domineering, carrying a primal and savage sense of oppression, far surpassing the second-tier crimson-striped poison spider and the third-tier blood-eyed rat clan he had encountered before. Fourth order. It might even be the peak of the 4th tier. There is a world of difference between the 4th and 2nd tiers, like an insurmountable chasm. Even if he were only a 2nd-tier rune master who had recovered 80% of his strength, even at his peak, with all his trump cards used, he would still be no match for this black-maned bear. That layer of iron mane and thick hide, a full-force strike from him probably wouldn't even cut through the fur. Even a sneak attack wouldn't break through its defenses. It would only enrage the bear and bring about his own demise. Lin Mo hid behind a tree, not daring to move. He held his breath as low as possible, his chest barely rising and falling. His heart was pounding too fast, and he pressed his hand to his chest, trying to slow it down. His back was pressed against the rough bark of the tree, and cold sweat had soaked through his clothes, clinging icy to his skin. A gust of wind sent a chill up his spine. The black-maned bear strolled leisurely to the remains of the blood-eyed rat clan member, lowered its head, and sniffed. Its nostrils flared, exhaling a puff of white breath, seemingly uninterested in the rotting flesh. Impatiently it pawed at the corpse, sending it flying several meters like a rag doll, crashing into a tree trunk with a dull thud. Lin Mo's fingers tightened unconsciously. The black-maned bear stood still for a moment, its scarlet eyes lazily scanning the surroundings. Lin Mo felt that gaze like a knife slice across the tree trunk where he was hiding, pausing for a split second. His heart almost stopped beating. But the bear merely snorted loudly and turned to walk into the dense forest on the other side. It didn't walk fast, but every step carried the imposing presence of a mountain, trampling down bushes and knocking small trees to the ground. Thump! 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 The footsteps faded into the distance, and the tremors on the ground weakened until they disappeared into the thick fog. Lin Mo stood behind the tree for a long time. Only when he could no longer sense the black-maned bear's presence did he let out a long sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and his tense body slowly relaxed, his legs feeling slightly numb. He leaned against the tree trunk and slowly slid down to sit on the ground, panting heavily. Too close. 5 or 6 meters is just a pounce for a ferocious beast of that size. He paused for a moment, then stood up, not daring to delay for the slightest. He quickly determined his direction and hurried away in the opposite direction from where the black-maned bear had gone. His steps were rapid yet steady, afraid of making too much noise and attracting anything he shouldn't. As Lin Mo hurried along, he became increasingly vigilant. This misty mountain range is shrouded in dense fog year-round and has complex terrain, making it rarely visited by humans for hunting. Ferocious beasts breed freely here, where the strong prey on the weak, and their levels are generally far higher than those outside. Fourth-tier beasts can be encountered at will, suggesting even stronger beings exist deeper within. The journey ahead requires not only guarding against the roaming remnants of alien tribes, but also remaining constantly vigilant against the powerful, ferocious beasts entrenched in the mountains and forests. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Chapter 80: A Desperate Rush. Night once again engulfed the misty ridge mountains. Lin Mo curled up on a horizontal branch of a large tree, leaning against the trunk, with the green pincer knife resting on his knees. He kept his eyes closed, but dared not fall into a deep sleep. His ears were perked up, catching every sound in the forest, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the low growls of unknown beasts in the distance, and the occasional snapping of branches. Each unusual movement made his eyelids twitch, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the hilt of his knife. The chill intensified in the latter half of the night. The mist condensed into water droplets, dripping from the leaves with a soft, pattering sound, like someone gently tapping. Lin Mo's wound began to itch, a sign of healing, but he didn't bother to scratch it. He simply curled up tighter, wrapping his cloak around himself even more tightly. I don't know how much time passed. A series of faint but rapid sounds suddenly pierced the silence of the night. It wasn't the roar of a ferocious beast, nor the rustling of wind through the grass and trees, but the crisp sound of clashing weapons and desperate cries. They came faintly from the depths of the mist, intermittent yet remarkably clear. Kill! Stop it! Stop it! Ah! Lin Mo opened his eyes instantly, his heart leaping. It's a human! It was very likely that it was Teacher Li and his group, or the group of students who had been separated. He recognized the tone of the roar and the accent he had heard before. He could no longer restrain himself. Ignoring the danger of the night, he immediately got up and slid down the tree trunk. Gripping the green pincer's knife tightly, he followed the direction of the fighting sounds, keeping his body low to the ground, and moved quickly under the cover of thick fog and tree shadows. He took each step lightly, landing on his toes first, then his heels, like a cat stalking in the dark. Mist enveloped him, tree shadows shrouded him, his breathing was extremely shallow, but his heart was pounding like a drum. The closer they got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. The clanging of weapons grew more frequent, the roars of the Crimson Blood clan grew more ferocious, and the screams of the humans grew more desperate. Occasionally, a scream would pierce the air, short and shrill, as if abruptly cut off by something. Then, the sound stopped abruptly. It didn't gradually weaken, it just suddenly disappeared. It was like someone pressed the pause button. Lin Mo's heart sank, and he stopped in his tracks, slowly hiding behind a thick, ancient tree. He held his breath and peeked out. The sight before him caused his pupils to shrink, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. 3 students' bodies lay scattered on the open ground. They were already lifeless, lying contorted in pools of blood. A sliver of moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating their pale, stiff, and unseeing faces. One of the figures looked particularly familiar. Lu Yu. Lu Yu, the one who stood on the airship holding a dagger and blocking the cabin door, the one who said, "We can hold on." The third Tarun master who wielded the dagger with unparalleled skill. A sharp spear pierced his chest, its tip protruding from his back and embedded in the ground. Blood soaked through his clothes, pooling into a small, dark red puddle beneath him. His eyes were wide open, his pupils dilated, and his face still bore the resolute determination and unwillingness of his dying moments. He gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, the blade still stained with the blood of the alien race. The other two trainees were also covered in wounds and lay on the side. One was lying face up in a pool of blood, with a deep, bone-revealing gash on his back. The other was lying face up, his throat slit, his hands still clutching his neck. 7 Crimson Blood clan members surrounded the corpse. Some were wiping their weapons, some were talking in hushed tones, and some were rummaging through the belongings on the corpses. They were all covered in blood, some from the human race, and some from their own bloodshed. They were clearly not unscathed from the recent battle. 2 of them had crude bandages wrapped around their arms, and one had half a broken arrow stuck in his shoulder, which he hadn't had time to pull out. Lu Yu was already carrying old wounds from the previous battle, and he was accompanied by 2 ordinary students. Facing this group of fully armed Crimson Blood clan members, he had no chance of winning. In a short while, he was brutally murdered. Lin Mo clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. A mixture of pain and rage burned within him, like a fire raging in his chest. He wanted to rush out, to draw his sword and cut off the heads of those Crimson Blood clan members, to avenge Lu Yu. But he suppressed that impulse with all his might. There were 7 opponents. Their strength was at least at the 2nd tier, and there were 2 powerful 3rd-tier individuals standing on the outer perimeter. One wielded a curved sword, and the other carried a longbow. Their energy fluctuations were significantly stronger than the others. He was alone, and no match for them. Rushing in would only result in his death, without even giving Lu Yu and the others a chance to avenge themselves. Suppressing his grief and anger, Lin Mo slowly retreated. He landed on his toes first, then his heels, inching backward. He planned to leave silently and find another opportunity. But in the darkness, the fog was thick, and visibility was extremely poor. He was only focused on the Crimson Blood clan ahead when he suddenly heard a crisp cracking sound beneath his feet. He stomped on a dry branch and snapped it in 2. The sound wasn't loud, but in the deathly still night, it was exceptionally jarring, like a pebble thrown into calm water, instantly shattering the tranquility of the scene. Who? A member of the Crimson Blood clan abruptly turned his head, his scarlet eyes sweeping towards the direction where Lin Mo was hiding. He demanded sharply, his tone full of vigilance, his hand already on the curved sword at his waist. The other 6 Crimson Blood clan members also turned around instantly. Gripping their spears and axes tightly, their auras surged, and they all approached in unison. We've been exposed. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically, all hope vanished. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run! He whirled around, his movements swift and agile, silver light flashing beneath his feet as he raced recklessly into the depths of the dense forest. The night wind whipped against his cheeks, icy and biting, branches lashing against his body, but he paid no heed to the pain, focusing only on running. Behind them, the roars of the Crimson Blood clan followed closely. There are still humans who escaped. Chase him! Don't let him get away! The 7 Crimson Blood clan members immediately took long strides and gave chase. The heavy footsteps shook the ground slightly, and roars and curses echoed through the forest as they relentlessly pursued Lin Mo's trail. Fortunately, he started running first, and the 2 sides were already more than 10 meters apart, so the Crimson Blood clan did not catch up for a while. But the footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Those alien races pursued them relentlessly, like maggots clinging to a bone, impossible to shake off. Just then, one of the Crimson Blood clan members chasing at the front suddenly let out a low roar. A faint fluctuation of wind attribute energy emanated from his body, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically, as if the wind itself was blowing beneath his feet. His originally cumbersome body became incredibly light, instantly leaving his companions behind and rapidly closing in on Lin Mo. The distance is getting closer and closer. Lin Mo caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, and his heart tightened. He knew that if things continued like this, he would be caught sooner or later. He ran at full speed while rapidly gathering the source of mimicry. The purplish-black, highly poisonous energy gathered in his palm, compressing into a small ball the size of a fist, extremely well concealed. Taking advantage of the gap when he turned the corner, he quietly placed several highly poisonous energy balls on the tree trunks and bushes along the way. The Crimson Blood clan member, whose speed had increased dramatically, arrived in an instant, just passing by the location where the energy orb was hidden. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold, instantly igniting. Bang! 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 Several explosions rang out in quick succession, and the purplish-black poisonous mist instantly burst open, enveloping the Crimson Blood clan member. The opponent reacted swiftly, a gentle breeze protecting his body as he abruptly retreated several steps, forcefully forcing back the poisonous mist. He covered his mouth and nose and coughed a few times. He was not seriously injured, but he was temporarily blocked, and the distance between him and Lin Mo widened again. Lin Mo dared not stop. While fleeing for his life, he continuously condensed poisonous energy bodies such as venomous insects and stingers, casually tossing them along the path behind him. He would detonate them from time to time, using poisonous mist and explosions to disrupt his pursuers and slow them down. However, the Crimson Blood clan was numerous and relentlessly pursued them. Soon, 2 members of the Crimson Blood clan stood still, their bodies surging with energy. A sharp wind blade tore through the air, grazing Lin Mo's shoulder before striking a nearby tree trunk, leaving a deep trench and sending splinters flying. Immediately afterward, a gleaming energy arrow followed, aimed straight for his back. Lin Mo was on edge, running at full speed while constantly watching out for ranged attacks from behind. He constantly dodged, weaved, and changed direction, his agility and movement reaching their peak. Wind blades grazed his ears, arrows brushed past his waist, each time a close call. If one is not careful, one will be hit and end up like Liu. The terrain ahead suddenly changed. A steep slope appeared below him, leading to a dark ravine of unknown depth. Without a second thought, Lin Mo leaped down, his body tumbling down the slope, shrapnel and fallen leaves engulfing him. He shielded his head with his hands, his shoulder slamming into a rock, the pain causing his vision to blur. He rolled to the bottom, struggled to his feet, and kept running. Behind them, the roars of the Crimson Blood clan echoed from the top of the hill. They jumped down as well, their footsteps growing closer. Lin Mo gasped for breath, his throat feeling like it was filled with lead. His strength was rapidly depleting, and his energy reserves were dwindling. He didn't know how much longer he could run, but he knew he couldn't stop. Stopping meant death. He gritted his teeth and ran forward as fast as he could. The mist parted in front of him, and then closed up behind him. Branches whipped his cheeks, vines tripped his ankles, and he staggered, but never fell. Behind them, the footsteps and roars of the Crimson Blood clan grew closer and closer, like the urgent beat of a death knell.